Chapter 91 How can righteousness be such an inconvenient thing? Ing Hongye was almost laughed at by Ji Changsheng. Because Ji Changsheng's tone was very sincere. She was so sincere that she was a little dazed. And subconsciously began to seriously consider Ji Changsheng's proposal. Be a concubine? Then she exploded. I can't kill you. Ji Changsheng let Ing Hongye's fancy punches and kicks hit himself and the illusion. Then he stood aside and commented, Hongye, you are still very self-aware. You really can't kill me. You can't even see that you are hitting the air. She really felt sorry for me. I cried to death. Ing Hongye turned her head, seeing Ji Changsheng who was commenting on eating melons. Her mentality exploded even more. Ji Changsheng. Stop right there. Ji Changsheng argued, Hongye. Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? I'd rather be a concubine of a hero than a wife of a mediocre man. No. I've only heard another saying. What saying? No man is a good person. Ji Changsheng was unhappy. How can you say that about your father? Ing Hongye, if you let me fight, I'll consider being your concubine. Ji Changsheng smiled. Hongye. You think I'm Li Daoyan. Ing Hongye. By the way, Hongye, don't you think I'm sincere? Ing Hongye nodded absent-mindedly. But a clear light flashed on his body. And Ing Hongye quickly came back to his senses. Looked at Ji Changsheng warily. What are you doing to me? Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Hongye, do you have a magic weapon to protect your soul? Ji Changsheng had just tested the Devil Desire Sutra on Ing Hongye to see if it would work on her. Normally, if Ing Hongye has a good impression of him, then the Demon Desire Sutra will magnify Ing Hongye's good impression of him. Facts have proved that it did play a role. But the Princess of Ingwa is a treasure. Took the divine equipment. No martial ethics. Ing Hongye reacted and was a little surprised. Changsheng. Have you really practiced magic? Only the magic sect's skills can shake other people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wait. Ordinary magic sect skills can't do it. Only the top skills of the Hahuan sect can do it. Ing Hongye said here. Looking at Ji Changsheng with some enlightenment. No wonder Changsheng. You took out the handwritten letter of the Hahuan saint and framed the princess before. You really got in touch with the Hahuan saint? Ji Changsheng was a little silent. This girl is a little too smart. Missing my cheap nephew Li Daoyan and senior brother Chao. Ji Changsheng felt more secure when he was with him. They believed everything he said. Ing Hongye was too prejudiced against him. You actually used the magic of the Hahuan sect on me. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that after Ing Hongye realized that he and the Hahuan saint had a connection. The most concerned point was actually this. Hongye, isn't your focus a bit wrong? Ing Hongye was furious. You have used the magic of the Hahuan sect on me. What are you still trying to quibble about? Do you want to ruin my innocence? Wait a minute. Is the Hahuan sect's skill so evil? Why do you think I carry a magic weapon to protect my soul? Ji Changsheng blinked. He didn't feel that the Devil Desire Sutra was so evil. It's just a magic weapon that magnifies the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Hongye, who do you think I am? I can't practice that kind of real Saibu Mei Gong. I just picked up a top-secret technique of the Hahuan sect. Ing Hongye sneered. You might as well say that you are practicing the Devil Desire Sutra. Ji Changsheng. This girl is smarter than he thought. You can guess this? Ing Hongye laughed out loud. Changsheng. You are the most shameless person I have ever seen. In the past 500 years of the Hahuan sect, only the Saint Hahuan has mastered the Devil Desire Sutra. If you can master the Devil Desire Sutra, you will be the next leader of the Hahuan sect. Ji Changsheng was shocked. The Devil Desire Sutra is so powerful? It seems that I still haven't developed this technique to the extreme. Last time, Ji Changsheng tried the Devil Desire Sutra and controlled the queen. If this idea is feasible, the Devil Desire Sutra can be mastered to the fullest, and it is very likely to control the life and death of others, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires in life, and completely turn the other party into one's own puppet without knowing it. Following this line of logic, the master of the temple once said that Saint Hahuan was the 2nd most powerful person in the demon cult, but her strength was not as good as that of Yulao Mo. Her power, connections and intelligence were more powerful. Is this how Saint Hahuan got her connections? Did my stepmother use the Devil Desire Sutra to lay many hidden chess pieces? Ji Changsheng seemed to be thinking. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering if I'm a hidden chess piece controlled by Saint Hahuan using the Devil Desire Sutra? No. Why? There are rules in the cultivation world, mainly set by Fairy Linglong. And you can't bully the weak. Saint Huan's realm is much higher than yours. If she does something to you, once it is discovered by our Xuandu temple, the entire Huan sect will suffer. At this point, Ing Hongye analyzed emphatically. In fact, not everyone abides by this rule, but the disciples of Xuandu temple, the big brothers of both the righteous and the evil. Certainly no one dares to touch it. Xuandu temple's reputation as the best in the world is not given by the righteous and the evil, but by fighting. Ji Changsheng could understand what Ing Hongye said. When he was on Blue Star, few countries dared to kill Ing Jiang for no reason. But few does not mean there are none. Are there no exceptions? Ing Hongye spread his hands. Of course there have been exceptions. There are always people who don't believe in evil. There was a top demon sect called Ghost Domain Hall, which was once as famous as Huangquan sect. The last Taoist of Ghost Domain Hall had evil thoughts about a female senior sister of our Xuandu temple in a forbidden area, and finally got the body of that female senior sister with 2 realms higher. Ghost Domain Hall is good at controlling ghosts, and the last Taoist turned that senior sister into a ghost slave. But the death of the senior sister alarmed the top leaders of Xuandu temple. The temple master who had not yet ascended the throne was responsible for investigating the matter, and the investigation led to Ghost Domain Hall. Ji Changsheng asked, "What happened later?" Ing Hongye asked back, "Changsheng, have you heard of the name Ghost Domain Hall?" Ji Changsheng shook his head. "I have only heard of Huangquan sect. He also killed all the direct bloodline of the founder of Huangquan sect, who was left in the world. And he was planning to grind Bai Shiji to dust tomorrow." He had never heard of the Ghost Domain Palace. Ing Hongye smiled. "You are right that you have never heard of it, because after the master of the temple found out about the Ghost Domain Palace, he told Fairy Linglong. Then, led by Fairy Linglong, Xuandu temple's open strength came out in full force. 3 days later, the Ghost Domain Palace was eliminated from the world. In the Ghost Domain Palace's old nest, Xuandu temple held a grand funeral for that senior sister and invited all the high-level people from both the righteous and evil paths to attend the ceremony. Ji Changsheng was somewhat fascinated by what he heard. No wonder he killed Bing Zipping before. But the master of the temple said that Yulao Mo might not dare to retaliate against him. Xuandu temple actually has such a glorious history. If Yulao Mo was not Yulao Mo, and if he was a more ordinary demon, he might really have to swallow his anger when Ji Changsheng killed his son. After all, Xuandu temple has a history of exterminating clans. Ing Hongye also said, since then, no one dares to bully the weak when Xuandu temple disciples walk in the world. Xuandu temple will not care about competing with people of the same realm, or even being killed. However, if Xuandu temple disciples are tricked by people of a higher realm, the Ghost Domain Hall is a lesson. Although the Huan sect is strong, it is not much stronger than the Ghost Domain Hall. Unless the Huan Saint has done something to you before you join Xuandu temple, she will definitely not dare to touch you after you join Xuandu temple. Xuandu temple's record is there. Among all the top sects in the world, only our Xuandu temple has completely wiped out another top sect. The Huan Saint will never dare to take risks with the Huan sect. Ji Changsheng was convinced. 1. I am a disciple of Xuandu temple today, and I will be a disciple of Xuandu temple for my whole life. I will always accept the leadership of Fairy Linglong, loyally support the senior leaders of Xuandu temple headed by Fairy Linglong and the temple master, and dedicate everything to the development of Xuandu temple. Ing Hongye was teased by Ji Changsheng and laughed. Changsheng, why are you pretending in front of me? I am not a senior leader of Xuandu temple. Besides, I have been sent to Danqing Pavilion for exchanges. Yes. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Hongye, since Xuandu temple is so strong, why do you still want to go to Danqing Pavilion? Isn't this a loss? Ing Hongye shook his head. You may make a lot of money, but our Ing family will never lose. Ji Changsheng is an honest child. And he stabbed him directly. Isn't it a loss if Emperor Ing fails? Ing Hongye's face flushed. How can the ancestors be called failures? That was a strategic retreat. For the sake of the people of the world and for world peace, the ancestors laid down their weapons and did not force people to suffer. The ancestors did not fail. Okay. You won. I pretend to believe it. Hongye, go on. Why didn't you lose by going to Danqing Pavilion? Ing Hongye was so angry that his liver hurt. The Ing family must always win and cannot accept the word lose. How can I win you if I stay in Xuandu temple? Although Xuandu temple is good, it is not suitable for me after all. Besides, I just went to Danqing Pavilion for exchanges, and it doesn't mean I will not return to Xuandu temple. Ji Changsheng nodded. But if you go to Danqing Pavilion? It seems that you can't be the first. Danqing Pavilion has a golden elixir number 1. Ing Hongye kicked him out. If you can't talk, just shut up. Does she have no face? Okay. Hongye. One last question. Say it quickly if you have something to say. And fart quickly. Do you mind being a concubine? Ji Changsheng said seriously, as long as you are willing. I am willing too. Ji Changsheng's behavior is to exchange one's true heart for another's true heart. The night wind blows. The world is quiet. A moment later, the murderous aura in the Xuandu temple office rises to the sky. Ah! Ji Changsheng. I must fight you to the death. It's a deal. Then let's fight for a life first. Hongye. You must keep your word. Ji Changsheng. I swear. I must kill you. Ji Changsheng will of course not be killed. But the Du family saw blood today. A rare spectacle of Shenhua. Although the Du family was not as good as the Bai family before. They were definitely the top aristocratic family in Shenhua. And now, the power of the Du family is above that of the Bai family. After Bai Shiji's death, the Bai family was quickly suppressed by Xuandu Temple. But due to time constraints, it has not been completely wiped out. What Ji Changsheng didn't know was that half of the Bai family's industry in Shenhua was swallowed up by the Du family. With the support of Du Zongxing, the first person in Jindan, and the crown prince of Danqing Pavilion in everyone's mind. The Du family's position in Shenhua is as stable as Mount Tai. Du Zongjiang never thought that he would be threatened with death when he was in Shenhua. Even more unexpectedly, this death threat came from someone he knew. Chao Ziming. Are you crazy? I am Du Zongjiang. Du Zongjiang is the outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion. In terms of status, he is naturally not as good as an inner sect disciple like Chao Ziming. But because of Du Zongxing, Du Zongjiang and many of the geniuses of Danqing Pavilion, including the big guys, are familiar faces. There is still a 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister. Not to mention that Du Zongjiang is not the Prime Minister's housekeeper, but Du Zongxing's younger brother. In Danqing Pavilion, Chao Ziming met Du Zongjiang and had to treat him with courtesy. Du Zongjiang never expected that Chao Ziming would point a sword at him now. And he exuded an undisguised murderous aura, which made him feel the crisis of death. He knew Chao Ziming. Once Chao Ziming became stubborn, he really dared to kill people. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion were probably the practitioners who were least afraid of power in the cultivation world. Du Zongxing could scare many people, but he certainly couldn't scare a swordsman like Chao Ziming who had already forged a bloody heart. But Du Zongjiang still didn't understand. Junior brother, is there any misunderstanding? Du Zongjiang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. We still have to negotiate peace. After all, Du Zongxing is not here. Moreover, Du Zongxing and Chao Ziming have a good relationship in the cabinet. And Chao Ziming's talent and means do not pose a threat to Du Zongxing. In everyone's estimation, Chao Ziming should be a capable general under Du Zongxing in the future. He can't break an arm for his brother. Junior brother, is there anyone in the Du family who has committed a crime? Tell me. I will help you find them. Chao Ziming looked at Du Zongjiang and sneered. Who are you? And you are worthy of calling me junior brother? Du Zongjiang. His face gradually turned red. Chao Ziming is Du Zongxing's junior brother. This is for sure. But he is an outer sect elder. Chao Ziming is from the inner sect. And now he is at the peak of the golden elixir realm. Once he breaks through the Yuanying realm, he can basically reserve the true teaching. Outer sect elders really can't touch the inner sect disciples, let alone the true teaching. Before, Chao Ziming gave Du Zongxing face, so he was willing to give him face and support Du Zongjiang. Now Chao Ziming doesn't even want to give Du Zongxing face, so naturally he won't give Du Zongjiang face. How dare you talk to the young master like this? A loyal servant of the Du family jumped out. Do you know the background of our Du family? You dare to cause trouble to our Du family. You are really impatient to live. And you, little Wazy, you have become so powerful that you dare to bring people to our Du family. The loyal servant looked at Wei Zhongxian and sneered. Obviously, the power of the Du family before Shenhua was at the sky-high level. They didn't take the eunuchs in the palace seriously at all. But think about how the Du family could suppress Zhou Fenghua's death. They could let the Six Gates help Du Zongjiang get it so clearly. Can monopolize Danqing Pavilion's blessed land business in Shenhua. The Du family does have this power. In addition, Du Zongxing has a special status. Chao Ziming looked at Wei Zhongxian. What is this guy saying? Wei Zhongxian glanced at the loyal servant and reported in a low voice, Mr. Chow. The night Zhou Fanghua died, this man was guarding outside the door. No less than 10 people died in his hands. But because of the background of the Du family, no one dared to touch him. Is there any evidence? Senior brother Chow is still too formal. If Ji Changsheng were here, there would be no need to ask Wei Zhongxian. Since the moment this loyal servant jumped out to show his operation, he was a dead man. Chow Ziming still needs to see the evidence. Fortunately, Wei Zhongxian really has evidence. Many lunatics who are at large are never able to get away with it because there is no evidence. It is because their power can suppress these evidence. When greater power or strength appears, these people will be finished immediately. Chow Ziming saw the ironclad evidence that Wei Zhongxian had produced, and then glanced at this loyal servant. He thought of what Ji Changsheng had told him before he left Baha Hall. If the Du family dares to resist, kill them without mercy. If the Du family does not resist, you can also kill the person in charge of Danqing Fudi to establish your authority. Believe me, it will be very helpful for you to cultivate your righteousness. Chow Ziming certainly believed in Ji Changsheng. This loyal servant did disgust him. Thinking of this, Chow Ziming's sword heart was clear, and he no longer hesitated, and swung his sword. The sword light was sharp. The next moment, the loyal servant's head had fallen to the ground. Chow Ziming only felt that his thoughts were clear, and his sword heart became clearer and clearer. From his chest to his whole body, he felt a sense of fullness. Junior brother Ji was right. Killing a few more evil cult monsters will be very helpful for me to cultivate my righteousness. Thinking of this, Chow Ziming looked at Du Zongjiang. Du Zongjiang, your story has been exposed. Come with us. If you dare to resist, Chow Ziming raised the sword in his hand. Kill without mercy. Du Zongjiang was stunned. Chow Ziming, are you really crazy? When he was in Danqing Pavilion, he had never seen Chow Ziming like this. Why is he so unreasonable? What happened? Chow Ziming said coldly, do you still remember the name Zhou Fanghua? It's not easy to check Danqing Fudi right away. And Danqing Fudi is different from Taiping Fudi. Sheng Taiping is not a good for nothing. He still does tricks with houses that have already been sold. Although the appearance of the Fudi business is ugly, Sheng Taiping is the kind who forces people to overturn the table and rebel. Danqing Fudi is not that exaggerated. At least after Danqing Fudi was sold, the money and goods were cleared, and there would be no after-sales service. On the surface, there was no problem with the mutually willing transaction. But there was a big problem with Zhou Fanghua. It was completely possible to follow the clues, and pull out the radish, and bring out the mud. Sure enough, when he heard the name Zhou Fanghua, Du Zongjiang's face suddenly changed. How do you know this person? Chow Ziming said coldly, don't worry about how I know. Du Zongjiang, come with me, and cooperate with me to investigate the matter clearly. Otherwise, Du Zongxian can't save you. Chow Ziming no longer called Du Zongxian his senior brother. He was just simple, not stupid. 2 years later, Zhou Fanghua died unclearly, without any follow-up explanation. Logically, Du Zongxian could have known nothing about this. But it took 2 years. Chow Ziming didn't want to believe that Du Zongxian really didn't know. At least before he found out the truth. Du Zongxian's idol status in his heart had collapsed. Now senior brother Chow's new idol is Ji Changsheng. Successfully climbed the wall, then quit being a fan and stepping back. If you are innocent, I will clear your name. If you really did that kind of ugly thing, I will clean up the mess on behalf of Danqing Pavilion. The sky is clear, and scum like you will not be allowed to go unpunished. Chow Ziming shouted angrily, why don't you surrender? Du Zongjiang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his reason gradually recovered. He looked at Chow Ziming deeply, and in front of Chow Ziming, he sent a message to Du Zongxian using a sound transmission note. Brother, Chow Ziming wants to kill me for unfounded reasons. Wei Zhongxian looked at Chow Ziming. Chow Ziming did not stop him, and just looked at Du Zongjiang coldly throughout the whole process. He also wanted to know whether Du Zongxian knew all this, and what kind of behavior he would have after knowing all this. If he wanted to kill his relatives for the sake of justice, that would be fine. If he wanted to protect his brother, Junior brother Ji was not kidding. Junior brother Ji and Master Li joined forces, and the next heir of Danqing Pavilion was probably buried in Shenghua. But Chow Ziming didn't want to stop it. If Du Zongxian really bent the law for personal gain, how could such a person be qualified to lead Danqing Pavilion? Chow Ziming, are you trying to use me to shake my brother's status as a Taoist? Du Zongjiang suddenly said, "You are trying to seize power. I didn't see you in Danqing Pavilion. But you actually have such a scheme." Chao Ziming sneered disdainfully. "You judge others by what kind of person you are. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Why are you doing this? You know it in your heart." As for Zhuofanghua's matter, the 6 gates of Shenghua had already investigated it 2 years ago. There are both witnesses and evidence. What is there to investigate? After a pause, Du Zongjiang sneered with a smile. "Let's take a step back. Even if I really have a problem, you want to arrest me with this group of people? Chao Ziming, don't forget that I am an outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion. How can a cultivator be interrogated by mortals? Are they qualified to arrest me? The Xianmen Convention not only protects ordinary people, but also protects cultivators. After all, cultivators are the most powerful force in the world. When they make rules, how could they betray their own interests? When cultivators commit crimes in the mortal world, the human dynasty has no law enforcement power, and can only hand it over to the sect behind them for trial. So Du Zongjiang is fearless, and it makes sense. Chao Ziming had never committed a crime before, so he didn't realize this rule. Ji Changsheng never followed the rules, so he didn't care about this at all. After being exposed by Du Zongjiang, Chao Ziming was somewhat surprised. "Sir Wei, what should we do to catch him?" Wei Zhongxian reminded in a low voice. "He resisted arrest and injured people, and resisted the court's law enforcement, so we can temporarily detain him, as long as he took action first." "We are right. It is true that the Xianmen Convention protects practitioners, but the premise is that practitioners cannot casually take action against the human dynasty." Chao Ziming reacted, glanced at Du Zongjiang, after thinking about what junior brother Ji would do in this situation. Then, Chao Ziming resolutely struck himself with a sword. Before Du Zongjiang could react, Chao Ziming vomited blood and roared, "Du Zongjiang, you sneak attacked your fellow disciples, resisted the court's law enforcement, and violated the Xianmen Convention. Lord Wei, capture this beast for me. If the Du family resists, kill them without mercy." Du Zongjiang was stunned and furious. Shaking with anger, Chao Ziming, "Are you also worthy of practicing the righteousness? Aren't you afraid of being backfired by the righteousness when you act like this?" Chao Ziming sneered, and the righteousness soared into the sky, illuminating the entire dark night sky. How can the righteousness be so inconvenient? Chapter 92, The First Detective of Xuandu Temple. Chao Ziming's righteousness is too dazzling. In the darkness, he seemed to be the only beam of light, rushing straight into the Milky Way, illuminating the night sky of Shengjing City. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye, who were flirting, were startled and looked in the direction of the Du family. Ing Hongye stopped the illusion of chasing Ji Changsheng, frowned and worried. "Senior brother Chao used righteousness? Is this a fight? Will there be any trouble?" Ji Changsheng was also a little worried. Senior brother Chao is good in everything, but he is too simple, and does not know how to be flexible and adaptable. Although in theory, with Chao Ziming's strength at the peak of the golden elixir, he should be able to travel freely in the current Sheng kingdom. But if he is not smart, he may be killed no matter how strong he is. In this regard, Ji Changsheng is very good. "Hongye, let's go and take a look together." "Okay." Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye quickly flew in the direction of the Du family. Soon, they arrived at the scene. Then, Ing Hongye was a little stupid. She saw Du Zongjiang cursing Chao Ziming madly. "Chao Ziming, you are shameless. You bastard. Don't you feel guilty? Everyone saw it. You stabbed yourself. And you framed me. My brother will definitely do justice for me. Chao Ziming, do you think you can hide it from the world? So many people saw it. I didn't touch you at all." At this time, Du Zongjiang had been taken down. He was under a restriction, just like an ordinary person, so he could only use mental attacks on Chao Ziming like an ordinary person. Ing Hongye was stunned and looked at Ji Changsheng in shock. Is he talking about senior brother Chao? Senior brother Chao is not that kind of person. Isn't it only you who can do such a thing? Ing Hongye murmured. Ji Changsheng was immediately unhappy when he heard Ing Hongye say this. "Hongye, who are you scolding? Am I that kind of person?" Ing Hongye thought Ji Changsheng would argue for herself. But Ji Changsheng's next sentence left her speechless. "If I had done it, how could I have lived so rough? Senior brother Chao actually gave me a sword. It was unnecessary." Ji Changsheng shook his head. The last time he framed by Guanlin for taking the initiative to attack him, he used all illusions. Be a better person to yourself. Senior brother Chao obviously really gave me a sword. Although it seems that he did the same thing as Ji Changsheng. The method is very different. Ji Changsheng is obviously an experienced veteran. And Chao Ziming's frame-up is too superficial. What could Ing Hongya say? She could only give Ji Changsheng a look of contempt. Let Ji Changsheng experience it himself. And then appeared beside Chao Ziming. Brother Chao. Are you okay? Nothing. Cough cough. Chao Ziming coughed. And actually bleed a little. Brother Chao's tone was also quite embarrassed. It's the first time to operate. I'm not very skilled. Let you worry. Ing Hongya looked at the blood coughed up by Brother Chao. And subconsciously began to agree with Ji Changsheng's words. Brother Chao. It's okay to pretend. How can you really give yourself a sword? As soon as the voice fell, Ing Hongya felt bad. I also began to be led astray by Changsheng. Chao Ziming was quite ashamed. I will pay attention next time. Du Zongjiang's eyes were full of anger. There will be a next time. Chao Ziming. You will definitely be punished. You are Ing Hongya. Ji Changsheng. Wait. I understand. You are in the same group. You are not here for Zhuofanghua. You are here for Danqing Fudi. Seeing Ing Hongya and Ji Changsheng in succession. Especially Ji Changsheng. Du Zongjiang finally reacted. In fact, since Ji Changsheng received the transfer order to Shenghua, Du Zongjiang also came to Shenghua. Before leaving, Du Zongxing had personally instructed him to pay attention to Ji Changsheng's actions and judge the actions of Xuandu Temple. The situation in the prehistoric fairy world is treacherous, and the Taiqing saints are making frequent moves. Under the general trend, they were all forced to participate in it. Du Zongxing, the first person in Jindan, is just an insignificant shrimp in such a fight. He can't get useful information from other channels, so he can only keep an eye on Ji Changsheng. So Du Zongjiang came to Shenghua. When Du Zongjiang found out that Ji Changsheng was going to take action on the Blessed Land business, he had a bad feeling. But he didn't expect that Ji Changsheng would act so quickly. Ji Changsheng had only been in Shenhua for a few days. The matter of Taiping Blessed Land was just resolved during the day. And now Ji Changsheng has set his sights on Danqing Blessed Land. Du Zongjiang really wanted to ask Ji Changsheng, aren't you tired? Obviously, Du Zongjiang didn't know Ji Changsheng very well. Ji Changsheng's efficiency was so high that even a mental patient like Li Changxi felt it was abnormal. Before Li Changxi could react, Ji Changsheng had already killed Bai Shizhi. With Ji Changsheng's efficiency, it was completely within his range to solve Taiping Blessed Land during the day and Danqing Blessed Land at night. Ji Changsheng. Danqing Fudi is not Taiping Fudi. We have never cheated customers who bought Danqing Fudi. If you want to take action against Danqing Fudi, Danqing Pavilion will not agree. And Xuandu Temple will definitely not agree. Ji Changsheng glanced at Du Zongjiang. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to represent Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple? Du Zongjiang said, my brother Du Zongxing. My father is Qinglian Sword Immortal. Du Zongjiang. Ji Changsheng smiled and knocked on his head with the handle of the knife, kindly reminding him, don't compete with me for background. I never care who your background is, because your background can't be stronger than mine. Du Zongjiang was dissatisfied. My brother is the direct disciple of the Pavilion Master. Ji Changsheng directly slapped this guy's 3 teeth with the handle of the knife. My senior sister is the daughter-in-law of Fairy Linglong. Am I proud? In fact, I am proud. Everyone bowed their heads, pretending not to see Ji Changsheng beating the prisoner. Ji Changsheng reminded him again in a friendly way. Recall how you harmed Zhuofanghua in the past. This time, we arrested you to help Zhuofanghua overturn the case. As for Danqing Fudi, we have to investigate whether there is anything wrong. Maybe you will confess some illegal things of Danqing Fudi in prison. Bah! You are dreaming. Du Zongjiang looked very stubborn. Ji Changsheng. Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand in Shenghua. I have explained the situation to my brother, and he will come to Shenghua in person soon. You are just ashamed of the golden elixir. So what can you do even if you are from Xuandu Temple? In a battle of the same level, my brother will definitely kill you with his sword. And Xuandu Temple can't save you. Du Zongjiang said this not just to Ji Changsheng. This is also for the Du family to hear. Don't be afraid of this devil in front of you. Our Du family has a stronger backing. Ji Changsheng smiled. I like people with tough bones. Lord Wei. Catch him and treat him well. And see how tough his bones are. Don't worry. Elder Ji. Wei Zhongxian readily agreed. Du Zongxing is a god in the eyes of the Du family. But Wei Zhongxian just came from Baohedian. The Xiongxing and Baohedian knew that in Ji Chongqing's eyes, Du Zongxing was just a dead bone in a tomb. It's okay if he doesn't move. If he dares to move, Li Chongxi will probably help Du Zongxing advance to the nascent soul stage. A dying person, no matter how famous he is, can't scare Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian is only afraid of Elder Ji's methods. So, he must treat Du Zongjiang well. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to care about Du Zongjiang. A dying man. Compared with Du Zongjiang, Chao Ziming still concerned him more. After confirming that Chao Ziming's injury was not serious, Ji Changsheng carefully instructed, Brother Chao, you are right to do this. And you have made great progress compared to before. Chao Ziming became excited. I am happy to get the recognition of my idol. But there is still room for improvement. Don't be proud. Chao Ziming humbly asked, please give me some advice. Brother Ji. Ji Changsheng said, you stabbed yourself with a sword. There is no need to say this. It is not necessary at all. When you are out in the world, you must learn to protect yourself. Chao Ziming nodded seriously. I know. I will pay attention next time. Ji Changsheng continued, also, since you want to frame Du Zongjiang for resisting arrest and attacking you, you can't stab yourself with a sword in public. You should walk to Du Zongjiang and pretend to whisper to him, so that the onlookers can't see the specific actions between you. At this time, you suddenly vomit blood and fly back, and then put the blame on Du Zongjiang. Without you saying more, the onlookers will naturally think that it was Du Zongjiang who did it. Chao Ziming's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he nodded repeatedly, Junior Brother Ji, you have a good idea. I learned it. I was wondering why people looked at me differently after I stabbed him with a sword. So that's why. Ing Hongye covered half of her face, unable to listen anymore. The incident of Ji Changsheng framing by Guanlin not long ago resurfaced in her mind. Everything was vivid in her mind. It was as if it happened again yesterday. She saw that Ji Changsheng was really teaching with all his heart. Chao Ziming was also really learning with all his heart. One dared to teach. The other dared to learn. It was difficult for her to comment on this. Danqing Pavilion asked Senior Brother Chao to go down the mountain. And it was indeed to let him improve his methods and experience. But it did not say that you should train him to be a demon who would do anything to achieve his goals. Ing Hongye sighed in her heart, feeling that after being led astray by Ji Changsheng, Senior Brother Chao would also be led astray. Fortunately, Senior Brother Chao's righteousness did not seem to be affected. Chongqing's aura of merit and virtue was not affected. Thinking of this, Ing Hongye's vision was also somewhat opened, and he refreshed his understanding of aura of merit and virtue and righteousness. Overall, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Brother Chao, you have made rapid progress, and I am still very pleased. Ji Chongqing hit a stick, but did not forget to give a sweet date. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a master. Look at Brother Chao. How well I have led him. Ji Changsheng would not be satisfied if Danqing Pavilion did not give me a big red envelope. Chao Ziming also felt that he was making rapid progress. It's all because of Brother Ji's good teaching. Chao Ziming told the truth. If it weren't for Brother Ji's guidance, I would have to bite the bullet and rush forward when I encountered such a thing. In the end, not only could I not uphold justice for Zhuo Fanghua, but I would also probably get myself involved. Although I have used some despicable means now, the result is good. If Zhuo Fanghua knew about it in the afterlife, he would definitely agree with my approach. Ji Changsheng patted Chao Ziming on the shoulder and reminded him again, your methods are not mean at all. There are no rules to deal with demons. Adults only look at the results. For the sake of justice, even if we are misunderstood by the whole world, it is no big deal. Chao Ziming nodded vigorously. I understand. And I understand more and more. Junior Brother Ji, I am grateful for your kindness. We still have a long time to live together. Just wait and see. I will not let you down. That, interrupt me. Ing Hongye couldn't listen anymore. People who don't know would think you two are a couple. Ing Hongye complained. You two don't have a long time to live together. Don't be so corrupt. It's not early today. Go back to sleep. There will definitely be a new round of storms in Shenhua tomorrow. And there will be intrigues. Ji Changsheng did too many things today. He took the Queen Mother as a dog. Killed the dog emperor. Killed the third prince. Drugged the Zhongzhen. They also arrested Du Zongjiang and moved the Du family. Each of these things, if picked out individually, would cause an uproar in Sheng State. Ji Changsheng did all of them in one day. It is conceivable that the court of Sheng State will be in an uproar tomorrow. The Zhongjin controlled by Ji Changsheng were on duty in the inner court at that time. Although there were ministers in the outer court, they were not many. So it cannot be said that he has completely controlled the court situation of Sheng State. Ying Hongye is reminding Ji Changsheng that he will be busy tomorrow. Ji Changsheng didn't care at all. There won't be any intrigue, Ji Changsheng said. Ying Hongye was surprised and said, how is it possible? Cha Sheng, you don't think that these old foxes in the court can follow your wishes, right? Ji Changsheng smiled and said, when I was not strong enough, I played tricks with them. Now that I have a stronger background and stronger strength than them, why should I play tricks with them? Those who can work for me will be kept, and those who can't will be sent to see Du Zongjiang. I don't have time to play with them. Ying Hongye, Cha Sheng, you are overbearing. No, I am the king. Ji Changsheng pointed out seriously, Hongye, I have a big fist, and everything I say is right. Ying Hongye, it is obvious that senior brother Chao has the biggest fist. Chao Ziming changed sides on the spot. I listened to junior brother Ji. Ying Hongye looked up at the sky. The stars are pretty. Anyway, go to bed early. Well, Hongye, you will accompany me to the Bai family cemetery tomorrow. What are you going to the Bai family cemetery for? Bai Shiji has made so many names for the blessed land business that I am getting more and more disgusted. If I don't grind his bones and scatter his ashes, my heart of Taoism will not be clear. Ying Hongye and Chao Ziming both knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Chao Ziming was full of admiration. Junior brother Ji, be careful. Death is the greatest. Bai Shiji is Linglong Fairy's husband after all. Although he is really disgusting and an absolute scum. But Linglong Fairy still has to give face. Ji Changsheng was silent for a moment and nodded. Brother Chao, your reminder makes sense. Although he already knew that Linglong Fairy and Bai Shiji had nothing to do with each other, he really couldn't challenge Linglong Fairy's bottom line again and again in public. Otherwise others would notice that there was something wrong between him and Linglong Fairy. And if that happened, Linglong Fairy would not be able to get off the stage. In that case, let's pretend to be members of the Du family. Ji Changsheng readily agreed. I will become Du Zongjiang. And Fairy Linglong will only vent her anger on the Du family. Chao Ziming looks up to a great man. Ying Hongye is speechless. Cha Sheng, is it necessary? People are dead. It is necessary. This kind of business of creating blessed lands has harmed countless ordinary people and casual cultivators. They should be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. Cursed by the world. And their bones and ashes should be pulverized. I killed him with just 2 shots before, which was too easy for him. If I don't pulverize his bones and pulverize his ashes, I will be sorry for my loyal heart. Ying Hongye, forget it. Just make you happy. Let's go together. I will make you happy too. Hongye, don't you think it's exciting to whip the corpse of Linglong Fairy's husband? Ying Hongye thinks Ji Changsheng is really poisonous. But to be honest, it is indeed exciting. Let's go together. The Ying family has never been afraid of anyone. Ying Hongye also gave it his all. Chao Ziming felt that if he didn't participate, he would be unsociable. Then I will come too? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. No problem. The 3 brothers and sisters should be together. Share happiness and let the Du family take care of difficulties. The next day. 6 gates. Ji Changsheng stepped into this place around 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, he had just returned from the Bai family cemetery. He was holding a small box in his hand. He fulfilled his mission, and Bai Shiji had been crushed to ashes. He came to see the interrogation of Wei Zhongxian. But the situation was not as optimistic as he imagined. Elder Ji, I am ashamed and sorry for your appreciation. Wei Zhongxian felt his face burning. Other people in the Du family have confessed many illegal things. But Du Zongjiang? I can't do anything to him. The torture instruments of the 6 gates and the inner court can't have much effect on the physical body of a Jiandan cultivator. And he clenched his teeth tightly. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. Du Zongjiang was, after all, an outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion, with a Jiandan stage cultivation. Although his magic power was sealed, his physical strength was still there. No wonder he was so confident in the face of Ji Changsheng last night. It's not your fault, but my negligence. Ji Changsheng had discovered the strength of the Jiandan stage physical body when he used explosives to bombard Bai Shiran before. He really didn't pay attention this time. He was a reasonable person. Since it was not Wei Zhongxian's fault, He would not blame Wei Zhongxian. Give me the confessions of the other members of the Du family. Wei Zhongxian quickly took the confessions of the other members of the Du family. Ji Changsheng flipped through them briefly, and found that Wei Zhongxian's overnight interrogation was still effective. A large family like the Du family has committed too many crimes. There may be some injustices if they are all killed. But there is absolutely no problem in killing 70% to 80%. Including many inside stories of Danqing Fudi. There are also many secret operations. These confessions alone are enough to set off a bloody storm in Shenghua. However, what made Ji Changsheng frown was that Du Zongjiang was basically not involved in these confessions. Danqing Fudi's secret operation has nothing to do with Du Zongjiang? Wei Zhongxian shook his head and said, Du Zongjiang is very careful. He has always kept himself out of the matter on the surface. It seems that he has never intervened in the affairs of Danqing Fudi. At least, he has not let other people in the Du family find any traces. Didn't find any clues related to Du Zongjiang and Zhua Fanghua's matter? Wei Zhongxian told the truth at that time. There were only Zhua Fanghua and Du Zongjiang in the room. The others were guarding outside and had no idea what happened. Du Zongjiang said that Zhua Fanghua fell from the building accidentally, and no one could disprove it. Du Zongjiang even said before that Zhua Fanghua deliberately took off her clothes to seduce him in exchange for the opportunity to be assessed in Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng's face darkened. From the existing evidence, it seems that we can't do anything to Du Zongjiang? Wei Zhongxian's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Elder Ji, please forgive me. Give me a little more time. I will definitely find out the truth. Du Zongjiang is the umbrella of the Du family in Shenghua. He can't run away. Ji Changsheng glanced at Wei Zhongxian's dark circles and didn't embarrass him anymore. Wei Zhongxian must have not slept that night. It was not Wei Zhongxian's fault that no evidence was found about Du Zongjiang. It was because Du Zongjiang himself was too clean and had already cleared himself. Okay. Leave the rest to me. Ji Changsheng said, you follow me and learn well. I have a nickname in Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple's #1 detective. Wei Zhongxian was instantly in awe. I will definitely study hard. Then Wei Zhongxian saw the high-end investigation methods of Xuandu Temple's #1 detective. Du Zongjiang? Do you plead guilty? Ji Changsheng asked. Du Zongjiang sneered. Speak with evidence. Can a disciple of Xuandu Temple frame the elder of Danqing Pavilion out of thin air? Ji Changsheng looked at Du Zongjiang in confusion, and said one sentence to Du Zongjiang. Why not? Du Zongjiang. Ji Changsheng smiled. Wei Zhongxian. Can you be sure that Du Zongjiang is guilty? Of course. If Du Zongjiang hadn't covered the Du family, the cancer of the Du family would have been eradicated long ago. Then, there is no problem. Ji Changsheng nodded. Since Du Zongjiang has been confirmed to be guilty, the rest of the matter is very simple. Du Zongjiang, you are so bold that you dared to touch the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband. At the end, Ji Changsheng was furious. Du Zongjiang was confused. When did I move Bai Shizhi's ashes? Ji Changsheng put the small box on the table. Now, Du Zongjiang's eyes were red with anger. Ji Changsheng, are you really going to frame me? Ji Changsheng flicked his fingers and cast a water curtain. In the water mirror technique, Du Zongjiang was grinding Bai Shizhi's bones and scattering his ashes. Du Zongjiang's eyes almost popped out. This is not me. Ji Changsheng was even angrier than Du Zongjiang. There is a video in the truth. And you dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Death is the greatest. And for the sake of Fairy Linglong, Ji will not touch Bai Shizhi's ashes. You are unscrupulous in order to embezzle the Bai family's property. After being angry, Ji Changsheng asked Wei Zhongxian again, did the Du family embezzle the Bai family's property? He was really not sure about this matter. Wei Zhongxian. Yes. Most of the Bai family's property in Shenghua fell into the name of the Du family. Ji Changsheng slammed the table and stood up. Du Zongjiang. You still said that you didn't target the Bai family. Du Zongjiang's steel teeth almost broke. Ji Changsheng. My brother is Du Zongxian. If you frame me like this, my brother will definitely not tolerate you. Oh, you mean Du Zongxian. Ji Changsheng nodded and ordered Wei Zhongxian, bring me pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and show me Du Zongjiang's previous letters. Wei Zhongxian quickly handed over pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and Du Zongjiang's previous letters. Ji Changsheng took a quick look and began to write. Dear brother, I am glad to see you in person. First of all, I wish you to make further progress in your cultivation and ascend to the position of the young leader of Danqing Pavilion as soon as possible. Brother, I want to tell you something. Chao Ziming has bad intentions, and wants to expose what we did back then. The girl named Zhua Fanghua is a brave and virtuous person. She was born to be the heir of Danqing Pavilion. If she joins Danqing Pavilion, it will definitely threaten your position. And she is indeed extremely beautiful. That's why I was greedy 2 years ago. First, I wanted to satisfy myself. And second, I didn't want to shake my brother's position in Danqing Pavilion. This matter had been suppressed by me. With you in the pavilion, no one knew about it. But Chao Ziming was ambitious and wanted to reopen the old case. Brother, you have to be careful of Chao Ziming. He not only wants to investigate Zhua Fanghua's death, but also wants to investigate our Danqing blessed land in Shenghua. Who doesn't need resources among practitioners? Brother, as the first person in Jindan, how can you hold your position without the support of Danqing blessed land? Even if there are some shady means. What does it matter? Chao Ziming investigated Danqing blessed land, and it was clearly aimed at you. Brother, please give me some advice. My opinion is that Chao Ziming can't stay. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. After writing the letter to Du Zongxing in Du Zongjiang's handwriting, Ji Changsheng blew a breath on the ink that hadn't dried yet. Du Zongjiang's eyes were red with anger. Ji Changsheng, you are framing me. You will die a miserable death. Ji Changsheng ignored the dying man, looked at the stunned Wei Zhongxian, and patiently instructed, have you learned it? High-end investigations often only require simple operations. Chapter 93. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice. The high-end operation of the first detective of Xuandu Temple gave Wei Zhongxian, the current spy chief of Shenghua, a little shock. Wei Zhongxian's knees softened, and he knelt directly. Elder Ji, don't stop me from kneeling. I'm learning this time. Ji Changsheng originally wanted to stop Wei Zhongxian, but after hearing what Wei Zhongxian said, he followed suit and did not continue to stop him. To bow down to power is a spineless person. To kneel down to a famous teacher because of humility is self-improvement. The latter should be encouraged. Elder Ji, I only have one question now. Wei Zhongxian asked. You say. Ji Changsheng was very patient. Wei Zhongxian said, if Du Zongjiang wants to remind Du Zongxing, he can just use the sound transmission note. Why must he write a letter? This is indeed a problem. What era is it now? Ancient things like letters have basically withdrawn from the stage of history. In response, Ji Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Little Wei, no wonder you could only be someone's adopted son before. Your thinking is not open enough. Wei Zhongxian never felt that his thinking was not open enough before. But since he saw the methods of Elder Ji yesterday, he realized that compared with Elder Ji, he really needed to learn a lot. Please give me some advice. Elder. Ji Changsheng gave serious advice. Why do criminals write letters? That's the criminal's business. What does it have to do with us? Why do we worry about it? Wei Zhongxian. Du Zongjiang. Ji Changsheng continued, we just found this letter. As for why Du Zongjiang wrote this letter, it should be Du Zongjiang's own question to clarify. We have no obligation to prove for him that he did not need to write a letter. Little Wei, you can't be too internal. It's too difficult to be all round. Instead of internalizing yourself, it's better to throw the problem to others. At this point, Ji Changsheng turned his gaze to Du Zongjiang, and instantly became majestic and murderous. Tell me, in this era, why do you still use such an old way of writing letters? Du Zongjiang was furious. Ji Changsheng, you will not die well. Ji Changsheng picked his ears, and felt that Du Zongjiang's vocabulary was a bit lacking. In the end, it was just the words not die well and frame up. Uneducated, Ji Changsheng once again threw out the water mirror technique, recording the whole process of Du Zongjiang cursing him, and then made a final conclusion. Du Zongjiang openly threatened the investigators, and took the lead in resisting the organization's review. Knowing the law and breaking it, the crime is even more serious. Wei Zhongxian knelt down to Elder Ji again. The 6 gates have a bad reputation. The inner guards are even more terrifying to the outer court. But they are really not so blatant. At least they have to go through the process of torture. Elder Ji really got it right in one step. And he clearly called a deer a horse. Ji Changsheng picked up the letter Du Zongjiang wrote to Du Zongxing, and read it carefully. Then commented, from Du Zongjiang's letter, we can see that he is an old guy, and his writing style is half white and half white. I understand why Du Zongjiang wrote to Du Zongxing. Wei Zhongxian humbly asked, why? Ji Changsheng said, The sense of ritual. These more retro old things all adhere to some more traditional ancient rituals. For example, writing letters, such as liking ancient style furniture decoration. By the way, is the style of the blessed land where the Du family lives 100 years ago? Wei Zhongxian shook his head. It is completely the current style. The Du family is very up to date. Ji Changsheng. It doesn't matter. Does the Du family collect a lot of antiques? This time Wei Zhongxian nodded. A lot. After all, antiques are valuable. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. So everything makes sense. Du Zongjiang himself is more retro. So he kept the ancient way of delivery such as writing letters. Du Zongjiang, you should confess as soon as possible. Leniency for confession. Strictness for resistance. And resistance to this elder's investigation will not have a good result. Du Zongjiang was so angry that he cried. For the first time in his life. A Jindan cultivator was so angry that he cried. Ji Changsheng was innocent. Little Wei, you testify for me. But I didn't touch him with a finger. This guy is trying to extort money from me. Wei Zhongxian nodded vigorously. Elder Ji is handsome. And everything Elder Ji says is right. He has no opinion. Du Zongjiang has an opinion. Ji Changsheng. Who can you fool with these evidences? Can you stop the gossips of the world? Can you hide it from the CNN investigation team? I am a member of the Du family. My brother Du Zongsheng. You want to frame me? It's not that easy. Really? Ji Changsheng was a little surprised by Du Zongjiang's confidence. Isn't it true what is said in this letter? Du Zongjiang. Isn't that what your Du family did? Du Zongjiang. Although the letter is forged, everything is true. I posted this letter. Do you think I will be the unlucky one? Ji Changsheng smiled. Du Zongjiang. Are you a little naive? If the CNN investigation team really wants to come down to investigate, do you think it will be me, or you who will be investigated in the end? I am upright and incorruptible. And I can withstand any investigation. Can your Du family withstand the investigation? Wei Zhongxian was amazed. Elder Ji. I understand. You are using the result to reverse the process. Ruzi is teachable. Since the result has been determined, why is it so difficult to reason about the process? As the first detective of Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng is very good at this. Du Zongjiang calmed down from his anger. Ji Changsheng's words just now poured a bucket of cold water on him. The letter was indeed forged. All the evidence was pinched by Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng's words just now grasped his vitals. The Du family really can't withstand the investigation of the CNN investigation team. Unless, thinking of this, Du Zongjiang retained a glimmer of hope. And then it was ruthlessly extinguished by Ji Changsheng. You are counting on Du Zongsheng to lead the CNN investigation team to Shunwu to investigate. Right? Ji Changsheng smiled, and picked up the confession that Du Zongjiang had just written again. Originally, with Du Zongsheng's status in the cultivation world, and the sword order of Fairy Linglong, cultivators above the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter Shunwu. As the recognized number one in the Golden Core stage, Du Zongsheng is really qualified to be the leader of this investigation team. Unfortunately, Elder Du put justice above his own family, and took the initiative to report his brother. In addition, the matter involves Du Zongsheng's own family. So he must avoid this matter, and even be involved in the investigation. Du Zongjiang's newly recovered sanity collapsed again. I didn't write this letter. If I say it is, it is. And if it is not, it is also. Ji Changsheng's laughter sounded so cold and piercing to Du Zongjiang. Du Zongjiang. When you used Du Zongsheng and Danqing Pavilion to bully others before, did you have this face? Du Zongjiang said angrily. If I have half of your bullying, I will die without a burial place. He was wronged. How could he be so shameless? Ji Changsheng sneered. The biggest difference between you and me is that I am bullying you, while you are bullying ordinary people who have no ability to resist. The strong swing their swords and draw their swords against the stronger ones. The weak swing their swords and draw their swords against the weaker ones. Junior brother Ji said well. Chao Ziming suddenly appeared and happened to hear Ji Changsheng's words, which instantly resonated with him. Junior brother Ji is a real warrior, and the Du family is just a borer. Chao Ziming looked at Du Zongjiang with disdain. Although junior brother Ji's methods were a bit extreme, junior brother Ji's purpose was good. Moreover, Du Zongjiang said that junior brother Ji bullied others by taking advantage of his power, and Chao Ziming didn't believe it at all. Apart from anything else, junior brother Ji just went to scatter the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband. Whose power? Who are you bullying? In Chao Ziming's mind, Ji Chongqing's current idol status is unshakable. The things that the Du family did made him more and more convinced that no matter what means Ji Chongqing used to deal with the Du family, it was necessary. Senior brother Du is the number one in the Jindan period, stronger than junior brother Ji, and his background is not weaker than junior brother Ji. But if the Du family does something illegal, junior brother Ji will still enforce the law impartially against the Du family. Du Zongjiang, you want to slander junior brother Ji's reputation, but you found the wrong person. Chao Ziming first refuted Ji Chongqing, and then said to Ji Chongqing, junior brother Ji, as you instructed, I went to find Zhuo Fenghua's parents. Du Zongjiang's face changed slightly. Ji Chongqing nodded and asked, what was the result? Are they willing to stand up and correct Du Zongjiang? In any case, Zhuo Fenghua is a victim. As long as her parents are willing, Ji Chongqing will definitely help them to seek justice and overturn Zhuo Fenghua's case. Of course, even if they don't want to, Ji Chongqing will use other methods to nail Du Zongjiang to death. Going to Zhuo Fenghua's parents, just thinking that if they are unwilling, then use Du Zongjiang's death to give them an explanation. Chao Ziming's tone was a little low. They don't want to show up. After a pause, Chao Ziming added, according to your reminder, junior brother Ji, I carefully observed that their family's current living conditions are good, and they have also moved into Danqing Fudi. Ji Chongqing was not surprised. It seems that Zhuo Fenghua's life was sold for a good price. Chao Ziming said unwillingly, junior brother Ji, otherwise I will go and persuade them again. With them coming forward, we can kill Du Zongjiang justified. No need. Ji Chongqing decisively rejected Chao Ziming's proposal. Without them, I can just as well kill Du Zongjiang. Zhuo Fenghua's parents are ordinary people. It is really difficult for them to stand up against the Du family. And we can't guarantee that we can uproot the Du family this time. Let alone guarantee that we will be around Zhuo Fenghua's parents for close protection at all times. If they stand up, it will be very dangerous. Brother Chao, we are doing a just thing. But there is no need to morally kidnap ordinary people in the name of justice. They are very fragile. When Ji Chongqing was on Blue Star, whether on TV or in reality, he saw many victims of moral kidnapping and their families stand up to seek justice for themselves, but ended up in greater turmoil and danger. And the protagonists, who helped them to uphold justice, were the ones who finally succeeded. No one cares about the final outcome of these victims. The protagonists also have no ability to protect these victims all the time. The result they finally achieved was to make themselves the embodiment of justice. Ji Chongqing and his team are now positioned as protagonists who seek justice for the victims. But Ji Chongqing has seen other victims get wet in the rain, and he doesn't want to tear up other people's umbrellas with his own hands. Because he really can't be a nanny. He can only be a good man with a knife. If they are willing to stand up, I will definitely help them fulfill their wishes. If they are not willing to stand up, let them continue to live their lives. The Du family, without Zhuo Fenghua, still has other ways to kill them. Chao Ziming took a deep breath and nodded to Ji Chongqing. Junior brother Ji, you are right. I can only help them vent their anger temporarily, and I can't protect them forever. If the Du family retaliates, I can't guarantee that they can stop it. I just can't accept it. Zhuo Fenghua died too unjustly. They are Zhuo Fenghua's parents. Can they really accept living in the blessed land that they bought with their daughter's life? Ji Chongqing said calmly, that's their business. Let them feel guilty. We don't have to point fingers. It is Zhuo Fenghua who has the right to accuse them, not us. Don't blame these ordinary people who have no ability to resist. The real perpetrator is Du Zongjiang. Ji Chongqing looked at Du Zongjiang. You are very lucky. You didn't kill Zhuo's parents, and you used money to shut them up. So you avoided dying in this matter. Du Zongjiang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Ji Chongqing would continue to frame him with Zhuo Fenghua's affairs. Just now, Ji Chongqing wrote in the letter that Zhuo Fenghua was a brave woman, which almost scared him to death. The bigwigs in the court of Shenghua all guessed that he was just having lustful thoughts. Ji Chongqing could actually guess that Zhuo Fenghua's death was related to his brother's status. And Du Zongjiang's soul was trembling. He almost thought that Ji Chongqing really knew the truth. He still kept his rationality, and knew that the Du family could do without anyone. But he must not implicate Du Zongqing. Only when Du Zongqing was alive and maintained his status as the #1 Jin Dan and the young master of Danqing Pavilion, could the Du family prosper forever, and he could also be prosperous and wealthy. So he absolutely did not want Ji Changsheng to continue to investigate Zhuo Fanghua's death in depth. But he still didn't know Ji Changsheng well enough. Ji Changsheng didn't need to investigate at all. It can be seen that you have a good relationship with Du Zongxian. Ji Changsheng asked Wei Zhongxian, "Does Du Zongjiang like women on weekdays?" Wei Zhongxian recalled. And then objectively said, "Like, but not excessively. Much better than 90% of the dignitaries in Shenghua. And except for Zhuo Fanghua, Du Zongjiang has basically never caused similar incidents. After all, he is the outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion. The style and rules of Danqing Pavilion are there. His image and character are much better than by Xiuran. But Zhuo Fanghua is dead." Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. He lowered his eyes and analyzed it in detail. Can a young girl who has only comprehended the righteousness on her own be more beautiful than those fairies who have already achieved success in cultivation? Chao Ziming shook his head. It's impossible. The spiritual energy in the mortal world is scarce. Even if there is a blessed land, it is difficult to compare with the fairies who have achieved success in cultivation and are immersed in spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level of female practitioners, the more beautiful they are. Zhuo Fanghua comprehended the righteousness on her own, and her strength in Qi training at most. She can't be too beautiful, let alone not enough to arouse the desire of a Jindan elder of Danqing Pavilion. Senior brother Chao finally understood what Ji Changsheng meant. Didn't Zhuo Fanghua die because of her appearance? Ji Changsheng sneered. Although Du Zongjiang is not a thing, he is the Golden Core elder of Danqing Pavilion after all. And his brother is the first Golden Core in the cultivation world. He is not a small figure. What kind of beauty has he not seen? Is it worth him to ruin his reputation and kill people to silence them? Du Zongjiang's strength is actually higher than Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng now looks down on ordinary beauties in the world. After all, they still poop and pee. Very disappointing. Du Zongjiang's taste is unlikely to be lower than Ji Changsheng. Real geniuses have privileges, compared with the attraction of a young girl with dirt still remaining in her pores. Isn't it more worthy of making friends with a future prodigy with unlimited prospects? Du Zongjiang is not a fool. As long as Zhuo Fanghua can cultivate a golden core in the future, giving Zhuo Fanghua a set of Danqing blessed land and investing in advance. Isn't it a loss? On Blue Star, those top scorers in the college entrance examination can get special treatment. Famous schools will scramble for it. The local officials will also beat the gongs and drums, focus on publicity, and even directly reward hundreds of thousands. Zhuo Fanghua is no longer an ordinary college entrance examination champion. He is the first in the country. He is the leading one by a huge margin. For such a genius, who would care about the rule that you cannot join the Danqing Pavilion if you don't buy the Danqing blessed land? As long as the person in charge of the assessment has a normal IQ, he will definitely give the green light to such a genius. Investing in such a genius in advance will definitely bring amazing returns in the future. Chao Ziming came to his senses. Junior brother Ji, you are right. It is not a loss to do this. And Zhuo Fanghua's talent, no matter how you look at it, is not limited to the Jindan level. So, Elder Du has been carrying the reputation of being a lecher for 2 years in vain. Looking at Du Zongjiang's gradually pale face, Ji Changsheng's smile became colder. Zhuo Fanghua did not die because of her beauty. Nor did she die because of her arrogance. She died because of her talent. I guess Zhuo Fanghua should be the legendary Qin Xin Dan, with the same level of talent as Qinglian Sword Immortal. In terms of talent alone, Zhuo Fanghua is even better than Du Zongxian. Du Zongjiang's face was already pale. Ji Changsheng did not need Du Zongjiang's recognition. The Du family will naturally try to win over a genius like senior brother Chao. After all, senior brother Chao is not as talented as Du Zongxian. His methods are not as ruthless as Du Zongxian, and his qualifications are not as strong as Du Zongxian. But what if a young disciple who is more talented than Du Zongxian appears? Chao Ziming gritted his teeth and said, "The pavilion master is in his prime, and is the revival master of Danqing Pavilion. Unless the pavilion master is willing to abdicate, he can still manage Danqing Pavilion for at least 100 years. 100 years is enough time for Zhuo Fanghua to grow up. By then, senior brother Du may not be the most popular candidate for the position of the next pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion. So, Du Zongjiang is just killing people. The knife. He didn't kill for himself, but for his brother." Ji Changsheng's voice made Du Zongjiang's body gradually stiffen. Even the Danqing blessed land built by the entire Du family is for his brother. For a cultivator, wealth, friends, and land. Wealth comes first. Without enough spirit stones, how can you support a Tianjia cultivator? As far as I know, Du Zongxing doesn't go down the mountain frequently, and he polishes every realm to perfection, which is completely different from me, the gened in shame who breaks through without understanding it. I spend merits in cultivation. So what does Du Zongjiang spend in cultivation? Chao Ziming took a deep breath. Spirit stones. Only spirit stones. If you don't take other shortcuts. The most orthodox way is to practice with spiritual energy. When you reach the level of Fairy Linglong, it's common to breathe in clouds and spit out mist. And you can naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly. But Jindan level practitioners don't have such strong strength. And the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly is very low. At this time, you can only rely on spirit stones. How many spirit stones does the first Jindan person need to spend in the Jindan realm? Ji Changsheng asked a heart-piercing question. Can the Du family afford the cost of the first Jindan person without some special methods? Very difficult. Chao Ziming did a simple calculation and knew that this was not very realistic. Although the pavilion distributes spiritual stones to us regularly, there is a certain amount. Moreover, the system in the pavilion is relatively fair. Although Du Zongxing, who is talented, can get more, merit is also very important. The fastest way to cultivate righteousness is to walk in the world, not to practice in seclusion. Du Zongxing's number of times going down the mountain seems to be less frequent than mine. Brother Chao, when did Du Zongxing advance to the Golden Core realm? 13 years ago. Wei Zhongxian. When was Danqing Fudi established? 12 years ago. TSK. This timeline is very subtle. Du Zongjiang? Your face seems to explain everything. Du Zongjiang panicked. Cold sweat soaked his whole body. Nothing. Nothing. Ji Changsheng. You are framing my brother. Am I framing him? He has hardly ever come down the mountain. You want to put all these black pots on him. It's just wishful thinking. No one will believe it. Ji Changsheng smiled. Brother Chao. Are you a human? Of course I am. Do you believe it? Chao Ziming hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, I believe it. Although there is no evidence to prove that Du Zongxing has anything to do with these things. But Ji Changsheng's analysis just now was very thorough, and Chao Ziming could not find any faults. The most important thing is, Brother Du has always been known for his intelligence and ability to judge people in the pavilion. He is praised not only for his talent, but also for his wisdom and talent. Otherwise, he would not be recognized by many elders as the young master of Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming's talent is not bad. But before in Danqing Pavilion, no elder had ever been optimistic about his ability to become the master in the future. Qinglian Sword Immortal is more powerful than Jiangxi, the master of Danqing Pavilion. But no one thinks that Qinglian Sword Immortal is more suitable to be the master of Danqing Pavilion than Jiangxi. Those who can be recognized by many elders as being able to be entrusted with important tasks may not be the most talented, but they must be smart enough. I can see clearly what Du Zongjiang did. Du Zongxing is 10 times more talented than me, and he has a closer relationship with Du Zongjiang. It is unreasonable to say that he was unaware of it. My brother has been practicing in seclusion. Chao Ziming, don't make up stories. About this, I have made some discoveries. Wei Zhongxian showed his presence at this time. After all, it was a sudden interrogation for a whole night. Although he did not arrest Du Zongjiang, he still found out a lot of things. Wei Zhongxian found 2 confessions and an account book. Elder Ji, Mr. Chao. These 2 confessions were given by the high-level officials of Danqing Fudi, and they are all Du Zongjiang's confidants. According to what they said, after most of the profit share of Danqing Fudi was handed over to the Du family, 90% of it finally flowed to Danqing Pavilion. It is precisely because of this that no one dared to provoke Danqing Fudi, and they did not dare to have any disloyalty. Ji Changsheng took the confession and the account book and flipped through them. Then he handed it to Chao Ziming. Du Zongjiang became more and more flustered. Ji Changsheng comforted, don't worry. This is not useful evidence. You did it very cleanly. You basically did not show up from beginning to end. Let alone Du Zongxing. With these evidences on paper, even you can't be accused. Let alone Du Zongxing. Du Zongjiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as the first detective of Xuandu Temple, I never need evidence to investigate a case. Ji Changsheng gave himself a thumbs up. Only by being unconventional can you get to the point. Junior brother G. Evidence is still needed. Chao Ziming dared to express a different opinion. His face was very ugly. No matter what, Du Zongxing is his last idol. It is painful to quit being a fan and step back. But he needs to have a formal explanation. Du Zongxing's position in Danqing Pavilion is more stable than your position in Xuandu Temple. If there is no evidence, it is difficult to do anything to him. Most of the people in Danqing Pavilion are gentlemen. If they don't see evidence, they will never touch Du Zongxing. And Du Zongxing's reputation is very strong. Junior brother G. If there is no hard evidence, you are likely to fall into a big trap on him. He is different from Du Zongjiang. Is that so? Yes. Junior brother G. You are not a disciple of our Danqing Pavilion. And you don't understand Du Zongxing's prestige in Danqing Pavilion. Evidence must be available so that the pavilion can initiate an investigation into him. I have an idea. What do you think, Sir Wei? Since Du Zongjiang wrote to Du Zongxing, Du Zongxing should have also written back to Du Zongjiang. Du Zongjiang was stunned. Wei Zhongxian was also somewhat enlightened. No wonder my family can only be a eunuch in this small country of Sheng. These disciples of the righteous immortal sect are too powerful. If my family fights with them, they will not survive a day. Wei Zhongxian asked cautiously, Mr. Chao, where do you think Du Zongxing's reply to Du Zongjiang should be placed? Chao Ziming thought about it, and also tried to say, I suspect that Du Zongxing's reply is hidden under the second tree in his backyard. What do you think, Sir Wei? What opinions can Wei Zhongxian have? He can only raise both hands in agreement. I think Mr. Chao's opinion is great. But there is a problem. What problem? There is no second tree in Du Zongjiang's backyard. Chao Ziming's old face flushed. It was the first time to do such a thing. And he still had no experience. Du Zongjiang was going crazy. Chao Ziming, what are you doing? Are you still a disciple of Danqing Pavilion? Aren't you afraid of violating the rules of Danqing Pavilion by doing this? Ji Chansheng raised his hand and slapped Du Zongjiang, interrupting his roar. Then he patted Chao Ziming's shoulder with satisfaction. Senior brother Chao, you have graduated. Chao Ziming's face flushed, and he said, it's all because of junior brother G's good teaching. Junior brother G, you said that my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. And everything I do is justice. Of course, everything we do is for justice. Ji Chansheng said solemnly, remember? Imitate Du Zongxing's handwriting as much as possible. Chapter 94 Helping others will help you go to the Western Paradise. Ji Chansheng felt that he had done a great deed. Although Brother Chao often blushed and avoided his eyes when he was upholding justice, he was completely different from when he first met him. Now Brother Chao has learned to hold the evidence with his hands. He has the same style as Ji Chansheng just now. In this case, Ji Chansheng must encourage Brother Chao to keep up the good work. Ji Chansheng had no idea who Du Zongxing was. And naturally he had never seen his handwriting. This evidence could only be given to Chao Ziming to make. Chao Ziming agreed immediately. When I was in the pavilion, I had a good relationship with Du Zongxing. So it's not a big problem to imitate his handwriting. After all, it is a world where you can practice. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion are also particularly good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Although Chao Ziming was not flexible enough before, the basic skills of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion were very solid. Imitating handwriting is just a piece of cake. In fact, imitating handwriting is not very useful. Just like Wei Zhongxian said before. Now everyone uses sound transmission notes. Who would write letters? Imitating handwriting is not important. What is important is that with these evidences, Danqing Pavilion must launch an investigation. Chao Ziming thought so. If senior brother Du is innocent, as long as the pavilion investigates it clearly, then I am willing to be punished by the rules of the sect. If senior brother Du is really the mastermind behind Danqing Blessed Land, then it is not excessive to deal with him by any means. I do all this for justice, without any selfish motives. And it is definitely not a deliberate frame-up. If I have misunderstood senior brother Du, I am willing to die to apologize. When saying this, Chao Ziming was surrounded by a righteous spirit, and it was obvious that it was a thought from the heart. But only Ji Chansheng believed it. Wei Zhongxian and Du Zongjiang didn't believe a word of it. Now in their minds, Chao Ziming has evolved into the messenger of justice second only to Ji Chansheng. Even with the guarantee of righteousness, they no longer believe in Chao Ziming's character. It can only be said that human joys and sorrows are not the same. Du Zongjiang was helpless and furious. Chao Ziming, You are so hypocritical. It's really disgusting. Chao Ziming didn't care about Du Zongjiang's insults at all. What kind of person you are. What kind of world you see. You think that the whole world is as selfish as you. But you don't know that there are saints like Ji Junior Brother in the world who are compassionate, wise and brave. Ji Changsheng almost blushed rarely. Wei Zhongxian bowed his head very hard to avoid his expression revealing his true thoughts on these words. And Du Zongjiang also completely collapsed. Why are you so shameless now? Can Ji Changsheng still be a good person? Junior Brother Ji is of course a good person. But you are blinded by one leaf, and can't see the righteousness of Junior Brother Ji shining with holy light. Chao Ziming said solemnly, in the past, I had a compassionate heart but no way to save the world. Since I met Junior Brother Ji, I realized it. First there are thunderbolt means. And then, there is a bodhisattva's heart. Du Zongjiang, you only see that Junior Brother Ji is oppressing you. But you don't see how many people who have been oppressed by you have been redressed because of Junior Brother Ji's existence. Junior Brother Ji's cruelty to you is kindness to the people of Shenghua. For the sake of the people of the world. Isn't it right for you, a bad person, to suffer? Chao Ziming's tone became more and more firm. And the slight shame of forging the letter just now completely disappeared until this moment. The righteous spirit became more solid because of this. Whether Senior Brother Du participated in Danqing Blessed Land, I am only 90% sure now. So I forged his letter. And I still feel a little ashamed. But who are you? Du Zongjiang? Does it matter what means I used to deal with a scum like you? Du Zongjiang's three views exploded. Is this the rule of Danqing Pavilion? Chao Ziming answered without hesitation. The rules of the pavilion are used to punish evil people. Not to stop me from doing righteous things? Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction again. Very good. Senior Brother Chao perfectly achieved the purpose of going down the mountain to train. Ji Changsheng decided that when he visited Danqing Pavilion in the future, he must ask the elders of Danqing Pavilion for a big red envelope as training fees. In order to help Danqing Pavilion train an excellent disciple, he did not hesitate to ruin his great and glorious image. The sacrifice was really too great. Du Zongjiang also felt that Chao Ziming had changed too much. You, how did you become like this? Ji Changsheng. You bewitched Chao Ziming. It must be you. Ji Changsheng, who was blamed, didn't bother to deal with this dying man. Okay. The matter of Du Zongjiang has been investigated almost. Wei Zhongxian. Do you think it's better to kill him or keep him? Wei Zhongxian carefully reminded Ji Changsheng of one thing, Elder Ji. Du Zongjiang is the outer elder of Danqing Pavilion. We only have the right to investigate, not the right to enforce the law. After a pause, Wei Zhongxian deliberately added, if Du Zongjiang had not resisted the law enforcement first and took the initiative to attack Mr. Chao, we would not even have the power to investigate Du Zongjiang. Wei Zhongxian increased the tone of the two words resisted the law enforcement and took the initiative to attack, making sure that Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming heard the key points. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Du Zongjiang committed a crime in Shenghua, but the Shenhua court has no power to enforce the law. This is simply unreasonable. This reminded him of some unpleasant history of Blue Star. Wei Zhongxian smiled bitterly and said, Elder Ji, the Xianmen Convention not only protects ordinary people, but also protects practitioners. So no matter what the results of our investigation are, if we want to execute Du Zongjiang, we need to send an investigation team again from all the major immortal gates to investigate. After they verify the facts, Danqing Pavilion will enforce the law. Too troublesome. Ji Changsheng likes efficiency, not trouble. I think he looks like a demon from the demon cult. And he should have been instigated by the demon cult. As a disciple of the righteous path, if you encounter a demon from the demon cult, everyone can kill him. Wait! Du Zongjiang didn't want to die yet. Ji Changsheng. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, you framed me like this. I don't accept it. Dead people don't need to accept it. Ji Changsheng never cared whether the other party accepted it or not when he killed people. He only cared whether the other party died or not. Du Zongjiang said loudly, everything in Danqing Fudi is reasonable and legal. You can't use Danqing Fudi to deal with me. As for Zhua Fanghua, I didn't kill her. She really committed suicide. Chao Ziming sneered first without Ji Changsheng saying anything. Du Zongjiang, don't tell me that Zhua Fanghua really seduced you on purpose and then jumped off the building to frame you? Du Zongjiang quickly said, I didn't seduce me on purpose. I admit that. But she really jumped off the building by herself. I didn't push her. Make it up. Keep making it up. Chao Ziming sneered. And he became more and more angry. The person is dead. And he is still making up stories about the dead. He is really not a human being. It is a great pleasure for junior brother Ji to kill him. Ji Changsheng looked at Du Zongjiang's dying struggle. But his heart moved. It seems that he is not acting. Du Zongjiang's next words made Ji Changsheng more determined in this idea. Zhua Fenghua's death has nothing to do with me. If you convict me of Zhua Fenghua's death, you will definitely be held accountable by Danqing Pavilion afterwards. Du Zongjiang threatened, even if everything is as Ji Changsheng said. I don't need to kill Zhua Fenghua. I just need to control her. Even if I really want to kill Zhua Fenghua, there are plenty of ways. Why do I have to put myself on the cusp of the storm? This statement can convince Ji Changsheng. With Du Zongjiang's cultivation and identity background, it is too easy to quietly kill a genius who has not yet risen. This is also the reason why Ji Changsheng had to cling to the master of Xuandu Temple and Li Changxi before. No matter how talented he is, before he turns all his talent into strength. A big shot is more important than talent. But this statement cannot convince Chao Ziming. Chao Ziming sneered, lust makes one blind. If a selfish villain like you suddenly wants to kill someone, or is a little willful, who can tell? Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Du Zongjiang was so angry that his liver hurt. Zhua Fenghua fell from the building on her own initiative. I even thought about saving her. But she died too quickly. I once suspected that someone was framing me behind this matter. But I didn't find any traces. Chao Ziming laughed in anger. You are so eloquent. Zhua Fenghua is dead. And you still let you slander her? You, Chao Ziming. You are hopeless. Du Zongjiang was furious. This idiot doesn't understand what people say. Ji Changsheng looked at the angry Du Zongjiang. And his thoughts began to diverge. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is behind Shenghua. There are many practitioners here. And various forces have sent people to watch. And there are all kinds of people. Even the stepmother has planted an undercover agent among the royal family of Shenghua. The Huangquan sect also took the prince of Shenghua under its command. Although Du Zongjiang is an outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion, but if someone wants to deal with him, it may not be false. At least Ji Changsheng dared to say that the stepmother must have the courage. There is also the means. It seems, even the motive. It is reasonable for the people in the demon sect to stab the righteous path when they see the opportunity. Isn't it? Ji Changsheng asked himself if he was the holy lady of Huan. He would definitely use that opportunity to discredit Du Zongjiang. He could also intercept a genius by the way. It not only strengthens one's own strength, but also weakens the opponent's strength invisibly. If the operation is done well, Zhua Fenghua can be sent to Danqing Pavilion as an undercover agent. In this way, Zhua Fenghua will be completely devoted to him. TSK. Thinking about it this way, the more I think about it, the more it seems that Saint Huan did it. Ji Changsheng is a man of action. Since he thought of this, he simply sent a message to Saint Huan using the sound transmission note. Madam, do you know Zhua Fenghua? Saint Huan, who was enjoying Zhua Fenghua's pleasant piano music, was a little confused when she saw the message sent to her by her chief son. Madam, stop pretending. You have arranged an undercover agent in the Shenghua Palace before. You must have heard of a genius of Zhua Fenghua's level. If I were you, I would definitely secretly rescue her, train her to be my own, and then send her to Danqing Pavilion as an undercover agent. Just a casual move. If Zhua Fenghua's talent is really as good as the rumors say, combined with her improved mind after this experience, she may have a chance to turn the tide in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't need her. Just consider it a good deed. It's even a good thing that you don't need her, which means your future is bright. Ji Changsheng swore to the heavens that he was just testing the Saint Huan with the idea of giving it a try. He had never expected that his inference would scare the Saint Huan. The heavenly demon sect. The soul-breaking palace. Saint Huan looked at her sound transmission talisman and was dumbfounded. Is this little guy the worm in my stomach? How does he know me so well? What he thinks is exactly the same as what I do. Is this what great minds think alike? Saint Huan was puzzled. How did you guess it was mine? Why didn't you guess it was done by Huangquan sect? Ji Changsheng saw Saint Huan's reply and was shocked. You may not believe it. But if you don't admit it, I will guess it was done by Huangquan sect next. He even planned to go to Zhua Fenghua's grave to open the coffin and examine the body to confirm whether she was dead or not. Maybe all this was speculation. And Du Zongjiang was just evading responsibility. I didn't expect Saint Huan to admit it so straightforwardly. Ji Changsheng glanced at the grief-stricken Du Zongjiang, thinking that your death was not unjust. What are you doing in such a high-level game? Are you worthy? Ji Changsheng replied to a one saint. The underworld sect like Huangquan sect does not have your pattern. And doing good deeds is more like your style. Madam. A Huan saint. Forget it. Whether you guessed it or found it out. You already know it. Xue Fanghua is indeed not dead. Baby. You destroy the Du family. And it is best to kill Du Zongxing as well. In this way, Xue Fanghua has an 80% chance of holding a high position in Danqing Pavilion 100 years later. By then, she owes me a life and owes you half a life. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. A very good deal. Danqing Pavilion is the top immortal sect of the righteous path. Moreover, after Fairy Linglong ascended, the qualifications of the temple master were not enough. And the status of the Danqing Pavilion master was even expected to be further improved. In this case, the future status of Danqing Pavilion will become more and more prominent. If Xue Fanghua can successfully ascend to the position, it will be a profitable investment for him and Saint Hawan. The Du family is doing the blessed land business. And this kind of investment is not decent at all. Saint Hawan directly started with the original shares. And this investment method is very decent. Is Xue Fanghua's talent really as good as the rumors? Ji Changsheng asked. Saint Hawan, heart of the zither and courage of the sword. He should be the true disciple of Danqing Pavilion by nature. And he has the same level of talent as the Qinglian sword fairy. Deal. Heart of the zither and courage of the sword are not important. What's important is that I can't stand the shitty things the Du family has done. Ji Changsheng said decisively. Saint Hawan, I understand. I also can't stand the Du family. They look righteous on the surface. But in reality, they are just thieves and prostitutes. There are few good people. If it weren't for the name of Danqing Pavilion, I would have destroyed them long ago. But my status is too high now. So it's not easy to take action. You have to do it. Ji Changsheng saw that Saint Hawan was indeed very strict with rules. But rather than saying that she didn't want to bully the weak, Ji Changsheng probably didn't dare to bully the weak. The rules set by Fairy Linglong were more restrictive than he imagined. Saint Hawan also reminded, find some suitable reasons before taking action. You really have to disguise yourself a little, and don't arouse the suspicion of the world. Ji Changsheng thought Saint Hawan had heard the news, and was a little alert. What? Is there a rumor in the outside world that I am a disciple of the demon sect? Saint Hawan, no. You are too proud of the demon cult. If the disciples of the demon cult had your methods, would they still be disciples of the demon cult? Ji Changsheng. It sounds like he is praising him, but it also sounds like he is scolding him. Saint Hawan, no one doubts that you are a disciple of the demon cult. And this is the biggest trouble. You are so radical that people feel that the identity of a disciple of the demon cult is not worthy of you. So how can the righteous path accommodate you? Ji Changsheng, don't worry. I have always been kind to others. And I never do things like killing without teaching. I only kill demons of the demon cult with conclusive evidence. Saint Hawan, just be happy. Let me remind you that the death of the Emperor of Shenghua cannot be concealed. The major sects will definitely send investigation teams to Shenghua. So if you want to nail the Du family to death, you must have conclusive evidence. Killing without teaching is very disadvantageous to you, and it is not easy to get away with it. Understood. Ji Changsheng ended the conversation with Saint Hawan. At this time, Du Zongjiang also completely gave up communicating with Chao Ziming. He felt that Chao Ziming didn't understand what people were saying. But he believed that Ji Changsheng could understand. Ji Changsheng. If I die, you and Danqing Pavilion will not be able to explain. Xue Fanghua's death may implicate my brother. But if you avenge her, it will definitely implicate you and Chao Ziming. I know very well what I have done. And I know even better what I haven't done. Before Ji Changsheng could reply, another voice sounded in the cell. Du Zongjiang? You really deserve to die. Ji Changsheng looked at the person who came. Hongya. How is the investigation going? After returning from Bai Shiji's grave, Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming separated. Ji Changsheng came to Liaoshenmen to see the result of Wei Zhongxian's overnight interrogation. Chao Ziming went to visit Xue Fanghua's parents. Ing Hongya went to collect information about Danqing Fudi. In terms of being resolute and swift, Ji Changsheng is not inferior to anyone. And his efficiency is so high that it can scare Du Zongjiang to death. Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming also cooperated very well. They tried their best to do what Ji Changsheng asked them to do. Chao Ziming did not get a satisfactory result from Zhuofenghua's parents. But Ing Hongye found a very useful reason for killing in Danqing Fudi for Ji Changsheng. Shocking. Ing Hongye's tone was full of murderous intent. Du Zongjiang. If he is not killed, it will not be enough to appease the people's anger. It will not be enough to comfort the people. It is not enough to be humane. Ing Hongye. What nonsense are you talking about? Du Zongjiang is not afraid of Ing Hongye. Du has acted uprightly, and has never violated the rules of Danqing Pavilion. If you have evidence, just bring it to me. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming did not find any evidence to prove his guilt. He relied on his own efforts to make ends meet. He did not believe that Ing Hongye could find out. Ing Hongye sneered. Do you think Danqing blessed land is clean? Hearing Ing Hongye talking about Danqing blessed land, Du Zongjiang was certain and said confidently, Danqing blessed land is of course clean. We are not the same kind of people as Sheng Taiping. Danqing blessed land is fair to everyone. We provide a service for each spirit stone. And the spirit gathering array diagrams provided are all in line with the grade. Ing Hongye. Don't compare Danqing blessed land with Taiping blessed land. There are good and evil people in cultivation. And how can the merchants of blessed land be generalized? In Shenghua, Danqing blessed land has always been known for its conscience. Without saying anything, Ing Hongye slapped him hard. After slapping him, Ing Hongye felt a little regretful, and wiped his hands carefully with a handkerchief. I really dirty my hands by hitting a scum like you. You, Du Zongjiang, a Jindan elder of Danqing Pavilion, was last humiliated like this, just now. Well, Du Zongjiang is a little used to it. Ing Hongye, don't go too far. Hongye, what did you find out? Ji Changsheng asked. Ji Changsheng certainly didn't think that Danqing Pavilion would have no problems. The Du family's style of doing things didn't seem like they could make decent money. Facts have proved that the Du family is indeed not decent. Ing Hongye handed Ji Changsheng a stack of information. Du Zongjiang said that he is different from Sheng Taiping. He is indeed different, but equally disgusting. Or even more disgusting. Ing Hongye's disgust was evident in her words. Danqing Fudi and Taiping Fudi have different ways of defrauding money. But they are essentially the same. Danqing Fudi invented a new term. If it is enough. Chao Ziming. I don't understand. I went to Danqing Fudi to take a look. The area written on the Fudi certificate and the actual living area of the Fudi can differ by 30% or even 50%. However, people who buy Fudi buy it according to the area price written on the Fudi certificate. Ing Hongye looked at Du Zongjiang. Murderous, in the words of Danqing Fudi. Is the area of Fudi enough? Is it enough? If it is enough, it is enough. Chao Ziming was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Is there such a shameless statement in the world? Not only that, when the guests of Danqing Fudi expressed dissatisfaction, Du Zongjiang once publicly expressed his opinion as the elder of the outer sect of Danqing Pavilion, saying that the actual living area of Fudi was not enough. It was to protect the rights and interests of the buyers of Fudi. It was a fair and reasonable approach and helped to maintain the overall interests of Fudi. Ing Hongye sneered. He is the elder of Danqing Pavilion. Who dares to object if he says so? Chao Ziming tasted this operation and quickly became murderous. Du Zongjiang, you really deserve to die. If you deserve to die, let him die. Ji Changsheng finished reading the information Ing Hongye gave him, and then verified it with the files after Wei Zhongqian's sudden interrogation, confirming that it was indeed as Ing Hongye said. Du Zongjiang, do you have anything to explain? Ji Changsheng gave Du Zongjiang a chance to defend himself. Du Zongjiang tried hard to grasp. This is all for the benefit of those customers who bought Danqing Fudi. You don't understand. If the actual living area and the paper area are completely consistent, it means that the public facilities of this Fudi are very inadequate, which will affect the overall living quality of the Fudi. I see. Ji Changsheng's tone was very understanding. Du Zongjiang, the world is like a sea of suffering, and living a moment longer is torment. I'm sending you on your way for your own good. No need to thank me. The magic knife was raised. The head fell. Wei Zhongqian, find the person who created the term Rugo. The world is full of sufferings. For their own good, send them to the Western paradise to enjoy happiness. It is such a simple thing to help others. Who wouldn't do it? Chapter 95. One man's success brings prosperity to all his family. Wei Zhongqian would certainly carry out Ji Changsheng's orders without hesitation. Du Zongjiang's previous experience was still fresh in his mind. This was the outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion. And Ji Changsheng killed him just as he said. This really opened Wei Zhongxian's eyes. He only wanted to cling to Elder Ji's thighs, and never wanted to stand on the opposite side of Elder Ji. I will go now. Also, tell the Queen Mother that I want to make the word Rugo disappear forever. The casual cultivators and common people who were deceived by this word before should compensate for the blessed land and the spiritual stones. Wei Zhongxian did not agree decisively this time. He first expressed his attitude, Elder Ji. I absolutely support your decision. But this matter is difficult to proceed, because the National Treasury does not have enough spiritual stones. Compared with the area of Xinghua's blessed land that disappeared, the National Treasury definitely cannot afford to pay. First express your position. I support you. But objective conditions do not allow it. A good cook cannot cook without rice. You have to make a decision. Although he only followed Ji Changsheng for one day, Wei Zhongxian also understood that Elder Ji was definitely a result-oriented boss. No matter how readily he agreed before, as long as the final result was not good, he might immediately go to the Western Paradise with Du Zongjiang to enjoy happiness. So Wei Zhongxian must first put forward the objective conditions, and then do things according to Elder Ji's instructions. Ji Changsheng did not make things difficult for Wei Zhongxian. If he couldn't turn into a spirit stone, Wei Zhongxian certainly couldn't do it either. But in this world, there is a solution to basically anything. It just depends on whether you are willing to scrape the bone to cure the poison. Ji Changsheng was willing. Anyway, it wasn't his bones that were being scraped, but it was the poison of the entire Shang kingdom that was being cured. Let the emperor issue an imperial decree to cancel the as long as enough measure. In the future, if there is a discrepancy between the area and the area on the blessed land certificate, the penalty will be 10 times the amount. For those that were missing in the past, there will be no need to pay 10 times the amount. Just pay according to the 1-to-1 ratio. Chao Ziming was convinced. Junior brother Ji, you are really kind-hearted. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. I think so too. Wei Zhongxian didn't dare to refute. He just said, it's okay to let your majesty issue an imperial decree. Anyway, the current emperor of Shang Kingdom is just a brick. Wherever they are needed, they will move there. He couldn't even speak, and his imperial decree was just a formality. Whatever the Queen Mother said was what it was. Whatever Elder Ji said was what the Queen Mother said. Even your majesty can't make money, Wei Zhongxian reminded. Ji Changsheng lowered his eyes, and his voice was like a cold venomous snake, which made Wei Zhongxian shudder. Your majesty has issued an imperial decree, and there will definitely be people who will oppose it. Wei Zhongxian nodded subconsciously. Although the emperor is good, the saying that bad things are done by the subordinates is definitely an insult to people's IQ. But the interests of the emperor and the subordinates are not tied together in all things. Many times, the subordinates will also work together to tacitly stop what the emperor wants to do. The imperial power is very strong, but it cannot sweep the world, especially in this world where you can practice. The imperial power is actually not as strong as that of the ancient blue star. It's these opponents that we want. If there is not enough money, go to them. Ji Changsheng said faintly. Search the homes of these opponents, and the spirit stones will naturally be enough. Wei Zhongxian. What? Do you have any other opinions? Ji Changsheng looked at Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian shuddered and said decisively, Elder Ji is concerned about the country and the people. I admire him very much and have no opinions. I will report to the Queen Mother and convey Elder Ji's instructions. Ji Changsheng continued to instruct. It's not my instructions. It's your majesty's instructions. All this is your majesty's intention. It has nothing to do with me, you, or the Queen Mother. Wei Zhongxian nodded seriously. I understand. Seizing property is not a good reputation. And those who were seized also have backgrounds. The Deputy Prime Minister had made it clear before that many of their descendants had joined the major immortal gates. So if you want to move them, you need a nominal scapegoat. The new monarch who just ascended the throne is very suitable. Although Ji Changsheng is not afraid. As a righteous person, he can do righteous things and get blood on his hands. But he must stand up for the righteous cause. Do a good job for me, and I will give you a golden jade pill when I leave Xinghua. Wei Zhongxian was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Ji. In this world where you can practice, some injuries can be healed. For example, these eunuchs who were castrated. Unless they use special methods, ordinary castration cannot stop the means of practice. Only when they reach the level of the elders who preach the scriptures, and their limbs are crushed by Yu Lao Imo himself, There is no possibility of recovery. It cannot be said that there is no possibility. But it depends on the elixir of the prehistoric fairyland. The elixir of this world cannot do it. But Ji Changsheng can make Wei Zhongxian recover. The golden jade Duanqi pill is not a precious elixir in Xuandu Temple. It is used to restore broken limbs. For Ji Changsheng, it is easy to buy a golden jade Duanqi pill. But for Wei Zhongxian, if there is no Ji Changsheng, this is a treasure that he will never see in his life. Work hard. This elder never treats his own people badly. I understand. Wei Zhongxian left the prison with murderous intent. This trip must be the end of many princes and nobles. But Wei Zhongxian saw his bright future. Ying Hongya looked at Ji Changsheng, and the applause represented her admiration. Changsheng, have you been in the court before? Why do you say that? You are so skilled in framing others, calling a deer a horse, and controlling people's hearts, including controlling your subordinates. Ying Hongya felt inferior. I have been trained by the royal family of Ingwas since I was a child. But my methods in this regard are not even half as good as yours. Before meeting Ji Changsheng, Ying Hongya never felt stupid. Among her peers, she has always been considered the most mature. But after meeting Ji Changsheng, Ying Hongya opened up a new world. It is surprising that people can be so shameless. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I have really been through it. The intrigues at the end of the universe are much more intense than those of you who are still in the feudal ancient times. At that time, the rules and regulations were more complete, and the supervision was more stringent. You must use justice to achieve your goals. It is different under the feudal ancient system. The means do not need to be so fair, so they do not need to be too high-sounding. Although Ying Hongya received an orthodox royal elite education, the difficulty of learning from top to bottom and climbing from bottom to top is naturally different. Moreover, one relies on teachers to teach and books to learn, while the other is taught and learned in reality. Ji Changsheng naturally makes greater progress than Ying Hongya. Junior sister Ying, what are you talking about? Chao Ziming was not happy to listen. Junior brother Ji is just worried about the country and the people. He used some tricks based on his worry about the country and the people. I didn't see any of the framing, calling a deer a horse, and manipulating people's hearts. I only saw junior brother Ji's loyalty, and saw junior brother Ji upholding justice for the people and casual cultivators who were unable to protect themselves. Whoever accuses junior brother Ji is my enemy. What can Ying Hongya say? She could only roll her eyes at Ji Changsheng and complain. Changsheng, look at what you have done to brother Chao. Don't go to Danqing Pavilion in the future. I'm afraid you will go in sideways and come out lying down. Ji Changsheng shrugged. Hongya, believe me, the elders of Danqing Pavilion will definitely be very grateful to me. Brother Chao has perfectly achieved his purpose of going down the mountain to train. And all this is my credit. It is indeed your credit. But it does not affect the elders of Danqing Pavilion from beating you up. Ying Hongya said, believe me, Danqing Pavilion's original intention is definitely not to let Brother Chao become this kind of person. You are too strong. Those elders just hope that Brother Chao will gain more experience and means, not to train you as a demon from the demon cult. Chao Ziming frowned more and more. Sister Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? How did I become a demon from the demon cult? Don't you see the righteousness flashing in me? Chao Ziming released his righteousness again. The light of righteousness flickered in the cell. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Hongya, what you said is indeed wrong. If the demons of the demon cult have such means, can they still be demons of the demon cult? Are they worthy of accusing Brother Chao? If the demons of the demon cult can also shine with holy light when walking in the world, they can really be the holy cult. What a pity. The special effects of the skills of the heavenly demon cult are demon cubs at a glance. Ji Changsheng simply hates this. If he didn't know illusion, he really couldn't hide his identity as a disciple of the heavenly demon cult. At least disguise it. Xuandu Temple cultivates the spirit of merit, shining with golden light. Danqing Pavilion cultivates the spirit of righteousness, pure and flawless. What about the heavenly demon cult? It's either a sea of blood or a mountain of bones. Or there are gusts of cold wind and the roar of resentful souls. Even so, they still brag that they are the holy cult all day long? How can people believe it? As the young leader of the heavenly demon cult, Ji Changsheng is very worried about his future. When I go to the heavenly demon sect in the future, I must teach those idiots of the demon path and let them see how the holy sect is practiced. Ying Hongya looked at Ji Changsheng, who was arguing, and Chao Ziming, who was deeply possessed by the devil, and shook her head helplessly. I know where my problem is. No wonder I am the weakest among the three of us. What's your problem? I am not as shameless as you. Cha Sheng. Nor as simple as Brother Chow. Cultivation must go to the extreme. And I am stuck in the middle. The aura of merit and the aura of righteousness are not what I thought before. It seems that I have to adjust my cognition in time. Ing Hongya actually made rapid progress. She just met a pervert like Ji Chansheng. Breaking through the realm is calculated in days. And Fairy Ling Long was not so exaggerated back then. So Ing Hongya was somewhat stimulated. Chao Ziming followed Ji Chansheng to learn. And his cultivation level actually made a huge breakthrough in a short period of time, which also stimulated Ing Hongya. However, Ing Hongya was still a little unwilling. I am a princess of Ing country. A fairy of the righteous way. Do I have to learn from you? Cha Sheng. How to be a demon called demon girl. Ing Hongya sighed to the sky. Senior brother Chow has no brains. But I still have some. Cha Sheng. If I follow you. Unless you can be invincible in the world. Sooner or later everyone in the world will be your enemy. Ing Hongya didn't think Ji Chansheng was an undercover of the demon cult. Again, the disciples of the demon cult are really not so arrogant. Not so unscrupulous. But Ing Hongya felt that Ji Chansheng was much more exaggerated than the disciples of the demon cult. And much more dangerous than the disciples of the demon cult. Ji Chansheng patted Ing Hongya's shoulders and said, Hongya, senior sister once discussed with me the situation in the prehistoric fairyland and came to a conclusion. The so-called Daozu and the six saints are invincible. Which actually means that Daozu has achieved enlightenment and his family members have ascended to heaven. Before that, the six saints and the Jade Emperor had not opened up a gap with other quasi-saints. And some were even obviously inferior to other Daoyuo. Ing Hongya's face changed color. Chansheng. Are you crazy? You dare to discuss such a topic? It doesn't matter. The master of the temple has explained that Master Tai Ching has made frequent changes in the prehistoric fairyland. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. And the saints can't rely on the heavenly secrets to lock everything. Now is the best time to talk about these topics. Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming were both moved. They really didn't know these things. Ji Chansheng continued. What can you learn from the rise of the six saints and Haodian God? Ing Hongya pondered and said, Is standing in line more important than ability? Ji Chansheng looked at Ing Hongya with approval. I said that you have a future. Hongya. And you are right. Stand on the right side first. Then show your ability. Back then, the two tribes of witches and liches were invincible in the world. So strong that they didn't take Daozu seriously at all. And they all claimed to have the power to kill saints. But now they have been blown away by the wind and rain. Among the six saints. Let's not talk about the three pure ones and Nuan Yang for now. Just talk about the two of the Western Church, who all relied on loans from the heavenly Tao to become saints. According to my senior sister, she can beat the two Western saints as Daoyuo. What's the use? Tian Xingjuan is cold and aloof. And he is alone. But the two Western saints have Daozu's thighs to hold. So they have the last laugh. Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming were silent. One of them is a princess of Ingwe. And the other is a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. They both have followers. So they actually know a little about the information of the six saints. The three pure ones are the best in the world in reincarnation skills. They are the incarnations of Pangu, the great god, and are born with infinite merits of creation. Ji Chansheng is now desperately trying to gain merits. But all the merits he gained are acquired merits. The three pure ones have Pangu's merits of creation since the day they were born, which is innate merits. In terms of reincarnation skills, the three pure ones are born at the end. They are more authentic than the Taoist ancestors. Comparing with them is just asking for trouble. No matter which of the three is in power, they can basically win. Nuan Yang is of a higher generation than the three pure ones. The most important thing is that when Nuan Yang was in the era when the two tribes of witches and demons dominated the prehistoric fairyland, she was already one of the four emperors of the demon clan. And she was at the top of the food chain. All parties have no objection to Nuan Yang's ability to become a saint. What the other quasi-saints are most dissatisfied with are the two saints of the Western Church. The three pure ones relied on the origin of Pangu Yuanshan. And Nua relied on strength and qualifications to convince the public. But before the two saints of the Western Church embraced the thigh of Daozu, they were only at the middle level in Daoyuo. It was not their turn to queue up. Li Changxi was very dissatisfied. The moon shines on the heavens. In her words, she could make the territory of the Western Church fall into a permanent predicament if she was unhappy back then. And the two saints of the Western Church could not do anything to her. The reason why the two saints of the Western Church can rise to power is all because of their good thighs. The two saints of the Western Church made countless great wishes to the heavenly Tao, saying that I will do these things after I become a saint, provided that I can become a saint. Then the heavenly Tao lent them the strength of the saints, and they used the strength of the saints to repay the debts owed to the heavenly Tao. Do you understand? Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming both nodded. Ing Hongya complained directly, this is similar to the business model of Blessed Land, and there is no difference in essence. When Sheng Taiping did the Blessed Land business, he also borrowed spirit stones from Tontian Chamber of Commerce first. After the Blessed Land was built, he sold the Blessed Land, and then slowly repaid the loan to Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The two saints of the Western Church just changed the borrowing of spirit stones into borrowing cultivation. And the object of the borrowing changed from Tontian Chamber of Commerce to Tian Dao. To put it bluntly, it was a backdoor. At Tontian Chamber of Commerce, people without backgrounds could not borrow spirit stones at all. And at Tian Dao, they only lent the cultivation to the two saints of the West, not to other quasi-saints. The cultivation of a Daoyuo saint. Ji Changsheng snapped his fingers. Essentially, that's what it is. So there are differences between saints. The three pure ones and Nuwa are real saints. But the two Western saints are saints who have borrowed money. They are prepaying their future cultivation in advance. In essence, they are quasi-saints. And the heavenly Tao has forcibly strengthened them. The problem is that the heavenly Tao is the Tao ancestor. So to put it bluntly, the Tao ancestor is supporting his own people. If you hold the right thigh, a pig can help you get to the top. It has been like this since ancient times, and it will still be so in the future. Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming did not refute. Although the saints are high above, Ji Changsheng's analysis is well-founded. Apart from the filter of saints, the three pure ones rely on their origins. The two Western religions rely on their connections. And only Nuwa relies on merit and self-struggle. In fact, I admire Nuwa the most, Ji Changsheng said. So he is also on the road of merit. So to put it bluntly, when you reach the level of a saint, it also depends on your team and background. Hongya, don't you think I have the appearance of a saint? Ji Changsheng suddenly changed the topic, and Ing Hongya almost didn't react. Changsheng, you said you have the appearance of being invincible in the world. I reluctantly agree. You said you have the appearance of a saint, but you are a bit exaggerated. As a human being, you still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Let's take a step back and say, do I have the appearance of being invincible in the world? Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming nodded subconsciously. In terms of strength, Ji Changsheng is still far behind. But in terms of means and courage, they have never seen anyone stronger than Ji Changsheng among their peers. Imagine that 100 years later, I will be in charge of Xuandu Temple. Senior brother Chao will be in charge of Danqing Pavilion. And Hongya, you will be the emperor of Ing State. At that time, whether the world will be in chaos or not, the three of us will have the final say. Ing Hongya and Chao Ziming were involuntarily put into the future described by Ji Changsheng. To be honest, it is very tempting. Even for Chao Ziming, it is very tempting. He had never thought of being the head of Danqing Pavilion before, because he also thought from the bottom of his heart that Du Zongxing was more suitable than him. But after seeing what the Du family did, Chao Ziming's idea has been shaken. Senior brother Du is not as good as he thought. In this case, there are some things that should be done. He has never been the kind of person who evades responsibility, and he feels that he has made great progress recently. He was indeed not suitable to be the head of Danqing Pavilion in the past. But now, he is learning from Ji Changsheng. Who says that if he was not suitable before, he will not be suitable in the future? Besides, isn't there junior brother Ji to guide me? Chao Ziming is like this. Ing Hongya is even more excited. Her ambition has been greater than Chao Ziming's from the beginning. Although Emperor Ing was defeated that year, the Ing kingdom has not been destroyed. The fire is still there. It's just that Ing Hongya didn't see the hope of a spark turning into a prairie fire before. But from Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongya saw a glimmer of such hope. Because Ji Changsheng is really shameless, and really has great means. The most important thing is that she is willing to believe Ji Changsheng. Although Ji Changsheng does things by any means, he has never had a criminal record against his own people. Whether it is for her or Chao Ziming, Ji Changsheng is sincere in exchange for sincerity. Ji Changsheng's sword is only for external enemies. Only by following such a ruthless, but always protecting his own boss can you feel safe. Ing Hongya is not naive. If Ji Changsheng is as pure and flawless as Chao Ziming, she really dare not pin her hopes on Ji Changsheng. It is precisely because Ji Changsheng is unscrupulous that he is more worthy of trust. Hongya, you have both background and talent. But the historical legacy of Yingwei is too serious. You will not be able to reach the highest point if you stay in Xianan, whether in Xuandu Temple or Danqing Pavilion. You know this very well, Ji Changsheng said. Ying Hongya nodded. This has nothing to do with her talent. The past of Ying State is there. None of the major immortal sects would allow the descendants of Emperor Ying to become their own boss. Even Danqing Pavilion is impossible. Because Danqing Pavilion is still a cultivation sect after all. They can support Ying State, but it must be an independent support, not a vassal of Ying State. Brother Chao, your talent and means are not the best. Theoretically, you are not qualified to compete for the top immortal sect master in the world. Chao Ziming also nodded. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, but these are not important. I say you can do it. You can do it. Follow me. I will help you get a position in Ying State and Danqing Pavilion. Believe me, no one is more suitable than you. There has never been a savior. We have to rely on ourselves. And we can't pin our hopes on others. Chao Ziming was completely convinced. Brother Ji is right. There has never been a savior. We have to rely on ourselves. Ying Hongya also nodded slowly. When one person succeeds, all his family members will prosper. When I succeed, Senior Brother Chao, you and Hongya will win together. I can't trust others, and I can only trust you. Senior Brother Chao, you should be a chicken. Hongya, you will be comfortable. Just be a beautiful dog for me. Ying Hongya kicked him out. She couldn't tell whether this guy's last sentence was a sincere exchange of sincerity with her. Chapter 96. Suffering for you gentlemen. His Majesty is responsible for the curse. Ji Changsheng, I can't kill you. Ji Changsheng raised his hands in surrender. In another direction? Hongya, you really can't kill me. You can't even see through my illusion. Ying Hongya was so angry that the panda's cup size grew a size bigger. Ji Changsheng, if you don't let me kick you, today's matter won't go through. Okay. Ji Changsheng stood still and let Ying Hongya kick him, easing his anger. On the other side, Chao Ziming looked at Junior Brother Ji and felt a little touched. Junior Sister Ying still didn't see through Junior Brother Ji's illusion. But Junior Brother Ji is really gentle. And he is willing to use illusion to deceive Junior Sister Ying. The result is perfect. I learned it from Junior Brother Ji again. Although this trick has not been put to use yet. After all, the premise of using this trick is to provoke a woman first. Senior Brother Chao has been practicing hard for decades. And he still maintains Yuan Yang. Very simple. Ying Hongya thought that Ji Changsheng let her kick him. And she was indeed relieved. After all, Ji Changsheng's cultivation was higher than hers. He was willing to let her kick him, which was obviously intentional. He has me in his heart. With this idea, Ying Hongya did not delve into it. She regained her rational thinking, and then realized a problem. Changsheng, you have a good plan. But can you take charge of Xuandu Temple? If Ji Changsheng can really take charge of Xuandu Temple, with the strength of Xuandu Temple and Ji Changsheng's methods, Ying Hongya really believes that Ji Changsheng can support her and Chao Ziming to the top. The premise is that Ji Changsheng can really take charge of Xuandu Temple. What you are going to do now is a sign that the whole world is your enemy. Ying Hongya reminded, do you want to ease up your methods? Ji Changsheng smiled. To be the leader of the world's largest force, of course you must have the greatest courage in the world. If I only follow the rules, then I can only achieve the achievements of following the rules. That's what I said. But you have offended too many people. And they will definitely stop you from moving up. Then just kill them all. Ji Changsheng did not hide his murderous intent. The great way is to fight for the front. And there is no retreat. They are my enemies. So I will naturally not hold back. And Hongya, you only see potential enemies, not my potential allies and supporters. Allies? Who? You? Ji Changsheng smiled. You don't think you two are small people, do you? Ying Hongya is the real princess of Yingwa. When Yingwa was defeated in the war, it was dismembered by the major immortal gates. But it was not completely destroyed. It was definitely not because the major immortal gates showed mercy. There is only one reason. Yingwa has a trump card. And this trump card will make at least one of the major immortal gates pay a heavy price. So they let Yingwa go. In this case, if the princess of Yingwa ascends to the throne in the future, her power will be no less than that of a top immortal sect master. As for Chao Ziming, He has now reached the peak of the golden core stage. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Hongye is the easiest to ascend to the throne. And it is legitimate. I believe that Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion are also willing to support you in taking charge of Ingwa. After all, there is a relationship of incense. It is relatively difficult for Senior Brother Chao. But as long as Senior Brother Chao breaks through the nascent soul stage, he can immediately become a true disciple of Danqing Pavilion. True disciples are qualified to compete for the position of the head of Danqing Pavilion. And this time, I will definitely bring Du Zongxing down. Even if the Du family's affairs had nothing to do with Du Zongxing, Ji Changsheng would still pull Du Zongxing down. But the Du family's affairs could not have nothing to do with Du Zongxing. Even if Li Daoyan was brought here, Li Daoyan would not believe that Du Zongxing was innocent. Only an idiot would think that Heshen was corrupt and Qianlong did not know about it. Qin Hui framed Yu Fei. And Wan Yinggo was unaware. You can't fool a fool like this. It's not as difficult as you think to help you get to the top. After you get to the top, you can also help me. In addition, the master promised me that he would support me to be the next leader of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng did not hide it. At this time, you have to pull the flag and pull the tiger skin. When you want to win the hearts of the people, you have to draw the cake when you should. And you have to show the background when you should. You have to appease the people. Only when the people's hearts are united can the team be led. Ing Hongye was not surprised by the attitude of the master mentioned by Ji Changsheng. The master really admires you. Especially after you launched the offensive against the Bai family. You directly entered the emperor's heart. Ing Hongye said. Others don't know about Bai Guanlin's incident. But she knows it. The whole thing was directed and acted by Ji Changsheng himself. But in the end, Bai Guanlin took all the blame. Ji Changsheng can direct and act. But Ji Changsheng can't control the result. It can only be that the master is helping him. As for the master not seeing Ji Changsheng's trick, it's the same thing. Ing Hongye is not Li Daoyan. She doesn't believe that the head of the world's largest sect can't see through this little trick. The only possible explanation is that the master wants to see this result. Obviously, the master and Ji Changsheng have a tacit understanding. There is a gap in seniority. The master will definitely sprint to ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. When he ascends, he will pass Xuandu Temple to you. And it will be a perfect handover. Ing Hongye didn't think there was a problem. You and the master have no conflict of interest. I am the master. And I will definitely support you to be the next master. Especially since you are the first auspicious sign after the master took the throne. It does have special meaning to the master. So, what I said just now was not wishful thinking. Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming seriously. I will be in charge of Xuandu Temple in the future. Hongye will be in charge of Ing State in the future. And Senior Brother Chao will be in charge of Danqing Pavilion. These three things are very likely to happen. Especially if the three of us join forces and help each other. 100 years later, we will be the current master. Pavilion Master Jiang and Emperor Ing. In fact, in Ji Changsheng's mind, it will not take 100 years. But he was afraid that the time he said was too short. And Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming would think he was bragging. 100 years is enough to convince Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming. And it is also enough to inspire their imagination of the future. This is indeed the case. There is hope in the eyes of Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming. Ing Hongye whispered, Brother Chao. Changsheng may be boastful, but we may get what he said. And the probability is very high. Chao Ziming nodded solemnly. I believe in Brother Ji. After a pause, Chao Ziming added, Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. I don't care about the power of the leader of Danqing Pavilion. But if I become the leader of Danqing Pavilion, I can make the world more righteous. And I should naturally take the responsibility. I absolutely believe in Brother Chao's integrity. That's why I should hand over Danqing Pavilion to Brother Chao. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, if it is handed over to someone like Du Zongxing, who knows if Danqing Pavilion will deteriorate in the future? Junior Brother Ji. You are right. Chao Ziming said, Senior Brother Du's matter has a great impact on me. Apart from myself and Junior Brother Ji, I don't know who I should trust anymore. Then trust yourself. Ji Changsheng made a final conclusion. In the future, the three of us will guard the righteous path of the world. And this world will have a brighter future. We are not doing this for ourselves, but for the people of the world. Ing Hongye hesitated to speak, but finally forced herself to learn from Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, you are right. I am a young girl of Ing State. What can the world do to me? But if I become the emperor of the people, and can make the people of Ing State live and work in peace and contentment, then I can also force myself. At the end, Ing Hongya's cheeks were flushed, and her inner shame was bursting. It's not that she hasn't said polite words before, but it's the first time she said such polite words in private, and it feels really shameless. But after passing this level, Ing Hongya also breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Changsheng patted Ing Hongya's shoulders again and praised, "Hongya, you are also starting to improve. I am very pleased. Ing Hongya, I feel that I will become like senior brother Chao sooner or later. But if the result is good, then becoming Ji Changsheng shape should be okay. Right?" While Ji Changsheng and the other three were discussing the world in the cell. As expected, the outer court of Sheng State caused an uproar because of the decree of His Majesty. Originally, the emperor passed away yesterday. The new emperor ascended the throne. The queen became the queen mother and ruled the country from behind the curtain. Under normal circumstances, all these things would take many days of arguments in the outer court before the final result was reached. According to past experience, half a month is considered fast if the quarrel can be ended. But Ji Changsheng did not talk to them about historical experience, but only pursued efficiency. So before the ministers started to quarrel, the new emperor directly issued an imperial decree to cancel Rugo. In an instant, the ministers who were still arguing about the legitimacy of the late emperor's death and the queen mother's regency were directly furious. How can this be? It's simply unreasonable. Your Majesty, have you been kidnapped? If you are really kidnapped, please say something. Your Majesty looked at the loyal ministers below, with tears in his eyes. I was kidnapped. I also want to speak, but I can't say it. Loyal minister, quickly rebel and rescue me from the clutches of the devil. Obviously, this loyal minister does not have the courage. Not everyone dares to take action directly like Ji Changsheng. If your Majesty does not speak, the loyal ministers can only suppress their loyalty in their hearts and continue to argue about the feasibility of canceling Rugo. The queen mother looked at the ministers below coldly behind the curtain, but did not stop them. She just asked Wei Zhongxian in a low voice, "How is it going with Elder Ji?" Wei Zhongxian bowed and replied, "It should be almost done. And Elder Ji may come to see it in person later." Elder Ji means that if enough must be cancelled. If there are not enough spiritual stones in the treasury, then find a way to get spiritual stones. The queen mother nodded and looked at the ministers, who were still arguing below. "How is the manpower arrangement going?" Wei Zhongxian said, "It has been arranged. As long as you give an order, I can immediately break into the house and confiscate the property." Although these ministers, including those princes and nobles, have powerful backgrounds, they do not have the hard power to resist the court's law enforcement. And the royal family's worshippers are all on your side. They can't resist. The main reason was that Ji Changsheng conquered all the royal worshippers with his personality charm yesterday. The inner court was under control, and with the royal worshippers' help, these princes and nobles naturally could not resist. The queen mother was relieved and said lightly, "It's a pity that it is difficult to directly break through the branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shenjing City. As for spiritual stones, there are the most there. Defeating the branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is enough to support the entire Sheng Kingdom to complete the blood transfusion." Wei Zhongxian whispered, "Your Majesty, please be patient. With Elder Ji here, there will be a chance. I think Elder Ji means to start with the periphery of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. When the periphery is almost cleared, the next step should be Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Although Tontian Chamber of Commerce has a strong background, Elder Ji is also behind Xuandu Temple, so we don't need to worry." You are right. Ji Changsheng's performance yesterday, plus the conversation with Li Chongxi, made everyone present at the time strengthen their understanding of Xuandu Temple as the best in the world. The gold content is really enough. In the past, Tontian Chamber of Commerce was a mountain weighing on the head of the Shenghua court. No one could move it, not even the emperor. But when Ji Changsheng came, Qingtian came. Obviously, even if it was a mountain, Xuandu Temple was higher. So the queen and Wei Zhongxian began to sharpen their knives. The ministers below, who didn't know that they had become pigs and sheep, were still discussing heatedly, mainly heated opposition. Your Majesty, governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. Don't rush it. Your Majesty, canceling Rugo will definitely cause a big mess. Rugo is to protect those who buy blessed land. Now Your Majesty wants to cancel Rugo. This is a big mistake. It is precisely because of the existence of Rugo that the concentration of spiritual energy and public space in the blessed land can be increased. so that all people who live in the blessed land can get greater convenience. Your Majesty's cancellation of Rugo will harm the country and the people. And I dare not agree with it. Your Majesty wanted to nod in agreement. He completely agreed with the views of this group of loyal ministers. However, his body was stiff now, and he could not do anything. He could only express his thoughts with his eyes, hoping that these loyal ministers would realize that he stood with them. It's a pity that the loyal ministers did not realize it. And the Queen Mother stood up. My lords, isn't the cancellation of Rugo a benefit to the people? Of course not. The Prime Minister stood up, and was the first to criticize the Queen Mother. And he put the blame right away. According to the ancestral precepts of Shunghua, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Queen Mother, although you are of noble status, you are a woman after all. You don't understand state affairs at all, and are not qualified to discuss these. The Queen Mother did not get angry, but said calmly, Your Majesty asked me to rule the country from behind the curtain. But the Prime Minister did not allow it. The Prime Minister is so powerful. Even more powerful than Your Majesty. Prime Minister, this? Your Majesty? Please say something. Your Majesty almost cried. I really want to say something. This group of demons and monsters did not give me a chance at all. Prime Minister, don't embarrass Your Majesty. Your Majesty is not in good health. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. The new monarch did not speak, and the Prime Minister had no choice but to speak up himself. Queen Mother, you don't know that the move of Rugo is beneficial to the country and the people. Apart from anything else, the Minister of Revenue must know how much income the Treasury has increased because of Rugo. The Minister of Revenue stepped out and nodded, indeed. The Prime Minister continued, More income in the Treasury can better improve the lives of the people. Now that Your Majesty wants to cancel Rugo, isn't it harming the interests of the people of the world? The Queen Mother said coldly, Rugo does not only increase the income of the Treasury, but those foodie merchants, princes and nobles, and even Tontian Chamber of Commerce seem to get more. The Prime Minister said frankly, That's true. But it is precisely because of this that Rugo benefits the country and the people and allows everyone to progress together. Queen Mother, you are too short-sighted. In the past, our Shunghua was too poor, so extraordinary measures were needed in extraordinary times. And Gaozu said in person that the cake must be made bigger first before the people can eat the cake together. If Rugo is cancelled, it is against the ancestral precepts and should be executed according to the law. Ji Changsheng heard the Prime Minister's theory as soon as he entered the hall. This world is cakes. After all, Ingwa can use technology to fight against the immortal gate. Ji Changsheng is not surprised that this guy can talk about cakes. Ji Changsheng is also not surprised by his shamelessness. I've seen a lot. He just hit his tracks, and was not discovered by anyone. He came to the Queen Mother to see what the quarrel was like in the outer court. The situation was almost the same as he expected. Your Majesty, if you want to forcibly cancel Rugo, the people of the world will not agree. The officials in the court will not agree. And the Tontian Chamber of Commerce will not agree. You have just ascended the throne. Why do you have to be enemies with the people of the world? The most important thing is that the treasury is empty. Your Majesty, the court really has no money. The Minister of Revenue stood up and started to complain about poverty. Your Majesty, your heart may be good, but things are done too hastily. The treasury is empty. Even if all the spirit stones are used in this regard, it is not enough. Not to mention that Shunghua still has many places that need spirit stones. For the sake of the people of the world, you can't do whatever you want. If you insist on doing this, you will definitely be cursed by the people of the world, and even be completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history, and become a tyrant who is criticized by everyone. His Majesty's eyes were filled with tears. He was not that stupid. He wanted to be a wise ruler. If anyone dared to let him say a word, he would definitely stand with these loyal ministers. Unfortunately, he could only shed tears. He listened to the loyal ministers continue to persuade him patiently. Every reason was very reasonable, and he agreed with it from the bottom of his heart. But it was useless. Your Majesty, if you insist on your own opinion, just step over the corpse of the old minister. If such a new policy is implemented, the country will be destroyed. 5 minutes later, Ji Changsheng appeared behind the curtain. The Queen Mother and Wei Zhongxian realized that Elder Ji had arrived, and they hurriedly saluted, but were stopped by Ji Changsheng. No need to be polite. I've heard almost everything. Wei Zhongxian, have you remembered all the people who spoke out against it just now? Don't worry. Elder G. None of them can escape. Well, how are the manpower preparations going? Wei Zhongxian said, we have arranged people at the door of each house, and also assigned royal family worshippers to support them. We are 90% sure that there will be no problems. Perhaps some princes and nobles have hidden strength. So just in case, I still hope that Mr. Chow can provide support in the middle to prevent someone from jumping off the wall. Ji Changsheng readily agreed. No problem. I will tell Brother Chow. Not only Brother Chow, Princess Hongya, and I will also be in charge and do it. In the name of His Majesty, break into the house and confiscate the property. Let's make you suffer. And Your Majesty will bear the infamy. Chapter 97 Your Majesty. Gentlemen. Great joy. Shenhua has money. Wei Zhongxian showed with his actions that Elder Ji is really a very charismatic person. Chao Ziming stayed with Ji Chasheng for 2 or 3 days, and his righteous spirit had evolved very flexibly. Wei Zhongxian only followed Ji Chasheng for 1 day and 1 night, and his efficiency was rapidly improved. After Ji Changsheng said, hardship for you gentlemen. Your Majesty will bear the infamy. Wei Zhongxian issued an order to confiscate the property. In less than half an hour, Ji Changsheng, who was in the center, had already obtained the family assets that Wei Zhongxian had compiled. Elder Ji, it's a bit shocking. To be honest, Wei Zhongxian was ashamed. He also liked to make money. As a eunuch, he also accepted bribes. But compared with these civil and military officials in the outer court, he felt that he really insulted the word greedy. He was not worthy of being a corrupt official. Even his deceased adoptive father, as a genuine evil cult demon, was not worthy of being a corrupt official. Too exaggerated. Wei Zhongxian was refreshed. There is a small official of the 5th rank, and his family actually has 87 sets of blessed land. Chao Ziming just walked over and heard Wei Zhongxian's words. Plop. Chao Ziming fell to the ground. How much? Wei Zhongxian understood Chao Ziming's reaction very well. He also thought he had misread the number. 87 sets of blessed land, and half of them are the top blessed land. Mr. Chao, let me ask you a question. Are you richer than you? Chao Ziming was stunned. How can I be worthy of such a rich man? The most valuable thing on his body is the long sword in his hand. But this was passed down to him by his master. Foodie. He doesn't have any set in the mortal world. Danqing Pavilion has a set, which belongs to Danqing Pavilion. After he is sent to Xuandu Temple for exchange, it will be temporarily handed over to other disciples for use. It should be said that senior brother Chao is a pure proletarian. He is born to be very suitable for following Ji Changsheng to make reforms, suitable for following Ji Changsheng to learn how to use the righteousness. The most indignant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who kept saying that there were no spiritual stones in the treasury. The treasury did not have spiritual stones, but 3.7 billion high-quality spiritual stones were seized from his home. Plop. Chao Ziming knelt again. He shed tears of poverty. 3.7 billion high-quality spiritual stones. I have never seen so much money in my life. Chao Ziming murmured. The best spiritual stones can only be used by major sects, and are only for practitioners to practice, and are not circulated in the mortal world. The limit that ordinary casual practitioners and ordinary people can get is high-quality spiritual stones. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As long as there are enough high-grade spirit stones, they can naturally be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. Even in the cultivation world, 3.7 billion high-grade spirit stones is a remarkable number. Let's put it this way. If someone donates 3.7 billion high-grade spirit stones to Xuandu Temple, the temple master can personally invite this great philanthropist to have a meal, and can also award this great philanthropist a charity medal. Chao Ziming has indeed never seen so many high-grade spirit stones since he was born. He was also refreshed. Then, he was furious and murderous. Junior brother G. You are so right. These people really deserve to be killed. Letting them live is cruel to the people of the world. This is all the blood of the people of Shenhua and the scattered cultivators. Obviously, this is not earned by the ability of the Minister of Revenue. Before, I followed the large group of people led by Lord Wei to search the houses, and I felt a little pity when I saw the families of those criminal officials. Now I think about how naive I am. I feel sorry for the families of these criminal officials. In such a big country, I don't know how many people have been ruined by these parasites. Chao Ziming was a little emotional. He was ashamed of his soft-heartedness just now, and angry at these parasites. Junior brother G was right. to deal with these parasites. What rules and etiquette should we talk about? What benevolence and morality should we talk about? We should kill them all. Ji Changsheng didn't respond to Senior Brother Chow. Senior Brother Chow has made rapid progress recently, and I believe he has a strong ability to adjust. Ji Changsheng was mainly looking at the amount of money Wei Zhongxian had seized during the house search. After a simple flip through, Ji Changsheng basically had the answer. It seems that the compensation for Danqing Fudi is enough? Wei Zhongxian nodded affirmatively. Absolutely enough. He looked at the simple summary, and knew that this was an astronomical figure. The problem of spiritual stones that troubled the court officials was perfectly solved in his hands. Wei Zhongxian felt very ironic. Those people always said that eunuchs like them were not good things. Wei Zhongxian also admitted that he was indeed not a good thing. His godfather had just been killed by Ji Changsheng, and he could immediately hug Ji Changsheng's thighs and start licking. This was certainly not something a gentleman could do. But no matter how bad he was, he felt that he was more like a human being than these guys. Too shameless. Too greedy. Elder Ji, the homes of these criminals have not been confiscated yet. At present, their property has only been summarized by half at most, and they will be carefully counted later. Wei Zhongxian reported, I am sure that if we only compensate Danqing Fudi, there will definitely be a surplus. And it will be a lot more. Normally, if it were the case of a house raid, he would have kept half of the money. But now that he is working with Ji Changsheng, he has no intention of keeping any money. Wei Zhongxian is now fully focused on the golden jade interruption pill that Ji Changsheng promised him. And what Ji Changsheng said. Try to live like a human being. With Ji Changsheng here, and after sweeping away these evil spirits, Wei Zhongxian feels that he may really have a chance to become the kind of person that Ji Changsheng gave him the name. Not bad. Ji Changsheng patted Wei Zhongxian's shoulder approvingly. Only then did he see Chow Ziming, who lost his composure. Brother Chow, don't lose your composure like this. You will get used to it after seeing it more often. Ji Changsheng had seen more exaggerated things in his previous life. An ordinary petty official, once he had power in his hands, dared to embezzle 9 figures. The most bizarre thing is that there are still people who dare to embezzle but not spend. They call it being afraid of being poor. Art comes from life. What was shown on a certain TV is really not exaggerated. In comparison, these things in Shengguo are not new. If I am not sure that I can find enough spiritual stones from these people's homes to pay for Danqing Fudi's rugo, I will not act rashly. Ji Changsheng sarcastically said, my confidence in these thieves who have stolen the country has never wavered. They can make the country and the people suffer, but they must not make themselves suffer. We can only take action to make them suffer. Chow Ziming gritted his teeth and said, we must make them suffer. If they don't suffer, 99% of the people in Shengguo will not be happy. Wei Zhongxian, continue to copy and copy out all the spiritual stones they have hidden in the bottom of the box. Brother Chow, you follow and supervise. If you find those who are truly clean-handed and penniless, remember them silently. We will not let a bad person go, nor will we wrongly accuse a good person. Chow Ziming was very moved. Junior Brother Ji, you can still maintain your rationality and calmness at this point. I really admire you. I just want to see a river of blood. He was a little bit overwhelmed and just wanted to kill people. Ji Changsheng actually had a stronger killing intention than him. After all, killing people now is a free merit in Ji Changsheng's eyes. But the legal consciousness and the integrity of a righteous disciple that were deeply rooted in his bones still made Ji Changsheng insist on following the procedures. Junior Brother Chow, don't be anxious. Follow the procedures. If you want to kill someone, you still need a good reason. I'll find a reason for you. What reason? Congratulate His Majesty and the officials in the court. Ji Changsheng said this and did this. 3 minutes later, the Golden Palace. Ji Changsheng followed the normal procedures and asked the guards on duty to report. After getting the Emperor's permission, Ji Changsheng entered the Golden Palace, abiding by the law. Starting with me. As soon as he entered the Golden Palace, Ji Changsheng heard the familiar quarrel again. Your Majesty, a good cook cannot cook without rice, and I really can't make spiritual stones. I know that Your Majesty cares about the people, but the national treasury is now willing but unable to do so. Your Majesty, you can't think of everything for the people. Many people are very short-sighted, and only have their own little piece of land in their minds. They don't understand the difficulties of the court. Now our Shang country is fighting against the Ying country in the north, resisting the Qi country in the south. And there are floods and earth dragons in the southwest. All of these things are all based on the spiritual stones in the national treasury. Your Majesty, we really don't have spiritual stones. Let the people suffer. And I am willing to bear the blame. I just want to say one thing. If Your Majesty can fill the national treasury, I can cancel Rugo. Now the national treasury is empty, and there are no spiritual stones. Everything is just talk. It is absolutely impossible to cancel Rugo. When Ji Changsheng heard this, he spoke decisively. Your Majesty. Gentlemen. Great news. We have spiritual stones. Everyone looked at Ji Changsheng. The Prime Minister, who was about to curse, immediately swallowed his curse words. Although he had not received the news that Ji Changsheng directed the bloody palace coup last night, the fact that Ji Changsheng killed the Crown Prince and the Princess of the East Palace had been confirmed. The Prime Minister was very worried that he would go to accompany the Crown Prince after scolding Ji Changsheng. Be safe. Others had the same idea. But although swearing cannot be said, doubts still need to be questioned. Elder Ji, what are you talking about? Ji Changsheng said seriously. Your Majesty and the gentlemen are worried about the empty treasury. I am here to tell you the good news that Shungwa has money. And you don't have to worry. It's just nonsense. The Minister of Revenue wanted to use a more dirty word. But thinking of Ji Changsheng's glorious achievements, he still just used nonsense. Elder Ji, you are an outsider. So don't interfere in the government of Shungwa. The Minister of Revenue left Ji Changsheng out of the political affairs with just one sentence. Ing Hongya was right. There was a lot of verbal battles and power struggles in the court today. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng didn't play power struggles with them at all. I didn't interfere in the government of Shungwa. Your Majesty felt that he was a new king and lacked virtue. So he knelt down and asked this elder to come out to support him. Ji Changsheng threw the responsibility to the emperor without any psychological pressure. The emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked at Ji Changsheng in grief and anger, but couldn't say a word. There was no place to talk about the desolation. The emperor didn't say anything, and the ministers couldn't do anything. The Minister of Revenue still reminded, Your Majesty is young and ignorant. Elder Ji should understand. According to the Xianming Convention, practitioners like you are not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of Shungwa. Of course, people who know me know that this elder has always abided by the law. The ministers. It's hard to comment. But I dare not say no. I can only remain silent. Ji Changsheng continued, I am not here to interfere in the internal affairs of Shungwa, but to announce the good news to you and Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Gentlemen. Shungwa is really rich. The Minister of Revenue frowned and asked, Elder Ji. I am in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Is it possible that I don't know the situation of the National Treasury as well as you? Ji Changsheng said patiently, You know the National Treasury, but you don't know the private treasury. Private treasury? What is a private treasury? It was the first time that the Minister of Revenue heard this word. Ji Changsheng explained, You gentlemen saw that the treasury was empty and the people of the world were living in poverty. So you generously donated money to support the treasury. In this way, Shungwa would have money. Right? The Minister of Revenue was so angry that he laughed. Elder Ji. My salary is meager. And it is not enough to support my family. How can I support the treasury? After the voice fell, the Minister of Revenue felt that it was too disrespectful to Ji Changsheng. So he immediately added, Of course. Since Elder Ji said so, I will definitely respond. But I have no extra money at home. And I am willing to donate 100 high-quality spirit stones to enrich the treasury. Minister Niu is really a role model for our generation. I am also willing to donate 50 spirit stones. I will give 70. The unspoken rule in the officialdom is that if you donate money, your donation must not be more than your boss's. Otherwise, you will be punished. Seeing the ministers donate so generously, the emperor sitting on the dragon throne was very moved. They are all loyal ministers. Ji Changsheng was also very moved. They had obviously been confiscated, but they were still willing to donate the spiritual stones they had stored outside. Although the donation was not much. Isn't it worth being moved? You are really loyal to the court. But there is no need to donate. This elder is not here to levy levies. Ji Changsheng's words made the gentlemen put down their worries. It's good that it's not levied levies. Ji Changsheng continued, I said. I just came to announce the good news. Your Majesty. Gentlemen. You were just discussing whether the National Treasury can afford to pay for the spiritual stones if the Rugo is cancelled. I assure you that at least the Danqing Foodie family can be compensated by the National Treasury. Elder G. Don't talk nonsense. The Minister of Revenue frowned again and said, I am in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, and I know the matter of spiritual stones best. Minister Nyo. You only know one thing. Not the other. What is the second thing? Just now, the Six Gates just seized 3.7 billion high-quality spiritual stones from Minister Nyo's home. Crack. It was a clear and sunny day, and he himself was in the Golden Palace. But Minister Nyo still heard a bolt from the blue. He subconsciously thought he was hallucinating. Elder G. Can you please say it again? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Ji Changsheng is such a good person. Since Minister Nyo asked him to say it again, he would satisfy the dead man's request. Just now, the Six Gates gathered the inner guards and just seized 3.7 billion high-grade spirit stones from Minister Nyo's house. Seeing Minister Nyo's dazed eyes, pale face, and trembling body, Ji Changsheng knew that Minister Nyo must be very happy. And he was also very happy for him. Minister Nyo, you have been in charge of the Ministry of Revenue for so many years. And you have never seen so many spiritual stones in the National Treasury? Don't worry. All this money will belong to the National Treasury in the future. The long-term problems that have plagued the empty treasury have disappeared. Cry it out. It is not a sin for a man to cry. Ji Changsheng felt that his heart was really kind. He understood Minister Nyo's ecstatic mood at this time. These 3.7 billion high-quality spiritual stones alone are almost enough to compensate for the insufficient area of the blessed land of Danqing Blessed Land. Your Majesty. Gentlemen. Are you very surprised? Hey, Minister Nyo. You are so surprised that you are about to faint? How can this be? Ji Changsheng raised his hand and poured a stream of water from the void directly on Minister Nyo's head to help him sober up. How can you faint at such a happy moment? Everyone should be happy together. Minister Nyo came back to his senses, looking at Ji Changsheng with bloodshot eyes and trembling lips. Ji Changsheng. Did you rob my house? Ji Changsheng couldn't let himself be blamed for this, and seriously corrected. It was the Six Gates and the inner guards who did it. This elder never does such shameless things as competing with the people for profit. Minister Nyo's trembling spread from his lips to his whole body. Did you really rob my house? Ji Changsheng thought about it and asked tentatively, like? Puff. Minister Nyo was so angry that he vomited blood. Like enough? Is it enough? He still had a rough idea in his mind. Like rob? Did you rob or not? He naturally had a rough idea in his mind. And the number of 3.7 billion high-grade spirit stones. If his house was not robbed, how could it be so accurate? Ji Changsheng. You will die a miserable death. After saying that, Nyo Shanshu really fainted. This time, Ji Changsheng did not give Nyo Shanshu another awakening spell. He just sighed lightly and said with relief, Nyo Shanshu fainted with joy. He has been in charge of the National Treasury for many years. He has no merits, but has worked hard. This elder understands his ecstatic mood now, so I will not bother with him. Your Majesty, I am a kind and charitable person who cannot bear to see blood. Give me a favor and let Nyo Shanshu die decently. Let him be Lingqi at Kaishaku. Ji Changsheng, who is kind and charitable, made the gentleman and your Majesty shudder at the same time. The Prime Minister was the first to react. After all, he is the Prime Minister. The psychological quality is still better than others. He knew that Nyo Shanshu would definitely not be saved. 3.5 billion high-grade spirit stones were searched from his home, and even the King of Heaven could not save him. Elder Ji is indeed merciful. The Prime Minister first praised Ji Changsheng, and then immediately drew a line between himself and Minister Nyo. I usually see Minister Nyo dress simply, but I didn't expect that he actually accepted so many spiritual stones in private. He should be executed by slow slicing. Ji Changsheng praised the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is still aware of the overall situation. No wonder his official position is higher than Minister Nyo, and his family property is more than Minister Nyo. The Prime Minister's heart almost stopped. Elder Ji, you are joking. I am incorruptible. Completely different from a parasite like Minister Nyo. Yes, the Prime Minister's family is. Not many spiritual stones were found. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, I just found a spiritual card of Tontian Chamber of Commerce from the Prime Minister's house. The Prime Minister's wife said that there were 9.8 billion high-grade spiritual stones in the spiritual card. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng praised the Prime Minister again. The Prime Minister's spiritual card did not exceed 10 billion. This is something I didn't expect. The Prime Minister's face was livid. I am a veteran minister of 3 dynasties. The Emperor personally granted me the Red Book and Iron Certificate. How dare the 6 gates and the inner guards raid my house? Where is the national law? Where is the imperial edict? Ji Changsheng really didn't know that the Prime Minister had such a background. He is a reasonable person. So he said to the Prime Minister, "You want an imperial edict? Then I will let His Majesty write one for you now." Chapter 98, Killing and Destroying the Heart. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, the world's first righteous immortal sect, Ji Changsheng has always been law-abiding. Those who know him know that he attaches great importance to rules and never does things like killing without teaching. Since the Prime Minister, a veteran minister with a red-lettered iron certificate, needs an imperial decree to confiscate his property, Ji Changsheng must of course ask for an imperial decree. As for the order between confiscation of the Prime Minister's house and requesting an imperial decree, is this important? Ji Changsheng thinks it is not important. As long as the Prime Minister's death is reasonable and legal, it is enough. It is best to make the Prime Minister convinced. So Ji Changsheng said to the new king, "Your Majesty, since the Prime Minister has asked for this, then you should write one. Your Majesty's silver teeth are almost broken." But at this moment, he felt a piercing pain. He even felt that there was a poisonous insect biting his soul. Big beads of sweat slid down his forehead, and His Majesty dared not have any distracting thoughts. As the eunuchs beside him presented him with pens, ink, paper and inkstone, His Majesty was crying while writing. This scene was extremely touching. Ji Changsheng was a little moved, and a little distressed. So he immediately scolded the Prime Minister, "Old thief. Look at how much trauma His Majesty has suffered because of you." And he can't help but burst into tears in front of others. "All this is your fault. You have disappointed His Majesty so much." The Prime Minister was furious. "Is Your Majesty crying because of me?" Ji Changsheng argued, "If it's not because of you, how could it be because of me? Old thief. The evidence is conclusive. And you still want to quibble. I have watched His Majesty grow up since he was a child. That's why His Majesty is most disappointed that you did such a thing." Ji Changsheng scolded, the Prime Minister of the current dynasty, a veteran minister of 3 dynasties, turned out to be such a thief who stole the country. His Majesty is almost angry to death by you. The Prime Minister was trembling all over. As a veteran of 3 dynasties in Shang State, he had been a loyal minister since the founding of Shang State. He claimed to be well-informed and accustomed to all kinds of intrigues and schemes. He had even seen the monks of the major immortal sects fighting for their own interests. Apart from anything else, he had the support of Tantian Chamber of Commerce behind him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rule Shang State all the time. In itself, he was the spokesperson of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shang State. But Ji Changsheng, such an unruly disciple of the righteous way, dared to force the emperor to write an imperial edict in front of all the civil and military officials in the court, without notifying the emperor and the Prime Minister. He dared to raid the homes of the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. This was the first time he had seen it. This was so unruly. The Immortal Sect Convention stipulates that practitioners are not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the human dynasty. Elder Ji, you have crossed the line. The Prime Minister tried to stay rational. His fists were not as hard as Ji Changsheng's. He could only try to restrain Ji Changsheng with rules. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. It was the 6 gates and the inner guards who raided your house. And it was the Emperor of Shenghua who issued the imperial edict. What does this elder have to do with it? Prime Minister, you are so arrogant that you dare to frame the disciples of Xuandu Temple in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. At the end, Ji Changsheng said sternly, "Who gave you the courage? Have you also been lured by the demons of the demon cult? Or are you a demon of the demon cult yourself?" The Prime Minister was extremely angry. Okay. Elder Ji, no matter how eloquent you are, what can you do? This Prime Minister is a veteran of 3 dynasties. And the Emperor Gaozu personally gave me the Red Book and Iron Certificate. Unless this Prime Minister plots to usurp the throne, no matter what happens, this Prime Minister can be exempted from guilt. And this matter is known to everyone in the court and the public. Is that so? Ji Changsheng nodded, but did not take it seriously at all. Shenghua still has too short a history. Although the Prime Minister is a veteran of 3 dynasties, he obviously has no experience. Ji Changsheng has studied history. According to his experience, all the ministers who have been granted Dan Shu Taekwon in history basically died miserably in the end. Only a few can survive. Danshu Taekwon is not a life-saving thing. It is clearly a death warrant. Your Majesty, the top-grade spirit stones found in this old thief's home alone are already 9.8 billion. Combined with the real estate in his family and the property scattered outside the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, this guy's net worth must have exceeded 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. With such a net worth, even in our cultivation world, he is also a top rich man. At least richer than this elder. Ji Changsheng is the real one. With a righteous body and clean sleeves. Like senior brother Chow. He is a pure proletarian. Your Majesty, the old villain has already reached the highest position in the government. But he still accumulates a fortune of tens of billions. What does he want to do? It seems that he can't do anything else except plotting to usurp the throne. What do you think? Your Majesty? Your Majesty didn't want to talk. He could only write the imperial edict with tears in his eyes. Ji Changsheng frowned and his voice became low. Your Majesty, if you agree with what this elder said, then nod your head. Your Majesty didn't want to nod at all. But he felt the piercing pain again. And it was not just the pain of the flesh, but also the wailing from the soul. The Xianming Convention is indeed necessary. Because if practitioners want to target ordinary people, there are too many means. The emperor was hard for a second, and then softened immediately, nodding in front of the civil and military officials of the court. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Look, Your Majesty also agrees with this elder's inference. Since the Prime Minister has committed treason, the Red Book and Iron Certificate will naturally be invalidated. Your Majesty, remember to write it clearly in the Imperial Edict. What can His Majesty say? He could only continue writing the Imperial Edict with tears in his eyes. At this time, Ji Changsheng's body flashed with light. It was a message sent to him by Ing Hongye. Ji Changsheng took a look and said that the Red Book and Iron Certificate were found in the Prime Minister's house, and asked Ji Changsheng whether he wanted to destroy it. Ji Changsheng was very relieved that Hongye had grown up. Then he replied to Ing Hongye, No need to destroy it. Let Wei Zhongxian find a set of dragon robes from the palace, and put them in the Prime Minister's mansion. After talking to Ing Hongye, Ji Changsheng instantly switched to the mode of indignation. You dog thief. Do you confess? The Prime Minister looked at Ji Changsheng in confusion. Ji Changsheng said angrily, I just received news that the dragon robe was found in your house. And you still say you don't want to usurp the throne? The civil and military officials in the court were stunned. They really had never seen a righteous disciple who could be so arrogant. Even those powerful officials, who could depose and enthrone emperors in history, would not dare to humiliate the emperor and the Prime Minister in front of the civil and military officials. Right? Ji Changsheng opened their eyes. Besides opening their eyes, they were angry. They could oppress the people of Shengwen scrupulously. But how could someone oppress them so unscrupulously? Even if this person was the elder of Xuandu Temple, it would not work. There is the Xianming Convention above our heads. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is also behind the court of Shengwen. The officials in the court all have their own accounts in the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. They are not without connection with the Xianming. Everyone has a follower. So they are not so afraid of the elder of Xuandu Temple. The most important thing is that Ji Changsheng is really too arrogant. So arrogant that they have no sense of security at all. Elder Ji, you are too much. The Prime Minister is a veteran of 3 dynasties. How can we not give him respect? Law is nothing more than human feelings. The Prime Minister has made contributions to the founding of the country. Even if there are some faults, he should be treated well. Elder Ji, you can't stop the world from talking nonsense by doing this. And the Immortal Gate will not allow you to do this. Ji Changsheng looked at the indignant minister strangely. What a bunch of good dogs. They are still loyal to the Prime Minister when they are about to die. Ji Changsheng applauded to show his admiration. And then 2 sentences stunned everyone in the audience. Shouldn't you care about yourself? The Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue have been confiscated. And you still think you are safe? What kind of confidence is this? Ji Changsheng admires it very much. The loyal ministers almost changed their colors at the same time when they heard this. How could they have thought that someone would dare to be so crazy? And the premise of confiscating ministers is generally an imperial edict. And the premise of the imperial edict leaving the palace is to notify the ministers. Once the imperial edict was issued, these loyal ministers would receive the news immediately, and even know the contents of the imperial edict. This is the proper process, and the core of the court's operation. How could they know that Ji Changsheng did not play by the rules at all? They only reacted after hearing Ji Changsheng's kind reminder. Then they became even crazier. Ji Changsheng. What are you going to do? Are you going to destroy Shenghua? The major immortal gates will not let you go. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly, interrupting the anger of the loyal ministers. Then Ji Changsheng comforted them. Don't worry. I don't necessarily have to raid your homes. What if I raid? The loyal ministers looked livid. Only when the boomerang hits you will you know the pain. My lord. I remember you just said that if we want to cancel Rugo and implement the new policy, we have to step over your corpse. Ji Changsheng congratulated him. You are a man. I believe His Majesty will approve it. The loyal minister praised by Ji Changsheng as a pure man of iron and blood fell to the ground helplessly. Prime Minister. I also think your cake theory makes sense. It is indeed necessary to make the cake bigger first, and then let the people eat the cake together. Now that the cake has been made bigger, it is time for the people to eat the cake together. The Prime Minister is for the country and the people. He is afraid that others will eat the cake. He does not hesitate to store the cake first, and then turn himself into a cake for the people of Shenghua to share. Ji Mao, on behalf of the people of Shenghua, would like to thank the Prime Minister first. The Prime Minister fell. The world is full, and if the people of Shenghua can live and work in peace and contentment in the future, this is all the credit of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's lips trembled, but he could not say a word. He really felt the fear of death. My lord, you just said that if the court cancels Rugo, the people of the world will not agree. Well, unfortunately, you may not see the day when the people of the world agree. Another loyal minister showed despair. Ji Changsheng did not kill his heart again, but just bowed to the four sides and congratulated, Gentlemen, now Shenghua is rich. You no longer need to work hard for the empty treasury. From now on, Shenghua lives and works in peace, and the people are happy and healthy. And they will definitely remember your kindness. If you know it in the afterlife, you will die without regrets. The Prime Minister took a deep breath. Elder Ji. The court has its own laws, and Shenghua has its own national conditions. It is not up to you to decide. Even if His Majesty finds us guilty, we should be handed over to the 3 judicial departments for trial before conviction. He needed time to deal with it. He just didn't believe it. Would Tongtian Chamber of Commerce agree to Ji Changsheng's perverse actions? Even Xuandu Temple would not agree. This was completely a mess. Give him 3 days, and the Prime Minister will be sure to turn the situation around. He was right. It's a pity that he didn't quite understand Ji Changsheng's efficiency. Not to mention him. Li Chengxi didn't understand either. She often felt that she was mentally normal because of her junior brother's efficiency like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. There's no need for the 3 judicial departments to hold a joint trial. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and kindly reminded, half of the 3 judicial departments have also had their homes confiscated. Half of the ministers of the 3 judicial departments burst into tears. Your Majesty is in charge of this matter. The 6 gates and the inner guards are responsible for arresting people. The evidence is conclusive, and special matters should be handled specially. I think we should deal with it all today. Ji Changsheng said, if you delay important matters in the world, they will be easily delayed. Since the evidence is conclusive now, then the execution will be carried out immediately. Since the treasury has money now, then the compensation will be paid on the spot. Senior sister often taught me that today's work should be done today. Senior sister taught me that Changsheng dare not forget it. Today I will encourage you all. Ji Changsheng. You will not die well. You will be punished. I curse you to never be reborn. Devil. You are the biggest devil in the world. Ji Changsheng listened to these pleasant fairy sounds with a smile, and then got the imperial edict of His Majesty. Since the imperial edict was issued, these loyal ministers would naturally be arrested. Soon, the imperial guards controlled all the loyal ministers. The palace was completely suppressed by Ji Changsheng last night, so naturally nothing would happen in the inner court, with Chao Ziming and Ing Hongye in charge of the outer court, and the royal worship led by Wei Zhongxian. The court was as stable as a rock. Unless the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce expands now, there will be no problem. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce did receive the news. Wei Zhongxian brought people to raid the homes of so many ministers, and the ministers who were discussing in the Jinwan Palace were blocked from the news. But the Shenghua branch of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce would naturally see it. Even though they saw it, they could not stop Wei Zhongxian from raiding the homes, and could only hold an emergency meeting to discuss. These are all normal organizational procedures. As a result, before they could discuss a result in the meeting, the news came again. Ji Changsheng directly took down the loyal ministers in the Jinwan Palace. Chao Yutian was a little dumbfounded. Isn't this a blatant violation of the CNN Convention? How dare he do it? Others didn't understand either. You can't hide this. Right? As long as you expose the matter. The major immortal sects will definitely send an investigation team to investigate. And Ji Changsheng will not be able to quibble. Is he crazy? What should we do? Stop him? Ji Changsheng is crazy enough to interfere in the government affairs of Shenghua. But if we stop him, we will violate the immortal sect covenant with him. I can't be buried with Ji Changsheng. I'm worried that if we don't stop Ji Changsheng, he will really shake the foundation of the blessed land business. Impossible. We are not the only one doing the blessed land business. Ji Changsheng thinks too simply. Killing people can only be a temporary pleasure. Shenghua still has so many blessed lands under construction. If he can kill people, can he build a blessed land himself? Let's expose the matter first. We can't let Ji Changsheng be so unscrupulous. The meeting is continuing. Anyone who has joined a large organization knows that mountains of documents and endless meetings are basic operations. The bigger the organization, the harder it is to violate such a process. It is almost impossible to simplify it. Chao Yutian is also used to such a mountain of documents and meetings. He thinks that today's affairs will end here at most. Then, the meeting was interrupted by Ji Changsheng's actions again. The latest news came. Ji Changsheng had just let the palace guards control those ministers. And then he took them to the vegetable market and beheaded them. Chao Yutian frowned. Very puzzled. What about the 3 judicial departments' trial? Half of the 3 judicial departments were also raided and beheaded together. Chao Yutian. Is Ji Changsheng really crazy? Arresting people first and killing them right after? Not following the process? What's the difference between this and the people in the demon cult? Chao Yutian also knew that there were many shameful things in the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in private. But it must not be done in public. What should we do? Should we stop him? Chao Yutian shook his head. Only a madman would try to stop him. Ji Changsheng is seeking his own death by doing this now. And Xuandu Temple cannot save him. I still don't believe Ji Changsheng would be so crazy. My fellow deacons. Nominally, it was not Ji Changsheng's action, but the imperial decree issued by the new monarch. Chao Yutian waved his hand and said, "Who can be fooled by this? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is Ji Changsheng's intention. Once this happens, no one can cover it up. And the Xianmen investigation team will soon arrive. Give the order. Don't intervene. I want to see how Ji Changsheng ends up." Ji Changsheng quickly taught Chao Yutian a lesson. How to end. Of course, it will end with the enemy's head. Just now, the traders were taken to the vegetable market. A group of people who robbed the execution ground appeared with the people who were watching the excitement. Before the robbers took action, they shouted loudly, "Brothers, stand together and rescue the adults. The higher-ups have issued a statement that no matter success or failure, our families will be taken care of by the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Those who died in battle will receive 3 times the pension. Kill everything for the Chamber of Commerce. Insolent. Take down these rebels. Go ahead. Kill them without mercy." Wei Zhongxian directly commanded the army to kill the people who robbed the execution ground. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye both stood on the other side of the execution ground. Ji Changsheng commented, "Hongye, your work is a bit rough. If I did it, I wouldn't say these words, and I would only leave the token of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce on the body. Of course, the people who robbed the execution ground were arranged by them. To be precise, it was arranged by Ing Hongye. It is simply a dream for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to not end up like this. Elder Ji never violated the CNN Convention. At most, it was self-defense. Ing Hongye had been assassinated by the Assassins' League along with Ji Changsheng. So naturally she improved rapidly. So this happened. Ing Hongye didn't care about Ji Changsheng's comments. These people were originally ruffians controlled by the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, responsible for demolishing people's houses. And they deserved to die. I disguised myself as a steward of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. So they really thought that it was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that gave them the order. Not pretending. Ji Changsheng smiled. "Hongye, I am very pleased to see that you were trained by me." Ing Hongye did not refute. "I did learn bad things from you. But I found one thing." "What is it?" "My merits are also increasing. The door to a new world has been opened." Ji Changsheng smiled without saying a word, and made a beheading gesture. Wei Zhongxian saw Ji Changsheng's gesture, and threw down the life and death sign directly. Behead. The butcher knife was raised. Heads rolled. Good. Amid the cheers of the people of Shengjing City, a golden lotus of merit slowly blossomed above Ji Chongqing's head. Chapter 99. Performing Thunderbolt Methods to Show the Heart of a Bodhisattva. The merits of Ji Chongqing and Ying Hongye are increasing rapidly. Ji Chongqing had expected this. But the direct increase of a petal of the golden lotus of merit still surprised Ji Chongqing. Looking at these heads of people who died with their eyes wide open, Ji Chongqing said with emotion, "Senior sister is not lying to me. There are merits everywhere under the mountain. It's like picking them up for free." Ying Hongye never felt that she was short-sighted before. But now she began to feel this way. When I was in Xuandu Temple, I thought that Master Li was a lunatic. When I really went down the mountain, I found that Master Li might be a saint. Ying Hongye's impression of Li Changxi took a 270 degrees turn. The reason why there is no 360 degrees is that, after a 360 degrees turn, it may still be the same as before. So it is necessary to be more rigorous. Except for Ji Chongqing. Everyone in Xuandu Temple thought that Li Changxi was crazy. And everyone thought that what the elder who preached the scriptures taught was right. How could merit grow infinitely? Ying Hongye now found that the elder who preached the scriptures had a small vision. Merit can really grow infinitely. The future of Li Maizhu is absolutely limitless. From this, let's review the promotion speed and promotion trajectory of Li Maizhu. Combined with his own personal experience, Ying Hongye naturally realized one thing. What they did in Shenhua must have been done by Li Changxi before. Otherwise, it would not be possible to support Li Changxi's rapid progress. And this promotion method can actually be imitated. Ying Hongye looked at Ji Chongqing, bathing in the golden light of merit and enjoying the Xian Wang infusion. Ji Chongqing was obviously following Li Changxi's path. And it is even more radical. Chongqing, Master Li's path to promotion is really worth taking. Ji Chongqing smiled. It has always been possible. When senior sister was in Xuandu Temple, she always hoped that others would follow her example. But, except for me, you all think she is crazy. Li Changxi may have some mental problems. But her understanding of the way of cultivation is real. Otherwise, she would not have achieved her current level of cultivation. Others did not listen. But Ji Chongqing certainly did. Ying Hongye felt the growth of the merit and virtue in her body, the progress of her Taoism, and the clarity of her Tao heart, and began to nod slowly. The merit and virtue have many wonderful uses. Even if you don't use the merit and virtue to improve your realm, it has a significant effect in assisting cultivation, clearing your mind and concentrating your spirit, and eliminating your inner demons. It can basically be said that there are 100 benefits and no harm. But Ying Hongye is still smarter than Li Daoyan and senior brother Chao. She soon realized the danger of Li Changxi's promotion method, and why it could not be promoted on a large scale. There is a reaction from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ying Hongye and Ji Chongqing looked at the direction of the Shenhua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce at the same time. If Ji Chongqing just beheaded these ministers, the Shenhua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce could still sit still. At worst, they could just change a group of puppets. Three-legged toads are hard to find. But aren't two-legged dogs everywhere? But a group of thugs from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce ran out to rob the execution ground. And Tongtian Chamber of Commerce could no longer sit still. They could watch the show, but they could never go down in person. Otherwise, they would not be able to pick it up clearly. At this time, a strong aura came from the Shenhua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the peak of the Golden Core realm. Judging from the aura alone, it seems to be a little stronger than Chao Ziming, who just broke through. It seems to show that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is powerful and cannot be offended. This also reminded Ying Hongye. After this incident, we will directly confront Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Chongqing nodded. Ying Hongye understood. Most of the things in this world are related to each other. It is more difficult to clarify Yu than to practice hard in seclusion. The reason why Li Mayu can take this path and still live to this day is because of her strong background, not because of her strength. Li Mayu had 8 disciples before, and they also thought about imitating Li Maizhu. But in the end, all of them died without a complete body. Speaking of this, Ying Hongye looked at Ji Chongqing. I did think that Li Maizhu's path was not feasible. Now I think about it, I really don't understand. But the elders who pass on the scriptures must understand. They know that this path is not feasible. Not because of merit, but because if you want to take this path, you will inevitably be enemies all over the world. Going on it will definitely be more difficult than simply practicing hard. Chongqing, You have chosen the most difficult path. Ing Hongye quickly recognized the reality. 2 minutes ago, she only saw the rapid progress of Li Chongqi and Ji Changsheng, and the convenience of using merit to brush the realm. But now, she recognizes the real difficulty of this path. This is definitely not a shortcut. This is the most difficult path of cultivation. If you practice hard in seclusion to break through, no one will stop you. If you want to improve your realm through merit, you must punish evil and promote good, and help the poor and the needy. The difficulty of the latter is much greater than hard practice. The reason why Ji Changsheng can make such a great progress now is because Fairy Linglong issued a sword order, prohibiting Yuanying cultivators and above from entering Shenghua. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng would have been in trouble or even beheaded for what he did. Cha Sheng. It's very dangerous to continue like this. Ing Hongye began to worry about Ji Changsheng. Fairy Linglong's sword order can only last for 1 year. She will ascend sooner or later. And if you leave Shenghua, the sword order will automatically become invalid. With the power of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, it is absolutely possible to send Yuanying cultivators, or even cultivators of higher realms to attack you. Ji Changsheng nodded. Are you scared? I'm worried about you. Your 8 senior brothers probably died this way. Ing Hongye said. Master Li was born in the Li family. And Linglong, Fairy Aishi, or the leader of Xuandu Temple, her identity is different. Many people will be afraid of her, but not necessarily of you. You make sense. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, but I still want to take this road. Ing Hongye was silent for a moment, and also laughed. The ancestor should have thought the same way. Only by taking the most difficult road can you achieve the greatest cause. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. This is the real strong. Cha Sheng. I appreciate your choice. I will help you. The Ying family always has some feelings, and willing to pay for feelings. In this world, if there are 2 major forces that will give up interests and choose feelings in the face of interests and feelings, the top 2 will most likely be Danqing Pavilion and the Ying family. I don't want to be a good person, but if I can do something that can help the vast majority of people and help me improve my strength quickly, then why not do it? Ji Changsheng said calmly. Whoever stands in front of me is a demon from the demon cult. Killing them is to eliminate demons and defend the way. Hongye, we must do this too. Why? Only by doing what others dare not do can you stand out and become someone that others cannot become. Otherwise, everyone competes in the same way. What can I use to fight those second-generation immortals with deep backgrounds? What can you use to compete with a talented genius like me? Ing Hongye could not refute. Senior sister has paved a way, and I must walk this way. Otherwise, I will be the one who is bullied in the future. If I don't want to be bullied by this group of bad people, I have to be the first to bully them. If I don't dare to fight with such good conditions, then what's the point of mixing in the future? Now he has Fairy Linglong to protect him. After Fairy Linglong left, there was also old Demon Yu. If Ji Changsheng didn't dare to walk through this world with such thick thighs, he would look down on himself. If you miss this village, there will be no such store. While this store is still there, of course, the protective function of the thighs must be maximized. In the vegetable market, people were killed. Chao Yutian finally arrived at the scene. Their meeting was completely over. But after arriving at the scene, Chao Yutian still couldn't believe his eyes. Elder Ji, do you know the consequences of violating the Xianmen Convention? Ji Changsheng smiled and pointed to the married golden lotus on his head. Do you recognize what it is? Chao Yutian's eyes twitched. It felt like God was really blind. How could this demon who killed without teaching, who acted so unscrupulously, condense the merit golden lotus again? My merits have increased. Which means that the heavenly Tao thinks that what I did is right. The Xianmen Convention is very powerful? Is it more powerful than the heavenly Tao certification? Ji Changsheng asked sternly, making Chao Yutian the target of public criticism. But Chao Yutian was obviously not a young man who had just started out. He remained calm and spoke rationally. Elder Ji, I am not stopping you from doing justice. But everything must follow procedures and abide by the rules. If these people really committed a crime, they should be handed over to the 3 judicial departments for trial. Find out their evidence, then put them in prison and behead them. Confiscate their property and exile them, which will be more convincing to the public. And the result will not change at all. You are too radical. And the procedure is very unjust. Ji Changsheng asked sharply. Hand it over to the 3 judicial departments for trial. What if there is a problem with the 3 judicial departments? then naturally the Prime Minister will deal with it. 98 billion spiritual cards were seized from the Prime Minister's home. Chow Yun-tian. Fuck. He really didn't pay attention to the fact that the Prime Minister had so much money. 98 billion. Even Linglong Ferry couldn't wash it. Chow Yun-tian could only continue. The Prime Minister can't do it. So your Majesty will personally judge. Ji Changsheng sneered. The late emperor colluded with the demon cult. And was discovered by this elder. He has committed suicide out of shame. Chow Yun-tian was also angry and laughed. Elder Ji. Whether the late emperor committed suicide out of shame or was killed. The world has its own opinions. It is not up to you alone. You are so perverse. And you can't stop the world from talking. Really? Ji Changsheng completely released his golden light of merit. It enveloped a radius of 3 kilometers. Ji Changsheng bathed in it. Xianwan protected his body. And surrounded by merit. Like a god coming to earth. Making people feel submissive. Today, His Majesty has issued an order to kill these thieves of Shang State, and to confiscate their property into the national treasury. Later, they will be used to compensate the people who were cheated by Rigu, when they bought Danqing Foodie. From today on, the property of these parasites will be used as a deposit to rectify the foodie business, and compensate all victims across the country. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce believes that this elder is going against the grain, by tacitly approving His Majesty's actions. I can't stop the people from speaking out. I'll give you a chance to speak up and refute me. Ji Changsheng looked around, and used the voice amplification method learned from Li Changxi to the extreme. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Let Master Chow of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the last disciple of Yi Jianxian, hear your true voices. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, Chow Yun-tian immediately heard the people's voices. Elder Ji is wise. Long live His Majesty. All foodie merchants deserve to die. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is the biggest termite. Good kill. Too few people were killed. Whoever prevents the court from killing people is the sinner of Shenghua. Ji Changsheng looked at Chow Yun-tian, whose face was gradually turning pale, and said sarcastically, Chow Yun-tian, it seems that I really did not stop the world from talking nonsense. In terms of confusing right and wrong, how can I compare with you? Chow Yun-tian took a deep breath. Elder Ji, the people are ignorant. Are you deliberately provoking? Ji Changsheng interrupted Chow Yun-tian directly, and his voice spread far and wide. Chow Yun-tian, I never think that the people are ignorant. The people of the world are mighty. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. If Tongtian Chamber of Commerce wants to go against the people's will, these traitors on the execution ground today are your lessons. Good. Very good. Chow Yun-tian laughed in anger. He knew that Ji Changsheng was trying to win over the people's hearts. But to be honest, he didn't think the people's hearts were important. In the world where you can practice, it depends on who has the bigger fist and who has more allies. When Ji Changsheng did this, he had completely torn his face with Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Originally, Chow Yun-tian was somewhat afraid of Ji Changsheng's background in Xuandu Temple. But now, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. I will send a letter to the headquarters. Elder Ji, you can wait for the CNN investigation team to arrive. Chow Yun-tian said coldly, Elder Ji does not follow the rules. But Tongtian Chamber of Commerce follows the rules. Regarding today's incident, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce reserves all rights to investigate, and strongly protests against Elder Ji's actions. Ji Changsheng almost laughed out loud. I'm so scared. I hope that when the CNN investigation team arrives, Elder Ji can still be so arrogant. Chow Yun-tian snorted coldly and left. Ji Changsheng was too radical in doing things. He is not Ji Changsheng. Not that stupid. On the surface, Ji Changsheng still cleared himself. Even when Ji Changsheng was trying to win people's hearts just now, he never said that he killed these Shenghua monarchs and ministers. Therefore, before the arrival of the Immortal Gate investigation team, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce could only protest, and could not take practical measures against the disciples of Xuandu Temple. But after the arrival of the Immortal Gate investigation team, everything was different. It was obvious that all the things Ji Changsheng did were lice on a bald head. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was not without background. And other Immortal Gates also did blessed land business. Chow Yun-tian did not believe that Xuandu Temple could cover the sky with one hand. Looking at Chow Yun-tian's back, Ing Hongya reminded, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is going to get serious. Cha Sheng, you should be mentally prepared. I know. In the court of Shenghua, Ji Changsheng can directly push forward. without any conspiracy. But once the major immortal gates send people, the enemy's Ji Changsheng faces will escalate. He can't act so recklessly. Moreover, in theory, the people sent by the major immortal sects to investigate must be stronger than him and have higher ranks than him. Otherwise, there would be no way to investigate him. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng sent a message to the master of the temple in front of Ing Hongye. Master, the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce has committed atrocities in Shenghua and has taken human lives lightly. Moreover, it has colluded with the demon cult. And the evidence is irrefutable, which is simply outrageous to both humans and gods. I have tried to persuade them many times, but the people of Tontian Chamber of Commerce have been deeply possessed by the devil and are already hopeless. I hope that the temple will send someone to investigate this matter, slay the demons and eliminate the evil, and restore peace to Shenghua. I suggest that my senior sister lead the team, and she is more adept at slaying demons and eliminating evil. Ing Hongye almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Tontian Chamber of Commerce will definitely report Ji Changsheng to the higher authorities. But Ji Changsheng just turned the tables like this, which was really too fierce. Changsheng, is this really good? I think it's good. The master won't believe it. Hongye, change your mindset. Whether the master will believe it or not is not the problem at all. The problem is whether the master is willing to believe it. Ing Hongye, I feel that Changsheng's heart is really too dirty. But this kind of bad man is really attractive. Even if the master is willing to believe it, there must be actual evidence. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is also a big force with followers. Ing Hongye said. Ji Changsheng said calmly, as long as the senior sister can lead the team to Shenghua. With me and the senior sister, there will definitely be a lot of evidence. The style of our Yugwang lineage is to do it ourselves and have enough food and clothing. Ing Hongye covered his face. Your family's style is too shameless. Masterly can't come. Linglong Fairy Sword made you forget that cultivators above the nascent soul are not allowed to enter Shenghua. Masterly has already broken the nascent soul realm. Ji Changsheng smiled. Hongye, you also said that this is the sword order of Fairy Linglong. So? Fairy Linglong is a strong man in our Xuandu temple. And the sword order of Fairy Linglong is the standard set by our Xuandu temple. The standard set by our Xuandu temple is used to restrain outsiders, not to restrain our own people. Ji Changsheng's tone was calm, which shattered Ing Hongye's three views. People in the world must abide by the rules of our Xuandu temple. And Xuandu temple has the final right to interpret the rules. This is called the best value in the world. Ji Changsheng believes that the master of the temple and Li Changshi can cooperate with him. However, the master of the temple did not reply to him immediately. Probably because he was busy with other things. Ji Changsheng did not wait for the master's reply. Nor did he care. The master of the temple is the head of Xuandu temple. The head of the world's #1 force. And he has to deal with all kinds of things every day. And the cultivation cannot fall behind. Otherwise the master of Xuandu temple will always be inferior to Yu Lao Imo and Huang Quan Emperor. Which is very embarrassing for the people of Xuandu temple. Therefore, the temple master has too many things to do every day. And it is definitely impossible for him to keep an eye on Ji Changsheng's information all the time. In fact, it seems that his stepmother has been a little free recently. Ji Changsheng seriously suspected that his stepmother was just watching his excitement. She actually replied to his messages in seconds these days. Which was very wrong. Logically speaking, his stepmother should also be busy. The temple master should be busy. Let's do our own things first, and go to Brother Chow. Ji Changsheng looked at the petals of his merit golden lotus and felt that if he worked harder, he would soon reach the late stage of the golden elixir. Ing Hongye glanced at the execution ground. Almost all the people had been killed. There were still a few people who were too greedy, such as the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Killing these people directly was not enough to appease the public anger. So the kind-hearted Ji Das Hanren petitioned the Emperor of Shenghua to sentence these people to death by slicing. Now they are being tortured by the executioner. Their wails are more beautiful to the people of Shenghua than any fairy music in the world. The rising merit and virtue also explains everything. Ing Hongye did not feel pity for this. She just nodded and said, then go to Brother Chow. But Changsheng, you are really too efficient. I can't keep up. Ing Hongye and Li Changshi reached a soul resonance in the dark. I have never seen such a high efficiency. She actually understands Chow Yuntian's reaction. Because it is normal for Chow Yuntian to not keep up with Ji Changsheng's actions. Let alone Chow Yuntian. She and Chow Ziming. The two helpers who followed Ji Chongqing's ass couldn't keep up with Ji Chongqing's actions. Only half a day has passed today. But a lot of things have happened. The homes of these ministers were raided in the morning, and they were killed around noon. Then we are going to Danqing Foodie to prepare to compensate the customers who bought the spiritual stones from Danqing Foodie. Cha Sheng, how many things are you going to do in one day? It's really too exaggerated. In Ying Hongye's cognition, what Ji Chongqing did this morning, if he could finish it in a month, it would be considered efficient. House raiding, imprisonment, investigation, review, beheading, inventory, storage, petition, approval, distribution of spiritual stones. In the normal process, everything is likely to be stuck for 2 or 3 days, or even a week. Not to mention that an Emperor Shunhui just died yesterday. Ying Hongye followed Ji Chongqing all the way, and felt that it was too fast. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce could keep up with this pace of action, then Xuandu Temple's title of the world's #1 would have been lost long ago. Ying Hongye said with deep emotion, Chongqing, I am willing to call you the fastest man. Ji Chongqing glanced at Ying Hongye. What are you looking at me for? Ying Hongye was very sensitive this time, and noticed something wrong from Ji Chongqing's eyes. Why do I feel that your eyes are malicious? Ji Chongqing smiled kindly. It's okay. I will find a chance to prove it in the future. Prove what? I am definitely not fast. Ying Hongye? What do you mean? It is obvious that Princess Hongye is busy practicing like senior brother Chao. Although she is a little more open-minded than senior brother Chao in terms of human relations, she has no extra energy to open up in terms of love. She can't hear Ji Chongqing's hidden meaning at all. Ji Chongqing didn't explain to her either. There is a long way to go. 5 minutes later. Danqing Foodie. Chao Ziming is in charge of the overall situation here. All the residents of Danqing Foodie, who are in Shengjing City, have gathered. Wei Zhongqian's men were also rushing over here, carrying the property they had just seized from the ministers' homes. This was the direct reason why Ying Hongye had just sighed at Ji Chongqing's efficiency. The normal process was to carefully count the property of these criminal officials first, and then confiscate it from the national treasury. Ji Chongqing simply omitted this process. They seized the property from the criminals' homes. They then transported it to Danqing Foodie to compensate the victims. Ying Hongye reminded Chongqing, doing this will make it difficult to count, and it may end up being a bad debt. Ji Chongqing nodded. I know. Then why do you still do this? Ji Chongqing said calmly, if I don't do this on the spot, and let these spiritual stones flow smoothly into the national treasury, Hongye, believe it or not, these spiritual stones will no longer have anything to do with the people in the end. Ying Hongye did not refute. I would rather these spirit stones become a bad debt than let them feed another group of parasites. I have too much confidence in human nature. If the group of people in the Golden Palace have any way to keep the spirit stones in their own hands, they will never give them to the victims. Even if they do, it will be a long tug-of-war, and from top to bottom, with layer upon layer of exploitation. In the end, the spirit stones that can fall into the hands of these people are probably only 1 in 10. Ji Chongqing has seen too many such things, so he was too lazy to follow the normal process. There is one more thing. The Xianmen investigation team will probably come in the next few days. If the investigation team detains the spiritual stones, it will be difficult to distribute them. Ji Chongqing said faintly, my words are still effective now. If the Xianmen investigation team comes in 2 days, if they are different from what I thought, and are not led by people from Xuandu Temple, there will be risks. So while my words are effective, do the good things first. If the Xianmen investigation team still has some face, they can't take back the spiritual stones that have been distributed. Ying Hongye and Chao Ziming, who just walked over and happened to hear this, were moved at the same time. Ying Hongye, Chongqing, you are really gentle in your heart. Chao Ziming nodded in agreement. Don't worry, junior brother Ji. No matter who is in the Xianmen investigation team, as long as I am here, I will definitely not let them take back the spirit stones we have already distributed. Well, senior brother Chao, let them line up and take their certificates, according to the actual difference. Come forward to collect the compensation spirit stones at a 1-to-1 ratio. We came to Shenghua for a trip. Killing is not the purpose. What we are doing now is the purpose. Junior brother Ji, you have great love in the world. Chao Ziming was convinced, especially after he saw the heartfelt smiles on the faces of the residents of Danqing Foodie. His admiration for junior brother Ji became more and more overflowing. He was doing chivalrous things. And so were the senior brothers and junior brothers of Danqing Pavilion. But Chao Ziming knew that even if they encountered such a thing, confiscating the homes of the offending officials and confiscating the spiritual stones into the national treasury would be the final outcome of their chivalrous deeds. The heroes would not personally deal with the aftermath. Ji Changsheng would. Junior brother Ji was not a typical chivalrous hero. But seeing the smiles on these people's faces, Chao Ziming confirmed that such chivalry was more meaningful. Starting today, Danqing Fudi was renamed Huanyan Fudi. I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world and make them happy. This sentence was engraved by Ji Changsheng at the entrance of Huanyan Fudi, watered with the noble spirit of senior brother Chao. It shone brightly over Shenghua. Know your mind and nature, and express your aspirations through poetry. Before he came to Shenghua, he said this was what he wanted to do. He never wavered. Always on the road. Chapter 100. Demonic flames are raging, and there are no taboos. Demon cult. Soul-breaking palace. Saint Huan also saw Ji Changsheng's inscription on the water curtain. I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world. Huanyan. Saint Huan repeated it twice, and her tone gradually became firm. This little guy has a crush on me. After all, her name is Li Huanyan. If this is not a crush, what is it? Confirmed. Thinking of this, Saint Huan blushed a little. When she flirted with Ji Changsheng in the past, she was actually calm in her heart. After all, she liked Yu Linglong. Flirting with Ji Changsheng was just a joke. She would not take it seriously. And she knew that Ji Changsheng would not take it seriously either. But now, Ji Changsheng wrote a poem to express his aspirations, which made Saint Huan feel that something was wrong with the development of things. Is my charm so great? Have you fallen for me? By the way, this is the first time someone has written me a love poem. This is why the Saint Huan blushed. There are differences between love poems. Obviously, poems of this level, such as I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world and make them happy, can be recorded in history, even thousands of years later. It can still be recited by future generations. By then, she may have ascended to the immortal world or died. But future generations will still think of her when they mention this poem. Few women can refuse such romance. When the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was wandering in the world before, he was in a mess. With no money, power, wealth or influence. But he was still treated differently by people everywhere with his poetic talent, and even attracted countless peach blossom deaths. That's the reason. Talent is the best medical beauty for men. As long as the talent is high enough, other aspects can really be ignored. He is so dangerous in Shenghua. But he still wants to make a name for me and win people's hearts. Saint Huan blushed and was a little moved. The strong are all narcissistic. When Saint Huan is so strong, her narcissism is far beyond the imagination of the world. Ji Changsheng could not have thought that he could make Saint Huan think of this by just copying a poem. But in any case, Saint Huan was moved. For the sake of Huanyan Fudi, little guy, I will help you. Just your radical style of doing things, I can't stand it. Please be a little gentle. Saint Huan believed from the bottom of her heart that Ji Changsheng was too extreme. She has lived for so many years and met countless disciples of the demon sect, but she has never seen such an arrogant one. Saint Huan didn't know that her nominal husband had the same idea as her at this time. There are not many secrets in this world for the powerful. Since his son went to Shenghua, Yu Lao Mo would of course keep an eye on his son's movements at all times. Otherwise, he would not have visited Yi Jianxian last time. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Yu Lao Mo hopes that his only son can do well in Shenghua. It would be great if he could stand out in Xuandu Temple. Even if he can't, as long as Ji Changsheng keeps doing good deeds in Shenghua, he will definitely be favored by Danqing Pavilion and have a bright future. But the development of things exceeded Yu Lao Mo's expectations. The more he looked at Ji Changsheng, the more he felt it was difficult to bear. Changsheng, this child is too fierce. Yu Lao Mo murmured to himself, it's worthy of my seed. If I had known that Changsheng was so fierce, I wouldn't have to verify the bloodline at all. He had already stopped doubting Ji Changsheng's background. And now, he was completely relieved. Even if Ji Changsheng said in front of him that he was not his son at all, Yu Lao Mo would not believe it. Yu Lao Mo's trusted subordinates also wiped the cold sweat from their heads and nodded in agreement. Master, except for you, no one in the world can give birth to such a fierce child. Young Master Changsheng. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, and still told the truth, it's too radical. We disciples of the Holy Church don't dare to act so recklessly. Yu Lao Mo was 50% relieved and 50% frightened. It's exactly the same as my young self. When I was Xiao Yulinglong, a woman, I was as ambitious as Chansheng. And I didn't care about the whole world. Chansheng and I are simply cut from the same mold. I am worried that I can't protect him for what he did. The subordinate worriedly said, Master. Young Master Chansheng took the initiative to do the business of the blessed land, which touched the reverse scales of many sects. The power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce cannot be underestimated. And Yi Jianxian is suspected to have formed an alliance with the wife. They will definitely target young Master Chansheng. As for the righteous side, young Master Chansheng is so radical. Can the righteous side tolerate young Master Chansheng? Yu Lao Mo. It's difficult. The subordinate said helplessly. I am worried that young Master Chansheng will be slandered as a demon by those righteous sections. Yu Lao Mo also felt that this kind of thing is likely to happen. But he felt wrong for his son. This excuse is ridiculous. If the disciples of the Holy Church had a little courage of Chansheng, they would not have been suppressed by the righteous side all these years. The subordinate smiled bitterly. Indeed, the strongest man in the world is on the side of the righteous side. Even a strong man like Yu Lao Mo was forced by Fairy Ling Long to not dare to go out for 20 years. In this situation, how dare the disciples of the demon cult be so arrogant? Master, we may have to prepare to welcome back the young Master Chansheng. The subordinate reminded, judging from the things that the young Master Chansheng has done. Unless Yu Linglong comes forward to protect him, Xuandu Temple will definitely not cover up. As for Danqing Pavilion, although Jiangxi admires the young Master Chansheng, he is certainly not willing to take the risk of the world's disapproval to accept the young Master Chansheng as his disciple. If things can't be done, the only way out for the young Master Chansheng is our holy cult. Yu Lao Mo nodded. His original plan was to let his son enter Danqing Pavilion. Now it seems that although Danqing Pavilion is still a good place, he feels that Danqing Pavilion may not be able to protect his son, and Danqing Pavilion may not dare to accept his son. Jiangxi is a person, but Chansheng is too good at making trouble, and Jiangxi may not be able to stand it. If it really doesn't work, he can only go in person. Fortunately, Yu Linglong is about to ascend. As long as Yu Linglong ascends, I am here, and Chansheng acts more radically, I should be able to handle it. Yu Lao Mo's tone was unusually unconfident. His subordinates understood very well. Yu Linglong is invincible, and she will not make enemies with everyone in the world for no reason. Yu Lao Mo is the same. But Ji Chongqing's unscrupulous style of doing things is really aimed at making enemies with the world. Master, you really gave birth to a good son. Young Master Chansheng is definitely a natural demon. I think he has the appearance of a great demon saint. If he doesn't die in the middle of the road, his future achievements may be even higher than yours. Yu Lao Mo laughed. If someone else had the qualifications to surpass him, he would definitely take action in advance to eliminate the threat in the bud. But his own son is a different matter. He agreed with his subordinates' opinions. Chansheng. This child, the more he looked at him, the more he looked like a Tai Sui from heaven. The demon cult was indeed unworthy of colluding with Chansheng. But if he said that his son was a disciple of the righteous path, Yu Lao Mo would be able to laugh for a whole year. It would be more reliable to let him believe that his wife's lover was Yu Linglong than to let him believe that Ji Chansheng was a disciple of the righteous path. Chansheng's move is too big. Tantian Chamber of Commerce must have reacted. And the Xianmen investigation team will go to Shenghua in a short time. Let Suqiong sneak into Shenghua and secretly support and protect Chansheng. At the critical moment, protect Chansheng and fight out of Shenghua together. You also go to the border of Shenghua in person and keep in touch with Suqiong. If Chansheng and Suqiong are chased out of Shenghua, support them in time. The subordinate bowed. Don't worry, Master. If young Master Chansheng is in danger, I will definitely bring young Master Chansheng and Suqiong back to the Holy Church safely. Well, remember, Suqiong can't get into trouble either. I want both of them. No one can be missing. I understand. Ren Suqiong, the first evildoer in the Golden Core realm of the Tianma sect, is also the first person in the Golden Core realm of the entire Demon Dao camp. At the same time, she is also considered by many people in the Tianma sect, including the world, to be the only prodigy who may pose a threat to Du Zongxing, the first person in the Golden Core realm. But Ren Suqiong has never met Du Zongxing. The king does not meet the king. For evildoers like Ren Suqiong and Du Zongxing, the position of true disciple has already been decided. And it just needs to be a formality. Even Yu Lao Mo treats a genius like Ren Suqiong differently, and gives her a lot of advice. Ren Suqiong is now in seclusion preparing to break through the nascent soul, and officially advance to the true disciple. She doesn't have much intention of getting involved in the current turbulent situation in the world. Yu Lao Mo had not intended to let Ren Suqiong show up in public too much. All the smart people in the Tianma sect knew that it was still the era of Yu Linglong and Xuandu Temple. They were all waiting. As long as Fairy Linglong ascended, the next era would most likely belong to Yu Lao Mo and the Tianma sect. At that time, it would be their chance to shine. So Ren Suqiong did not want to compete with Du Zongxin. She was waiting for the next big era. Yu Lao Mo also had high expectations for Ren Suqiong. However, for the sake of his son, he could only use this evildoer who he had the most optimistic about in the sect in advance. After a while, a woman in cloth clothes and straw sandals, with a plain face, walked out of the cave where she was in seclusion. Go to Shenghua? Yes. You may run into Du Zongxin. The mission is to kill him. Ahem. Suqiong. Confidence is a good thing. But you can't be blind. Du Zongxin's position as the #1 in the Jindan realm is still very stable. You'd better stay away from him. I'm sending you to Shenghua for other things this time. What? To protect an outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple named Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng? Is he the tough guy who killed Fairy Linglong's husband? Yes. He is really a tough guy. Much more powerful than Du Zongxin. The leader is interested in him. Yes. He killed Linglong Fairy's husband. If I were the leader, I would also want to turn him against the leader. So the leader wants me to secretly protect and turn Ji Changsheng against the leader. Use the philosophy of our holy religion to subtly influence him. And eventually bring him to our holy religion? Ahem. Ahem. That? Suqiong. You must pay attention. You can protect Ji Changsheng. But try to keep your distance. Don't try to turn him against the leader. Make sure you are not influenced by him as the first priority. The demonic sect cannot afford another Ji Changsheng. He is too good at making trouble. Chao Ziming. What a simple Danqing Pavilion kid before. Ing Hongye. Received the orthodox education of the Ying Kingdom royal family since childhood. Now he has been brought up by Ji Changsheng and has changed beyond recognition. Ren Suqiong was originally a disciple of the demonic sect. If he also followed Ji Changsheng, he was really worried that the demonic sect would be destroyed by 2 Jindan disciples. Ren Suqiong? Why does he sound more like a demon than me? Ji Changsheng naturally didn't know that because of his actions, the entire demonic sect began to move. But he knew that the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce began to move. After changing Danqing Blessed Land to Huanyan Blessed Land, all the casual cultivators and people who bought Danqing Blessed Land began to smile. And the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce obviously couldn't smile anymore. The biggest beneficiary of the Rugo measure was not the Du family and Danqing Blessed Land, but the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Because since Rugo was invented, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has begun to promote the Rugo model throughout Shenghua. It is difficult to change for the better, but it is easy to change for the worse, as long as they can make more money. Which businessman would want to make less money? But if Ji Changsheng really cancels Rugo, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will lose a lot of income. Even if Ji Changsheng's compensation for Rugo becomes a trend, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will have to cut its own meat and pay money from its own pocket to compensate those pigs and sheep in their eyes. The Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce naturally cannot accept this kind of thing. This is related to their direct interests and future prospects. When Ji Changsheng raised the butcher knife against the princes, nobles and ministers of Shenghua, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce chose to remain silent. But when Ji Changsheng started to raise his butcher knife directly towards Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce could no longer remain silent. Chao Yutian took measures quickly. He did not report to the headquarters. He had already reported this. It was just that the higher-ups were following the process. I sighed again that Ji Changsheng's work efficiency was not something that everyone could have. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth. If they wanted to organize an investigation team for the immortal sect, they would need to link up with other sects, which was not a simple matter. It might be easy to let Ji Changsheng come, but it would take at least a few days for a normal person to be the middleman. So Chao Yutian could not wait any longer. We can no longer allow Ji Changsheng to continue to mess up the business of Fudian scrupulously. Chao Yutian made the decision. Everyone has seen Ji Changsheng's style of dealing with people. If you give him another 3 days, I suspect that our entire Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce will cease to exist. Many deacons nodded subconsciously. Ji Chongqing's efficiency really scared many of them. The emperor was killed yesterday. The minister's house was raided this morning. The people were beheaded near noon. And the spirit stones were paid at noon. Chao Yutian repeated what Ji Chongqing did. Still feeling incredible. Gentlemen, facing such an opponent, our efficiency is too slow. Even if there is action from above, we have to communicate with other sects and communicate with Xuandu Temple. It may not be possible for people to come down in 10 days or half a month. Even if I have sent an expedited application and asked Master to come forward, the investigation team may not be able to come to Shenhua within 3 to 5 days. But if we give Ji Chongqing 3 to 5 days, God knows what he can do. So we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must fight back. Ji Chongqing pushed too hard. They also began to prepare for war. The strength of Tantian Chamber of Commerce is indeed strong. Chao Yutian spoke. And with the endorsement of Yi Jianxian, the people below also began to burst out with fighting power and began to offer suggestions. Ji Chongqing wants to be the judge. So let him know that being a judge is not that easy. There is more than one Danqing blessed land. Ji Chongqing can help this one. But can he help another? The spiritual stones seized from the ministers' homes are limited, and are not enough to pay the compensation. Not to mention the Danqing blessed lands under construction. Hasn't Ji Chongqing already taken down Du Zongjiang? Then let him confront the Du family completely. Du Zongxing is the #1 person in the Jindan realm. The young master of Danqing Pavilion. And his status is higher than Ji Chongqing in Xuandu Temple. Let Ji Chongqing offend the Du family to death. And Du Zongxing will definitely settle the score later. Elder Chao. Danqing blessed land has a piece of land in the north of the city that has just been built halfway. But? All sold out. Chao Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard this. And he chuckled, thank Sheng Taiping. Oh! No. Thank Bai Shiji. Bai Shiji is a genius. And he helped us think of many ways. If Danqing Fudi can't be built because of Ji Chongqing, how will Ji Chongqing deal with it? Elder Chao is wise. Bai Shiji is indeed smart. But it's a pity that he died too early. Ji Chongqing won people's hearts. So we will use his spear to attack his shield and make him fail in his most proud place. It just so happened that Ji Chongqing took action against the Du family. And the reasons were ready. The Du family was targeted by Ji Chongqing. And Danqing Fudi could not continue. This has nothing to do with us. Everything is Ji Chongqing's fault. This is a great plan. Then let's stop the blessed land, and let Ji Chongqing see our strength. What era is it? Still fighting and killing? Does he think he can conquer the world by fighting and killing? He can kill people. Can he build a blessed land by himself? The Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce quickly reached a consensus. They know their power. And they know where their methods are powerful. They will not do anything to confront Ji Chongqing head-on, which is not the style of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. But as long as they use spirit stones to open the way, they are sure to make Ji Chongqing unable to move in Shenhua. Chao Yutian sneered, move. Let Ji Chongqing see the consequences of fighting against our Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Killing a few mortals. He really thinks he can do whatever he wants. Ji Chongqing quickly received the unusual movement of the Danqing blessed land in the north of the city. Tantian Chamber of Commerce wants to use this trick to deal with me. It seems that this group of people really think I am a living saint. Ji Chongqing reflected on himself, and it seems that he has not killed enough people. It is not Ji Chongqing's fault that the Shenhua Court and Tantian Chamber of Commerce do not care about it. How can they think that Ji Chongqing cares? He is not a self-reflective person. He is not a saint. I am here to do good deeds, not to be a servant. The group of people in Tantian Chamber of Commerce are used to using this method to deal with gentlemen like senior brother Chao. And they thought it would work on me. Ji Chongqing sneered at this. Wei Zhongqian. Give me a detailed information about the Danqing blessed land in the north of the city. And we will solve this small problem now. It's ready. All the merchants of the major blessed lands have been registered in the court. To put it bluntly, Sheng Taiping and Du Zongjiang are all working for the court and Tantian Chamber of Commerce. The court knows all about their internal tricks. They are nothing more than a community of interests. So they have always turned a blind eye to their internal problems. Now the person in power in the court has changed. Without Ji Chongqing asking for it, Wei Zhongxian has already retrieved the files of Danqing Fudi from the database. Ji Chongqing looked at Wei Zhongxian with approval and took the information he handed to him. After a brief review, Ji Changsheng had a plan. It's almost what I thought. Let's go and solve this small problem. 5 minutes later. North of the city. Danqing Fudi construction site. Ji Changsheng called the person in charge of the construction. Duing Feng? Yes. I have met Elder Ji. Duing Feng is a middle-aged woman who looks very patriotic. Patriotism means that she can scare the enemy to death on the battlefield just by her appearance. Ji Changsheng will certainly not be scared to death. He looked at Duing Feng seriously, and saw hatred in her eyes. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this. Nor did he care. Duing Feng's surname said it all. She was a member of the Du family. It was normal for the Du family to hate him. But it was not allowed to stop the work to make it unfinished. I heard you want to stop the work? Duing Feng nodded. Elder Ji. You have arrested the young master of our Du family. And the Du family is also in trouble. We can't work for nothing. Right? The masters below also have to receive spirit stones every month. Now no one is paying. So we can only stop the work. The implication was that this was all Ji Changsheng's fault. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, the Du family still has spirit stones. Duing Feng explained, those spiritual stones have nothing to do with the Danqing Fudi project. They belong to the Du family's private property, and will definitely not be used in the Danqing Fudi project. I'll make the decision. The Du family's spiritual stones will be used in the Danqing Fudi project. Your treatment will remain unchanged. Ji Changsheng continued to smile. Duing Feng was angry. When will it be your turn to use our Du family's spiritual stones? She didn't say anything else. Because she had already gone to see Du Zongjiang. Ji Changsheng killed Duing Feng with a knife without any worldly airs. And then looked at the next person in charge. Du Wendy? Ji? Elder Ji? I'm Du Wendy. He is Duing Feng's cousin. Still a member of the Du family. Ji Changsheng read the information Wei Zhongxian gave him. The entire Danqing Fudi project, from top to bottom, is all Du family members. Some are not surnamed Du, but they are still Du family members, belonging to the Du family's peripheral forces, or aunts and uncles. The entire Du family is sucking blood from the Danqing Fudi project. But it is not the Du family's blood that is being sucked. It is the blood of the entire Shun country. Can we continue to build this Danqing Fudi project? Ji Changsheng asked with a smile. Very kind. Du Wendy's face was pale, and his legs were weak. Elder Ji, please understand. The higher-ups have really stopped distributing spirit stones to us. Who are the higher-ups? Half of the people in charge of Danqing Fudi have been arrested by you. So this is all my fault? No. I dare not. Aren't there still half that haven't been arrested? They are also very scared, and now they have no intention of doing their work. Then how should we solve it? Du Wendy said tentatively, maybe if you release the people of the Du family, and the people in charge of Danqing Fudi, you can restart the project? After all, they are from the Du family. Although Ji Changsheng's killing was very scary, the Du family still felt that they had a foothold. Du Wendy then added, Elder Ji, Master Zong Sheng and Master Zong Jiang have had a close relationship since childhood. Ji Changsheng waved the sad demon knife again. The head fell to the ground. Wei Zhongqian. Remember this. This Du Wendy took the initiative to rub his head against my sword. I defended myself and cut off his dog head with one sword. I suspected that he was bribed by the demon cult. Wei Zhongqian. I remember it. Next. Du Shiwei. Right? Can we start working? Du Shiwei knelt directly in front of Ji Changsheng. Elder Ji. It was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that said that we can't continue working. It's not a matter of spirit stones. Oh! Ji Changsheng nodded. I guessed it. So can we start working? Elder Ji. You are fighting with the gods of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Can you please not embarrass me? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Wasn't it Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that made things difficult for you first? Why didn't you ask Tongtian Chamber of Commerce for help? But came to me for help? Du Shiwei was speechless. Ji Changsheng instantly became furious. I think you think this elder is easy to bully. Tell me, are you a demon from the demon cult? Du Shiwei was almost scared to pee. How can I be a demon from the demon cult? Gritting his teeth, Du Shiwei decisively surrendered. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and start working. Ji Changsheng looked at the shocked Ing Hongya, Cao Ziming and Wei Zhongxian, and patiently instructed, to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. You rely on fighting and killing. Have you learned it? Chapter 101 Confusion of Right and Wrong. Making things up. Wei Zhongxian wanted to kneel down and listen to Elder Ji's teachings. He was also worried that Elder Ji would be unhappy to see him kneeling. Despite this, Wei Zhongxian gritted his teeth and reminded Elder Ji, they have the support of Tontian Chamber of Commerce behind them. And your actions are not a bit extreme? He is a spy intelligence assassin, reminding the disciples of Xuandu Temple, the first immortal sect of the righteous path, that their actions are a bit too extreme. To be honest, Wei Zhongxian felt very magical, but he really thought that Elder Ji's actions were a bit extreme. He would always label the other party as a demon, and then kill them if they disagreed. Killing people is like killing chickens. No, it's even simpler than killing chickens. Although this is indeed very efficient and has a great record, it is really too scary. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce settles accounts later, you may be in trouble, Wei Zhongxian reminded. Chao Ziming also nodded in agreement. Master Wei is right. Junior brother Ji, you are the one who has stood out and has been targeted by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I should be the one to handle things like today. Junior brother Ji, your attitude is very clear. Tontian Chamber of Commerce has no pressure to offend you. But if you offend both of us at the same time, Tontian Chamber of Commerce may think twice. I am still very much loved by Master in Danqing Pavilion. Wei Zhongxian, I really want to say that I don't mean that. I want you all to be more peaceful. Is it really good to fight and kill at every turn? Ji Changsheng told him that it was really good. Don't worry. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not our opponent. Ing Hongya asked curiously, why? To be honest, on paper, Cha Sheng, you are now at a disadvantage. Of course, she didn't think Ji Changsheng had no power to resist. And she also knew that the master of the temple would definitely support Ji Changsheng. But in the eyes of outsiders, Ji Changsheng would not be favored by Fairy Linglong. Xuandu Temple might not protect him, but Tontian Chamber of Commerce would definitely support Chao Yutian and the Blessed Land business. As we all know, the Blessed Land industry is the pillar industry of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If Ji Changsheng started the Blessed Land business, he would shake the foundation of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention, Ji Changsheng had slapped Yi Jianxian in the face in public before. In the eyes of many people, the face of a big man like Yi Jianxian is much more important than the fate of thousands of people in Shenghua. But Ji Changsheng is really not worried. What is the biggest advantage of Tontian Chamber of Commerce? Ji Changsheng asked. Ing Hongya thought about it, and then affirmed, rich. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is richer than Xuandu Temple. What is the biggest advantage of me and brother Chao? Ing Hongya pondered for a moment, and tentatively asked, shameless? Wei Zhongxian hurriedly lowered his head. Chao Ziming's old face turned red. Ji Changsheng glared at him. This woman can't be kept. Ing Hongya was also a little embarrassed. It was not good to attack directly, so she covered it up with high emotional intelligence. You are more shameless. Ji Changsheng tapped Ing Hongya's nose, and said with regret, the biggest advantage of me and brother Chao is that we have no money. Ing Hongya didn't understand. No money is still an advantage. Ji Changsheng added, but we have swords. Very sharp swords. Ing Hongya understood instantly, and his face changed slightly. This makes sense. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming are two poor guys. I walk alone on the road. All alone. With nothing of my own. But they tried the world with swords. And they killed people with blood. They had no money. But they had swords. Dared to kill people. And dared to kill many people unscrupulously. To deal with poor, without property, ghosts like them. Having money is no longer an advantage, but a huge disadvantage. Tontian Chamber of Commerce fought with us for spiritual stones. And we fought with Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But we still fought for their lives. If we kill them, the world will be peaceful. If they kill us, they can only kill two poor ghosts. And basically get nothing. And they will offend Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. When Ji Changsheng said this, he patted Chao Ziming on the shoulder and smiled. Brother Chao, how do you think Tontian Chamber of Commerce will fight us? They don't even have the courage to fight with us. Chao Ziming looked at Du Wingfeng and Du Windy, who died with their eyes open. And it was hard not to agree with Ji Changsheng's idea. At this point in the situation, Tontian Chamber of Commerce can only use the spiritual stone strategy to block them. But junior brother Ji didn't care about anything at all. And he raised his hand to kill people to open the way. Killed a group of people. The consolidation of the Blessed Land is progressing steadily. In the whole process, he lost only the shackles. But he gained the whole world. Visibly, most of the common people and casual cultivators in Shengwei have more smiles on their faces. Xingguo's fortune is booming. Junior brother Ji's merits have begun to condense into merits and virtues. And his righteousness is also advancing by leaps and bounds. How can Chao Ziming think that what he is doing is wrong? Compared with junior brother Ji, Tontian Chamber of Commerce is really too rich. Tontian Chamber of Commerce hoards spirit stones. They hoard swords. If you are short of spirit stones, just go to Tontian Chamber of Commerce to ask for them. Junior brother Ji. You are right. Chao Ziming's eyes became clearer. Tontian Chamber of Commerce looks strong. But it is actually a paper tiger that will break with a single poke. You and I look weak. Just two Jinan cultivators. But if we unite, at least the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce can't do anything to us. They may even think that it is not worth spending a huge price to deal with two poor guys like us. They are essentially businessmen who aim to make profits. Not cultivators at all. What can they use to fight us? The final victory must belong to us, to justice, and to the vast hearts of the people in this world. Ji Changsheng clapped his hands with Chao Ziming with satisfaction. Very good. Brother Chao has completely got it. I guess he won't need to fool me in the future. And I will follow him wholeheartedly. Ying Hongya looked up at the sky. She was much smarter than Chao Ziming. And she understood all of Ji Changsheng's words. Naturally, she had figured out Chao Ziming's feelings. But she was not a poor guy. She was a real princess of the Ying Kingdom. So she is not as reckless as Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming. But it is precisely because she is not a poor person that Ying Hongya thinks of one thing. If Changsheng and senior brother Chao succeed, their names will be recorded in history. 10,000 years from now, their names will shine in history books and be admired by thousands of people. If they fail, I have to prepare a way out for them. Otherwise, there will be no place for them in the world. The Changsheng cake is well drawn. But it is not so easy to do in reality. Only senior brother Chao will believe everything. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket. Ying Hongya knows that senior brother Chao is a fool. He will do whatever Changsheng says. But Changsheng obviously only dragged senior brother Chao to run wildly. And there was no sign of dragging her to do it together. Obviously, Changsheng also hoped that she would find a way out. Ying Hongya could guess Ji Changsheng's thoughts. So she was not too excited, but just looked up at the sky, thinking, of course, there is no problem in preparing a way out for Changsheng and senior brother Chao. Yingwu will always open its doors to welcome them. But the way out is the way out. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce can be completely dealt with, it will certainly be more gratifying. Ying Hongya will certainly not forget that Tontian Chamber of Commerce, including Yi Jianxian, is the mortal enemy of Yingwu. Even the reason why Shengwei exists is that Tontian Chamber of Commerce forced Yingwu to cede it. Otherwise, Shengwei has been an inseparable part of Yingwu's territory since ancient times. Having the opportunity to kill such an enemy and regain lost territory is a temptation that Yingwu people cannot refuse. In this matter, the emperor should be able to help. Thinking of this, Ying Hongya sent a private message to Ji Changsheng using the voice transmission. Changsheng, I remember my father told me that the powerful people such as Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Shengwei have deposited a large amount of spiritual stones in our Yingwu. Ji Changsheng looked at Ying Hongya in surprise. Ying Hongya nodded affirmatively. Ji Changsheng blinked and quickly understood. Yes. Yu Laoimo also said Bing zipping to Xuandu Temple. It is not new to keep the biggest property with a mortal enemy. And it is very logical. Many rich people do this. Don't move yet. It's not time to use such a king bomb. Ji Changsheng asked Ying Hongya to be patient. Hearing Ji Changsheng's voice transmission, Ying Hongya nodded slightly. She also felt that it was not the time to use these trump cards. After all, once these were used, the credibility and national reputation of the Ying Kingdom would be much lower. This kind of trick is like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 500 of your own. It is worth it to act decisively only when you see an opportunity to make a fatal blow. While they were chatting, Du Shiwei, who had just run away in fear, ran back again. Elder Ji, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has just frozen the spiritual stones we have stored with them. Du Shiwei was scared to death, and was very worried that Ji Changsheng would think he was resisting passively and kill him with another sword. He quickly added and explained, it was not me who notified Tontian Chamber of Commerce. They should have other internal responses here. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this. He was a disciple of Xuandu Temple. He had nothing to hide. He always did things openly, and had no intention of hiding anything. Killing a few demons was just a cover-up. It was not surprising that Tontian Chamber of Commerce received the news in time. Respond in time. It seems that he has been dragged down by himself and started to improve his efficiency. Ji Changsheng is a reasonable person. Just now, Du Yingfeng and Du Windy were obviously resisting passively, giving him a bad face, affecting the progress of the entire Danqing Fudi. So Ji Changsheng decisively killed people. Now that Du Shiwei has expressed his cooperation, Ji Changsheng will not embarrass him. Killing has never been Ji Changsheng's goal. As everyone knows, Ji Changsheng is a good man who is afraid of killing chickens. Don't be afraid. I'm not a demon. Ji Changsheng comforted Du Shiwei. You keep working, and you won't lose the spiritual stones every month. I am the elder of Xuandu Temple, and I have always convinced people with virtue. The emperor does not need hungry soldiers. And I certainly won't let you work for nothing. What you were treated before will be the same in the future, as long as they are willing to cooperate. Ji Changsheng will basically not make things difficult for the workers. We are all workers. Just don't get in my way. I can help you make money to support your family. Du Shiwei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although Ji Laoimo has killed many people, he can also be reasonable. He quickly reminded Elder Ji. The Danqing Fudi project and most of the Du family's spiritual stones are in Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce does not unfreeze those spiritual stones, you will have to pay for it yourself. And this amount of spiritual stones is not small. After a pause, Du Shiwei continued to remind carefully, there is one more thing. Elder Ji. There are more than one Danqing Fudi under construction in the entire territory of Shenghua. But all of them are spiritual stones circulated in Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If you want to thoroughly reorganize Danqing Fudi, you must go to Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The spiritual stones in your hands are definitely not enough for the turnover of all Danqing Fudi projects. After all, Ji Changsheng has just arrived in Shenghua and is still active in Shengjing City. The blessed land business is already the pillar industry of the entire Sheng Kingdom. And of course, it is not limited to Shengjing City. Ji Changsheng is mentally prepared for this. Fighting monsters should be done step by step. First, the demons in the Sheng Kingdom court were dealt with. And the next thing to deal with was naturally the demons hidden in the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In short, they are all demons. Chao Ziming said murderously, Junior Brother Ji. Should we rob the branch of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Sheng Kingdom? If we rob them, we will have everything. Plop. Du Shiwei knelt down to Chao Ziming directly. I thought that the old demon Ji was the most ruthless. I didn't expect that there was an even more ruthless demon hidden here. Wei Zhongxian was also frightened. Mr. Chao, the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not only rich, but also very powerful. If we take action against Tontian Chamber of Commerce, it will cause a big commotion and will definitely make a big splash. Chao Ziming looked at Ji Changsheng. He didn't care about these things. As long as Junior Brother Ji said he could do it, he would dare to take a sword and kill the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng was really tempted. It seems that no matter what we do to Tontian Chamber of Commerce, the CNN investigation team will come. It would be a waste if we don't do it. Wei Zhongxian grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand and said quickly, Elder Ji, we must be moving Tontian Chamber of Commerce for the spirit stones. Right? Of course. But they can transfer them away. Wei Zhongxian reminded, once we take action, they can start operating immediately. Except for the spirit stones that are fixed in the warehouse of Shenghua branch. The others are just numbers on the books. Ji Changsheng thought, so if we want to move Tontian Chamber of Commerce, we must control them at the first time. Otherwise it will easily cause the spirit stones to be lost. Outflow? Yes. But we did not control the strength of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in a short time. Wei Zhongxian said, Elder Ji, I know a little about the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In my opinion, if we touch them, the result will most likely be a stalemate. Moreover, the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not only Shengjing City, but also other cities. We can't arrest people at the same time. Ing Hongya said frankly, we can arrest people at the same time. But the execution efficiency of Shenghua is too low. If it is in our Ingwa, as long as we deploy in advance, I am sure that we can close the net within half a day. Wei Zhongxian smiled bitterly and said, Princess Hongya, you also said that it was in Ingwa. The government and the people of Shenghua have been deeply infiltrated by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. It is impossible to uproot Tontian Chamber of Commerce, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Moreover, our goal is the spiritual stones of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Not to make Tontian Chamber of Commerce have no foothold. So we need to take a long-term view. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said decisively, "It is absolutely impossible to take a long-term view. The longer the night, the more dreams there will be. What we need is thunderous action." But Wei Zhongxian, your reminder is right. Our goal is to keep the spiritual stones of the people of Shenghua in Shenghua. And we can't let them transfer the spiritual stones of the people of Shenghua out of the blood and sweat of the people of Shenghua. So, I will find a way. Before Ji Changsheng could think of a way, his treasure gave him a surprise. "I'll give you a gift." Ji Changsheng received the message from the Holy Maiden of Hahuan and slowly typed a question mark. He was just about to ask the Holy Maiden of Hahuan for help. The Holy Maiden of Hahuan jumped out by herself. "Is this what telepathy is? Hahuan Saint, are you going to take action against the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce?" Ji Changsheng was shocked. "Bao, you arranged someone to monitor me?" Hahuan Saint complained. "Do you need me to monitor the things you did? Do you know how many people on the righteous side were blinded by your operations? Do you still think you did it very secretly?" Ji Changsheng blushed. This kind of thing really can't be concealed. Besides, he didn't want to hide it. Hahuan Saint continued to complain. "Have you contacted Mu Xian in the past 2 days?" Ji Changsheng, "Master? No. He is very silent." Hahuan Saint, "I feel a little sorry for Mu Xian. He is not silent at all. He was forced by you to start pretending to be dead. You are making trouble in Shenghua. And he can't stand the pressure from other sects outside. He can only pretend to be dead and close to the world, pretending not to know what you did." Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. No wonder the master didn't reply to his message. It turned out that he was the instigator. Hahuan Saint, Mu Xian is not easy either. He has just been the master of Xuandu Temple for 2 days. Don't be willing to sacrifice your life to bring Mu Xian down. Ji Changsheng coughed loudly. "Bao, it's not that exaggerated. Other sects are not qualified to interfere with the inheritance of the master of Xuandu Temple. Don't be afraid. It's true that other sects are not qualified to interfere with the position of the master of Xuandu Temple. But you have made Mu Xian an enemy all over the world. He can't stand this kind of pressure. He is not Linglong. And he doesn't have that much power to cover you." Ji Changsheng found something wrong. "Bao, I have wanted to ask one thing for a long time. Why do you feel that you are very familiar with the master?" Before, Hahuan Saint asked him to kill Sheng Taiping. Then Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan received the task from the master to go to Shenghua to rectify the Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua. Ji Changsheng felt something was wrong at the time. Ji Changsheng didn't believe that there was no tacit understanding between the master and the Holy Lady Hahuan. Holy Maiden Hahuan had concealed something from Ji Changsheng before. But now she has revealed everything to Ji Changsheng. "I am not familiar with Mu Xian. But we are both wanderers in the world. So we help each other when we have the chance. Mu Xian is a smart man. Everything is self-explanatory. And there is no need for open cooperation. Ji Changsheng, we are both wanderers in the world." "What do you mean?" Holy Maiden Hahuan, don't you know the origin of the name Mu Xian? Ji Changsheng, "I don't know." Holy Maiden Hahuan, "That's right. Mu Xian is also a big shot in the cultivation world. And no one dares to discuss his history. Mu Xian's background is similar to yours. Even a little worse than yours. He was just a cowherd. And he didn't have a name at all. It was Yu Linglong who saved his life and brought him to Xuandu Temple. And then he climbed up step by step until he became the current master of Xuandu Temple. The name Mu Xian was given by him. Do you understand?" Ji Changsheng, "I see. I admire Fairy Linglong. Well, the master of the temple does have something in common with you. 2 dogs who want to be with you, but cannot get what you want. It's hard not to sympathize with each other. Saint Hahuan, he should be different from me. He treats Linglong as his mother, or a monument. He should respect and love her more. He has no idea of taking Linglong for himself. Otherwise, he would have had a chance. At least much better than Bai Shiji. His means are okay. But he is too timid. A waste." Ji Changsheng laughed. "Why do you still have to divide the contempt chain? Saint Hahuan, respect me a little. Or I will. I won't send you any more." Ji Changsheng immediately changed the subject. "You are much better than the master." Hahuan Saint nodded with satisfaction. "I thought so too. Okay. I won't argue with you anymore. Remember, the spiritual stones from Shenghua Tontian Chamber of Commerce branch cannot be transferred out of Shenghua. So you should move slowly." Ji Chansheng. The spiritual stones from Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce cannot be transferred out of Shenghua? Are you sure? Huan Saint, nonsense. I just received a dog named Jiangxian. Do you think I can be sure? Ji Chansheng was overjoyed. Just when he was about to take a nap, Huan Saint gave him a pillow. So thoughtful. Holy Lady Huan, I remind you again. Be gentle. I have reminded you so many times. Don't be so radical. Don't be so extreme. Look at what you have done. I am worried that if you continue like this, you will not be able to leave Shenghua alive. Ji Chansheng didn't care. Jianxian is just your lackey. How much danger can Tontian Chamber of Commerce bring to me? Holy Lady Huan's tone was very serious. This is what I want to tell you. Don't be proud and complacent. And don't underestimate Tontian Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, Jianxian is the best master of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and one of the 5 great swordsmen in the world. However, in fact, Jianxian is by no means the real foundation of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Chansheng was slightly startled. Does Tontian Chamber of Commerce have other trump cards? He really thought that Jianxian was the strongest person in Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Linglong Fairy is also one of the 5 great sword immortals. She is already recognized as the top strong person in the world. Enough to support a top force. The next sentence of Saint Huan sounded like thunder in Ji Chongqing's ears. The names of the major forces are not chosen casually. Especially those major forces with a history. For example, Xuandu Temple. Such as Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Chongqing suddenly changed color. He really didn't expect this. Although the word Tontian is domineering, it is just a chamber of commerce. How could Ji Chansheng directly associate it with that person? No way. Ji Chansheng blurted out. A saint still needs spirit stones? What does that person do when he builds a chamber of commerce? Saint Huan said faintly. Of course a saint doesn't need spirit stones. But what if a saint wants to rebuild a sect? Ji Chongqing's heart was in turmoil. It makes sense. If I remember correctly, in the conferred gods tribulation, the sect of Master Tontian, Jiejio, was basically wiped out. Saint Huan said the same thing. In the conferred gods tribulation, the biggest loser was that one person. A great sect that had thousands of immortals coming to worship, was wiped out in one day of the tribulation. And all the disciples were recruited by the heavenly court and the western sect. If it were you, would you want to restore the former glory? Ji Chansheng nodded. Of course I do. Saint Huan, then guess. That person wants to? I can't guess. The thoughts and ideas of that level of power are not something we can guess. Ji Chongqing said. Saint Huan, but as long as he wants, he will definitely take action. The basis for a big force to reorganize is that it needs money. Ji Chongqing could not refute. He just frowned and said, the things done by Tontian Chamber of Commerce are too disgraceful. Not like the style of a saint. The Holy Lady Huan sneered slightly. Of course, it is not the style of a saint. But there are birds in the forest. There are demons like you in Xuandu Temple. Ji Chansheng. Don't forget. When the saint founded this sect, and the immortals came to pay homage, the disciples under his command were also mixed. In terms of the lower limit of disciples, that one was originally the lowest. And you and I are human. So we naturally consider the problem from the standpoint of the human race. That one and his disciples are not from the human race. What we think is unforgivable may just be the survival of the fittest in their eyes. Ji Chansheng was convinced. Indeed, although according to rumors, the disciples of Jiejio, founded by Tontian sect master, are loyal and brave. But anyone who knows a little bit of the inside story knows that Jiejio has the largest number of disciples. So the lower limit is extremely low. There are also many real demons who join. And Tontian Patriarch accepts all of them. If not, Jiejio would not have reached the point where everyone in the world is the enemy. The good and evil in his eyes, and the good and evil in the eyes of the saints are probably 2 different standards. Just as the good and evil in the eyes of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and his eyes, are also 2 different standards. The conferred God tribulation is essentially a war between the 3 religions. Master Tai Ching established the human religion. But there are many old people from the 2 tribes of witches and liches under Master Tontian. So in the end, the 3 pure ones also use swords against each other. Now Xuandu Temple is the lineage of Master Tai Ching. And the Tontian Chamber of Commerce is behind it. It is probably Master Tontian. I am afraid that you can't control the chain reaction caused by your action against the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Some people may even think that this is the Taiqing lineage declaring war on the Tontian lineage again. Ji Chongqing's face also became completely serious. He was very skilled in making a big deal out of things. So he knew that what Saint Hewan said was not alarmist. No wonder Tontian Chamber of Commerce is so rich. But Xuandu Temple has not yet taken action to cut it off. According to Ji Chongqing's understanding of the temple master including Fairy Linglong, as well as his understanding of the methods of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Xuandu Temple could have taken action long ago. There must be objective factors for not taking action. In addition, this time, the temple master pretended to be dead and retreated. Ji Chongqing realized that he really thought the problem was simple. Master Taiqing's unusual actions in the prehistoric fairyland this time are said to be aimed at the Western Church. Ji Chongqing said. Saint Hewan knew that Ji Chongqing understood what she said. And she was a little relieved. This son's IQ is still on mine. Yes. The Saint Taiqing and Yuanshi Tianwang targeted the two saints in the West this time. But your attack on Tontian Chamber of Commerce triggered internal conflicts among the three pure ones. If you force Tontian Patriarch to the opposite side, dear son, can you bear the responsibility? Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes. He really couldn't bear this responsibility. But he didn't think he had such great power. I don't believe that Tontian Patriarch will turn to the opposite side just because I attacked Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I don't believe it either. But what if? Who can bear this responsibility? Saint Hewan asked. Ji Chongqing was silent for a moment. And then said decisively, of course. Tontian Chamber of Commerce will bear this responsibility. Saint Hewan? She didn't think Ji Chongqing would be a coward. And Ji Chongqing's actions didn't seem like he could shrink. She thought her dear son would be so heroic and pretend to be a hero. Saying that I will bear this responsibility. I never expected that Ji Chongqing would still be so shameless. Ji Chongqing continued, for the sake of Master Tontian. I gave in step by step. But the Tontian Chamber of Commerce pressed on step by step. They acted perversely. Took human lives lightly. And even offered a high price to hire a high-level assassin from the Assassin's League to assassinate me. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I took action against the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. All of this is ironclad. Even if Master Tontian came in person, I would still say this. Disciples of Taiqing can endure. But they can't be bullied in every way. At the end, Ji Chongqing's face flushed, and he was full of anger. The scum of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce is really too much. Hewan Saint was a little stupid. Wait a minute. Did the Assassin's League assassinate you? Ji Chongqing, not yet. But they will do it soon. Hewan Saint. She soon saw the assassination methods of the Assassin's League. At the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In broad daylight. Ji Chongqing happened to walk to the front of the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Then, a cold arrow appeared from behind Ji Chongqing without warning and pierced Ji Chongqing's chest directly. The next moment, a murderous sword broke out of the ground. A sword pierced Ji Chongqing's throat. At the critical moment, Ying Hongye pushed Ji Chongqing, but was also seriously injured. Fortunately, the purpose of the Assassin's League is to escape thousands of miles away if you miss a shot. But before leaving, the assassin still left a cold sentence. Ji Chongqing, you offended someone you shouldn't offend. In front of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce, there was a lot of noise. Ji Chongqing, who had luckily escaped from the assassination, hugged the injured Ying Hongye and roared to the sky, Tontian Chamber of Commerce. You actually asked the assassins of the Assassin's League to assassinate the disciples of Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple, and you will never reconcile. A moment later, a deacon of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce committed suicide at home. Wei Zhongxian arrived quickly and dug out an account book from the second tree in his yard. The account book recorded the transfer records of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce to the Assassin's League. Ironclad evidence. Saint Hewan received another message from her adopted son, Bao. Do you know Jijiangxian? If you do, let him announce that he is responsible for this matter. If you don't know him, let Jijiangxian disguise himself as Jijiangxian and take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 102. The referees are all my people. What can you use to fight me? Hewan Saint looked at the message sent by Ji Chongqing and was speechless for a long time. She told Ji Chongqing the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in order to make Ji Chongqing take action more gently. If Ji Chongqing moves slower, all parties will feel more comfortable. Then, Ji Chongqing was assassinated. A disciple of Xuandu Temple was assassinated by an assassin of the Assassins' League at the gate of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Huan Saint sighed to the sky. For such a thing, no one can cover it up unless Yu Linglong speaks up. This guy doesn't know how to be low-key at all. The most amazing thing is that this guy even set his sights on Zhu Jiangxian. Zhu Jiangxian is one of the 5 great swordsmen in the world. And the most mysterious one. Where can I find him for you? Ji Changsheng quickly replied. I can tell at a glance that Yi Jianxian is not a good guy. He looks like Zhu Jianxian's vest. Zhu Jianxian is in charge of the Assassins' League, and is the swordsman who has killed the most people. But he has never revealed his true identity. It is rumored that Zhu Jianxian is one of the other 4 great swordsmen. Ji Changsheng thinks that there is always a reason for smoke without fire. Yi Jianxian is very much like this kind of old silver coin that does whatever it takes. The Holy Lady of Huan was really amused by Ji Changsheng's words. You haven't even seen Yi Jianxian. How do you know he is not a good guy? Ji Changsheng, it doesn't matter. It's time now. And you still care about these things. Madam, will you help me? The Holy Lady of Huan wanted to beat this guy to death. He also learned to force the palace. But she couldn't bear to kill him. And the Holy Lady of Huan thought about it seriously, and still had to help. Even if the master of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is really the master of Tontian. So what? The master behind Xuandu Temple must be the great master of Xuandu. And the great master of Xuandu is the only disciple of the Saint Tai Ching. In terms of background, Xuandu Temple is not weaker than Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, this guy would not dare to frame him so openly. Ji Changsheng is not afraid. So what is she afraid of? Not to mention another possibility. This little guy is really too bold. He dares to do this even though he knows the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I am crazy too. I am more and more convinced that he is the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. Saint Huan whispered to herself. I have never seen such a courageous person. Ji Changsheng's previous guess was correct. If it were not for the fear of the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Xuandu Temple or Tianma sect would have directly cut off Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But as powerful as Fairy Linglong and as arrogant as old Demon Yu, they held back and did not take action. Ji Changsheng did what he said. In terms of courage, Saint Huan thinks Ji Changsheng is stronger than Fairy Linglong and Yu Lao Mo. Obviously, Ji Changsheng knows the severity and inside story. And she has made it clear. In this case, Ji Changsheng dares to be so unscrupulous. There must be some confidence. Saint Huan is just curious about one thing. Why must Zhu Jianxian come forward to claim this matter? Ji Changsheng's answer left Saint Huan speechless. The time for this assassination was too tight. And I did it a bit rough. If the Assassins' League doesn't come forward to claim it, I'm afraid people won't believe it. Saint Huan, you also know that you did a rough job. Ji Changsheng, of course I know. But time is too tight. I want to complain first. Using the excuse that the disciples of Xuandu Temple were assassinated by Tontian Chamber of Commerce and the Assassins' League. And invite the CNN investigation team here first. The Holy Lady Huan did not want to talk to Ji Changsheng anymore. She was afraid that she would be led astray. What a shame that the righteous man complained first. She regretted telling Ji Changsheng about the possible background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, because she felt that Ji Changsheng had not been so extreme before. After she said that, Ji Changsheng became more extreme. And he did things more unscrupulously. It seemed that when he felt that Tontian Chamber of Commerce had no background, Ji Changsheng did not feel nervous. And the previous methods were all basic operations. Once he knew that the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce was also amazing, Ji Changsheng decisively began to put himself and the other party in a dead end. Then he tied Xuandu Temple to the chariot together. Thinking of this, Saint Huan finally reminded, I can help you with Yi Jianxian. But since you are plotting against Zhu Jianxian behind my back, aren't you afraid that the Assassin League will really cause you trouble? Ji Changsheng said calmly, I had already joined the Assassin League before they came to trouble me. We are all family members. Unless Zhu Jianxian is really Yi Jianxian. Don't they want a rising star like me with a promising future? Saint Huan? Ji Changsheng, anyway. If I fail, or fail to hide it from the CNN investigation team, I will go back and inherit the Tianma sect with tears. You? Forget it. I won't say bad words. Saint Huan decisively blocked Ji Changsheng. It's so sad to inherit the Tianma sect with tears. She thinks Ji Changsheng wants to inherit the leader's wife with tears. Ji Changsheng didn't care about Saint Hewan's reaction. He and Saint Hewan are on the same boat now. And they will definitely be on the same boat in the future. She would definitely help herself. Unless she felt that compared to Yi Jianxian, a dying man, had a better future. Obviously, this is unlikely. Ji Changsheng fully believes in the intelligence and position of Saint Hewan. But he did not put all his hopes on Saint Hewan. He chose to continue to call people senior sister. Tantian Chamber of Commerce has no martial ethics. They paid a high price to hire assassins from the Assassins League to assassinate me. You have to make the decision for me. Li Changxi quickly sent Then she quickly sent a voice transmission to Ji Changsheng. What a joke. I didn't see the Assassins League accept your order. This time it was Ji Changxing's turn to send back Sister. What do you mean? Li Changxi. Well, in this world, vests are very important. So I opened a vest in the Assassins League. And my status is quite high. Whenever someone in the Assassins League takes orders from the disciples of Xuandu Temple, I can see it. Ji Changsheng was convinced. Sister. We are really a match made in heaven. And we are born to be a family. Li Changxi. You also join the Assassins League? Ji Changsheng. I haven't officially joined yet. But I have joined in my heart. Li Changxi. It's hard to judge. She brought the topic back to the point. I just checked again. And the Assassins League has indeed not accepted the task of assassinating you. Ji Changsheng smiled. Sister. Didn't you say that you have a high status in the Assassins League? Li Changxi instantly understood what Ji Changsheng meant. Ji Changsheng laughed even happier. Sister. Take an order. And then make a task record. I didn't intend to make it so realistic. He really didn't expect that Li Changxi could give him a surprise. Now the referee has really become my man. What can Tantian Chamber of Commerce use to fight me? Li Changxi was speechless. Junior brother. Did you play like this during the conferred God tribulation? Ji Changsheng said seriously. Adapt to local conditions, and choose different strategies according to different versions. During the conferred God tribulation, many forces showed their chariots and horses to fight against each other. And the camps were clear. So conspiracies and tricks were not very important. And more of a head-on confrontation. It's different now. You have me and I have you. So we must be careful and cautious. And try not to use force first if we can kill them with wisdom. Li Changxi nodded. Junior brother. You are right. But it seems that you were the first to use force. Pretending to assassinate is also a use of force. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and said. Anyway, senior sister, please make a record of the actions. And then check the bill. The forged account book here shows that the Shenhua branch of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce asked the high-level assassins of the Assassin League to take action, which cost 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Senior sister, I will trouble you to spend some money. At the end, Ji Changxing's old face was slightly red. I didn't originally think of making the play so realistic. So I didn't think of really spending this money. The main reason is that he didn't have this money. Now that I find a chance to make this deal a reality, I have to pay out real money. Or pay Li Changxi's money. Ji Changsheng was quite embarrassed by this kind of white-faced behavior. Fortunately, the rich woman Li Changxi didn't take it seriously. 30,000 top-grade spirit stones are not a problem. Forging a record of attacking is not a big problem. But in this way, I am in danger of being exposed. Ji Changsheng worriedly said. Not really. We in Xuandu Temple only prohibit others from bullying the weak. As long as the assassins of the Assassins League send out assassins at the Jindan level, it should not violate our taboos. Will this cause trouble for you in the Assassins League? If so, then you don't have to do this. Anyway, I have arranged everything else. He went to Li Changxi, which had nothing to do with the Assassins League. It was Li Changxi who gave him an unexpected surprise. Li Changxi thought about it, and decided to help his junior brother. It shouldn't be a big problem. The Assassins League has indeed accepted orders from Xuandu Temple disciples. Although your identity is a bit special. As long as the Tantian Chamber of Commerce raises the price, it is reasonable for the Assassins League to accept orders. In this way, junior brother, you can raise the price to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which will be in line with your worth. Ji Changsheng blinked. There is no problem on my side. I just need to redo an account book. I just want you to spend more money. Li Changxi said casually. It's okay. I have also accepted dozens of orders in the Assassins League in the past few years. I have earned a lot of spirit stones, and I am not short of money. What can Ji Changsheng say? Rich women are really fragrant. She is worthy of being my first wife appointed early. Sister, do you want to travel to Shum country? Ji Changsheng asked sincerely. I miss you. It doesn't matter whether you help or not. What matters is that Ji Changsheng misses Li Changxi. Serious face. Li Changxi didn't react this time. With my mother's sword order, I can't enter Shum country. Ji Changsheng explained. I was murdered by Tantian Chamber of Commerce and Assassins League. Such behavior is outrageous. Xuandu Temple will naturally send people to protect me and seek justice for me. I think you are very suitable to lead the team. Li Changxi. Junior brother. I often feel that there is a generation gap with you. A latecomer. Because I am too normal. You are really too powerful. Li Changxi feels that she is a little behind the times. It seems that it is time to update her own concepts, and not always immerse herself in the past glory of Taiyin Xingjuan. Ji Changsheng. What are you doing? While Ji Changsheng was talking to Li Changxi, Chao Yutian rushed out of the headquarters of the Shumhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the scene he saw at this time was Ji Changsheng holding Ying Hongya and half kneeling on the ground in anger. More and more people were watching around, and a large number of people from the 6 gates also began to surround the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. At this time, it was not long since the assassination. Chao Yutian was stunned again. I have never seen such a clumsy frame-up. They are the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. If you want to frame them, don't you need a careful layout? Ji Changsheng suddenly did this, and Chao Yutian felt that his IQ was pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by Ji Changsheng, especially when he saw the onlookers pointing fingers at the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Chao Yutian laughed in anger. Ji Changsheng, do you really think that such a clumsy means of framing others can be hidden from the world? Even if you can hide it from these idiots, can you also hide it from the teachers of the major immortal sects? He had lost his composure and directly called the onlookers idiots. Of course, in this world where you can practice. To be honest, Chao Yutian didn't mind showing his arrogance. He didn't think it was something to care about. He only knew that Ji Changsheng did this, and obviously didn't care about his thoughts. But he was wrong. Ji Changsheng did care. Facing Chao Yutian's questioning, Ji Changsheng first coughed twice and coughed up blood directly. The people around were filled with indignation. After all, Elder Ji was retaliated for seeking justice for them. Ying Hongya blushed and dared not look at Chao Yutian, so she could only bury her head in Ji Changsheng's arms. Ji Changsheng was shameless, but she still wanted him. He still hadn't cultivated to the highest level. Ji Changsheng coughed up blood and said in a hoarse voice, Chao Yutian, there is a god above you. You know what you have done. I will report this matter to the temple and seek justice for myself. Chao Yutian said angrily, of course I have to report it. Ji Changsheng, you have gone too far. Your little tricks and those dark thoughts will be exposed to the world. No one can wrongly accuse us of something that our Tantian Chamber of Commerce has not done. Report. As soon as Chao Yutian finished speaking, Wei Zhongxian rode his horse to kill him. Elder Ji, the 6 gates just found out that a steward of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce committed suicide out of fear of punishment, under the 2nd tree in his backyard. We found an account book that recorded that the Tantian Chamber of Commerce spent a huge amount of money to hire the Assassins League to assassinate you. Chao Yutian pointed at Ji Changsheng and then at Wei Zhongxian, his body trembling a little. You are really shameless, and you are confusing right and wrong. Account books are just as many as you say they are? Can this be used as evidence? Ji Changsheng didn't say anything, but continued to cough up blood. Wei Zhongxian looked at Ji Changsheng, who was constantly coughing up blood, and thought of Elder Ji's previous instructions, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chao, don't clear yourself so clean first. The Assassins League has always been arrogant. The Tantian Chamber of Commerce denied the assassination of Elder Ji, but the Assassins League may not deny it. It's ridiculous. Chao Yutian sneered. The Assassins League will admit something they haven't done if they are sick. He didn't believe that this assassination was a method of the Assassins League. It was obvious that Ji Changsheng directed and acted it himself. It was too rough. But something he didn't expect happened quickly. An hour later, the whole Shum country, and even the whole cultivation world, were spreading a section of the water mirror technique. In the monitoring screen, the hazy-faced Zhu Jianxian sat high up in the seat, and seemed to have received the questioning letter from Xuandu Temple. After reading it, he sneered and directly smashed the questioning letter. Then Zhu Jianxian looked down at the 8 gold medal assassins. Xuandu Temple asked me if anyone from the Assassin's Alliance had accepted the mission to assassinate Ji Changsheng. The outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple? Has anyone claimed it? A masked gold medal assassin on the left stood up and saluted to Zhu Jianxian, Alliance leader. An assassin under my command accepted the order. The Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce offered a sky-high price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy the life of a Jindan stage disciple. It's a good deal. Zhu Jianxian nodded. Is the assassin also in the Jindan realm? Of course. The Alliance will not violate the Linglong Fairy's ban without reason. Zhu Jianxian waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, then, there is no need to pay attention. The Linglong Sword Order only states that it is not allowed to bully the disciples of Xuandu Temple. As we are all in the Jindan realm, it is natural for the Assassin Alliance to take money to kill people. Alliance leader is wise. Zhu Jianxian was domineering. And the style of a generation of swordsmen was about to overflow from Monitor. The Assassin Alliance does not take the initiative to cause trouble. But it is not afraid of trouble. If Xuandu Temple is dissatisfied, go and find trouble with Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Don't think that the Assassin Alliance is weak and can be bullied. Water mirror technique ended here. Zhu Jianxian personally came forward to claim the matter, which caused an uproar in the cultivation world and even the whole world. The people of Xuandu Temple were furious. But it seemed that the Assassins' League was indeed blameless for taking money to do things. And Ji Changsheng was not dead. So they had no reason to attack the Assassins' League. As Zhu Jianxian said, they should look for the person who placed the order. So the Elder of Discipline sent another letter of questioning to the headquarters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The questioning from Xuandu Temple made the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce nervous instantly, and immediately began to investigate the matter from top to bottom. Then, the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce slammed the table in anger. Damn it. Chao Yutian is simply a waste. It's not wrong to spend money to buy Ji Changsheng's life. What's wrong is that he only has the ability to spend money, but not the ability to deal with the aftermath. Let Chao Yutian give an explanation to the seat, to the Chamber of Commerce, and to Xuandu Temple. He can be so rough in hiring a killer to kill someone. Why doesn't he die? The president was so angry for a reason. Because he found the evidence from the internal accounts of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Shenghua. The headquarters of Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Chao Yutian looked at the transfer record in front of him, and he began to feel dazed. The questioning voice of the master came from the sound transmission note, which made Chao Yutian doubt his life more and more. These 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were actually transferred from me. Chao Yutian's face turned pale, and he muttered to himself, how is this possible? The fact that Zhu Jianxian personally came forward to claim the matter had already given Chao Yutian a wake-up call. The fact that the gold medal assassin of the Assassins' League took on this matter made Chao Yutian even more puzzled. Isn't this a clumsy frame-up directed and performed by Ji Changsheng himself? But the Chamber of Commerce's self-examination from top to bottom directly found him. Chao Yutian saw the transfer record in his account. This time it was really ironclad evidence. Unlike the account book that Wei Zhongxian had obtained from the suicide deacon of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce before. His own transfer record, at least within Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, had already confirmed that this matter was his handiwork. The meaning from above was to let him commit suicide to apologize. But Chao Yutian didn't understand. Am I controlled by the powerful? The subordinate looked at Chao Yutian, hesitant to speak, but finally reminded, this excuse may not convince the Chamber of Commerce. After all, under the Linglong Sword Order, cultivators above the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter Shenghua, and no one can control you unknowingly. Chao Yutian nodded subconsciously. Then he was furious. Are you also doubting me? The subordinate expressed his attitude with silence. It wasn't me. Chao Yutian held his head with both hands, doubting his life. Human joys and sorrows are not interlinked. When Ji Changsheng saw the surveillance video claimed by Zhu Jianxian, he was overjoyed. He quickly thanked He Huansheng, Madam. Thank you for your great help. The acting is so realistic. He didn't see any trace of acting at all. It wasn't me. He Huansheng's reply made Ji Changsheng slightly stunned. Ji Changsheng? He Huansheng. I haven't told He Jianxian yet. And the Assassins' League has released the water mirror footage. Afterwards, I specifically asked He Jianxian. It wasn't him. And he is not Zhu Jianxian. Ji Changsheng. Then why did Zhu Jianxian claim this matter? Saint Huan was also a little confused. Are you sure that you arranged the assassination? Ji Changsheng. I should be able to confirm it. Right? It was Chao Ziming who did it. Saint Huan and Ji Changsheng thought of the rumor together. Ji Changsheng quickly said, "Go and see if your husband is in the heavenly demon sect. If his adopted father is the sword immortal, then he is very likely to protect his son." Saint Huan quickly followed the advice and went to find Yu Lao Mo. Soon, she saw her nominal husband. When Yu Lao Mo saw Saint Huan, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. "What do you want from me, madam?" Although he wanted to kill the vicious woman in front of him, this vicious woman was backed by the Huan sect. And Yu Lao Mo was not ready to completely break up with the Huan sect. Saint Huan was naturally more able to maintain a superficial husband-wife relationship. She carefully looked at Yu Lao Mo for a few times, confirming that the person in front of her was her real husband. And then her heart was in turmoil. Zhu Jianxian made some unusual moves just now. Did the leader know? Yu Lao Mo nodded. "I have seen the water mirror image released by the Assassin's League. What do you think, madam?" He Huan Saint said, "It is rumored that Zhu Jianxian is one of the other 4 great sword immortals." Yu Lao Mo said, "It is just a rumor. Not necessarily true." He Huan Saint spoke again. "The organizational model of the Assassin's League is that Zhu Jianxian is high above, and 8 gold medal assassins are in charge of one side." Yu Lao Mo frowned. "Madam, what do you want to say?" He Huan Saint took a deep breath. "Nothing. This is of course just a coping word." At this moment, He Huan Saint's scalp tingled, and there was a crazy guess in her mind. Xian Du Temple has a peerless sword immortal and 8 vain masters. Chapter 103 The Honest Man Complains First. Many things cannot stand scrutiny. Many people have this experience. Once you start to suspect a person, all the evidence and details will automatically develop in the direction of proving that person guilty, because you already have this tendency in your heart. The Holy Lady Huan is no exception at this time. After she linked the Assassin's League and Xuandu Temple together, the more she pondered, the more she felt that the two must have an inseparable relationship. Xuandu Temple is the first immortal sect of the righteous path. Since it is a righteous sect, there are some things that cannot be done openly, and some people cannot be killed openly, but the Assassin's League can. In the past 100 years, the Assassin's League has killed countless people, among which the disciples of Xuandu Temple are the least. In the past, I only thought that it was because there were few disciples of Xuandu Temple. Now it seems that there may be another mystery. Xuandu Temple has a peerless swordsman in charge, and the 8 veins are in power. The Assassin's League has a peerless swordsman in charge, and the 8 gold medal assassins are rampant in the world. The peerless swordsman has been hiding his tracks all the time, and even I can't see through his details. It is unlikely that a peerless swordsman of the level of a swordsman will suddenly appear in this world. So people speculate that it will be disguised by the other 4 great swordsmen. Yi Jianxian has been ruled out. Qinglian swordsman does not have such a scheming method, and Yu Lao Mo has just been ruled out. So, the independent and beautiful figure appeared in front of the Holy Lady Huan. That was the figure she had always been looking up to, and also her sweetheart. But before, she only thought that the other party was a being who possessed all the truth, goodness and beauty. He was powerful, domineering and stunningly beautiful. As soon as he appeared in the world, he was already invincible. Then he saved her from danger and became a fairy admired by the world. Could it be that my infatuation has blinded my judgment? Saint Huan kept asking herself. Indeed, there is no such thing as a sudden appearance. It is impossible for the sword immortal to suddenly appear, and it is impossible for the Linglong sword immortal to appear either. It is said that Linglong's most powerful skill is not swordsmanship. So how did she hone her swordsmanship? The Green Lotus sword immortal tempered his heart in the mortal world, and wasted nearly 100 years before he had his Green Lotus swordsmanship. The sword immortal he founded the Qipon mountain and invited wise men and swordsmen from all over the world to the mountain to break the deadlock. It was not until his chess skills were invincible that the swordsmanship of Yi was finally perfected. Needless to say, the demon sword immortal. The history of Yu Lao Mo's fame is a history of killing. Every step he took was a glorious record, both in the righteous and the evil ways. And no one would question why the sword immortal swordsmanship was so sharp. Only the Linglong sword immortal appeared out of nowhere. People only know that Fairy Linglong is proficient in everything. With Fairy Linglong's invincible strength, it seems reasonable that her swordsmanship can be ranked among the top 5 swordsmen. Saint Huan also thought it was reasonable before. Whatever her lover can do is acceptable. Until this moment, she began to doubt. How can a swordsman be so quick to become one? Linglong, are you hiding so deeply? Saint Huan suddenly felt a layer of mist appearing in front of Yu Linglong, covering Yu Linglong layer by layer, so that she couldn't see Yu Linglong's true appearance. But Saint Huan was not disappointed. On the contrary, after her scalp numbed, she felt more and more the surprise of the person she loved. She is worthy of being the woman I like. The stronger she is, the more she deserves her love. As for her other side of having a murderous nature in private, she also controls a killer empire in the dark shadows. This has never been a minus point for the magic witch's view of choosing a spouse. It's getting more and more interesting. On the surface, Saint Huan didn't show any unusual movements. However, based on his understanding of Saint Huan, Yu Laomo still sensed something was wrong. Combined with what Saint Huan said before, the organizational model of the Assassins' League is that the Sword Master is at the top, and 8 gold medal assassins are in charge of one side. Yu Laomo glanced at Saint Huan, who looked calm, and suddenly something moved in his heart. After all, he was also a giant of the demon sect in charge of the heavenly demon sect. Even if Yu Laomo was not as smart as Saint Huan, it was because he put more energy into cultivation, which did not mean that he was really stupid. In terms of IQ, he was still above average. Madam, you don't suspect that Xuandu Temple is behind the Assassins' League, do you? The holy lady Huan smiled faintly. How is this possible? The leader is joking. Xuandu Temple is the world's #1 immortal sect, and the Assassins' League is a killer organization. How can the two be confused? Yu Laomo thought for a while. I really didn't have this idea before, but after Madam's reminder, it seems that this is really possible. Xuandu Temple has a peerless sword immortal and 8 vain masters. The Assassins' League has a peerless sword immortal and 8 gold medal assassins, although their styles of doing things are different. Bah! Based on my understanding of Xuandu Temple, there is no difference between the styles of doing things of Xuandu Temple and the Assassins' League. They both kill all those who don't obey. The person who knows you best is always your enemy. In the world, the one who knows Xuandu Temple's style of doing things best is none other than Yu Laomo. In this regard, the holy lady Huan has to be ranked behind. After all, Yu Laomo is the #1 in the magic world and the second in the world. He bears the most pressure from Xuandu Temple. Therefore, he knows best the cruelty and killing beneath the surface of the Xuandu Temple. I have personally learned Yu Linglong's swordsmanship. If you have not killed more than 10,000 people, you cannot practice that kind of killing sword. The Saint of Huan was moved. If you put it that way, it is more likely. But she is not the sword immortal. Huh? The Saint of Huan looked at Yu Laomo in surprise. This time it was Yu Laomo's turn to smile faintly, feeling the sense of superiority from strength. I have fought with Zhu Jianxian. Although he is very strong, he is still inferior to me. If it is really Yu Linglong, why would it be like this? Madam, you have a wide network of contacts and amazing talents, but you lack some practical experience. If you act only on guesswork, you will only get so far. Yu Laomo sneered. I will give you a piece of advice. Once we cultivators use our brains too much, we will inevitably use too little. Look at me and Yu Linglong. When do we need to calculate a lot? Let others calculate in various ways. We will kill them with one sword. For Yu Laomo's sarcasm, Huan Saint was like a breeze blowing on her face, completely sneering. There is no right or wrong in this kind of thing. Her fists are not as hard as Yu Linglong and Yu Laomo, so of course she has to use her brain more. Yu Laomo thought that his fists were hard enough. When he met someone he couldn't beat, he had to use his brain when he needed to. Whoever can laugh last is right. There is no unified standard for this kind of thing. Yu Laomo wanted to use this to strike at her Dao heart, but Saint Huan didn't care at all. She only said one sentence, and Yu Laomo's heart was stirred. Are you sure that it was Zhu Jianxian who fought with you? Yu Laomo, madam. What do you mean? Saint Huan said calmly. Zhu Jianxian never shows his true face to others. How do you know that you met Zhu Jianxian and not me? Yu Laomo. Fuck. After Saint Huan said that, he was really a little suspicious. Saint Huan continued with a smile. In today's world, the most likely to be blamed are Zhu Jianxian and Huang Quan Dadi. If I want to kill someone who is annoying, but because of my inappropriate identity, I will disguise myself as them. Leader, don't tell me that you haven't disguised yourself as Zhu Jianxian to kill people who are inconvenient to kill as the leader of the Holy Church. Yu Laomo's face was uncertain. Saint He Huan smiled lightly and turned away. In terms of strength, she is indeed half inferior to Yu Lao Mo. But Yu Lao Mo is still far from shaking her Tao heart. The practitioners who can reach their level have very firm Tao hearts and will not be easily moved by external things. Yu Lao Mo's Tao is his Tao. And Saint He Huan's Tao is Saint He Huan's Tao. The Tao is different, and they will not imitate each other. After the holy lady He Huan left, Yu Jidao, the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult, and Yu Lao Mo's younger brother, appeared and asked in a low voice, "Brother, do you want me to check the relationship between Xuandu Temple and the Assassin's League?" "No. This vicious woman is deliberately misleading us," Yu Lao Mo said decisively. Yu Jidao had a different opinion. "Brother, I don't think she is acting. She seems to really suspect that the sword immortal is Yu Linglong." Yu Lao Mo sneered. "That's the problem. What if you find out that the sword immortal is Yu Linglong?" Yu Jidao. Yu Lao Mo's voice turned cold. "The Assassin's League is the Assassin's League. It is a killer organization that tends to be chaotic and is an ally of the Holy Church. Once you find out that the Assassin's League has a connection with Xuandu Temple and that Yu Linglong is behind it, how can the Holy Church deal with it? How can the Assassin's League deal with it? If it's fake, it's fine. If it's true..." Yu Lao Mo looked at Yu Jidao and said, "Then you know too much. If Yu Linglong wants to kill you, who can stop you?" Yu Jidao was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Some secrets cannot be pried into. The more you know, the faster you will die, Yu Lao Mo said coldly. Xiandu Temple will never admit that the Assassin's League is supported by them behind the scenes. Whoever dares to put the blame on Xiandu Temple will be greeted by the wrath of Xiandu Temple. The Ghost Domain Hall is a lesson for you. Do you want to fight Xiandu Temple head-on?" Yu Jidao knelt directly on the ground. He realized that he had walked through the gates of hell, and even led the entire Tianma sect to dance on the grave. Fortunately, his eldest brother was wise and brave. "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. People in the demon sect talk about family affection, but not much." Yu Jidao realized that he had made a huge mistake, which even directly threatened Yu Lao Mo. So he was very scared. Fortunately, although Yu Lao Mo is bloodthirsty, he still has some affection for his own brother. "It's not your fault," Yu Lao Mo said calmly. "It was that vicious woman who deliberately lured you into the trap. She sensed your presence just now, and those words were directed at you and me." Yu Jidao also came to his senses. "Brother, I understand. Li Huanyan is actually not sure whether Zhu Jianxian is Yu Linglong. And she is also not sure whether the Assassin League and Xuandu Temple have any relationship. She deliberately guided us to investigate. No matter what we find out, it will be beneficial to her. And it can even make us and Xuandu Temple kill each other." Yu Jidao sorted out the whole thing and broke out in a cold sweat again. Although he is also the deputy leader of the Tianma sect, he is 70% of the deputy leader because he is Yu Lao Mo's younger brother. 30% rely on strength. 70% rely on relationships. This is the case all over the world. And the Tianma sect is no exception. No one would put him in the top bosses of the world. Yu Jidao was not convinced before, and always wanted to prove himself. Now he finds that there is a reason why he is not as good as those bosses in the front row. The gap is really big. And not only in strength. The holy lady He Huan dug a big pit for him without making a sound. Fortunately, he reported to Yu Lao Mo before jumping into the pit. Otherwise he might die without a complete body this time. And he could also take Yu Lao Mo with him. His eldest brother is also powerful. He can counter this kind of vicious woman's moves, and can completely deal with this vicious offensive. In fact, Yu Lao Mo is a little more powerful than he thought. If I were that vicious woman, whether the Assassin's League and Xuandu Temple have any relationship, I would let you find out that there is a relationship. And I will definitely let Xuandu Temple know that you are investigating this matter. Speaking of this, Yu Lao Mo shook his head and said, "Why bother? Does it matter whether the Assassin's League and Xuandu Temple have any relationship? After all, Yu Jidao's realm and Taoism are not enough." And he did not fully understand Yu Lao Mo's meaning. So he boldly asked, "Brother, isn't this important?" "Of course it's not important." Yu Lao Mo's voice was calm and firm. "For me, no secret is important. The most important thing is only one thing. Let Yu Linglong ascend as soon as possible. As long as Yu Linglong ascends to the prehistoric fairyland, I will be the strongest in the world. Remember, the future is ours." That vicious woman wants to complicate a simple problem. So she plans and calculates in many ways. But I don't need to do anything. All complicated problems can be simplified to one thing. After Yu Linglong leaves, I have a sword in my hand. Who in the world can resist? So he doesn't care about the secrets of the Assassin's League. He doesn't even care about Yu Linglong's secrets. He doesn't need a high IQ. And he doesn't need to master all the information. Yu Laomo only needs to control one thing from beginning to end. To survive as the second strongest man in the world. Yu Jidao is convinced, brother. What you said makes sense. Only brother can remain calm under the attack of a vicious woman like Li Huanyan. If it were me, I would have been killed by her 10,000 times. Yu Laomo said calmly. The vicious woman is indeed a character. But this world still speaks with fists. Don't worry about the Assassin's League. And don't touch the Xuandu Temple. Arrange it, and prepare to attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Laomo jumped too fast. Yu Jidao was completely. Didn't keep up with the rhythm, brother. Are we going to attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce? Behind Tontian Chamber of Commerce, is it possible that that person? It's just a rumor. It may not be true. Even if it is true, there is Xuandu Temple behind it. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Yu Laomo's eyes. If you want to blame someone, blame Tontian Chamber of Commerce for being blind and daring to touch my son. Tianjizi has already formed an alliance with that poisonous woman. And Tontian Chamber of Commerce has sided with the poisonous woman. And Changsheng has become a thorn in their eyes. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not eradicated, Changsheng's safety cannot be guaranteed. The love for his son is obvious. If Ji Changsheng was at the scene, he would definitely be very moved. Yu Laomo even diverged his thoughts. Yu Linglong is the absolute sword immortal? Ha! Tianjizi is also one of the 5 great sword immortals. Can't Yi Jianxian disguise himself as the absolute sword immortal? Yu Jidao was puzzled, brother. If Yi Jianxian is the absolute sword immortal, then how can they destroy their own stage? The absolute sword immortal is clearly bringing disaster to Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Laomo sneered. The interests of Tontian Chamber of Commerce are different from those of that vicious woman. Li Huanyan may not want a complete Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is Tontian. If Li Huanyan can use Changsheng as a trigger to provoke Xuandu Temple and Tontian Chamber of Commerce to take action, what do you think this means? Yu Jidao is Yu Laomo's younger brother, and he is naturally very familiar with some inside stories. So when Yu Laomo said this, Yu Jidao took a breath of cold air. Li Huanyan wants Changsheng to become the trigger for the fight between the Saint Taiqing and the Master of Tontian? If sacrificing a Tontian Chamber of Commerce can achieve this goal, it is really worth it. At that time, if you love your son dearly, you will definitely protect Changsheng. And you will have to face the anger of the saint? This vicious woman actually thought so far. She even deliberately led us to say that the sword fairy is Yu Linglong. Yu Jidao completely understood his elder brother at this moment. No wonder the elder brother never dared to touch the Saint Huan. Not even to consummate the marriage. That woman is really poisonous all over. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to touch her. Of course, it's no wonder that my brother hates that poisonous woman so much. The marriage consummation didn't happen. But that poisonous woman suddenly brought a child. And she was sure that it was born by her and Yu Laomo. Which man could stand it? But Yu Laomo had to admit it. If he didn't admit it, he would be a joke in the world. Brother, in this case, do we still have to take action against Tontian Chamber of Commerce? Yu Jidao asked. That poisonous woman has already calculated everything. Even if we don't move, Tontian Chamber of Commerce will die. If she takes action, I guess Xuandu Temple will also take action. Xuandu Temple has tolerated Tontian Chamber of Commerce for a long time. In this case, we must get some benefits. The most important thing is that Changsheng has offended Tontian Chamber of Commerce to death. Only one of him and Tontian Chamber of Commerce can survive. At this point, Yu Laomo shook his head helplessly. Changsheng is a child with a stronger murderous nature than me. He doesn't understand that taking a step back will open up a new world. Yu Jidao nodded in agreement. Only my elder brother can give birth to a killer like Changsheng, who can't stand any grievances. Brother, I'm a little worried that Changsheng will not recognize you. After all, you still made the mother and son suffer some grievances. So, I have to give him enough compensation. He is my only child now, and the one with the most hope of success. Yu Laomo can still give birth, but he doesn't think he can give birth to another child who is better than Ji Changsheng. And he estimates that even if he gives birth to another child, With Ji Chongqing's methods, he will have to strangle his younger brother in the cradle. After seeing Ji Chongqing's style of doing things, Yu Laoimo absolutely has this confidence in Ji Chongqing. So don't waste that effort. It is the best choice to cultivate Ji Chongqing directly. 100 years later, I will ascend to the prehistoric fairyland, and Chongqing should have grown up. It should not be a delusion for us father and son to join forces and dominate this world for 1,000 years. Brother, we will definitely succeed. Yu Jidou was also ambitious. Ji Chongqing naturally didn't know that his cheap father had considered him very carefully. He was complaining at this moment. The master finally replied to his message. This moved Ji Chongqing very much. And then, he quickly reported his miserable experience to the master. Master, I suffered a lot. Master? Ji Chongqing squeezed out 3 tears and indignantly accused the atrocities of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Master, I came to Shunwood to do good deeds and accumulate virtues according to your will. I always uphold your teachings. Recite your quotations every day when I wake up, and strictly follow the rules and regulations of Xuandu Temple. Before Ji Chongqing finished speaking, he was interrupted by the master. Speak in a simple way. Why does this kid speak official language in a set way? It's as if he really worked in the court. But Ji Chongqing's resume is very clean, and he definitely has never been in a human dynasty. Could it be that he developed his self-cultivation in the heavenly court? This thought flashed through the master's mind, and he didn't dare to think too much. Ji Chongqing also interrupted his loyalty in time. In short, my coming to Shunwood is equivalent to your presence in person, and I am just your incarnation. Tontian Chamber of Commerce does not give me face, which is equivalent to not giving you face. Tontian Chamber of Commerce hired assassins from the Assassins' League to assassinate me, which is equivalent to assassinating you. The master of Xuandu Temple was assassinated by the assassin hired by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Can you tolerate this? The master of Xuandu Temple had a dark line on his face. Are you sure you were assassinated by the assassin of the Assassins' League? Ji Chongqing said seriously. Zhu Jiangxian has claimed this matter. What? Master, do you have a different opinion? The master of the temple. Speechless. Ji Chongqing and the master of the temple were using video call at this time. Don't doubt that a world with a practice system inherited for countless years can't do such a thing. Seeing the master being choked by his words and speechless, Ji Chongqing suddenly had an idea and asked, Master, do you use a sword? The master smiled. I use a whisk. After saying that, the master took his whisk, and the temperament of a fairy emerged. After a pause, the master added, My senior sister and I are best at using whisks. Ji Chongqing smiled and said, Master, I didn't ask Fairy Ling Long what weapon she is good at. The master just pointed at Ji Chongqing with his left hand, and smiled without saying anything. High-level game. High-level conversation. Ji Chongqing was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. Anyway, if the sword fairy was really one of Ling Long Fairy, and the master as he guessed, then there was no threat to him. If the other party didn't want to tell him, he didn't need to know so much. But the master's next sentence made Ji Chongqing think more. Changxi is not in the mountain recently. Ji Chongqing. Master, don't scare me. Is my senior sister's cultivation so high? He knew that Li Changxi joined the Assassins' League, but he thought Li Changxi was just one of the 8 gold medal assassins. This is in line with the cultivation shown by the senior sister. But the master seemed to mean that he was narrow-minded. The master appreciated the look of astonishment on Ji Chongqing's face. This little guy always gave him surprises. He had to get revenge. So the master said with a smile, It's hard to say. What if she is really the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord? Ji Chongqing. By the way, there is one more thing I want to remind you of. The master continued. What is it? You had 8 senior brothers before you. Remember? Ji Chongqing nodded. I remember. They all died miserably. The master stroked his beard and smiled. On the surface, she is indeed dead. But in fact, the body has not been found. Ji Chongqing. The soul lamp? Is it still on? The master shook his head. No. It has gone out. Ji Chongqing asked curiously. Then what do you doubt? The master smiled and said, I didn't doubt it before. But last time Changxi turned the magic mirror into a fake in front of me, I thought of this matter. Youguan Luohuan is stronger than I thought. Ji Chongqing. It seems to be very logical. But he still maintained a skeptical attitude. Is Fairy Linglong on the mountain? Ji Chongqing asked. This time, the master was silent for a moment. then shook his head and said, not sure. There is a breath of retreat from the senior sister in the Xian Wang Merit Tower. Then what are you not sure about? There is a supreme secret skill in our lineage, which is related to the incarnation outside the body. However, such secret skills are generally practiced by starting from the true fairyland. Senior sister, I am not sure if she is talented to that extent. Welcome to the exciting werewolf killing session. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment, then decisively gave up thinking. Master, I am not interested in the Assassin's League. He is an assassin of the Assassin's League, although they have not paid their respects yet. In Ji Changsheng's heart, everyone is his own. The footsteps of Shan Shengjuan must be followed, since they are his own. There is no need to find out the truth. I want to take revenge on the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Master, the Tontian Chamber of Commerce actually dared to hire someone to kill you. I can't stand this. The master was speechless. He felt that he could stand it. The Sword Immortal came forward to claim the responsibility, and the evidence is as strong as a mountain. No matter how eloquent the Tontian Chamber of Commerce is, they must give us an explanation in Xuandu Temple. Master, you are the head of our Xuandu Temple. Your face is related to the dignity of our Xuandu Temple. You must not take it lightly, Ji Changsheng said solemnly. The master was speechless. I don't think my face has been damaged. Ji Changsheng patiently persuaded, Master, I am your man. I have made contributions to Xuandu Temple, and I have shed blood for Xuandu Temple. You have to protect me. The master of the temple directly exposed Ji Changsheng's lies. It's true that you have made contributions, but it's false that you have shed blood. You have only shed the blood of others for the temple. Every time you bleed, it's an illusion. Ji Changsheng. Master, is there no basic trust between us? How can you doubt my character so much? I am very sad. The master of the temple was too lazy to pay attention. Ji Changsheng argued, Master, the opportunity is rare and will never come again. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will never get it again. Now our Xuandu Temple is leading the organization of the CNN investigation team to investigate the assassination of me by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If the Tontian Chamber of Commerce organizes the CNN investigation team first, the investigation will most likely be your frame-up. The master was angry and laughed at Ji Changsheng. When did I frame someone? Changsheng, you did a rough job this time. If the temple attacks the Tontian Chamber of Commerce because of this, it would be too shameless and insulting to the IQ of the world. So what? Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, Master, doesn't Rugo insult the IQ of the world? Doesn't prepaying the Spirit Stone insult the IQ of the world? The master was speechless. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to continue pretending, and sneered directly. When Tontian Chamber of Commerce insulted the IQ of the people of the world, they didn't think it was ugly. I just gave them a taste of their own medicine. What's wrong with insulting them? I did it on purpose, and they just held it in if they didn't accept it. Master, I finished speaking. Will you help me? Master, help. Chapter 104. Do you think my sword is not sharp? Of course, the master of the temple will help Ji Changsheng. It has never been important whether Ji Changsheng's work is rough or not. What is important is who Ji Changsheng belongs to. The master of the temple has always believed that Ji Changsheng belongs to him. In fact, Ji Changsheng has always been his man. So he must protect Ji Changsheng. Where can he find such a capable general? Besides, although Ji Changsheng's actions are very unscrupulous and private, they are completely in line with the philosophy of Xuandu Temple on the surface. Changsheng, I heard that your merits and virtues have increased again, asked the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng naturally knew that the master of the temple needed a legitimate reason, and immediately said, Master, you have a keen eye. I have been chivalrous in Shenhua before, killing many demons and monsters, which directly increased the petals of a golden lotus of merit, and it is still increasing. Xinghua's luck totem is also being promoted. The master nodded with satisfaction. One petal of a golden lotus of merit means that you have saved at least 100,000 people. Changsheng, you didn't bring shame to Xuandu Temple. This is very important. Merit is hard currency in Xuandu Temple. It is also hard currency in the world. As long as Ji Changsheng's merit increases, Xuandu Temple will always have a reason to protect him. Before, when Ji Changsheng killed Bai Shiji and Linglong Fairy held him accountable, Ji Changsheng relied on merit to get through. Not to mention now, for Xuandu Temple, if you can increase so much merit, other things are not a problem. Unless the higher-ups don't want to. As long as they want, They will definitely cover you. There is no doubt that the master wanted to protect Ji Changsheng, and Ji Changsheng gave him enough reasons. This is also very important. Among the younger generation of disciples, Chasheng, you have the highest merit. To attack you is to disrespect Xuandu Temple. There is nothing wrong with what the temple master said. Ji Changsheng felt that the temple master was too narrow-minded to limit his merit to the younger generation of disciples. In terms of merit, except for Li Chengxi, the merits of the 8 meridian masters are not necessarily higher than his. After all, he had already used a lot of merit to brush up his realm before. Of course, this is not important. Ji Changxing's emotional intelligence is online. He just spoke a little harshly to the master. But now he immediately began to humble himself. Master, you protect me. I will remember it. The master was amused by Ji Changsheng. You kid. Weren't you very tough just now? Ji Changsheng told the truth. Just now I was just eating soft rice and forcing it. And I was targeting the bad guys of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In my heart, the master has always been a representative of wisdom and bravery. And I have no disrespect for the master. The master smiled and shook his head. Changsheng, you must not really be the reincarnation of the southern Changsheng Emperor. Ah? Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Master, shouldn't you hope that I am more? The master complained. I hoped before. But I don't hope now. I have seen too many black histories of you. If you are really the reincarnation of the southern Changsheng Emperor, I am very worried that I will be killed to silence you. The master can accept that he will die on the road to seeking the truth one day, or die under the sword of his opponent. That is the best ending for a cultivator. But if he died because he had seen the southern emperor of longevity bow down to him, it would be too aggrieved. He would die with regret. Ji Changsheng said solemnly, Master, you are joking. I never think this is a dark history. I have always been fair and just. At most, I was a little more flexible when dealing with the demons of the demon cult. This is not important. The master of the temple commented objectively, whether you are the reincarnation of the great emperor Changsheng of the South Pole or not, your future prospects should be better than mine. At his age, he is not half as thick-skinned as Ji Changsheng. It is hard to imagine what Ji Changsheng can do if he is given 100 years. Fortunately, this is a good omen that he cultivated himself. The master of the temple was very pleased with this. Okay, let's talk business. It is no problem for our Xuandu temple to take the lead and send people to investigate this matter. But Changxi cannot be the leader of the investigation team. The master of the temple said. Ji Changsheng was a little disappointed. Why? The master glared at Ji Changsheng unhappily. Why don't you know what's going on? You are a killer star sent from the sky. And you work with Changxi, who is obviously mentally ill. If you two join forces, Xingguo's sky will be turned upside down by you? Ji Changsheng argued. Master, isn't that good? Then Xingguo's sky will be bright. The master was tired. You can be shameless. But I still want it. And Xuandu Temple also wants it. You tell me, between you and Changxi, who has a sense of shame? Ji Changsheng was also helpless. Master, you little cultivators, who are sinking into illusions without knowing it, just can't see through the matter of face. Your pattern is too small. Master, don't be angry. This is my own auspicious sign. Let him be. He is still very capable in doing things. The master took a deep breath and completed the PA by himself. He didn't want to be like this. But Ji Changsheng was always like this. Always asking others to reflect on themselves. What could he do? He was reluctant to give up Ji Changsheng, such a peerless warrior, so he could only reflect on himself. In any case, Changxi cannot be the leader of this investigation team. Chasheng, don't forget our ultimate goal. The master of the temple reminded. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized, I was a little too obsessed with killing the demons of the demon cult, and almost forgot that I still had to go undercover in the demon cult. Master. Very good. This guy really believed that he killed the demons of the demon cult. The highest level of deceiving others is to deceive oneself. He felt that Ji Changsheng had surpassed him in deceiving. Master, you make sense. If my senior sister comes to investigate me, then we must be pure and flawless. And all the mistakes are made by others. Then I will not be able to turn to the demon cult helplessly. Ji Changsheng is a reasonable person. He thinks what the master said makes sense. So he was quickly convinced, and then discovered his foresight. Master, do you think I am considerate? In order to be an undercover in the demon cult, I deliberately did the work of framing others so crudely, just to make people see it at a glance. In this way, The investigation team has a reason to expose my behavior. And I have enough reasons to make the world sympathize with me to join the demon cult. When I am forced to join the demon cult, you can take this opportunity to attack and use EP91 and Tontian Chamber of Commerce to improve your reputation. Ji Changsheng said this. And he was simply applauding himself. When the time comes, I will inherit the heavenly demon cult with tears. You will step on EP91 with tears to improve your reputation. And Guanli will take over the assets of Tontian Chamber of Commerce with tears. Master, this is a sophisticated calculation that is linked together. And everything is under my control. The master opened his mouth, hesitant to speak, and was finally laughed at by Ji Changsheng again. Changsheng, everything you said makes sense. And it really hits my mind. But you didn't say that just now. It's contradictory. Dare to be so round in front of him. Putting aside his character, I admire a shameless master like Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng casually said, those are not important. What is important is that in this way, our Xuandu temple will really win. And the people of Shenhua will also get the greatest benefits. The only one who will be hurt is Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Perfect. It's really good. The temple master agreed with Ji Changsheng's idea. It's too dangerous for Changsheng to stay in the temple. It's better to send him to the Tianma sect. Of course, the temple master still loves Ji Changsheng. He doesn't want Ji Changsheng to join the demon sect with a bad reputation, which will be difficult to whitewash later. So, for being forced to join the demon sect for chivalry, everything is the fault of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. This is very reasonable. He can brush Yijiangxian in the name of his disciples. And he will have prestige, qualifications, and achievements. In this way, the interests of all parties are guaranteed. And even Yu Lao Mo will be happy. As for the only victim, Tontian Chamber of Commerce, it is also the only thing the temple master is worried about. Changsheng, there is one thing you need to know. What is it? The background of Tontian Chamber of Commerce may be the third master. Of course, it is just a possibility. Senior sister has communicated with the upper world, but the third master has never admitted it. Red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three religions are actually one family. The three pure ones are all transformed from Pengu's original spirit, and they were brothers before the conferred god Tribulation. Naturally, the master of Tontian is the third master in the Taiqing lineage. Tontian Chamber of Commerce dares to take this name. And Xuandu Temple will naturally communicate with the upper world to see if it is just a big deal. The answer is uncertain. So Xuandu Temple has not taken action until now. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce is really the background of the third master, then you may really be involved in a serious cause and effect this time. And it is not too late for you to withdraw now. The master of the temple reminded. Ji Changsheng's tone was very decisive. If there is cause and effect, it is the business of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. What does it have to do with me? Master? Ji Changsheng explained. I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. But Tontian Chamber of Commerce dared to pay a high price to ask the Assassin's League to assassinate me. This matter is outrageous to both humans and gods. I think the mastermind behind Tontian Chamber of Commerce is to trigger an internal struggle between my third uncle, my father, and my uncle. I reasonably suspect that the mastermind behind this is the Western Church. Master knelt down to Ji Changsheng and decisively ended the call. My third uncle, father, and uncle are too fierce. Master not only dared not to say anything more, he even dared not to listen. Worried about being struck by lightning. I always feel that this child has really been infected by Chengxi. He is abnormally courageous. Despite this, Master still contacted the Elder of Discipline. Call Qingqing over. Although Changsheng often makes shocking remarks, he still has to help. Just like Li Chengxi often gets sick, the master still cooperates with Li Chengxi tacitly. If he doesn't have this ability, he can't be the master. The head of the world's #1 sect must have the mind of the world's top few. After a while, a girl in a black dress appeared in front of the master and saluted him. Hello, master. The master nodded. Qingqing, how about the investigation method of the discipline hall that you learned from your master? Master said, I can start my apprenticeship. That's good. I'll give you a task. Please give your instructions. Master, Ji Changsheng was assassinated by the Assassin's League in Shenhua. It is suspected that Chao Yuntian, the president of the Shenhua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, was behind it. You take the lead and form an investigation team to find out the truth about this matter. Yu Qingqing looked up at the master, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it, Yu Qingqing said bluntly. Isn't this the work of Ji Changsheng himself? Master. Yes. Your teacher told you about Ji Changsheng's character? Yu Qingqing nodded. She is the direct disciple of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. In Xuandu Temple, many people have misunderstandings about Ji Changsheng's character, thinking that Ji Changsheng is a young man with a strong character. But the master has no misunderstandings about Ji Changsheng. And neither does the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. They all know who Ji Changsheng is. And the law enforcement elder obviously told his disciples, so that Yu Qingqing would not be deceived by Ji Changsheng's seemingly innocent face. Master, how should I check? Yu Qingqing asked. The master stroked his beard and smiled, feeling more and more relieved. The next generation of Xuandu Temple is still a good one. Yu Qingqing can ask this question, which means she has a good future. Check it truthfully, the master instructed. Yu Qingqing is not a talkative person on weekdays. But at this moment she still asked again, investigate the truth? The master nodded yes. Investigate the truth. But the focus is not on the investigation conclusion, but on why Ji Changsheng did that. Yu Qingqing thought, do I need to enforce the law impartially against Ji Changsheng? The master reminded, you can make a final judgment on his behavior, but don't kill him. Xuandu Temple cannot stand on the opposite side of the people of Shenghua. Yu Qingqing understood what the master meant. Then do I need to enforce the law impartially against Tontian Chamber of Commerce? The master smiled and said, see if you are happy. Disciple obeys the order. Add Du Zongxing of Danqing Pavilion to the investigation team. The master of the temple ordered, investigating the assassination of Ji Changsheng is your official task. Your real task is to be a true disciple trial. Yu Qingqing's expression was stern. She is also at the peak of the Golden Core realm. And if she goes one step further, she will be a true disciple, although she is not well known in the outside world. In fact, Xuandu Temple is training her as the next law enforcement elder. It is not an easy task to control the sword of the world's #1 sect and maintain the fairness and justice of Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple has high hopes for her. And she herself knows that if she can successfully be a true disciple, she will most likely be able to control the sword of the sect. Your true disciple trial task is to bring Du Zongxing to justice during this trip to Shenghua. Use the sinful blood of the first person in the Golden Core realm to water your sword of law and help you break the pill into an infant and advance to the true disciple. If you fail, you will be out from now on. Disciple understands? This is certainly not an easy task. In terms of strength, Du Zongxing is definitely above her. But Xuandu Temple is the strongest in the world. If she wants to take charge of the sect's magic sword in the future, she must show enough means and strategies at this time. The sect will not cultivate a waste. The future master of the magic sword of Xuandu Temple cannot be a waste. Ji Changsheng didn't know what arrangements the temple master would make, but he had confidence in the temple master, so he didn't ask much. After being assassinated by the Assassin's League, Ji Changsheng was ready to take a break. After all, he was injured in name. In addition, the Holy Lady Huan and the temple master have repeatedly reminded him to move slowly recently, and Ji Changsheng also followed their advice. He considered recuperating, or going to the previous Doomsday world again. Maybe there will be a surprise. Then, he received an unexpected surprise. Did Du Rongli divorce his old wife? Ji Changsheng frowned as he looked at the Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian, who came to visit together. Du Rongli, the current head of the Du family, the biological father of Du Zongjiang and Du Zongxing. So his status in Shenghua is very special. For Du Zongxing's sake, everyone has to give Du Rongli some face. It is precisely because of Du Rongli's special status that the Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian can't sit still. If it were an ordinary person, they could make the decision themselves. But when it comes to the Du family, especially Du Zongxing, they are afraid that if they do something wrong, it will affect Ji Changsheng. Elder Ji, according to the information I have learned, Du Rongli and Du Zongxing have a good relationship. With Du Zongxing's current status, every year on Du Rongli's birthday, Du Zongxing will come to Shenghua to celebrate his birthday as long as he is free. Wei Zhongxian reminded. The implication is that if Du Rongli is touched, it is equivalent to completely confronting Du Zongxing. But Ji Changsheng doesn't care about this. If he is afraid of Du Zongxing, he will not be so enthusiastic to invite Du Zongjiang to live in Wanhun Banner. Judged? Ji Changsheng asked. The Queen Mother nodded. Du Rongli went there in person, and the Li Chaoyuan ruled for divorce on the spot. Li Chaoyuan, also known as Fa Chao, What the name is not important. What is important is that Li Chaoyuan is responsible for divorce in Shenghua. Once Li Chaoyuan stamps the seal, the divorce is effective. Ji Changsheng frowned and asked, "Is this normal efficiency?" Wei Zhongxian shook his head, "Of course not. Li Caoyuan's seventh concubine's surname is Du." Ji Changsheng sighed. The evil cult hidden in the court of Shenghua has not been completely eliminated. Wei Zhongxian and the Queen Mother did not dare to speak. If they follow the standards of Elder Ji, they even suspect that there are few righteous people in Shenghua. When the time comes, if you oppose the evil cult, the country will be destroyed. And if you don't oppose the evil cult, the country will also be destroyed. It will be very funny. Why did you come to me? Go and ask Li Chaoyuan to withdraw his decision. Ji Changsheng was a little disappointed. These two agents are too lacking in their own opinions. The Queen Mother and Wei Zhongxian felt a little wronged. It was even more eye-opening. Wei Zhongxian was surprised and said, "Elder Ji, can the sentence of Li Chaoyuan be taken back?" Ji Changsheng glanced at Wei Zhongxian and patiently instructed, "Let your majesty write an imperial edict to put Li Chaoyuan in jail. The divorce sentence by the offender is naturally invalid and will be sent back to Li Chaoyuan for retrial." Wei Zhongxian, "I learned it. I almost failed." The Queen Mother reminded, "Elder Ji, the old lady Du wants to go to Yingwe. Should we stop her?" After a pause, the Queen Mother added, "The main reason is that the old lady Du really did nothing. There is no good reason to stop her. Not to mention that she is Du Zongxing's biological mother." Ji Changsheng was surprised and said, "Her son Du Zongjiang is a demon from the demon cult. How can she be considered to have done nothing? There must be someone who shelters a demon from the demon cult. Right?" The Queen Mother hesitated to speak. She felt that this was really impossible. Ji Changsheng told her that this was really possible. Of course. God is merciful. If Madame Du wants to visit relatives and friends in Ying State, there is no need to stop her. But she cannot take the Du family's spiritual stones with her. This is the will of His Majesty. At this point, Ji Changsheng performed a medical miracle and walked down from the bed, pointing at the Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian and scolding them, "Your Majesty is a new king, and it is time to establish Your Majesty. Today, the affairs of the world are in Your Majesty's hands. Who dares not obey Your Majesty's orders? Do you think Your Majesty's sword is not sharp?" Chapter 105. The Du family stores grain, and I store guns. The Du family is my granary. If the Emperor of Shenghua is here, he will kneel down to thank Elder Ji for respecting him after hearing what Ji Changsheng said. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian were almost moved to tears. Family members. Who understands? The Emperor himself probably doesn't know that his opinion is so important. But Ji Changsheng told him that it is really important. Remember, Your Majesty's dignity must be guaranteed, and Your Majesty's will must be faithfully executed. If Your Majesty does not allow Du Rongli to divorce, then he will never allow them to divorce. Cha Sheng, why are you shouting so loudly? Another medical miracle maker Ing Hongya heard the noise next door and came over. I heard you scolding the Empress Dowager and Lord Wei next door. Keep your voice down. It will have a bad impact if it gets out. Ing Hongya's face is still not well cultivated. She and Ji Changsheng were assassinated together before. She blushed and dared not see Chao Yutian. The princess of the royal family has been learning the way of the king since she was young. It is exciting to play the tricky way with Ji Changsheng. But she still needs to do it a few more times to be completely familiar with this rhythm. I have basically heard what you said. If Madame Du wants to go to Yingwe, just let her go. It's no big deal. Ing Hongya said, "Don't you still have me? When the time comes, I will send a letter to my father, and Madame Du will be in my territory." The Queen Mother hurriedly said, "That's what I mean. If Princess Hongya takes action, the Du family can be wiped out in Yingwe." Ji Changsheng waved his hand and didn't let them do this kind of cooperation. Try not to get involved in Yingwe. Otherwise the situation will be complicated and everything may become a conspiracy of Yingwe. Besides, the spirit stone is detained in Shenghua, so it belongs to Shenghua. If it is detained by Yingwe, Shenghua still wants it back? If I were Yingwe, I wouldn't give a single cent. Queen Mother. Ing Hongya understood Ji Changsheng's words. Changsheng didn't want to embarrass her. After all, this would require her connections. If her father took action and sent the Du family's spiritual stones back to Shenghua, Yingwe would not get any benefits, which would easily affect their father-daughter relationship. If Yingwe withheld the Du family's spiritual stones and got benefits, her situation in Shunwa would be affected. Changsheng still has me in his heart, and knows how to consider me. Ing Hongye felt warm in her heart. And then became alert. Are you using the magic of the Hawan sect on me again? Ji Changsheng. He raised his hand, and touched Ing Hongye's forehead. Wondering, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Ing Hongye blushed. It seems that Changsheng didn't use the magic of the Hawan sect. This is bad. I'm fine. You guys continue. If the Du family needs my help, please let me know. I'm going to recover first. After being assassinated, neither she nor Ji Changsheng are suitable to show up in public. Ing Hongye fled. Ji Changsheng blinked and asked uncertainly, did she just express her feelings to me? In a very clumsy way? Wei Zhongxian's expression was hard to describe. Elder Ji. I entered the palace at the age of 13. Do you think I would understand? Ji Changsheng looked at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager squeezed out a smile. Master. In order to become the Empress Dowager, I threw the Dog Emperor under your sword without hesitation. And I don't quite understand it. Ji Changsheng thought about it, and decided not to consider this issue for the time being. Senior sister seems to have used the vest of the Absolute Sword Fairy. Although it is still uncertain. It is possible that the temple master is misleading him. Ji Changsheng tends to think that if Zhu Jianxian is really a pseudonym, he should choose between his mother-in-law and his adoptive father. After all, his senior sister's apparent cultivation is not enough. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Play it safe. Get the queen first. Then consider the concubine. Take it step by step. Wei Zhongxian also brought the topic back on track. Elder Ji. After receiving the news that Du Rongli successfully divorced, I immediately found the Li Chao Yuan and learned a piece of news from him. Ji Changsheng looked at Wei Zhongxian approvingly and nodded. Not bad. There is progress. And you know how to remedy it in time. What did he say? Wei Zhongxian said solemnly. Li Chao Yuan said that the reason why he sentenced Du Rongli and Mrs. Du to divorce on the spot was because Du Rongli showed him the voice transmission record of Du Rongli and Du Zongxing. Du Zongxing clearly stated in the voice transmission that the Xianmen investigation team will arrive in Shunhua within 7 days. And Elder Ji, you will soon have no good days. This is why he and the Queen Mother are a little restless. Wei Zhongxian added, in addition. Du Zongxing also said that he is also a member of the Xianmen investigation team. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This is the latest news. No wonder the Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian are a little out of control. After his patient teaching before, the two have learned a lot. In theory, they can handle these things. What they can't handle is Du Zongxing. What they are really worried about is that he may fall. Ji Changsheng calmly gave the two a reassurance. Don't worry. Du Zongxing can't turn the world upside down. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian are hard to rest assured. The Empress Dowager reminded, Master. He is here to investigate you. And Du Zongxing must have known that Du Zongjiang is dead. Such practitioners have soul lamps in the sect. And this cannot be hidden from Du Zongxing. Ji Changsheng thought that the soul lantern might not be 100% reliable. The master of the temple was just scaring him. As a result, Ji Changsheng was not sure whether his 8 senior brothers were dead or not. But Du Zongjiang was definitely dead. He was now living in the 10,000 souls banner. If he had not confirmed his brother's death, Du Zongxing would not have said it so bluntly in the voice transmission. Master, Du Zongxing might have really been furious this time. Du Rongli and Mrs. Du wanted to divorce. And it was Du Zongxing who gave them the idea. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes, and his voice turned cold. In this case, it can be confirmed that Du Zongxing is also a demon from the demon cult. He has been hiding in the Danqing Pavilion for so many years. And his plans are so great that it makes people shudder. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian were indeed a little shuddering. It was too easy for Elder Ji to find the demon from the demon cult. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that there were not so many demons from the demon cult. But they did not dare to refute Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng knew that the two were afraid. After thinking about it, he decided to appease the two agents. After all, they were quite handy. And Ji Changsheng was really a kind-hearted man who loved to help others, and didn't want to kill anyone casually. Then he would try to make the two people follow him wholeheartedly. After all, they knew a lot. If they had any other ideas, Ji Changsheng would have to kill them to silence them. I know about the CNN investigation team, which was led by Xuandu Temple. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian's eyes lit up at the same time. Led by Xuandu Temple? The nature was different. What surprised them even more was yet to come. The person they came to Xinghua to investigate was not me, but the fact that I was assassinated by the Xinghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In this way, the purpose of the investigation team has completely changed. The object of investigation has become Chao Yutian. The Queen Mother was overjoyed. After Wei Zhongxian was overjoyed, his face suddenly turned pale. Elder Ji, the matter of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce Xinghua branch hiring assassins cannot be investigated. He was also involved in this matter. The assassination was done by Chao Ziming, but he forged the evidence. He even forged it twice. Elder Ji said that the first account book only spent 30,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy the assassination of the assassin Li, which did not match his worth. So he asked his men to make a second false account. Elder Ji's worth went from 30,000 top-grade spirit stones to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which skyrocketed more than 3 times. Having personally handled this matter, Wei Zhongxian had no confidence that he could hide the investigation of the CNN investigation team. The work was too rough. He could find out clearly, let alone the masters of the major CNN. Ji Changsheng patted Wei Zhongxian on the shoulder and reminded him again, "What are you afraid of? The leader of the investigation team is also from our Xuandu temple. Besides, even if Chao Yitian hired someone to kill someone, Zhu Jianxian has claimed the crime. What are you worried about?" Wei Zhongxian, I really want to have the psychological quality of Elder Ji. He really can't be as calm as Elder Ji, as if he was really assassinated by the Assassin's League. Speaking of which, why did Zhu Jianxian claim the crime? Of course, it's because the Assassin's League really received the spirit stones paid by Chao Yitian. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Wei Zhongxian, what's wrong with you? I was assassinated. Why are you suspicious? Do you have a different opinion? Wei Zhongxian shook his head vigorously. He dared not have any. He did not dare to think about it. I understand. Elder Ji was hired by Chao Yitian of Tontian Chamber of Commerce to kill him. The evidence is solid. If the CNN investigation team investigates, I will definitely say the same thing. Well, tell the truth. No one can wrong us for something we didn't do. I believe that the temple will definitely seek justice for this elder. And the bad things that Tontian Chamber of Commerce has done will definitely be exposed to the world. Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager could only nod in agreement, refreshing the cognition of Xuandu Temple again. Elder Ji's confidence does not seem to be acting. So, Xuandu Temple is indeed the best in the world. The filter of Xuandu Temple was shattered, and the confidence was also strengthened a lot. At this time, someone outside Xuandu Temple asked to see the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager went out for a while, and came back immediately, her face a little heavy. Master, the Du family has made another move. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. After the divorce, the next step is of course to protect oneself. The Du family wants to cut ties with Danqing Fudi? The Queen Mother nodded. Master, you have a keen eye. Most of the Du family's spiritual stones have flowed to Danqing Pavilion, which should be Du Zongqing's place. The spiritual stones in the family storehouse have now been given to old Madame Du after Du Rongli and old Madame Du divorced. Speaking of this, the Queen Mother's tone was somewhat sarcastic, although it was a divorce. Du Rongli claimed that he was unfaithful first, so he took the initiative to give 90% of the family property to his old wife. From then on, old Madame Du's property has nothing to do with the Du family. Ji Changsheng was very calm. He had seen a lot of such things when he was in Blue Star. Master, if the Du family really completes all the actions, all the Danqing Fudi will become a bad debt in the future. We can't let this happen. If it were in the past, the Empress Dowager would not take it seriously. But now she is the head of Xinghua. If you are the head of the family, you have to take responsibility. Only a fool would help the Du family out of trouble. Don't panic. If the Du family wants to transfer the spirit stones, the technical means can only be through Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and the offline means can only be through Mrs. Du. Ji Changsheng remained calm. The road to Tontian Chamber of Commerce has been blocked. Chao Yitian is suspected of hiring a killer to kill me. All the accounts of Tontian Chamber of Commerce have been sealed. Before the investigation team of the Immortal Gate has investigated it clearly, all the spirit stones of the Xinghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce are strictly prohibited from leaving Xinghua. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian both heard about this for the first time. They were overjoyed when they heard it, and had a deep understanding of the power of Xuandu Temple. The Empress Dowager was convinced. Xuandu Temple is indeed the best in the world. Ji Changsheng nodded without too much explanation. This matter was actually done by the Holy Lady Huan. But it is not suitable for him to get too close to the Holy Lady Huan now. As for Madame Du, control her. And you go and do it. Both the people and the spiritual stones must be left in Shenghua. I don't need to teach you how to do it. Right? Ji Changsheng asked. Wei Zhongxian accepted the order solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Ji. I will definitely leave both the people and the spiritual stones behind. Well, Danqing Fudi needs to deal with the aftermath. And we can only use the spiritual stones of the Du family. I have nothing. And the treasury is also famously empty. If the Du family wants to run away, it's selling out the country. Just do what you have to do. No need to be polite. Ji Changsheng made a final judgment on the Du family's behavior. As for Du Zongxing, he's just a dying man. What's there to worry about? After Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager left, Ji Changsheng contacted Li Changxi again. Sister, are you the sword master? Li Changxi was almost frightened to the point of showing her expression. Junior, you really have an idea. Ji Changsheng glanced at Li Changxi on the other side of the water mirror, and felt that she didn't seem to be acting. After all, he couldn't tell which of Li Changxi's words were true and which were false, as she was a woman with mental problems. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng sighed lightly. Sister is probably tired of it. And she actually replied to me in such a perfunctory way. Li Changxi, Junior, please speak properly. You are the Southern Emperor of Changsheng, and I am the Moon God. How can we act like children? Ji Changsheng shrugged. Okay. Sister, I want Du Zongxing to die. Ji Changsheng didn't really care about the Assassin's League. It's good to know the inside story. But it doesn't matter if you don't know it. Anyway, everyone is already one of us. And he has already joined the Assassin's League unilaterally in his heart. It doesn't matter who the boss, the sword master, is, as long as he is his man. So he skipped the flirting and went straight to the point. Senior sister, I just confirmed that Du Zongxing is the demon cult's undercover agent lurking in Danqing Pavilion. Li Changxi suddenly realized. No wonder people always use Du Zongxing as a positive example to attack my Taoism. If he is a demon cult, all this makes sense. This is a conspiracy against me. The purpose is to make my Taoism lacking and eventually die. The demon cult is really malicious. This time it was Ji Changxing's turn to be speechless. Senior sister is a bit of a person. She can often choke him, and he can't speak. Generally, others have this feeling when they face him. Others use Du Zongxing as a positive example to complain about Li Changxi. They must think that Du Zongxing's polishing of each realm to near perfection is the orthodox way of cultivation. And Li Changxi's way of using merit to brush realms is obviously heretical. It's no wonder that Li Changxi had some complaints about Du Zongxing before, and even complained about Du Zongxing in front of Ji Changsheng, always being compared with others. Even if he has nothing to do with Du Zongxing, Li Changxi finds it difficult to have a good impression of Du Zongxing, since he is a demon from the demon cult. Of course, everyone can kill him. Junior brother, is the ultimate beneficiary of Danqing Fudi also Du Zongxing? Ji Changsheng was stunned. Senior sister, do you know Danqing Fudi? I just found out that you made too much noise in Shenghua. And now you know everything you should know. Li Changxi said. Ji Changsheng, is it big? If it's big, he thinks he is quite restrained. He has never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Only killed demons from the demon cult. And they are all justified. The ultimate beneficiary of Danqing Fudi is indeed Du Zongxing. He took the lion's share. Otherwise he can't support his title as the #1 person in the Golden Core realm. Ji Changsheng said. Li Changxi sneered. I use merit to improve my realm. It's my own ability. He uses the blood and sweat of the people of Shenghua to polish his realm. He is a far gened in #1. And he is also using it to mock me. Is he worthy? Junior brother, don't worry. Du Zongxing is in my hands. Today I will let him go to see the King of Hell. Li Changxi's words were very domineering. But half an hour later, Ji Changsheng saw a listless Li Changxi on the video call water mirror. The master of the temple has no martial ethics. Li Changxi came up and accused the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng, what's wrong? Li Changxi said helplessly. Du Zongxing was reserved by someone. And the master of the temple didn't let me do it. Who reserved him? Yu Qingqing. Who is Yu Qingqing? The direct disciple of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. And a collateral family member of my mother. Ji Changsheng had no reaction when he heard that Yu Qingqing was the direct disciple of the elder of the law enforcement of the discipline hall. He and the elder of the law enforcement of the discipline hall were old comrades in arms. They framed each other together, crossed out, and discovered by Guanlin's ugly face together. Since they had talked and laughed together, Ji Changsheng certainly would not take the other party's disciple to heart. But when he heard that Yu Qingqing was also a collateral family of Fairy Linglong, Ji Changsheng immediately became concerned. No wonder the surname is Yu. But senior sister, I remember that there don't seem to be many people in the Yu family? It's not a big family. Yu Linglong's surname is Yu. But Ji Changsheng has never heard that the Yu family is a family of cultivation. Normally, if the Yu family is very strong, it would not be the turn of the Bai family to seek the position of the master of Xuandu Temple. His guess was right. Li Chongqi said, the Yu family was not a big family to begin with. Later, due to some accidents, it was wiped out. Only my mother and Yu Qingqing survived. Ji Changsheng raised the level of attention to Yu Qingqing, the only seedling of the Yu family, although it is only a collateral branch, and sounds like a distant relative of Fairy Linglong. Things are precious because they are rare. Li Chongqi also said so. The temple is training Yu Qingqing as the next law enforcement elder, and the sect sword is reserved for her. But the prerequisite is that she must pass the test of a true disciple. Yu Qingqing is at the peak of the Jindan realm, and this time her true trial is to use reasonable and legal means to bring Du Zongxing to justice, and to use the sinful blood of Du Zongxing, the first person in the Jindan realm, to water her sword of law. If successful, Yu Qingqing will be a true disciple of Xuandu Temple. If she fails, she will be out from now on. Out? Ji Changsheng was somewhat moved. Really out? Li Chongqi nodded. Really out. Xuandu Temple emphasizes relationships and favors, so Yu Qingqing will be trained so vigorously. But relationships and favors are not enough for those above the nascent soul stage, and ability is very important. Without sufficient ability, Yu Qingqing is now at the limit of being trained. If she fails to complete the true trial, she will only be an ordinary Jindan elder in Xuandu Temple in the future. So it is not easy for me to intervene. Du Zongxing was left to her by the temple master. Ji Changsheng was thoughtful. It seems that he needs to help this Yu Qingqing. He can win the favor of Fairy Linglong and make friends with the future law enforcement elder. Most importantly, he can kill the demons of the demon cult. Li Chongqi said the same thing. Junior brother, the demons of the demon cult can be killed by everyone. Qingqing is also your junior. You should take care of her in Shenhua. Ji Changsheng nodded. Don't worry, senior sister. I know what I'm doing. Madame Du, this road is blocked. Outside Shengjing City, the western suburbs of the Du family, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment is beautiful. But today, the large group of internal guards led by Wei Zhongxian broke the tranquility here. He stopped a sedan chair that was about to take off. Since this world can practice, there are naturally flying magic weapons. Ingwa also produces aircraft, which allows ordinary people to spend some spirit stones to directly experience the pleasure of high-level cultivators soaring in the sky. The Du family is of a higher level. Mrs. Du was riding on the dragon sedan chair, which was the spoils of war that Du Zongxing obtained after killing the Yuanying strongmen. The surface was decorated with 4 dragons, with red silk mattresses, soft screens and curtains inside, and curtains outside. The most important thing is that after the dragon sedan chair is activated by the spirit stone, 14 corpses will appear out of thin air, standing at the 4 corners of the dragon sedan chair. If you lift the dragon sedan chair, you can travel through mountains and rivers and travel thousands of miles a day. If you use a certain number of high-quality spirit stones to activate it, you can also go straight into the blue sky. Your Majesty's decree. No one in the Du family is allowed to leave Shenhua, and those who violate it will be executed. Wei Zhongxian said coldly. No sound came from the dragon sedan chair. No one came out to protest in the suburban blessed land of the Du family. Wei Zhongxian's heart sank, and he immediately had someone lift the curtain of the dragon sedan chair. There was no one in the sedan chair. Wei Zhongxian's face was livid. Damn it. I was deceived. Madame Du is not going to Ingwa. The Du family was deliberately creating confusion. They guessed that Ji Changsheng would stop Madame Du from leaving. Going to Ingwa was just a smokescreen. Wei Zhongxian figured everything out almost instantly. Then, he was soaked in cold sweat. He was worried about his life safety because he had not completed the task assigned by Elder Ji. Investigate. Find out Madame Du for me no matter where you go. Shengjing City. Outside the eastern suburbs, Chao Ziming looked at the charming middle-aged woman who was protected by the disciples of Danqing Pavilion in front of him. And the words of junior brother G rang in his ears. Danqing Fudi needs to deal with the aftermath, and can only use the Du family's spiritual stones to deal with the aftermath. Chao Ziming agreed deeply. He and junior brother G both wanted to clear up Yu, but they didn't have spiritual stones. The Du family has it. If the Du family has it, it means they have it. What rules of the underworld are there for such a thief who steals the country? The Du family stores grain, and I store guns. The Du family is my granary. I didn't rob the Du family's spiritual stones at all. I was seeking the welfare of the people of Shunghua. Chao Ziming's face became more and more resolute. He put on the evil ghost mask and picked up the gun he got from junior brother G, which was said to have assassinated by Shiji. Chapter 106. The demon from the demon cult flips the table. I won't take the blame anymore. Walking on the road of following junior brother G, Chao Ziming felt a great sense of accomplishment. I dare not kill Bai Shiji. Junior brother G is much braver than me. I am indeed afraid of Fairy Linglong. But if I still dare not kill the Du family, wouldn't I be ashamed of junior brother G's teaching me these days? Chao Ziming asked himself if he was not a wooden head. Junior brother G has taught him so hard. Of course, he has to open his mind. In fact, he reacted faster than Wei Zhongxian. In terms of learning ability, senior brother Chao is indeed better than Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager. When Ji Changsheng talked to Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager, not only Ying Hongya heard it, but he also heard it. At that time, he felt something was wrong. It is no secret that junior sister Ying often travels with him and junior brother Ji. The identity of Ying Hongya is even less of a secret. In this case, is there something wrong with Madame Du's brain? Must she run to Yinghua? Even if the Du family believes in Yinghua's national credibility, there is no need to take this risk. There are many human dynasties radiating from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and Danqing Pavilion, and Madame Du naturally has many places to go. Relatively speaking, Yinghua is definitely not the best choice. Let Chao Ziming choose. Then there are only two places where Madame Du should go: Tongtian Chamber of Commerce headquarters and Danqing Pavilion. The Du family is a senior customer of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, and there is a genius like Du Zongxing who has almost reserved the position of the young master of Danqing Pavilion. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will definitely do its best to make friends with the Du family. Danqing Pavilion is naturally needless to say. No one knows better than Chao Ziming how much prestige Du Zongxing has in Danqing Pavilion. But Chao Ziming analyzed it carefully. Since Du Zongxing has decided to join the Xianmen investigation team this time, he will not stay in the pavilion. If Mrs. Du goes to Danqing Pavilion at that time, it will not be safe without Du Zongxing. And Danqing Pavilion is a place for cultivating righteousness after all. If the Du family's affairs are really spread to the pavilion, even Du Zongxing will find it difficult to suppress them. So the most likely place for Mrs. Du to go is Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And with Du Zongxing's style of doing things, it is very likely that he will mobilize the disciples of Danqing Pavilion to escort her all the way. Chao Ziming himself used to be a die-hard fan of Du Zongxing, so he knew that Du Zongxing definitely had the energy to mobilize the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Many of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion are also fans of Du Zongxing. When these people don't know the whole picture, they will definitely choose to support Du Zongxing instead of Ji Changsheng. In fact, Chao Ziming himself knows that junior brother Ji may not have a good reputation in the outside world now. So, junior brother Ji can't do everything alone. He also wanted to share the worries for junior brother Ji. As expected, on the road from Shanghua to Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Chao Ziming saw Madame Du. He also saw a familiar figure accompanying Madame Du, Fu Xiaojing, a female knight in the Golden Core realm of Danqing Pavilion. His senior sister. She has always been in love with Du Zongxing, and almost everyone in Danqing Pavilion knows it. And Du Zongxing's reaction, in the words of junior brother Ji, is probably not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Of course, in Du Zongxing's words, he only wants to practice now, and doesn't consider personal feelings. But when Fu Xiaojing needed help, Du Zongxing was not polite. Nothing was beyond his expectations. Holding the magic spear that junior brother Ji used to kill Bai Shiji, Chao Ziming's heart was as clear as ice. Although he was very excited to follow junior brother Ji's footsteps, the control of the peak of the golden elixir allowed him to remain absolutely calm. Senior sister Fu cannot be sure whether he is an enemy or a friend. And I don't know whether he was deceived by Du Zongxing. But I can't tell her clearly now. And I'm afraid I can't tell her clearly at all. I have to let Senior Sister Fu see the actual evidence. Maybe even Senior Sister Fu can't see the actual evidence. Junior Brother Ji said that licking dogs is blind. Following Ji Changsheng, Chao Ziming's judgment has indeed improved a lot. In the past, he would have explained it clearly to Fu Xiaojing. Now he omitted this step. His goal is the Du family's spirit stone. It doesn't matter whether Fu Xiaojing knows about the Du family's affairs. And it doesn't matter whether he has made it clear with Fu Xiaojing. Based on the principle of not wanting to fight with his fellow senior sister, Chao Ziming sent out a distress signal unique to the disciples of Danqing Pavilion in another direction. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Fu Xiaojing quickly discovered the distress signal from her fellow disciples. And her eyebrows were furrowed. Shijing. What's wrong? Madame Du naturally noticed Fu Xiaojing's abnormality. Madame Du was actually over 70 years old. However, one of her two sons was recognized as the number one in the Golden Core realm by the Cultivation world. And the other was an elder of the outer sect of Danqing Pavilion. With these two good sons, and the wealth of the Du family, Madame Du naturally maintained herself very well. And now she looks only in her early 40s. The one who is really in her early 40s is Fu Xiaojing. However, her age is also deceptive. And she looks only in her 27s or 28s. A world where one can practice cultivation is really friendly to those who want to maintain their beauty. Fu Xiaojing frowned and said, "There are fellow disciples from Danqing Pavilion asking for help." Madame Du was stunned. Then reacted, "Xiaojing, don't be fooled. This should be a diversionary tactic. There are not many disciples from Danqing Pavilion who come to Shenghua. And there is only Chao Ziming in Shengjing City. There are no other disciples from Danqing Pavilion at all. It must be fake. After all, she is the woman who can cultivate two good sons, Du Zongsheng and Du Zongjiang. Madame Du was not a good person when she was young. Now she is old and strong. And her level is only higher than when she was young." Fu Xiaojing actually agrees with what Madame Du said in her heart. But Danqing Pavilion disciples cannot meet fellow disciples who die without helping, which is against the way of chivalry. Fu Xiaojing said in a deep voice, "Danqing Pavilion disciples can be deceived, but they must not turn a blind eye. The dream of chivalrous men and women throughout the ages is to write blood and ink. Of course, some people will betray the purpose of Danqing Pavilion, but there will always be people who will practice it." Madame Du was a little anxious. "Xiaojing, Zongsheng asked you to take me away from Shenghua safely. The Du family deliberately set up a trap. And Fu Xiaojing was Du Zongsheng's biggest trump card." Fu Xiaojing said calmly, "I naturally remember Brother Du's entrustment. But I can't stand idly by for the safety of my fellow disciples." "Madam, don't worry. I also know Chao Ziming. I understand him. He is not a person who will do anything to get what he wants. Even if Chao Ziming is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, I can handle it. You will be fine. I will definitely take you away from Shenghua safely." She did understand Chao Ziming in the past. Unfortunately, she didn't understand a word. When a man is away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Chao Ziming has been with Ji Changsheng for 3 days. He has completed a great transformation from the inside out. Fu Xiaojing did not give Mrs. Du a chance to continue to persuade her, and made a prompt decision. "Everyone protect Madam. I will be back soon." "Madam, if it is really Chao Ziming, this is a good thing. I will make it clear to him that Ji Changsheng's behavior is evil, and does not follow the rules of etiquette at all." Junior Brother Chao must have been confused by Ji Changsheng. "I will influence him with my righteousness, and pull him back to the right path." This statement made Mrs. Du's heart move slightly. It seems to make sense. She had also seen Chao Ziming once. She also heard about him from her son from Du Zongjiang. He is a typical righteous hero, who is so simple that he is almost pedantic. It is obviously different from Ji Changsheng's unrestrained style of behavior. If Chao Ziming can be pulled back into their camp, it will naturally be a good thing. Thinking of this, Mrs. Du did not persuade Fu Xiaojing again. In fact, it is useless to persuade them. Fu Xiaojing's figure has disappeared in the distance. Fu Xiaojing just likes Du Zongsheng. It is unrealistic to ask her to obey Mrs. Du's words. The Jindan realm disciples of Danqing Pavilion are not so humble. After seeing Fu Xiaojing leave, Chao Ziming immediately picked up the holy spear in his hand, and pulled the trigger without hesitation at the guards around Mrs. Du. Wei Zhongxian had already shown them the information of the Du family. After reading it, Chao Ziming perfectly transferred his cognition of the officials of the Shenghua court to the Du family. This group of people, if they are all killed, there may be some innocent people, But if they are killed one by one, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. And those who were able to run away with Madame Du. Not a single one escaped. So Chao Ziming had no mercy. One shot one. When he pulled the trigger, he also used a silent spell to avoid luring Fu Xiaojing back again. In fact, this was also what he learned after following Ji Changsheng. Fu Xiaojing was unlikely to come back so quickly. But it was always better to be on the safe side. 2 minutes later, only 2 Jindan-level casual cultivators were still holding on by Madame Du's side. And the others had all fallen. Chao Ziming fired 2 more shots, confirming that the Holy Spear could not kill the 2 Jindan-level casual cultivators in a short time. So he simply put the Holy Spear away, revealed his true form. Of course, it was his true form with an evil ghost mask. The Holy Spear could not handle the 2 Jindan-level casual cultivators. And after revealing his true form, Chao Ziming did not waste any words, and slashed 2 swords to kill one. The gap between casual cultivators and disciples of the righteous sects was clearly revealed. Seeing this, another Jindan realm cultivator was so scared that he used the blood escape technique and fled. Chao Ziming frowned slightly. Blood escape technique is a magic technique of the demon cult. The demons of the demon cult must be killed by everyone. Chao Ziming didn't want to leave any fish that slipped through the net. He glanced at Madame Du, hesitated for 1,000th of a second, and then released his righteousness and slashed with a sword. A moment later, the sky was clear. Only Chao Ziming and Madame Du were left in the field. Madame Du's eyes twitched, and she recognized the person. Chao Ziming, you kill innocent people indiscriminately. Aren't you afraid of the rules of Danqing Pavilion? His righteousness was so conspicuous just now. Her 2 sons were Jindan realm cultivators of Danqing Pavilion. If she couldn't recognize them again, she could just find a piece of tofu and kill herself. In the current Shum kingdom, she could only think of Chao Ziming as the one who used the righteousness to harm her. Chao Ziming felt a little uneasy, but he immediately put it aside and denied it. Who is Chao Ziming? I don't know him. Madame Du laughed in anger. The righteousness is so obvious. Why are you still pretending? Chao Ziming thought about it, and it was right. So he directly ejected a corpse dissolving water with his left hand and dropped it on the Jindan casual cultivator. A moment later, the Jindan casual cultivator disappeared between heaven and earth. As long as there is no corpse, Danqing Pavilion will not be able to perform an autopsy. And naturally it will not be discovered that this Jindan guest died at the hands of righteousness. Thanks to junior brother Ji. The corpse dissolving water was not given to him by Ji Changsheng. They found it when they raided the demon sects and monsters in Shum Kingdom. Ji Changsheng asked him and Ing Hongye to look through it. And if it was helpful for cultivation, they would borrow it for the time being. As for the spirit stones, they were all used to rectify the business of foodie. Chao Ziming was not polite. Junior brother Ji is right. Only by keeping a useful body can we do more noble deeds. Just like now. Where is the noble spirit? Chao Ziming asked. Madame Du, why are you so shameless now? The Chao Ziming she had seen before was not like this. Chao Ziming ignored Madame Du's questioning and went straight to the point. Madame Du. Right. I invite you to come with me and take a look at this world. Madame Du did not understand what Chao Ziming said. But soon, they returned to the city. Chao Ziming took her and saw a face covered with dust. Do you know this driver? Madame Du looked at the driver in front. There is a kind of hearse in Shunhua, which is driven by low-grade spirit stones and can facilitate pedestrians to travel. However, Mrs. Du has her own magic weapon for travel. And of course, she will not take this low-end means of transportation. Master Ji, someone once told me that if you want to be chivalrous, you don't need to focus on major events in the world. Observe the ordinary people around you more, and you will often know how to do it. This person actually had a formal job. He used to be the shopkeeper of a restaurant. Later, the daughter of the owner of that restaurant was taken away by a collateral family of your Du family to be a concubine. The boss went to the Du family to seek justice, spent all his family wealth, and died outside the gate of Danqing Foodie. The conclusion of the autopsy of Liashenman was that he died of anger and illness, and it had nothing to do with others. The shopkeeper also lost his job and could only rent a hearse. He earned spirit stones by pulling the car every day. He dared not be negligent at all, because he bought the Danqing Foodie of your Du family. Mrs. Du's face changed slightly. Chao Ziming took him to continue to see the world. This old lady is actually 5 years younger than you, but she looks much older than you. She has reached the age of enjoying her grandchildren. But she still works 2 jobs every day. The spiritual brocade she weaves can sell a lot of spiritual stones. But her eyes are already half blind. She originally had a lot of savings in her life. And she didn't need to work so hard. But the Danqing blessed land is really expensive. And her family spent all their savings and owed a lot of spiritual stones for her grandson to join the Danqing pavilion. When she pays off everything, her life will probably be over. Old Madame Du had no sympathy. She only felt the fear of death. Chao Ziming took her to see the next person. This person is the most unlucky. He only sleeps 2 hours a day and works 4 jobs. His dream is to be a painter. But now he is delivering letters, driving hearses, moving docks and cooking. No matter which job he does, he is a long way from being a painter. I said he is unlucky because he could have lived a stable life. But his parents depended on your Du family for a living. Danqing foodie faced fierce competition for a while, and sales were difficult. So Du Zongjiang made a distribution to let the internal digestion. Their family was allocated a quota, which was not a bad thing. But later his parents broke their legs at work. And your Du family did not compensate them according to work-related injuries. From then on, the pressure of the whole family was all on this young man. I forgot to say that he is 27 this year. Old Lady Du looked at the 27-year-old young man mentioned by Chao Ziming in astonishment. She thought he was at least 45 years old. His temples were gray. His face was frosted. And his body was hunched. Chao Ziming sighed quietly. People are in a hurry. Just for a few pieces of silver. But it is precisely this few pieces of silver that can relieve the melancholy of the world, make parents healthy, and protect the growth of young children. But it is also this few pieces of silver that cut off childhood dreams, made young people stained with vicissitudes, and bent their spines. Old Lady Du didn't feel anything about this. She even thought it was a little funny. But she soon stopped laughing, because Chao Ziming's sword was already against her neck. Old Lady Du, they have worked so hard. But you still want to take their hard-earned spirit stones and leave. Don't you really have a guilty conscience? Old Madame Du wanted to say that she really wouldn't. But with a sword on her neck, she was afraid that she would die if she said it out. Chao Ziming, what's your ability to bully an old woman like me? Old Madame Du said hatefully, if you have the ability, go and talk to Zongxing. Du Zongxing can't run away. You don't have to worry. Chao Ziming said coldly, in the world, people will speak out when they are unfair. They shouldn't live like this. I want to help them. But I don't have spiritual stones. And you do. Old Madame Du. Take out all the spiritual stones of the Du family. And you can live. Otherwise, I will send you to see Du Zongjiang. Old Madame Du was angry and afraid. Chao Ziming, you are robbing. Chao Ziming's voice was unusually cold. It's just a way of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Don't you think the Du family's property was not earned by robbery? At the end, Chao Ziming did not hide his sarcasm. You are the first day of the month. And we are the 15th. Madame Du, you are not young anymore. I don't want to kill an old woman like you. But I just don't want to. You. A flash of sword light appeared on Chao Ziming's body. And Madame Du screamed miserably in an instant. She covered her right hand with her face twisted in pain. She had just had a finger cut off. Chao Ziming's ultimatum continued. With the energy of the Du family, it is not difficult to regenerate a broken finger. But I don't know if the Du family has the energy to revive the dead? Old woman, hand over all the spirit stones of the Du family. Otherwise we will continue the finger-cutting game. You are dreaming. Swish. The sword light was sharp. Another broken finger appeared on the ground. Madame Du's face was pale. And she wanted to attract the attention of the people around her with a shrill scream. But under Chao Ziming's shielding, no one saw them here. Don't force me. Chao Ziming said coldly, do you want the spirit stone or your life? In my hairpin and jade pendant. Both are in these 2 storage magic treasures. Chao Ziming smiled silently. Sure enough, what junior brother Ji said was right. This group of people is very weak. Remember? I am Rensuqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Let Du Zongxing come to fight if he is not convinced. Chao Ziming always kept in mind Ji Chengxing's teachings. No matter what, do a good job on the surface. Even if his voice is obviously a man's. It doesn't matter. At the same time, Rensuqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect raised his head in the shadows. I was amused by the anger, but still a little confused. I haven't been in the world for a long time. Has the Holy Church become the object of frame-up? Chapter 107 Yu Lao Mo. The Holy Church is responsible for this matter. Hearing Chao Ziming's words, Ren Suqiong couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He is Ren Suqiong. Then who am I? As the first Jin Dan of this generation of the Tianma sect, Ren Suqiong is recognized by everyone in the world as the only genius who may threaten Du Zongxing's position as the first Jin Dan. On the righteous side, including Xuandu Temple, they are actually convinced by Du Zongxing, the first Jin Dan realm powerhouse. Of course, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi should be left aside. In the words of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi, Du Zongxing is just a fool. If they were given the same training time as Du Zongxing, they would have raised their realm to Yuaning or above. And it would be like playing to beat Du Zongxing to death tens of thousands of times with their realm. In fact, Li Changxi is indeed younger than Du Zongxing. So Ji Changsheng believes from the bottom of his heart that Du Zongxing, the first Jin Dan realm powerhouse, is pure trash compared to his senior sister. My senior sister is the best in the world. At most, the mother-in-law can argue. What level are you? Du Zongxing? You are not qualified to touch my senior sister. However, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were not convinced. But the other disciples of the righteous path were convinced. As the first immortal sect of the righteous path, Xuandu Temple, although it is an ally with Danqing Pavilion, also has a healthy competitive relationship. Therefore, for Du Zongxing, the first person in the Jin Dan realm, the disciples of Xuandu Temple have also challenged him, and more than once. Then Du Zongxing defeated 5 disciples of Xuandu Temple, who were at the peak of the Jin Dan realm. In terms of the gold content of Du Zongxing, the first person in the Jin Dan realm, Xuandu Temple has also made outstanding contributions. In this case, Ren Suqiong would naturally want to pay attention to Du Zongxing's information after coming out of retreat, and then naturally found the Du family. On the righteous side, those below the nascent soul realm were indeed defeated by Du Zongxing, excluding Ji Changsheng. On the demonic side, excluding Ren Suqiong, they were also defeated by Du Zongxing. But Ren Suqiong has not met Du Zongxing yet. Kings do not meet kings, as long as they do not fight. Their status as the first people in the same realm in their respective camps will not be damaged. But as long as they fight, one of them will inevitably fall from the altar. Ren Suqiong and Du Zongxing have a tacit understanding. And Danqing Pavilion and Tianma sect also have a tacit understanding. They almost never assign tasks in the same place to Ren Suqiong and Du Zongxing, resulting in them only hearing their names, but not seeing them. It feels a bit like a lifelong enemy. But now that Ren Suqiong has come to Shengwu, and knows that Du Zongxing will also come, Ren Suqiong will of course list Du Zongxing as his biggest enemy, and start preparing for a showdown with Du Zongxing. Before, kings did not meet kings. But now kings meet kings. If Ren Suqiong still dares not to fight, Ren Suqiong will look down on himself. To put it bluntly, geniuses of her and Du Zongxing's level are all aiming to be invincible. So they must not be afraid. Even if they are not afraid, it is also necessary to collect information about the other party. Ren Suqiong is not an idiot. And of course, she will not fight an unprepared battle. So although the task given to her by the demon is to protect Ji Changsheng, she locked onto the Du family as soon as she arrived in Shengwu. She paid attention to the travel route of Mrs. Du earlier than Chao Ziming. In fact, if Chao Ziming did not take action, she would also take action to stop Mrs. Du, because the task given to her by the elders was to help Ji Changsheng. It was obvious that the Du family stood on the opposite side of Ji Changsheng, so she naturally could not let Mrs. Du leave Shengwu. But before she decided to take action, Chao Ziming took action first. So she continued to watch the show. Then, she watched a good show of framing others. Chao Ziming said to her in front of her that he was Ren Suqiong, which really impressed her. Chao Ziming was not even willing to pretend to be a female voice. She was impressed. And Mrs. Du was naturally impressed. You? Mrs. Du looked at Chao Ziming with resentment. You are obviously a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, cultivating righteousness. Why can you be so shameless? Chao Ziming said seriously, Old lady, don't frame me. I am Ren Suqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It's true. What does Danqing Pavilion have to do with it? Chao Ziming swore to heaven that he just said it casually. The reason why he asked Ren Suqiong to take the blame was because Ren Suqiong was the only person in the world in the Jin Dan realm who was not afraid of Du Zongxing's revenge. Chao Ziming was still kind in his heart. He would feel psychological pressure if he put the blame on others, but not on Ren Suqiong. If Du Zongxing really met Ren Suqiong, it was still unclear who would win or lose. Ren Suqiong's record was slightly worse than Du Zongxing's. But he also defeated 2 Yuanying realm cultivators in the Jindan realm. And his combat power was not weaker than Du Zongxing. Otherwise, he would not have such prestige in the demon sect camp. But something happened that stunned Chao Ziming. To disguise yourself as me? You should at least pretend to be a woman. Is it difficult to change your voice? Ren Suqiong appeared from the shadows, and couldn't listen anymore. Danqing Pavilion is a bit too arrogant. How dare they frame our holy church so unscrupulously? Ren Suqiong frowned and said, has the status of the holy church in the mortal world fallen to the point where everyone can bully it? If so, she must revive the prestige of the holy church. To become the first person in the magic camp, Ren Suqiong certainly relied on her own talent and hard work. But the great cultivation from the heavenly demon sect was also real. Natural materials and treasures. Guidance from famous teachers. These are not achieved by hard work and talent alone. Ren Suqiong is not stupid. She knows the dedication of the heavenly demon sect to her. So she also has a sense of belonging to the heavenly demon sect. The centripetal force of a sect comes from this. When you are weak, you accept the cultivation of the sect. When you become stronger, you will naturally contribute to the sect. If you just ask for it without knowing how to give back, such a disciple will definitely not be cultivated vigorously by the above. And such a mentality will generally not pass the test of the sect's high level in the early stage. Ji Chengxing's doing good deeds and accumulating virtues at the foot of the mountain is theoretically in line with the political correctness of Xuandu Temple and is helping Xuandu Temple boost its prestige. Ren Suqiong naturally has such a sense of responsibility. The reason why they didn't take action before was because the entire Tianma cult was waiting for Fairy Ling Long to ascend. Now it seems that they really can't wait any longer. If they wait any longer, God knows how many scapegoats the Tianma cult will have to bear. Chao Ziming was stunned when he saw the real demon from the demon cult. Poor senior brother Chao. He had only been studying with Ji Changsheng for a few days. He had never encountered such a complicated situation. The fake Methreal. And Chao Ziming's face flushed under the mask, wishing that there would be a crack on the ground so that he could quickly get in. He still hasn't cultivated enough. If Ji Changsheng were here, he would have pointed at Ren Suqiong's nose and scolded her. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Ren Suqiong? Fortunately, the mask covered her face, so Ren Suqiong couldn't see Chao Ziming's face. Otherwise she would have seen through Chao Ziming's superficial strength. Speak up, Ren Suqiong said coldly. You dare to frame our holy church. You are so bold. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will die here. Ren Suqiong has this confidence. As a Jindan realm, she will not be afraid of anyone. Chao Ziming also knows his own limitations. Although his realm has been promoted, he is definitely not a match for Ren Suqiong. Looking at Madame Du, who also didn't react, Chao Ziming's heart moved. In an instant, Chao Ziming took Madame Du's hairpin and jade pendant, and then threw Madame Du directly at Ren Suqiong. Then Chao Ziming retreated quickly, and at the same time withdrew the silencing spell and shielding spell, shouting loudly, Brother Du, it's bad. Your mother was rescued by the demon cult which Ren Suqiong. Ren Suqiong held Madame Du, who was forcibly thrown into her hands, and looked at Chao Ziming, who had disappeared in the crowd. And the whole person was angry and laughed again. After all, Fairy Ling Long has not ascended yet. And now is still the era when Xuandu Temple is invincible. If she dares to hunt Chao Ziming in Shengjing City, it will definitely cause a bloodbath and implicate many innocent people. Xuandu Temple will definitely not stand idly by, and it will be difficult for the heavenly demon sect to protect her. But this is morally blackmailing her. A demon sect which? Are the disciples of Danqing Pavilion so shameless now? Ren Suqiong murmured to herself. She felt that she didn't seem to have been in seclusion for a long time. Why does it seem that she can't keep up with the times? But Ren Suqiong is Ren Suqiong after all. Just now, she had already put the soul-chasing incense on Chao Ziming without making a sound. Looking at Chao Ziming's back disappearing in the crowd, Ren Suqiong sneered and prepared to chase him. Then she was interrupted again. Let go of Madame Du. Shua. A righteous sword technique blocked her way. The surrounding onlookers were stopped 100 meters away by this sword, and no one was injured. Pure and righteous sword technique. Ren Suqiong looked at Fu Xiaojing, who had just been lured away and now just happened to rush back. And the whole person was silent again. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion cooperated too well. Which? Let go of Madame Du. Wait! Are you Ren Suqiong? Wicked people like Ren Suqiong and Du Zongxing are all celebrities. The disciples of the big sects may not have seen them. but they must have seen their portraits or water mirror videos of their actions when walking in the world. Such evil people should be avoided or befriended, which is also one of the information advantages of the big sects. Ren Suqiong is skilled and bold, and did not cover up her appearance too much, so Fu Xiaojing recognized her instantly. Then she became furious. Ren Suqiong, you were deliberately trying to lure me away so that you could attack the old lady. Ren Suqiong. The killing intent gradually boiled over. Fuck. I came to Shunghua to take the blame? What's going on with Danqing Pavilion? So arrogant? She soon found out what was going on with Danqing Pavilion, because Chao Ziming quickly made a surprise attack. At this time, Chao Ziming had changed back to his normal outfit, revealing his true face, and fought side by side with senior sister Fu Xiaojing. Senior sister, I sent the distress signal just now. I met Ren Suqiong, but I was no match for her, and suffered a minor injury. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming coughed lightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Ji is now pretending to be sick. Chao Ziming was taught by Ji Chansheng, so he learned this. Seeing Chao Ziming injured, Fu Xiaojing suddenly realized, and looked at Ren Suqiong with more solemn and murderous eyes. Ren Suqiong, the first person of the demon sect Jin Dan, has been famous for a long time. Senior brother Du also said that there is no absolute certainty to defeat her. It is normal for you, junior brother Chao, to be defeated by Ren Suqiong. This is reasonable. Fu Xiaojing believed it immediately. Chao Ziming quickly said, Senior sister, I'm afraid that we are not the opponent of this demon girl if we fight alone. There is no need to follow any rules to deal with the demons of the demon sect. We will fight side by side. A few days ago, senior brother Chao was still ashamed of this behavior. Now he has begun to practice it. Ren Suqiong completely broke down. Enough. You. Ren Suqiong's delicate body trembled slightly. This was the first time that the demon girl of the demon sect suffered such an injustice. But she looked at Madame Du in her hand again, and quickly adjusted her mentality. Tell Du Zongsheng that I rescued his mother. Ren Suqiong took a deep breath. The things that the Holy Church promised him have been completed. Now it depends on his sincerity. I am a real demon cult witch. How can those who play tricks not be opponents of these righteous disciples? After taking a deep look at Chao Ziming and Fu Xiaojing, Ren Suqiong took Madame Du and flew into the sky, leaving only a chilling laugh. The door of the Holy Church is always open to Du Zongsheng. Chao Ziming's brain was confused for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. He realized that the demon cult which was not cooperating with him, but was plotting against Du Zongsheng. The enemy of my enemy can be a friend for the time being. Although they were in different camps, Chao Ziming made a quick decision to cooperate with Ren Suqiong's performance. Sister, what's the matter with Ren Suqiong's words? Chao Ziming appropriately revealed his doubts. Why did Madame Du leave? Was she fleeing for fear of crime? Why did Ren Suqiong say that she rescued Madame Du? Did senior brother Du have a deal with the heavenly demon sect? Fu Xing. I don't know. She was really confused. Ren Suqiong knew that Chao Ziming was framing her. Chao Ziming knew that Ren Suqiong was plotting against Du Zongsheng. But Fu Xiaojing only saw Chao Ziming fighting side by side with her against Ren Suqiong, while Ren Suqiong rescued Madame Du. Could it be that senior brother Du also asked the heavenly demon sect to help privately? No. It's impossible. Senior brother Du is not that kind of person. Fu Xiaojing followed the correct logic and inevitably suspected Du Zongsheng. But her years of admiration and love for Du Zongsheng made her quickly give up thinking. Chao Ziming thought that junior brother Ji was right, and licking dogs are blind. But now the evidence is irrefutable. No matter how blindly he licks the dog, he has to open his eyes for his senior sister and see the true face of Du Zongsheng. The scum. Senior sister. To be honest, I went to stop Madame Du from leaving Shunghua, but was intercepted by Ren Suqiong on the way. Chao Ziming said solemnly, if Ren Suqiong hadn't taken action, Madame Du and the Du family's spiritual stones would have stayed in Shunghua. Fu Xiaojing frowned, her face struggling. Senior sister, I was just about to ask you, as a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, why do you want to guard a thief who stole the country? The upright Chao Ziming continued to imitate junior brother Ji and complained first, does senior sister only have senior brother Du in her eyes, and not the upright spirit of Danqing Pavilion and the people of Shunghua? Fu Xiaojing was angry. Junior brother, what you said is unreasonable. I protected Madame Du because I was afraid that she would be harmed by the traitor Ji Chansheng. When did junior brother Ji become a traitor? Chao Ziming was dissatisfied. Fu Xiaojing was also amused. After Ji Changsheng came to Shenghua, he killed people in rivers of blood. He even killed Du Zongjiang. Isn't this a traitor? Has he ever respected the laws of Shenghua? Has he ever respected the Xianming Convention? What's wrong with me stopping him from continuing to kill? Shouldn't Du Zongjiang die? To punish someone without teaching him is cruel. Even if Du Zongjiang deserves to die, he should never die in Ji Changsheng's private punishment. Who said that Du Zongjiang was killed by junior brother Ji? Senior sister. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't believe the rumors outside. Chao Ziming reprimanded. I saw the whole process of junior brother Ji's interrogation of Du Zongjiang with my own eyes. Junior brother Ji did not use private punishment throughout the whole process. It was Du Zongjiang who chose to commit suicide in order to save Du Zongsheng. Fu Xiaojing. What? Senior sister. You don't believe it? But the evidence is solid. There is a letter written by Du Zongjiang to Du Zongsheng in the 6 gates, which clearly records the secret dealings of the two. Du Zongjiang chose to commit suicide to apologize when he saw that the matter was exposed. What does it have to do with junior brother Ji? Senior sister. I think you are blinded by love, and have lost the sense of fairness that a disciple of Danqing Pavilion should have. Chao Ziming became more and more angry as he spoke. I will report this matter to the pavilion. Senior sister has a preconceived opinion about junior brother Ji, and is partial to Du Zongsheng. How can you be fair? Senior sister. Don't forget the ethics that a disciple of Danqing Pavilion should have. You should first be a loyal swordsman, not a personal guard of the Du family. You are so partial to one side. Are you worthy of the many years of teaching of Danqing Pavilion? Fu Xiaojing's momentum was getting weaker and weaker. Because junior brother Chao's tone was too firm. She began to doubt herself subconsciously. Am I really wrong? Am I really in love? Junior brother, can you let me see the evidence of the Du family? Of course. Please. Chao Ziming agreed immediately. But he was still indignant. As expected, junior brother Ji's reputation in the outside world has fallen to the bottom. Obviously, junior brother Ji's merits have increased so much. But Danqing Pavilion, a place that respects righteous heroes the most, still has such prejudice against junior brother Ji. Chao Ziming is very sad. Ren Suqiong is also very sad. For the first time in her life, she, a demon cult witch, was framed by others. But for greater benefits, she had to cooperate with the other party. Fortunately, the spirit stones found in the earrings and insoles of Mrs. Du made her heart feel a little warm. Although Chao Ziming was shameless, he was still too easy to trust people. Madame Du said that all the spiritual stones were hidden in the hairpin and jade pendant. But he actually only took the hairpin and jade pendant. How can such an old witch be trusted? Ren Suqiong searched Madame Du's body and tortured her to get half of the spiritual stones of the Du family. Then she was shocked again. There are so many. The Holy Church has been called the demonic church for many years, which is really unfair. I think Danqing Pavilion is the real demonic church. The wealth of the Du family and Chao Ziming's performance today made Ren Suqiong refresh her understanding of Danqing Pavilion. She reported what happened today. Soon, Yu Laomo personally called her. Suqiong, you did a great job. It's what a disciple should do. Don't be modest. The Holy Church has clear rewards and punishments. When you return to the church, you will be rewarded. In addition, Suqiong, there is one thing you must know. Please ask the leader. The Holy Church cannot be framed like this. Disciple understands. Disciple will make Chao Ziming pay the price. The Holy Church cannot be insulted. What I mean is that our Holy Church recognizes this matter. Chapter 108. The young master of the demon cult begins to show off his skills. Question. If you want to avoid being framed, what is the best solution? Yu Laomo answer. Admit that I did it. As long as the Holy Church takes the initiative to take responsibility for this matter, no one will frame the Holy Church. And the dignity of the Holy Church will naturally not be insulted. Ren Suqiong sorted out the logic, and it was very smooth. But she still felt something was wrong. Master, are you going to let Chao Ziming put the blame on the Holy Church? Yu Laomo thought to himself. I don't want this to happen either. But this Chao Ziming looks like a trusted helper trained by my son. And he is loyal to Changsheng. Since he is one of us, we can't kill him. We can only make up for him. Yu Laomo knows Ren Suqiong. No matter from the strength or means. Once she targets him, Chao Ziming will be dead. If Chao Ziming gets into trouble, Ji Changsheng will most likely confront Ren Suqiong. No matter who gets into trouble at that time, he can't accept it. Ji Changsheng is his son. And Ren Suqiong is the young generation of disciples of the Tianma sect that he is most optimistic about. They both represent the future of the Tianma sect. In Yu Lao Mo's mind, these two people should work together in the future. If possible. He even hopes to let Ji Changsheng and Ren Suqiong become a double cultivation partner. He really thinks highly of Ren Suqiong. So he personally intervened in this matter. Chao Ziming is not a concern. Yu Lao Mo made up for himself. The real threat to the Holy Church is Du Zongxing. If we can take this opportunity to nail Du Zongxing to death, the Holy Church will gain more. Ren Suqiong nodded. She thought so too. So she cooperated with Chao Ziming in acting before. But what she wanted was to nail Du Zongxing to death, and then kill Chao Ziming. Du Zongxing is an opponent. And Chao Ziming is simply not a good guy. But the leader seems to value Du Zongxing more. This is normal. Ren Suqiong naturally would not go against the leader's intention. So he agreed, disciple understands. Du Zongxing. This time, I will let him stay in Shengwa completely. The #1 golden elixir can only come from the Holy Church. There is no rush for this. Your safety is the most important. In addition, your real mission is to protect Ji Changsheng. I think this person has a bright future, and is more suitable for our Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo smuggled all private goods. Also, you can find a chance to give the spiritual stones you got from old lady Du to Ji Changsheng, so that you can get in touch with him. Ren Suqiong couldn't hold back this time, and couldn't help but express a different opinion. Master, this is not a small amount. Even for our Holy Church, it is enough to train a large number of disciples. Yu Lao Mo was very generous. Suqiong, you have to understand that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. No matter how many ordinary disciples there are, they are not as good as a true genius like you. The spiritual stones you got can indeed train many disciples. But as long as you can take this opportunity to successfully befriend Ji Changsheng and win him over, it will all be worth it. What can Ren Suqiong say? After all, she is not the master. She just feels sorry for the spiritual stones she just got. Master, is Ji Changsheng really worth so many spiritual stones? Yu Lao Mo smiled and said, of course. Don't doubt my judgment. Suqiong, he is a genius of the same level as you. Ren Suqiong, to be honest, she felt that she was not worth so many spiritual stones. But the leader was praising her, and she couldn't refute it. She tried to remind him, leader, what if we paid such a high price? And Ji Changsheng still didn't agree to join our holy religion? This is very likely to happen. In history, the Tianma sect has also made many plans to turn disciples against the Tao. There are naturally successful examples, but there are also many failed examples. Yu Lao Mo smiled confidently. Suqiong, don't forget. This is the spiritual stone of the Du family. We use the spiritual stone of the Du family to alienate the relationship between Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. Whether we succeed or fail, we will not lose anything. And Ji Changsheng will definitely be persuaded by you. Because what he did, the righteous way will not tolerate him. Ren Suqiong became curious about Ji Changsheng. She had just arrived in Shengwa, and had not had time to investigate Ji Changsheng's information in depth. The leader actually valued Ji Changsheng so much, which made her feel puzzled. However, she didn't know the inside story. So she just nodded and added, Master, I see that Chao Ziming of Danqing Pavilion also has the style of the Holy Church. Do you want to try to persuade him to rebel? Yu Lao Mo said, no. He is not talented enough, and not as valuable as Ji Changsheng. Ren Suqiong was more and more surprised. In her opinion, Chao Ziming's talent was enough, and his methods were even more shameless, which fully met the standards of the Holy Church to rebel. But in the eyes of the master, Chao Ziming was so much worse than Ji Changsheng. After seeing Chao Ziming's methods today, Ren Suqiong even thought that the affairs of Shengwa were all planned by Chao Ziming, and Ji Changsheng was just led astray by Chao Ziming. If Chao Ziming knew Ren Suqiong's thoughts, he would be very grateful for her appreciation of him. But now Chao Ziming has no intention to worry about Ren Suqiong. He is trying to persuade his senior sister Fu Shaojing to get her back on track. Senior sister, you have seen all the evidence. Do you believe junior brother Ji now? Junior brother Ji is doing justice for the heavens. The Du family is the real unforgivable sinner. Fu Shaojing was in a trance. She did see a lot of ironclad evidence. It completely overturned her cognition. Junior brother, can you let senior sister take a break? Of course. I hope senior sister won't let me down. Chao Ziming said solemnly, I have always believed that senior sister is a heroine cultivated by Danqing Pavilion. not a female nympho who only follows Du Zongxing's lead. Fu Xiaojing trembled all over. Chao Ziming released his righteous spirit. After his realm was improved, Chao Ziming's righteous spirit became more solid. And Fu Xiaojing was a little dazzling with his red-blooded heart. Sister, we are both disciples of Danqing Pavilion. I don't want to explain so much. I absolutely support all of Junior Brother G's actions against the Du family. As for right and wrong, it's all in the righteousness and in the heart. Sister, open your eyes and open your heart. When did you start to waver in the face of righteousness? Fu Xiaojing's hands trembled, and she felt the piercing of righteousness. Chao Ziming integrated knowledge and action, and always believed that he was doing righteous things. He also clearly felt the support of the people of Xinghua and his own improvement in Taoism. So he had no doubts about what he thought, and did. Fu Xiaojing couldn't do it. She began to waver. Haoran Jingqi will not betray anyone, but many people will betray Haoran Jingqi. Sister, take care of yourself. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Xuandu Temple. Shenghua Office. Ying Hongye and Ji Chansheng were eavesdropping on the conversation between Chao Ziming and Fu Xiaojing. Very emotional. Cha Sheng. I think Brother Chao has become a scumbag now, and Fu Xiaojing is about to be taken down by him. Ji Chansheng corrected. Brother Chao is saving a blind liquor, which is a meritorious deed. Ying Hongye complained. He has improved too fast. He was also a liquor of Du Zongxing before, but now he can talk nonsense seriously. Cha Sheng. You are really poisonous. Ji Chansheng patted Ying Hongye's shoulders and comforted her. Hongye, you don't have to feel a sense of crisis. Brother Chao has improved so fast because he originally had a bad. You are different. Although you progress slowly, it is not because you are not talented, but because you are half my level. Even if senior Brother Chao progresses rapidly, there is still a gap compared to you. Ying Hongye felt warm at first, and then realized something was wrong. Are you scolding me for being shameless? Of course not. I am praising your flexible means. Ying Hongye, you are scolding me. Actually, I am scolding Senior Brother Chao. Senior Brother Chao is still too young. Ji Changsheng shook his head. At this time, Chao Ziming just walked into the room and heard Junior Brother Ji's comments on him. He quickly asked humbly, Junior Brother, did I do something wrong today? Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Senior Brother Chao, I just learned everything that happened today, and I regret pretending to be sick today. If I were in charge of catching old lady Du, I wouldn't have made so many mistakes. Chao Ziming was a little puzzled. He felt that he performed quite well today, even a little better than the master. Ji Chansheng pursed his lips at Ying Hongye. Hongye, can you teach Brother Chao what mistakes he made? Ying Hongye said ignorantly. I think Brother Chao did a good job. What mistakes did he make? I didn't see any. Don't pretend. Hongye, both of us are definitely more experienced than Brother Chao. You said you are a pure little white flower, but Brother Chao won't believe it now. Ji Chansheng directly exposed Ying Hongye's disguise. Ying Hongye glared at Ji Chansheng. Hateful. What's wrong with a woman pretending to be innocent? She is an upright person. How can she understand those secrets? Besides, what if she acts too smart and scares those suitors? But Ying Hongye thought about it. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming are not normal men. It is really useless for her to pretend to be innocent in front of these two guys. So Ying Hongye told the truth. Brother Chao, the biggest mistake you made today was to believe what old lady Du said. She said the spirit stones were in the hairpin and the jade pendant. And you believed it? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. You at least let go of half of the spirit stones, which are the hard-earned spirit stones of the people of Xinghua. And it is definitely not a small number. At this point, Ying Hongye shook her head. If it were her, she would not make such a low-level mistake. Ji Chansheng was right to say that there was a gap between Brother Chao and himself. At least she understood such bad women better. Chao Ziming's face suddenly changed. He immediately realized that Ying Hongye was right. And this was very likely. He did not search old lady Du's body. In Chao Ziming's heart, there was a difference between men and women after all. He still regarded the other party as a woman. If it were Ji Chansheng and Ying Hongye, they would only regard old lady Du as a bad person. No. I'm going to find Ren Suqiong now. Chao Ziming felt more and more uncomfortable the more he thought about it. If those spirit stones fell into the hands of the demon cult, wouldn't he become the murderer of the outflow of Xinghua's spirit stones? Brother Chao, stop making trouble. Be rational. Ying Hongye reminded. You are not a match for Ren Suqiong. She found that she might really be a little worse than Brother Chow, as Cha Sheng said. Brother Chow is still too young and needs to continue learning. Even if you really find Ren Suqiong, you will only fall into her hands at that time. Ing Hongye shook his head and said, now we have to find a way to negotiate with Ren Suqiong. But this involves your second mistake. You offended Ren Suqiong too much. Chao Ziming thought about how he framed Ren Suqiong, and raised his hand to slap himself. But he was stopped by Ji Changsheng. Brother Ji, don't stop me. All this is my fault. Chao Ziming felt very uncomfortable. Just now, he was complacent. But now I feel like I have made a huge mistake. Ji Changsheng smiled. Brother Chao, can you stop being such a self-reflection freak? This is all Du Zongqing's fault. It's all the Du family's fault. What does it have to do with you? You are a Danqing Pavilion young man, cultivating righteousness. You will never make mistakes. Don't reflect on yourself all day. Instead of reflecting on yourself, it's better to blame others. Chao Ziming. Seeing that Chao Ziming was still a little uncomfortable, Ji Changsheng said seriously, Brother Chao, I'm not kidding you. The culprit of all this is the Du family, who robbed the blood and sweat of the people of Shenghua. We are doing justice and fighting evil, even if the result is not perfect. What does it have to do with you and me? Could it be that we are doing good deeds and accumulating virtues? Because we didn't help everyone, we are still guilty? Chao Ziming's heart began to warm. Junior brother Ji, what you said makes sense. I am still too pedantic. I have made great progress. Senior brother, you just need to correct your self-reflection in the future. Ji Changsheng said. As for Ren Suqiong, Hongye is right. We must find a way to negotiate with her. The Du family's spiritual stones are still very useful. Chao Ziming smiled bitterly. I seem to have offended her. He asked himself if he were Ren Suqiong, he would never cooperate with him. But Ji Changsheng is not worried about this. Don't worry. Ren Suqiong is a smart person. It can be seen from her cooperating with you and acting that she has a common enemy with us for the time being. Du Zongqing. Ji Changsheng felt that Du Zongqing was really a good person. Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect were using him to complete tasks. Being able to achieve this step, Du Zongqing can be said to have died without regrets. Leave Ren Suqiong to me. As the future young leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, Ji Changsheng believes that he and Ren Suqiong have a lot in common, and it is not a big problem to seek common ground while reserving differences. Brother Chao, another problem you have is that your efficiency is too low. Why waste so much words on a parasite like old lady Du? If it were me, I would send her to see Du Zongjiang in 2 minutes. It's better to be more straightforward and avoid more trouble. Killing people and picking up corpses can get more spiritual stones. Chao Ziming was taught. Brother Ji, you are right. I always feel that it is not good to kill without teaching. I still hope that she can hand over the spiritual stones herself. Brother, you are still too dogmatic. You have to change. Do you still expect the Du family to wake up? Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, even if they can wake up, they still have to be sent to see Du Zongjiang. Otherwise it will be unfair to the innocent people who were deceived by them. To deal with such a sinful traitor, there is no such thing as putting down the butcher knife. Kill them directly and neatly. Chao Ziming nodded. But he tried to defend himself. Junior brother Ji, I don't mind killing Madame Du, but she is not the culprit. Keeping her will be more useful when dealing with Du Zongqing. On the contrary, killing Madame Du will easily drive Du Zongqing crazy. Du Zongqing is the #1 Jin Dan. If he goes crazy, we will all be in danger. You are right to worry. Ji Changsheng said what he meant, and he certainly praised what Brother Chao did well. But if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. It is not a bad thing to make Du Zongqing a little crazy. The #1 Jin Dan? Haha. I stand in front of him, and he has to dare to kill me. The leader of the investigation team is from Xuandu Temple. If Du Zongqing dares to take action privately, Ji Changsheng will dare to join forces with Yu Qingqing, Ing Hongye, and Chao Ziming to fight shoulder to shoulder. He is even sure to bring Ren Suqiong in. It is not certain who will kill whom at that time. Ji Changsheng was not afraid of Du Zongqing using force directly. He was afraid of Du Zongqing not using force. Also, Senior Brother Chao, if you pretend to be Du Zongqing and kill old lady Du, wouldn't it be better than pretending to be Ren Suqiong? Chao Ziming was stunned. Ing Hongye almost fell down. The way she looked at Ji Changsheng was no different from looking at an animal. She really wanted to learn. But what Changsheng taught was too outrageous. Ing Hongye couldn't help but say, Chansheng. What are you kidding? How could Du Zongxing kill his own mother? Ji Chansheng patiently pointed out, it is because the world thinks that Du Zongxing dare not kill his own mother. So once old lady Du dies, everyone will suspect me. When I prove my innocence, Du Zongxing will be suspected. For his own future, Du Zongxing can sacrifice Du Zongjiang. Can't he sacrifice his own mother? He is a demon from the demon sect. What can't he do? Everyone in the Du family is expendable to Du Zongxing. He only has himself in his heart. And there is no family affection at all. In addition, Brother Chao is better at playing Du Zongxing than playing Ren Suqiong. Right? Maybe old lady Du will really believe it. And then leave some evidence to identify Du Zongxing before she dies? Chao Ziming. If he pretends to be Du Zongxing, he is 70% sure that he can look very similar. It is possible to deceive Mrs. Du. The most important thing is that Du Zongxing has already confirmed that he is our enemy. So no matter how we frame him, we have no psychological pressure. But Ren Suqiong is not our enemy. At least not now. Senior Brother Chao. You offended Ren Suqiong right away. What if she gets angry? Ren Suqiong, a demon girl from the demon cult, is unlikely to be broad-minded. If she is angry with you, Senior Brother Chao, and really joins forces with Du Zongxing, we will be in big trouble. Chao Ziming reminded Junior Brother Ji. Ren Suqiong finally chose to cooperate with my frame-up. Ji Chansheng corrected, Senior Brother Chao. You did not frame her. Ren Suqiong cooperated with Du Zongxing to rescue Madame Du. And you went to capture Madame Du. The demon from the demon cult rescued Du Zongxing's biological mother. There must be something strange behind this. I must report it to the CNN investigation team and investigate the matter thoroughly. Chao Ziming. Junior Brother Ji. You have done a lot of good deeds. And everything you say is right. Although I still can't quite understand all of Junior Brother Ji's operations. This is definitely my problem. Just learn with an open mind. And I believe you will understand it in the future. Chao Ziming successfully convinced himself. Then he and Ji Chansheng reported what happened today. In any case, Madame Du suddenly wanted to leave Shenghua. He went to chase her in person. But Ren Suqiong of the demon cult suddenly appeared and rescued Madame Du. This matter needs to be investigated carefully. The matter involves Du Zongxing and Ren Suqiong. And all the major immortal sects will treat it seriously. Ji Chansheng thought of this, and did not forget to encourage Brother Chao. Brother Chao. The most successful thing you did today was not to say the wrong thing in front of people. Ing Hongye nodded in agreement. Brother Chao's statement that Du Zongxing's mother was rescued by the demon cult, which Ren Suqiong is very concise. If Brother Chao said that Mrs. Du was captured by Ren Suqiong, it would clear the suspicion that the Du family has a demon cult background. Only when she was rescued by Ren Suqiong can it be confirmed that Du Zongxing has an unclear relationship with the demon cult. It is understandable that the demon cult which captured the Du family. What does it mean to save the Du family? Chao Ziming grasped this point very well. Hearing Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongye's praises, Chao Ziming said modestly, I was also quick-witted. After all, Junior Brother Ji often taught us that we have to deal with demons from the demon cult. Senior Brother Chao. You are on the right track. Ji Chansheng was very pleased, now that the Du family has a relationship with the heavenly demon cult. We only need to find evidence of collusion between the Du family and the heavenly demon cult before the CNN investigation team arrives. Chao Ziming said frankly, I believe Junior Brother Ji will be able to find evidence. Junior Brother Ji's main idea is to do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Chao Ziming was deeply impressed by this. Ji Chansheng did not disappoint Chao Ziming. After an instant's stick of time, Wei Zhongxian came to report. The hiding place of Ren Suqiong was found. Chao Ziming was shocked. Sir Wei, you can actually lock down Ren Suqiong's foothold? He was not sure of this. Is the internal guard of Shenghua so strong? Wei Zhongxian gave Chao Ziming an awkward but polite smile. Chao Ziming soon understood the reason. Because Ing Hongye began to change clothes. In front of Ing Hongye, the water mirror was playing the scene of Ren Suqiong confronting him, and Fu Xiaojing in public. Ing Hongye watched very seriously, imitating Ren Suqiong's tone, demeanor and dress, and soon began to come alive. Then Ji Chansheng handed her a human skin mask. After Ing Hongye was brought along, he turned around and asked Chao Ziming, Brother Chao, how is it? Does it look like Ren Suqiong? Chao Ziming. Ji Chansheng said, it doesn't matter whether it looks like Ren Suqiong or not. There are not many people in Shenhua who really know Ren Suqiong anyway. Hongye, you just need to act roughly. Brother Chao. You led the team to capture Rinsucheong. But Rinsucheong broke out of the siege. You and the 6 gates, including the inner guards, are not a match for Rinsucheong. Do you know the purpose of doing this? Chao Ziming, to help Rinsucheong become famous. Very good. The main character is a girl named Rin who is invincible and unstoppable. Hongya. You have to fight coolly, beautifully, and heroically, so that the people watching the excitement around you can realize the strength and style of Miss Rin. Ji Changsheng has always been kind to others, and never easily made enemies with others. Even if he really knew where Rinsucheong was. The Holy Lady Hahuan told him. The Holy Lady of Hahuan even wanted Ji Changsheng to help her get rid of Rinsucheong. But Ji Changsheng decisively refused. Although Rinsucheong was not a member of the Holy Lady of Hahuan, she was a younger generation that Yu Lao Mo valued. Yu Lao Mo's confidant would be his confidant in the future. They were all family members. So he naturally didn't want to make enemies with Rinsucheong. He just wanted to make a good relationship with Rinsucheong. 5 minutes later, Rinsucheong's place of residence was the next room. Chao Ziming led a large group of people to break into the room directly. Rinsucheong was nervous for a second. Then he found that it was next door. Then, she was in a trance. Are they trying to catch me? I really jumped out? This time the fake is finally a woman. Why is she pretending to be me? Killing out? Wait. Is this a fake fight? It's too fake flashy. But this Shibei's fight is really gorgeous. Rinsucheong has heard the praises of the onlookers around. She obviously did nothing. But the name Rinsucheong quickly became famous in Shenjing City, and became a synonym for powerful and stunning. This feeling. Rinsucheong can only say that it is very complicated. She still hasn't figured out what happened. The people from the 6 gates are searching the room? What is Chao Ziming writing? Rinsucheong secretly looked at it. Then, she fell into a long silence. In the next room, Chao Ziming was writing a letter from Du Zongxing to Rinsucheong. While writing, Chao Ziming asked Ji Changsheng beside him, Junior brother Ji, what do you think of Du Zongxing's tone in the letter? Is it ambiguous? Or surrender? Du Zongxing and Rinsucheong are both the first in the Jindan realm of the righteous and evil ways, and are considered by many to be lifelong enemies. In the stories of the mortal world, such enemies of the righteous and evil ways are the easiest to develop feelings, and it is reasonable to write them as a pair. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Don't write them as a pair. Fairy Rin is so beautiful. How could she possibly read it? Du Zongxing's kind? Comparing Du Zongxing with Fairy Rin is an insult to Fairy Rin. Rinsucheong, who was watching from the dark. Ji Changsheng continued to instruct, write that Du Zongxing realized that his crime was exposed, and the private activities of Danqing Fudi violated the purpose of Danqing Pavilion, and tacitly allowed Du Zongjiang to secretly harm Zhuofanghua, which was a violation of Danqing Pavilion. He knew that once his actions were exposed to the world, he would definitely be unacceptable to Danqing Pavilion. So he asked Rinsucheong to lend a hand. After a pause, Ji Changsheng added, write Du Zongxing's attitude a little more humble, and be more sincere in praising Fairy Rin in the letter. Du Zongxing has something to ask of Fairy Rin, so he must have put himself in a very low position. He must have given enough chips to ask Fairy Rin to help. Let's write that Du Zongxing is willing to be a running dog under Fairy Rin. Chao Ziming defended, Junior brother Ji. I know Du Zongxing. He is not the kind of person who can be servile in front of women. He still has pride. Ji Changsheng didn't care. That's in front of other women. Fairy Rin is peerless, with a beautiful body and unparalleled talent. Naturally, she is different from other women. Du Zongxing used to think he was proud, until he accidentally saw Fairy Rin's grace. He realized that it was his great honor to be a running dog for Fairy Rin. Rinsucheong. It seems that she understood Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming's operation, but she fell into greater confusion. Could it be that a day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world? She felt deeply that she could not keep up with the development of the times after coming out of seclusion this time. Are all the disciples of the righteous path so outstanding now? Chapter 109. The fake demons of the demon cult kill people and set fires, while the real demons of the demon cult have infinite merits. Rinsucheong is not a fool. She heard that the conversation between Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming was directed at her. Obviously, her address was really exposed. But Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming did not mean to be her enemy. On the contrary, the two were trying their best to praise one and step on the other. Praise her, and step on Du Zongxing. To be honest, Rinsucheong was quite comfortable at first when she was praised by the disciples of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. And then she was a little scared, because the operation of these two people was really too showy. It was so showy that she, a demon girl of the heavenly demon cult, had her scalp tingling. If the disciples of the righteous way were playing like this now, how could the heavenly demon cult survive? And Ren Suqiong also saw that in the combination of Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming, it was really Ji Changsheng who was in charge. Chao Ziming was just making suggestions. Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Changsheng, who was talking eloquently, and an idea emerged in her heart involuntarily. This Ji Changsheng is really valuable. The leader's vision is much better than mine, and my vision is still too narrow. Yu Laoimo asked her to find an opportunity to give all the spiritual stones she got from Madame Du to Ji Changsheng. And Ren Suqiong has always felt very painful. It was also the first time for her to see so many spiritual stones, and she really couldn't bear to give them up. Now she is willing to give them up. She began to believe the leader's words. Ji Changsheng is worth it. The leader still thinks too highly of me, saying that Ji Changsheng is a genius of the same level as me. Ren Suqiong asked herself. She killed people but didn't go to the ground. How could she be so virtuous as to touch Ji Changsheng? A disciple of Xuandu Temple? Du Zongsheng. She used to think of her lifelong enemy, and she felt that he would be crushed this time. The mood is very complicated. No wonder the Holy Church has been declining over the years. Perhaps it's not just me. The Holy Church can't keep up with the development of the times. The leader is right. This Ji Changsheng must be taken down. Getting him alone is better than 1,000 troops. The sense of responsibility and belonging to the Holy Church made Ren Suqiong have a great desire for Ji Changsheng. She didn't care about Ji Changsheng's talent in cultivation, but Ji Changsheng's way of turning the tide made her sure that the Holy Church needed such a talent. Even if this is a waste of cultivation, the Holy Church should support him as a military advisor. Thinking of this, Ren Suqiong stopped deceiving herself. They have come to the door, although they only went to the next door. But if you still think that they haven't found you, it's too insulting to your intelligence. Ren Suqiong is not that kind of person. Moreover, she is skilled and bold, so she is too lazy to hide anymore, and directly took Madame Du to the next door. Tianxing sect. Ren Suqiong greets you too. Ren Suqiong took the initiative to bow. I have seen your sincerity, and I have no ill intentions. This old woman is my gift to you. After saying that, Ren Suqiong threw Madame Du at Chao Ziming's feet. Ji Changsheng took a look at Madame Du, and then felt a little distressed. Madame Du had few good pieces of meat on her body, and she was still in a coma. It is obvious that Ren Suqiong is a real demon sect witch. The disciples of Tianma sect do not have this awareness to treat prisoners well. Ren Suqiong was much more cruel than Chao Ziming. Ji Changsheng first took the initiative to greet Ren Suqiong. Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng greets Fairy Ren. Then Ji Changsheng frowned and said, How did Madame Du get tortured like this? Ren Suqiong was a little confused. Is Ji Changsheng someone who cares about such small details? I didn't see that. Although it was her first time meeting Ji Changsheng, she was deeply impressed. In her opinion, Ji Changsheng was more suitable to join the Holy Church than her. Could it be that the disciples of the righteous path were going to use their hypocrisy again? Thinking of this, Ren Suqiong also frowned slightly. So she heard Ji Changsheng continue. There are still intact parts on her body. Fairy Ren. Why are you so kind? Ren Suqiong. Chao Ziming. Speechless. Especially Ren Suqiong. Looking at Ji Changsheng. It was hard to say. She, a demon girl of the heavenly demon sect, thought Ji Changsheng was really perverted. Elder Ji, I broke half of Madame Du's bones. Ren Suqiong reminded. She is not Chao Ziming. When Madame Du said that the Du family's spiritual stones were hidden in the hairpins and jade pendants, Chao Ziming really believed it. Of course she didn't believe it. Even if Madame Du said with certainty that there were really no more, she didn't believe it. When she broke one of Madame Du's legs, Madame Du said that the other half of the Du family's spiritual stones were hidden in her earrings. Then she took the earrings and broke half of Madame Du's bones. Then she took a large amount of spiritual stones from Madame Du's insoles. Ren Suqiong felt that she had been heavy-handed enough. But Ji Changsheng was not satisfied. Fairy Ren, you are still too kind-hearted. Ji Changsheng accused. Why did you only break half of her bones? Why did you keep the other half for her? Don't you have hands? Ren Suqiong. I don't know if I was scolded or praised. In short, it's really hard to judge. Chao Ziming almost knelt down. Cha Sheng. Be careful with your words. Our tradition of the righteous way is to treat prisoners well, and not to torture them. Chao Ziming reminded. Ji Changsheng patiently pointed out, that's for outsiders to see. In practice, you first tortured the prisoner. Let him sign and seal. And then heal him. Isn't that treating prisoners well? Chao Ziming. Junior brother Ji. You are really a smart guy. It doesn't matter if you can't cure him. What rules of the rivers and lakes are there to deal with the demons of the demon sect? Ji Changsheng didn't care. And then added, Fairy Ren. I'm not talking about the Tiansheng sect. The disciples of the Saint sect are still very disciplined. Ren Suqiong. Compared with Elder Ji. Our disciples of the Saint sect are indeed disciplined. Others don't know. Anyway, she is ashamed of herself. Ji Changsheng said, so the Holy Church has no future. Fairy Ren. You have entered the wrong place. Ren Suqiong felt that she had never been more speechless in her life than today. And she actually felt that what Ji Changsheng said made sense. If Xuandu Temple was full of people like Ji Changsheng, she thought that the Holy Church might really have no future. So she must lure Ji Changsheng to the Holy Church. Such a person staying in Xuandu Temple is a huge threat to the Holy Church. Elder Ji, I think you are very suitable to be a member of our Holy Church. Ren Suqiong said tentatively. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Fairy Ren. I don't mean to disrespect you and the Holy Church. I'm just telling the truth. Isn't it very suitable for people in the Holy Church to learn from me? Ren Suqiong couldn't refute. Chao Ziming interrupted, Junior brother Ji. What about Madame Du? She is innocent on the surface. Ji Changsheng sneered. She raised 2 sons of demons from the demon cult and attempted to flee the country with a huge sum of money. How can she be innocent? I think her crime is unforgivable, and she should commit suicide to thank the world. Ren Suqiong was a little confused. Raised 2 sons of demons from the demon cult? Du Zongqing and Du Zongjiang? They are from the demon cult? Which sect? Ji Changsheng thought for a while. And then said, it's not confirmed yet. Fairy Ren. Do you think it's appropriate to say that they are disciples of the Tiansheng sect? If not, I will change to another sect. Ren Suqiong was speechless again. You are so easy to talk to. It doesn't matter what happens to this old witch. No one cares about her ending. What matters is the spiritual stones on the old witch. Ji Changsheng said this and bowed to Ren Suqiong again. Fairy Ren. I have an unwelcome request. Can you give me the spiritual stones found on old woman Du? I am willing to exchange them with the lives of everyone in the Du family. Ren Suqiong didn't react. Why do I want the lives of everyone in the Du family? What does this have to do with her? Ji Changsheng patiently explained. Fairy Ren. It doesn't matter what you want. What matters is what I can give you. Ji Changsheng doesn't care about the lives of the Du family. He can give them away casually. He doesn't want to give Ren Suqiong the things he cares about. Ren Suqiong was amused. Elder Ji. Do you know how much spiritual stones that is? Is this all your sincerity? Ji Changsheng thought about it. He really didn't have much confidence in keeping Ren Suqiong. Ren Suqiong, a demon girl from the demon cult, is as famous as Du Zongqing, and is basically synonymous with invincibility in the Jindan realm. Although senior brother Chao has made progress, there is definitely still a gap between him and this top demon. As for him, he is just an ordinary young cultivator in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. Even with Ing Hongya, it is not very good. The weapon in Hongya's hand is suitable for group attack, not for single combat. The most important thing is that there is no need to be an enemy of Ren Suqiong. We are all on the same side, and I will go undercover in the heavenly demon cult in the future. Make friends with your confidants in advance. So Ji Changsheng said sincerely, let's do this. Fairy Ren. I promise you one thing. What is it? If one day I can't make it in Xuandu Temple, I will go to Tiansheng cult to join you. Ren Suqiong's eyes lit up. She was thinking about how to recruit Ji Changsheng, but she didn't expect Ji Changsheng to bring it up himself. Are you serious? Of course. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Fairy Ren. You have also seen that with all the things I have done, it is still very likely that Xuandu Temple will not tolerate me. I also need to find some ways out for myself in advance. This is why I want to make friends with the fairy. Ji Changsheng's way of dealing with people is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Sincerity is the greatest killer move. Ren Suqiong was moved, because what Ji Changsheng said was indeed the truth. And she saw what Ji Changsheng did. Based on her understanding of Xuandu Temple, it is unlikely that the disciples of Xuandu Temple are like Ji Changsheng. Otherwise, the Tianma sect would have been destroyed long ago. I heard that the CNN investigation team will arrive soon? Ren Suqiong asked. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming nodded together. Ji Changsheng added, so Ji's life and death situation in the future is unpredictable. And it is very likely that Fairy Ren will lend a hand at that time. Ren Suqiong thought this was reasonable. But there was one thing she didn't understand. Since Elder Ji knew that it was very dangerous to act like this, why did he act so radically? As a disciple of the Holy Church, I also think you are too extreme. My heart was telling the truth. It would be hard for Ji Changsheng not to be retaliated if he did this. It was totally unlike the style of the righteous sect. Ji Changsheng didn't explain. It was too troublesome to explain. He just released his merits. Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Changsheng's merits Golden Lotus, and was stunned. Fuck. How could Ji Changsheng have so many merits if he did this? Her eyes were almost blinded. It completely overturned her cognition. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, am I overreacting? Merit explains everything. It's not me who's wrong. It's others. Why should I reflect on my own methods? Those bad guys should reflect on why they did evil. Ji Changsheng's main character is never mentally exhausted. Ren Suqiong was really blinded by Ji Changsheng's merit and virtue, and couldn't say a word. Indeed, the merit and virtue of Xuandu Temple and the righteousness of Danqing Pavilion are more convincing than many reasons. This is hard currency. The question is, if you, Elder Ji, can cultivate merit like this, why do I feel that I can do it too? Ren Suqiong murmured. Isn't it just killing the Du family? She can kill more. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. And he helped Xuandu Temple recruit some talents, if Fairy Ren is interested in changing her sect. The door of Xuandu Temple will always be open to Fairy Ren. I can express on behalf of my senior sister that the Yaoguang lineage welcomes Fairy Ren. Ren Suqiong came back to his senses and immediately shook his head to refuse. The Holy Church has been so kind to me. I will never change my sect in this life. Ji Changsheng thought that Ren Suqiong was still too inflexible. He just joined other sects. How can he be said to be disloyal? He has joined the Heavenly Demon sect, Xuandu Temple, and the Assassin's League, and is loyal to each of them. This is not contradictory. Ren Suqiong's concept is too narrow, and Ji Changsheng disagrees very much. Elder Ji, I have another question to ask you. Fairy Ren, please speak. How do you know I'm staying here? Ji Changsheng and the Six Gates men actually locked on so accurately, just next door to her, and arranged such a good show. If Ren Suqiong still thinks that the other party has not discovered her, it would be too self-deception. Ji Changsheng thought about it. And the Holy Lady of Hahuan helped him many times. And he felt a little guilty if he cheated the Holy Lady of Hahuan. He has always been a kind man. So Ji Changsheng put the blame on Madame Du. I naturally couldn't find Fairy Ren. The problem lies with Madame Du. Ren Suqiong looked at Madame Du, who was still in a coma. After a moment, she found something wrong. Does she have a special fragrance? Soul-chasing fragrance? Ren Suqiong and Ji Changsheng looked at each other, and a touch of admiration and joy flashed in the depths of their eyes. This is a fellow traveler. Has Elder Ji been on guard against Madame Du for a long time? Ren Suqiong asked. Ji Changsheng nodded. In his heart, he thought to himself, how could I be so powerful? He had only been in Shenghua for a few days, and he was busy with all kinds of affairs. How could he have time to pay attention to everyone in the Du family? Du Rongli and Madame Du were divorced by Wei Zhongxian and the Empress Dowager. If Ji Changsheng could prepare for this in advance, then he should be on the rebirth side, not the time travel side. Since he didn't know about Mrs. Du's divorce, it was nonsense to put the soul-chasing incense in advance. He just put it up. Yaoguang Luohuan, the best in the world. Ren Suqiong's fighting ability is definitely stronger than his, but he hasn't seen through his illusion. But Ji Changsheng didn't understand why Ren Suqiong was so relieved. Ren Suqiong took the initiative to reveal the answer. It seems that Elder Ji and I have the same idea. Ren Suqiong waved his hand. The next moment, a fragrance quickly came from Chao Ziming's body. It was exactly the same as the smell on Mrs. Du's body. But the smell was very light before, and Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming didn't notice it. Chao Ziming's face changed slightly. When did you do it? He thought he had completely gained the upper hand in the previous confrontation with Ren Suqiong. Ren Suqiong casually said, from the beginning when you stared at old Lady Du, I was watching you secretly. From the beginning to the end, you didn't seem to notice me. Chao Ziming, as expected of the first person of the demon sect, he really didn't notice it all the time. If Ren Suqiong hadn't shown up on his own initiative, He would have hardly known until now that everything he did was in Ren Suqiong's sight. Elder Ji, you are really suitable to be a member of our holy sect. Ren Suqiong smiled. She agreed more and more with the leader's opinion. She relied on strength to suppress Zhao Ziming, so she could put the soul-chasing incense on him. And Ji Changsheng relied on IQ to suppress him, so he made these preparations in advance. Different methods, but the same end. Ren Suqiong herself didn't like to deal with the trivial matters of the holy sect, but she knew that all the big sects needed someone to take charge of these trivial matters. Otherwise, they couldn't operate normally. She positioned herself as a facade like the Green Lotus Sword Fairy. And in her opinion, Ji Changsheng had the potential to be a person like Jiang Shi. In response, Ji Changsheng also smiled. Fairy Ren, forgive me for being blunt. The Holy Church is now on the wrong path. If I go to the Holy Church, I must teach you how the Holy Church was built. I just want to see Elder Ji's methods. Ren Suqiong said, please arrange an identity for me to facilitate my actions. No problem. Ji Changsheng didn't know the specific mission of Ren Suqiong to come to Shenghua. But since Ren Suqiong was a confidant of his chief father, it was probably related to himself. Maybe it was to protect himself or to instigate himself. You can use it with confidence. This is a thug comparable to Du Zongxing. Ji Changsheng arranged Ren Suqiong to be a tribute to the royal family of Shenghua, so that he could come and go freely. Then he distributed the spirit stones he got from Ren Suqiong. Even though all the money was gone, Ren Suqiong was moved by his courage. Elder Ji, won't you keep some? Ji Changsheng smiled. What I care about is never the spirit stones, but solving the problem of Danqing blessed land. When a whale falls, all things come to life. I can use the spirit stones of the Du family to make the people of Shenghua happy and make me have infinite merits. Why not do it? Fairy Ren, listen. At this time, Ji Changsheng and Ren Suqiong were leaning on the railing and looking out. 90% of the Du family's property is now in the hands of Ji Changsheng, and Ji Changsheng took it all out to solve the problem of Danqing blessed land. The whole Shengjing city, and even the realm of Shenghua, was obviously jubilant. Ren Suqiong wiped her hands in front of her eyes, and a clear light flashed. Ren Suqiong saw that the luck dragon totem of Shenghua was tumbling in the clouds, and there were faint signs of being promoted to a true dragon. Above Ji Changsheng's head, the vision of merit was everywhere, and the golden lotus of merit was growing slowly but firmly. Amid the vision of merit and the cheers of the people in the city, Ji Changsheng decisively stepped into the late stage of Jindan. Ren Suqiong thought of Ji Changsheng's previous deeds, his great merits at this time, and the cheers and love of the people in the city. He vaguely saw the door to a new world. The leader is right. If the Holy Church wants to become a true Holy Church, it needs such talents. Ji Changsheng, I'm determined. Chapter 110. All the wise men have arrived. Tien Cha Sheng. Ren Suqiong realized the importance and necessity of Ji Changsheng to the Holy Church, so she began to seriously worry about Ji Changsheng's safety. Elder Ji, you should keep these merits. After the CNN investigation team arrives, these merits will be your evidence. Ji Changsheng, a young cultivator who had just come out of the Jindan late stage, smiled. Fairy Ren, you may understand cultivation, but you don't understand merits. What do you mean? My senior sister said that merits are everywhere in this world. If you spend all your money, you will get it back. If you spend all your merits, you will get them immediately. Anyway, I have only solved the Taiping blessed land and the Danqing blessed land. There are places for me to brush merits. The luck totem of Shenghua is trying to turn a dragon into a dragon, but it has not succeeded yet. It means that Shenghua still has a lot of room for improvement. It also means that he still has a lot of merits. After the CNN investigation team comes, he should brush them all. For Ji Changsheng, this is not difficult. Fairy Ren, do you believe it or not? When I raid the branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua, I will probably be able to condense another petal of the golden lotus of merit. Ren Suqiong, it seems to be true. The problem is that this living demon sect can do it. Why is the holy sect pointed at and feared for killing people and setting fires? Ji Changsheng is grateful for killing people, and he can also condense the golden lotus of merit? Ren Suqiong feels like he understands, but he doesn't fully understand. Ji Changsheng also realized the impact he brought to Ren Suqiong, and he was not surprised by this. Senior brother Chao was like this a few days ago. Anyone who follows him can learn a lot, which is called those who are close to Zhu will be read. I have indeed done so much good that I have the potential to become a saint. Very Rin. Study hard. Whether the Holy Church can become a true Holy Church in the future may depend on how much of my style you can learn. Rin Sucheong. Elder Ji. I have only seen your level of confidence in the leader. After receiving Rin Sucheong's reply, Yu Lao Mo agreed with Rin Sucheong's opinion. Sucheong did not disappoint me. She saw through Chongqing's similarity at a glance. Very relieved. Also a little worried. I feel that the fact that Chongqing is my son may soon be revealed. Only by inheriting his bloodline can I do this. Fortunately, Sucheong has already connected with Chongqing. With Sucheong's strength and Chongqing's means, it should not be a problem for her to successfully escape from Shenghua. After this, Sucheong will definitely be promoted to the true transmission. She approves of Chongqing's methods. By then, let Sucheong protect the way. Chongqing should be able to gain a firm foothold among the younger generation of disciples of the Holy Church. Why am I worried about this? I should be worried about other young disciples of the Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo thought halfway and realized that he was too concerned. Chongqing didn't need him to worry. He had to think of a way to make Chongqing control his murderous nature. Although the Tianma sect didn't pay much attention to low-level disciples, he was worried that Ji Chongqing would kill all the low-level disciples. I hope the righteous side can influence Chongqing more. Xuandu Temple. After Li Chongqi returned to the mountain, he immediately found Yu Qingqing. Qingqing, have you found someone to investigate my junior brother? Ji Chongqing was still the only disciple of the Yaoguang lineage, so it was reasonable for Li Chongqi to care about his junior brother. Of course, Yu Qingqing didn't need to hide it from Li Chongqi. There are 5 core members including me, one from each of the 5 major sects, and each person can bring an accompanying disciple. Sister Shi. Here is the list. Yu Qingqing handed Li Chongqi 4 business cards. Li Chongqi raised her eyebrows slightly after seeing the 4 names. Qingqing, are you sure you can control these 4 guys? Yu Qingqing shook her head. I'm not sure. Their status in their respective sects is higher than mine, and they won't accept me. Then why do you invite them to join the investigation team? Li Chongqi said directly, let you be the leader of this investigation team, just to make sure that everyone in the investigation team is our people. Adding Du Zongqing is enough. Others are not our people. What if you are sidelined? Yu Qingqing said calmly, Sister Shi, please be patient. The head of the 5 major sects of the Righteous Way, Danqing Pavilion, has chosen Du Zongqing, and will definitely not be on the same side with me. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is the most troubled, and no matter who is chosen, they will stand against Ji Chongqing. So it is better to choose Lu Xingzhen directly. Lu Xingzhen, the youngest daughter of the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, one of the disciples of Yi Jianxian. The double buff is full. In Ji Chongqing's words, this is the demon cult witch. Li Chongqi also knew that Xuandu Temple would definitely not get these 2 votes, so she focused on the other 2 people. How did you choose the people from Guanyin Temple and Wanyao Kingdom? Li Chongqi asked. Yu Qingqing explained, Guanyin Temple worships Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Wanyao Kingdom is based on the remnants of the monster race. Although they are both righteous sects in name, these 2 forces have always been at odds with our Xuandu Temple. Li Chongqi nodded. Monsters can be divided into good and bad monsters. Since the Wanyao Kingdom has become a country, it is naturally in the lawful camp, so it is also listed as one of the top sects in the righteous camp. But the monsters and humans have different positions after all. Xuandu Temple belongs to the human sect, and there is an inherent conflict of interest with the monster camp. Although the monsters have obviously surrendered in recent years, they are essentially not of the same race, and it is difficult for them to be of the same mind. As for the Guanyin Temple, it is a historical legacy of the prehistoric fairyland. The Guanyin Bodhisattva enshrined in the Guanyin Temple was Cihong Taoist, one of the 12 Golden Immortals, who was a direct disciple of Yuanshi Tianwang during the Conferred Gods Tribulation. During the Conferred Gods Tribulation, Cihong Taoist was instigated by the Western sect's Juandi Saint to rebel, and suddenly changed from the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect to Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Western sect. Xuandu Temple belongs to the Taiqing sect, and should be of the same blood with Yuanshi Tianwang's disciples. So naturally Cihong Taoist is regarded as a traitor. However, the doctrine of Western religion is also openly encouraging people to be good, and Guanyin Bodhisattva is famous for his great compassion and saving people from suffering. So Guanyin Temple is naturally also a righteous immortal sect. It is also the representative of the Western religion in this world. The 5 major righteous immortal sects, Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion, Guanyin Temple, Wanyao Kingdom, Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Except for Danqing Pavilion, which has always been in the same blood with Xuandu Temple. The other three are basically not in harmony with Xuandu Temple, and are still competing secretly in many aspects. In this situation of internal and external troubles, Xuandu Temple can sit firmly in the first place in the world and suppress both the righteous and the evil. It must be said that Xianwang Merit Tower is really strong and Linglong Ferry is really invincible. Yu Qingqing said. Sister Shi, I am not Fairy Linglong. The people from the Wanyao country and Guanyin Temple will naturally not obey my orders. After I, the leader of the CNN investigation team, enter Shum country, my position will definitely be sidelined. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that only the conclusions I approve of will be released to the public as the official investigation report of the investigation team. In other words, Yu Qingqing has a veto. No matter how much the other four families are making a fuss, it will be useless. Li Changxi understands this truth. But she doesn't understand why Yu Qingqing made such a choice. Wouldn't it be better to choose a few obedient people who you can suppress? The people you chose are almost all geniuses, who are destined to be true disciples. Whether in terms of strength or status in their respective sex. They are only higher than you, not lower, and it is difficult for them to give you face. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, Sister Shi, I just want them not to give me face. The master of the temple said that I should investigate it truthfully. If I really choose a few puppet members, I might not be able to find out the truth. Li Changqi's heart moved. I have heard about Elder Ji's methods from my master. I believe he can deal with these people and arrange a few equally matched opponents for Junior Brother Ji, which will also make it easier for Junior Brother Ji to be forced into a corner and do something that violates the temple rules. Yu Qingqing said. Obviously, the master's words that specifically told her worked. Yu Qingqing had already made some guesses about Ji Changqing's arrangement. I'm not worried about my junior brother, but I'm worried about you. Don't let anything go wrong in Shenghua. Li Changxi reminded, none of the four guys you chose is a simple person. When you fight with Du Zongxing, if the other three guys stand on Du Zongxing's side, you will be in danger. Yu Qingqing chuckled and said, Don't worry, Sister Shi. I know what's going on. I received news that Ren Suqiong is also in Shenghua. Li Changxi was a little surprised. She knew about this. Ji Changsheng told him. But Yu Qingqing also knew about it. Shenghua has now become the focus of the world's attention. And it's not just our righteous immortal sect that is paying attention. I guess Wanghuan sect, Assassin's League, and Hahuan sect will all send people there. Since it's a true trial, we naturally can't take shortcuts. Sister Shi, I will control the situation. Since Yu Qingqing said so, Li Changxi stopped talking nonsense. She wasn't worried about Ji Changsheng anyway. She just reminded Yu Qingqing, if things can't be done, communicate more with my junior brother. If you have any trouble, you can also go to him. He will help you. After a pause, Li Changxi added, also, if you want to bring Du Zongxing to justice yourself, you must do it as soon as possible. Why? Yu Qingqing didn't understand. Li Changxi explained, my junior brother's efficiency is too high. If you don't act quickly, I'm worried that Du Zongxing will die in advance at the hands of my junior brother. Yu Qingqing, is it so exaggerated? Li Changxi said solemnly, believe me, I often feel that my mental state is very normal because my junior brother's actions are too fast. Yu Qingqing was scared. Good guy. There is still a man who can make Sister Shi feel that she is mentally normal. Of course, I was mentally normal. Li Changxi said. You are the ones with the problem. I can always see this illusion clearly. Yu Qingqing nodded. Yes. Yes. Sister Shi. You are right. With Fairy Linglong protecting her, Li Changxi can kill people without breaking the law. Yu Qingqing had no intention of arguing with Li Changxi. You are mentally ill. Whatever you say is right. Junior brother. The candidates for the CNN investigation team have been determined. Ji Changsheng was about to retreat for an hour to consolidate his cultivation when he received a video call from Li Changxi. Then Ji Changsheng learned the first-hand news from outside. The lineup is a bit luxurious. But junior brother, you will definitely not take it seriously. Most of them are the disciples and grandchildren of your defeated opponents in the past. Ji Changsheng did some reading comprehension. What should have been said was the conferred God tribulation. The defeated generals seemed to be the cultivators, who did not advance to the Daoyuo realm in the conferred God tribulation. After all, according to Li Changxi, the 6 heavenly emperors were the final winners of the conferred God tribulation. Among millions of cheer fighting masters, Only 365 Cheerifying Masters finally got the establishment of the Heavenly Emperor. The 6 Heavenly Emperors were one level higher, and directly became the Heavenly Emperors who issued the establishment. The other Cheerifying Masters became cannon fodder for the tribulation. Ji Changsheng really wanted to know who they were. But the first thing Ji Changsheng said was, "What a grand lineup. Senior sister, are you coming too?" Ji Changsheng's words made Li Changxi smile. "Forget it. If I go, the result will definitely be that we will join forces to overturn the sky of Shenghua. And then, you will definitely not be able to go to the Heavenly Demon sect in the future," Li Changxi said. Obviously, Li Changxi understands her own style of doing things, including Ji Changsheng's style of doing things. Ji Changsheng said, "What kind of luxury is the investigation team without my senior sister? It's just a beggar version. I only recognize my senior sister." Li Changxi sighed, "Junior brother. If you can talk, just say more. There are not many people as honest as you now." Ji Changsheng. In terms of shamelessness, only Li Changxi can make him admit defeat. When facing others always dislike him for being too thick-skinned. Li Changxi is just the opposite. Since Li Changxi wants to hear him continue to flatter her, Ji Changsheng must follow her lead. After all, the value of my senior sister is still rising. "Senior sister, I have recovered some memories," Ji Changsheng said carefully. Li Changxi became interested. "Junior brother, have you recovered your memory? Tell me about it." "Sister, you may have misunderstood your identity." Ji Changsheng organized his words, and decided to continue to exchange sincerity with Li Changxi as the Southern Emperor of Longevity. If what the master hinted was true, sister was really the Sword Immortal, or Li Changxi was really related to the Moon Star Lord, then Li Changxi could help him more in the future. Even if those were put aside, Li Changxi was very important to him now. So Ji Changsheng had to deepen Li Changxi's sense of identity with him. "Sister, do you think you are the fairy Chang'e?" "Of course." Li Changxi's tone was natural. "I am the most beautiful in the world. Naturally the most beautiful woman in the world." Ji Changsheng. "Sister is right. But I have a little reservation. At least in terms of beauty alone. Yu Linglong is not inferior to sister." Ji Changsheng has not seen the Holy Lady of Hawan yet, but he believes that she is definitely more charming than Li Changxi. However, these words can only be said in his heart. If he says it out loud, he will become Li Daoyan. Even so, senior sister, you may have forgotten one thing because you have been immersed in the illusion for too long. Fairy Chang'e and Taiyin Star Lord are not necessarily the same person. The master of the temple said that Fairy Linglong traveled to the prehistoric fairyland and found that Fairy Chang'e was acting normally. This is very wrong. And according to his understanding, Taiyin Star Lord is in charge of Taiyin Star, and is as famous as Sun Star Lord. What kind of boss was Sun Star Lord back then? The overlord of the 4 emperors of the monster clan. The current Nuan Nyang was the Wahuang, one of the 4 emperors of the monster clan. In other words, Taiyin Xingjuan was a big shot on the same level as Nuan Nyang. What about Chang'e? According to folk rumors, she married someone. She often performed dances in the heaven. Even Zhu Beiji dared to dream of her. The gap is too big. It's just that Taiyin Xingjuan has been missing for a long time, and it seems that he has been forgotten or deliberately covered up. As a result, many people now, including the master of the temple and Linglong Fairy, and even Li Changxi, have equated Chang'e Fairy with Taiyin Xingjuan. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changxi's moving face and tried his best to improve Li Changxi's worldview. Senior sister, Taiyin Xingjuan is a synonym for powerful, and Chang'e Fairy is just a synonym for beauty. I have never heard of anyone describing Daliu as stunning. Li Changxi's eyes burst into a blazing light, and the whole person was shrouded in a layer of hazy moonlight. No wonder I always feel something is wrong. Junior brother, I understand now that you put it this way. Li Changxi patted her slender legs and said excitedly, Junior brother, you are right. Well said. I am the Taiyin Star Lord, and my beauty is just my least noteworthy advantage. Ji Changsheng. Junior brother, fortunately you are here. Li Changxi was very excited. My memory has not been fully restored, but fortunately you reminded me. Today I know that I am me. I am the Taiyin Star Lord, not Chang'e. No wonder the master of the temple said that Chang'e is still living in Taiyin Star in the Hongwang immortal realm, and everything is normal. We are all wrong. Ji Changsheng nodded seriously. Yes. But this can fool the master of the temple and Fairy Linglong. But not me. Senior sister, you are the owner of Taiyin Star, And Chang'e is just a resident of Taiyin Star. It's just that you left for too long, causing many people to think that Taiyin Star belongs to Fairy Chang'e. Junior brother. You are right. Li Chang'e understood everything. She even had a small breakthrough on the spot. I remember that when the witches and liches were in great trouble, there was a man behind the scenes who secretly planned to overthrow the witches and liches. I was in charge of Taiyin Yuhua at that time, and half of the fate of the demons was in my hands. So when the catastrophe came, I was ambushed. I suspect that a saint took action. Ji Changsheng was frightened. He spoke without thinking. But Li Changxi didn't seem to be pretending, and the power of Taiyin Xingyuan seemed a little scary. Half of the fate of the demon race is controlled by my senior sister? Yes. The moonlight on July 15th, which appears once every 60 years, contains the Emperor's flowing juice. If the demons eat it, one night of cultivation is equivalent to absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon for thousands of years. All plants and trees that become demons must be exposed to the essence of the moon, but not the moonlight on the night of Gingshan, because the moonlight on the night of Gingshan contains the Emperor's flowing juice. It is shaped like countless olives, with thousands of golden threads hanging down. The plants and trees on earth can become demons if they are exposed to its essence. And foxes and ghosts can show their supernatural powers by eating it. Plants and trees have sex but no life, while the flowing juice has sex and can replenish life. Foxes and ghosts have their own life, so eating it is very beneficial. After all, Ji Changsheng is now a cultivator, and he still understands these common sense. All things grow by the sun. All spirits evolve by the moon. The status of the sun and the moon is very special, independent of other stars. It can even be said that the sun, moon, and stars are parallel. The sun is 1 day, the moon is 1 month, and the stars are all the stars. People who practice cultivation swallow the essence of the sun and the moon in order to evolve and live forever, for countless years. If the stars really have owners, then the Sun Star Lord and the Moon Star Lord have indeed made immeasurable contributions. If this is the case, Li Changxi's bug-like merits can be explained? Thinking of this, Ji Changxing's heart was turbulent. Originally, it was to increase Li Changxi's sense of identity with him. Why is his sense of identity with Li Changxi getting stronger and stronger now? Ji Changxing and Li Changxi looked at each other. Li Changxi was very excited. Junior brother, the information we provided is completely consistent. As expected, I am Taiyin Xingjuan, and you are Nanji Changsheng Emperor. This world is just an illusion, but it can gather two quasi-saints like you and me. There must be a conspiracy planned by the saints behind this. What can Ji Changsheng say? He can only say, Senior sister, I hope you can find yourself, and it will not be in vain for my kindness to you. I really want to thank you this time, Junior brother, for helping me find part of myself and lost memories. Li Changxi said, Junior brother, don't worry, Master. I won't take advantage of you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Why should you be polite to me? Senior sister? That's right. Li Changxi's sense of identity with Ji Changsheng soared rapidly. Junior brother treats me sincerely. I will definitely treat you sincerely. When you and I return to the prehistoric fairyland, we will work together. Junior brother, I have found part of myself, and my cultivation is a little out of control. I will go into seclusion to improve my cultivation first, and you should solve the problems in Shengwu as soon as possible. You and I will break through this illusion as soon as possible and return to our rightful positions. Okay. Ji Changsheng agreed immediately. My legs were a little weak. The more I watched, the more I felt that senior sister didn't seem to be acting. That was bad. This thigh might be thicker than expected, but the cause and effect was so great that it made his scalp numb. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng was a down-to-earth person. He quickly returned to reality and received news from several parties. Master, Changsheng, the CNN investigation team is basically ready and will arrive in Shengwu tomorrow. You should be prepared to welcome them. Here are the detailed information of the members of the CNN investigation team. Ing Hongya, Changsheng. The CNN investigation team has been assembled, headed by Yu Qingqing, and one person from each of the 5 major immortal sections. Here are the detailed information of the members of the CNN investigation team. Chao Ziming, Junior Brother Ji. The CNN investigation team is ready. Our Danqing Pavilion is coming with Du Zongxing, who will arrive tomorrow. We must prepare early. Here are the detailed information of the members of the CNN investigation team. Ren Suqiong, Elder Ji. I received news that the CNN investigation team will arrive in Shenghua tomorrow. They are not friendly. If you need my help, just ask. Here are the detailed information of the members of the CNN investigation team. Ji Changsheng looked at the 4 messages and fell into deep thought. There are really no secrets in this world. He carefully looked at the information of the members of the investigation team and basically had a plan in his mind. Soon, Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming came to visit together. Chao Ziming reminded Changsheng. Lu Xingzhen of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is the president's youngest daughter and a disciple of Yi Jianxian. I have heard that the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce once talked to the pavilion master about getting closer to Danqing Pavilion, which means that Lu Xingzhen and Du Zongxing will become Taoist couples. But the pavilion master temporarily declined for Du Zongxing's cultivation. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly and said concisely, Lu Xingzhen may be an undercover trained by the Hahuan sect. I will report to the Hahuan saint in a while. Chao Ziming. Ying Hongya resisted his desire to complain and reminded Changsheng. Guanyin Temple and Xuandu Temple have always been at odds with each other due to historical issues. And the Wanyao Kingdom is not our kind. This time, except for the leader Yu Qingqing, the attitude of the other 4 members of the CNN investigation team may not be very good to you. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. It seems that it is just as Ren Suqiong said. The visitor has bad intentions. What should we do? Ying Hongya asked. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, friends come with good wine. Of course, I have to entertain the investigation team with good wine and food, and express a warm welcome to their arrival. Ying Hongya? According to her understanding of Ji Changsheng, Changsheng is not such a person. She is right. Ji Changsheng then took out a small box. Ying Hongya felt very familiar. This seems to be, Ji Changsheng explained, Bai Shizhi's urn. Puff. Ying Hongya sprayed directly. Changsheng. What do you want to do? Don't be impulsive. Ji Changsheng explained, don't worry. I never act impulsively. Du Zongjiang embezzled the Bai family's property and crushed Bai Shizhi's bones and scattered his ashes. Such behavior is infuriating to both humans and gods. Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming looked at each other in silence. It was clearly done by the 3 of them together. When they crushed Bai Shizhi's bones and scattered his ashes, Du Zongjiang was still imprisoned in the 6 Gates prison of Shenghua and had no time to commit the crime. But this is not important. What is important is that Ji Changsheng did indeed turn into Du Zongjiang to do this. He also recorded it. As we all know, the Yoguang lineage is the shame of Xuandu. The elites of the major immortal gates came to the CNN investigation team this time. Illusions that they can't see through are not called illusions. Even if Ren Suqiong of the Tianma sect came, she couldn't make such a fake. Compared to Du Zongjiang crushing Bai Shizhi's bones and scattering his ashes. If Du Zongxing used Bai Shizhi's ashes as a drink, wouldn't it be more excessive? Ji Changsheng asked Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming curiously. Hongya, senior brother Chao, do you think if Fairy Linglong knew about this, would she be so angry that she would kill Du Zongxing with a sword? Chao Ziming knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Ji junior brother, Du Zongxing is not a fool. How could he drink with Bai Shizhi's ashes? Ji Changsheng smiled kindly. With a wave of his right hand, 3 luminous cups appeared in front of him. The next moment, in front of Chao Ziming and Ying Hongya, the urn in Ji Changsheng's hand turned into fine wine carefully brewed by the court of Shenghua. Under their eyes, Ji Changsheng personally poured the wine. Great wine and luminous cups. Ji Changsheng said to Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming, Hongya, senior brother Chao, please. Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming quickly picked up the luminous cups in front of them and looked at them carefully 3 times. Nothing unusual was seen. At this time, Ren Suqiong just walked in. What are you looking at? Ren Suqiong was attracted by the actions of Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming. Ying Hongya quickly handed the luminous cup to Ren Suqiong. Sister Ren, what do you think this is? Ren Suqiong looked at it carefully for a moment. Then said, luminous cup and fine wine. What's wrong? Ying Hongya knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, promise me, never use magic on me in the future. Too poisonous. Killing people invisibly. She was very worried that she would lose her virginity to Changsheng for no reason one day. And she would not know it. Which would be too unfair. Ji Changsheng smiled and patted Ying Hongya's soft hand. And humbly asked, I plan to use good wine and good food to entertain the CNN investigation team. First courtesy and then force. What do you think? Chapter 111. On the first day of the investigation team's arrival, she became the target of Ji Laomo's investigation. Elder Ji, you are so polite? Ren Suqiong was a little surprised. Although she had only known Ji Changsheng for one day, she could see that Ji Changsheng had a lot of saintly style in his bones. The word politeness probably has nothing to do with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng told Ren Suqiong that you are prejudiced against me. Of course. Fairy Ren. I have always been very polite. We have been dating for a day. Don't you think I treat you with courtesy? Ji Changsheng asked. Ren Suqiong recalled her experience. She did nothing, but was blamed by Chao Ziming. She still did nothing, but she killed people everywhere, and quickly made a name for herself in Shengjing City. She still did nothing, but the spirit stone she got from the Du family was taken away by Ji Changsheng. Even so, putting aside the fact that she did nothing, Ji Changsheng was indeed quite polite to her. What Elder Ji said makes sense. Ren Suqiong decided to give Ji Changsheng some face. Begin with courtesy before force. After all, this time the CNN investigation team is headed by Xuandu Temple Yuqingqing, and they may still be on your side. By the way, I have to tell you that I will be away for a while. What's the matter? Ren Suqiong's face was a little strange. The Huaquan sect and the Assassin's League have sent people to contact me. Although the Huan sect has not contacted me, some people have come. I want to meet them. Speaking of this, Ren Suqiong glanced at Ji Changsheng and shook his head. Elder Ji. Because of you, Shenghua has now become a battleground for the younger generation of disciples from major sections. In the future, Shenghua will be a battleground for hegemony. Ji Changsheng blinked, feeling very threatened. Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming looked at each other, feeling that the heroes should have a huge sense of crisis. There is no such thing as a war of hegemony among the heroes. Changsheng cast an illusion, and the heroes took the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband to drink tea and soak wine. Then, they were killed by Fairy Linglong with one sword. Chao Ziming had one thing he didn't understand. So he sent a message to Ying Hongya. Hongya, have you seen through junior brother Ji's illusion? Ying Hongya shook his head. Chao Ziming. I didn't see through it either, including Ren Suqiong. So I don't understand. Among the 8 veins of Xuandu, Yoguang is the last. How strong are the other 7 veins? At this point, Chao Ziming subconsciously glanced at Ying Hongya, and added cautiously, I remember that Hongya. You are from the Yinxia vein of Xuandu Temple. Is the Yinxia vein much stronger than the Yoguang vein? Ying Hongya looked up at the sky. When she was at Xuandu Temple, she did feel that the Yinxia lineage was much stronger than the Yoguang lineage. Now, her perception has been completely overturned. At Yinxia Peak, she has definitely never seen a more outstanding Jindan realm disciple than Changsheng. Du family. After reading the message, Du Zongxin left him. Du Rongli let out a long sigh of relief, then smiled and said to the guests of the Du family, Don't worry. The investigation team will be here soon. My son has told me that they have used flying magic weapons. Before sunset today, it is possible to reach Shengjing City, or even faster, and catch Ji Changsheng off guard. The guests below were delighted. At this stage, those who dared to come to the Du family were naturally those who stood on the opposite side of Ji Changsheng. They were basically the major blessed land merchants, the backers behind the major blessed land merchants, and the group of people who were deeply bound to the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng has made it clear that he wants to sacrifice them. There is no room for easing the tension between them, so they can't make peace with Ji Changsheng. Hearing Lao Du say this, I finally feel relieved. Ji Changsheng's good days are coming to an end. Finally, the Xianmen investigation team has arrived. A middle-aged bald man with a big belly even cried excitedly, The investigation team is here, and the sky is clear. We must not let Ji Changsheng continue to do such evil things. Don't worry, Lao Chao. I will tell Zongsheng the truth about your experience. Du Rongli comforted him. He really felt sorry for Lao Chao, because Lao Chao invested 20% of the spiritual stones in Taiping Fudi. Lao Chao invested 30% of the spiritual stones in Danqing Fudi. After Ji Changsheng's 2 big moves, Lao Chao's family assets were half empty. Lao Chao said angrily, Ji Changsheng is such a jerk. All the spiritual stones are cheapened by those casual cultivators and common people. Yeah. What does he want to do? I think Ji Changsheng is also courting his own destruction. Something that Emperor Ying couldn't accomplish back then. He wants merit. Xuandu Temple cultivates merit. Ji Changsheng is learning from his senior sister Li Changxi, using merit to improve his realm with one heart, and not cultivating combat power and Tao heart at all. In his eyes, we are all nutrients for him to gain merit. So there is no room for reconciliation between Ji Changsheng and him. That means a fight to the death. We will only stop if Ji Changsheng dies. As far as I know. Except for the leader Yu Qingqing. The other 4 members of the CNN investigation team do not belong to Xuandu Temple this time. Ji Changsheng will definitely be in trouble this time. Master Du, when your son arrives, please introduce him to us. Du Rongli readily agreed, of course. After Zongxing arrives, I will invite you to come to my house again for a chat. They are all our own people. And this group of people are powerful. And they are not idiots. They know very well where their interests conflict with Ji Changsheng. If they can buy peace by spending money, they will not be stingy with the spiritual stones in their hands. As long as they can make friends with the disciples of Xuandu Temple, it is worthwhile for them to spend more spiritual stones. Anyway, they can earn it back from other places in Shenghua sooner or later. But Ji Changsheng obviously wants all their wealth. There is no room for negotiation. They can only choose the opposing camp of Ji Changsheng and then completely drive Ji Changsheng away. Ji Changsheng has a strong background. But fortunately they are not weak either. Even now, on the surface, they are the one who has the advantage. When Du Xingxing and the other 4 people fell from the sky, the people present became more confident. Du Rongli was overjoyed. Zongxing, how did you come so quickly? Du Zongxing told him that he might arrive in the evening. Now it is at least an hour earlier. Du Zongxing first saluted Du Rongli. Hello, father. Then he introduced his companions to Du Rongli. Father, this is Yu Qingqing, the fairy of Xuandu Temple. Lu Xingzhen, the disciple of Yu Jiangxian. Sheng Jiayan, the current walker of Guanyin Temple, is also a member of the royal family of Sheng Kingdom. This is Prince Jiao of Wanyao Kingdom. Du Rongli did not dare to neglect and saluted one by one. The others also stood up and saluted. These 5 people, or more precisely, 4 people and 1 demon, are of great importance in the cultivation world. If anything happens to them, the 5 major immortal sects of the righteous path will go crazy. Their joint appearance in Shenghua was naturally a big deal. Du Rongli was overjoyed. Originally, he was worried that the CNN investigation team would let Yu Qingqing be the team leader, and Du Zongxing would have no say. But after seeing these 5 people, especially after seeing Sheng Jiayan, the contemporary walker of Guanyin Temple, Du Rongli's heart was completely at peace. I didn't expect that Princess Yin was also a member of this investigation team. With Princess Yin here, Du is relieved, Du Rongli said with a smile. Sheng Jiayan clasped her hands together and returned the greeting to Du Rongli. Originally, team leader Yu appointed another junior brother to do it. But seeing that Shenhua was in trouble and Jiayan's earthly ties were not broken, she took the initiative to volunteer. This time, I came to Shenhua to cut off the earthly ties. There are many kinds of people in cultivation. For example, Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple don't care much about the game world, and even their way of cultivation is related to the world. But there are also many people in cultivation who need to cut off the earthly ties and break the cause and effect if they want to cultivate to a higher level. Sheng Jiayan was born in Sheng State, and Sheng State is her karma. Not only Du Rongli, but other people were relieved when they saw the 5 core members of the CNN investigation team. Du Zongxing is the biggest beneficiary behind the scenes of Danqing Fudi, and Lu Xingzhen is from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and the president's youngest daughter. These 2 people are definitely on their side. No need to say more. Sheng Jiayan was born in the royal family of Sheng State, and belongs to the royal family of Sheng State. Obviously, she is on the same side as them. Not to mention another thing. Du Rongli reminded Princess Yin, please accept the change. Your father died at the hands of Ji Changsheng, and the prince's mansion has been confiscated. If Princess Yin does not mind, you can stay at the Du family temporarily. The compassion on Sheng Jiayan's face disappeared, replaced by sadness that permeated the entire space. Thank you, Uncle Du. You're welcome. I have known the prince for many years, and I know him well. He is definitely not a criminal. Princess Yin, Zongxing, now that you are here, we are safe and don't have to worry all day long. At this point, Du Rongli's eyes began to redden and tears burst out. It's just a pity for my old wife. Zongxing, your mother should have fallen into the hands of Ji Changsheng. Du Zongxing glanced at Yu Qingqing, who had a calm face, and did not show any emotional fluctuations, even if it was his own mother who was in trouble. Father, don't worry. If it was really Ji Changsheng's fault, with team leader Yu here, we will definitely get justice for our Du family. Zongxing, You are right. And thank Team Leader Yu for enforcing the law impartially. Du Rongli took advantage of the situation to get off the hook. But Yu Qingqing was not held back by him. The disciples of Xuandu Temple would not be embarrassed by such a small trick. Yu Qingqing calmly stated the surface facts. As far as I know, Madame Du was not captured by Ji Changsheng, but rescued by Ren Suqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Du Rongli quickly said, our Du family has no relationship with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Zhong Sheng and Ren Suqiong are old enemies. How could they be in cahoots with the Heavenly Demon Sect? I think this matter must be framed by Ji Changsheng. Where is the evidence? Yu Qingqing asked. Du Rongli. It happened too quickly, and we are still investigating. Yu Qingqing's tone suddenly became solemn, without any evidence. You dare to accuse the disciples of Xuandu Temple of framing. Master Du, you are so powerful. I didn't know that the disciples of Xuandu Temple could be accused so unreasonably in Shenghua. A big hat was put on him, and Du Rongli was a little overwhelmed immediately. Of course, what he couldn't stand was not Yu Qingqing's questioning, but Yu Qingqing's identity as a disciple of Xuandu Temple. Now that Fairy Linglong has not ascended, Xuandu Temple is a mountain pressing on the heads of the whole world, and it cannot be shaken. Everyone must avoid its edge. Du Zongxing could only make up for his father, Team Leader Yu. Calm down. My father is too concerned. Concern is too concerned, and it is not allowed to accuse Xuandu Temple disciples without evidence. Yu Qingqing said lightly, Xuandu Temple will not wrongly accuse any good person. And this of course includes Xuandu Temple disciples. Du Zongxing smiled and said, Team Leader Yu is right. Team Leader Yu, if you want evidence of Ji Changxing's frame-up, why don't you just ask the people present? Lu Xingzhen left the scene, sharing some of the firepower for Du Zongxing, and pointed the spearhead at Ji Changsheng again. Now that we are here, the rumors of Ji Changxing's perverse and disregard for human life in Sheng country have spread like wildfire. If there is evidence that Ji Changsheng violated the Xianmen Convention, Team Leader Yu cannot bend the law for personal gain. Right? Without waiting for Yu Qingqing to speak, Sheng Jiayan, the contemporary walker of Guanyin Temple, also spoke, Team Leader Yu. I agree with Sister Lu's opinion. Yu Qingqing's face returned to calmness. She did not reply to Sheng Jiayan and Lu Xingzhen, but just looked at Prince Jiao of Wanyao country. What do you think? Prince Jiao? Although Prince Jiao is in human form, he has 2 horns on his forehead, which is obviously a demon in human form. He had not spoken before, standing independently on the other side, not too close to Yu Qingqing and the other 3, until Yu Qingqing asked him. Prince Jiao finally spoke. His tone was cold, but he seemed to be smiling. I was only sent by the elders to join this investigation team. I don't know the specific situation. Naturally, it is up to Team Leader Yu and you to decide. I have no opinion. As soon as Prince Jiao finished speaking, everyone present had a clear idea of the stance of the 5 core members of the Xianmen investigation team. Yu Qingqing was naturally on Ji Changxing's side. From Xuandu Temple, Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan all stood against Ji Changsheng, and wanted to hold him accountable. Prince Jiao of the Wanyao Kingdom stood by and watched, with no obvious inclination, at least not at the moment, and belonged to the neutral camp. This was normal. Sheng Kingdom's affairs seemed to have nothing to do with Wanyao Kingdom at the moment, so Prince Jiao naturally did not need to choose a position now. Yu Qingqing nodded slightly, and then said something that made everyone present shudder. Everyone, don't forget that the Xianmen investigation team came to Shenghua to investigate not Ji Changsheng, but the assassination of Ji Changsheng by the assassins of the Assassin League bribed by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Lu Xingzhen immediately said, regarding this matter, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has another petition, and junior brother Chao Yutian was wronged. Whether it is wronged or not, we will know after the investigation, and it will be useful only if I, the team leader, have the final say. Yu Qingqing did not give Lu Xingzhen this face. When the disciples of Xuandu Temple are outside, generally speaking, others need to give face to the disciples of Xuandu Temple. What's more, Yu Qingqing's surname is Yu. Of course, she doesn't need to wrong herself. In Shenghua, I have the final say on what to investigate and how to investigate. Lu Xingzhen, if you have different opinions, you can go back to Tontian Chamber of Commerce now, and I will ask Tontian Chamber of Commerce to send another person. Lu Xingzhen shut up. She knew that Yu Qingqing really had this power. Of course, Yu Qingqing usually wouldn't use it. If Yu Qingqing used her power as a team leader to replace Lu Xingzhen, it would be like Yu Qingqing admitting that she couldn't control Lu Xingzhen. which would also be a huge loss to her own prestige. Balance is relative. Du Zongxing made a round, of course. Everything is decided by the team leader. So how will team leader Yu start his investigation? Since everything is related to Ji Changsheng, we naturally have to meet Ji Changsheng. Yu Qingqing said, Brother Du. At your request. We came to the Du family in advance to learn some inside information. Now that the Du family has come, and the inside information is known, we will also listen to Ji Changxing's petition next. As soon as Yu Qingqing finished speaking, someone came to ask for instructions. Report. The elder Ji Changsheng of Xuandu Temple has sent a letter to visit the manor. Obviously, Ji Changsheng has received the news that the Xianmen investigation team has arrived in advance. There is no such thing as a secret visit. The team leaders of the investigation team are all their own people. If Ji Changsheng still doesn't know the whereabouts of the investigation team, he can find a piece of tofu to kill himself. Others are not surprised by Ji Changsheng's reaction. Although Ji Changsheng acts recklessly, he obviously does not lack intelligence. Yu Qingqing took the visiting card, took a quick look at it, and said to the others, It's from Ji Changsheng. And there's an invitation from the Queen Mother. Ji Changsheng and the Queen Mother have both petitioned for the Sheng Kingdom, and invited us to the palace for a chat. What do you think? Prince Jiao saw that Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen, and Sheng Jiayan didn't speak. So he gave Yu Qingqing a favor. Since we're here, we'll have to go. Du Zongxing also nodded slowly. I was just about to meet Ji Changsheng and ask if my mother is with him. Du Zongxing didn't care about his mother. He felt that as a disciple of Xuandu Temple, even if Madame Du fell into Ji Changxing's hands, her life wouldn't be in danger. Du Zongxing agreed, and Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan had no objection. They all knew that this was inevitable. But Lu Xingzhen sneered in a low voice. I heard that Ji Changsheng was arrogant and domineering in Shenghua. We just arrived in Shenghua. But he wanted to hold a welcome banquet in the palace with his seriously ill body after being assassinated. It seems that Ji Changxing's arrogance varies from person to person. These words were heard by other guests of the Du family, and they nodded subconsciously. Before the CNN investigation team came, Ji Changsheng didn't take the initiative to bow his head. He killed and set fire without scruples, confiscated the property and exterminated the clan, which scared them to sleep and eat. As a result, when the investigation team came, Ji Changsheng still treated them to drinks obediently. I thought he was a tough guy. He who knows the times is a hero. And Ji Changsheng also knows the times. Everyone. We have been persecuted by Ji Changsheng so many times, and we had no one to turn to before. But now we can finally get justice. Isn't Ji Changsheng going to host a banquet for the CNN investigation team? Let's ruin Ji Changsheng's banquet. We will organize people to sue Ji Changsheng together. Okay. I will do it myself. Count me in. I have tolerated Ji Changsheng for a long time. This group of people must be bad. But they are definitely not stupid. Lu Xingzhen obviously deliberately embarrassed Ji Changsheng. And the others present also obviously understood Lu Xingzhen's hint, knowing that Ji Changsheng is now caught in a whirlpool and needs them to step on him. So they prepared to step on him without hesitation. The Xianmen investigation team is their backer. What are they afraid of? The whole process is obvious. When their strength reaches a certain level, there is no need to secretly connect. They can just put things out in the open, and others will have no way to deal with it. Yu Qingqing watched coldly, and did not express any opinions. When she was on the mountain, she heard the law enforcement elder say many times that she must be careful of Ji Changsheng. This kid is not a good for nothing, and is full of bad water. Yu Qingqing didn't know how bad Ji Changsheng could be, but she was ready to see it. She always believed in the teacher's judgment. Ji Changsheng also quickly told him with facts that your teacher is really good at judging people. After an instant's stick of time, Shenghua Palace. The pale Ji Changsheng and Ying Hongye dragged their severely injured bodies to attend the banquet to welcome the Xianmen investigation team, and greeted the 5 members of the Xianmen investigation team one by one. While greeting, Ji Changsheng heard a cold voice. Lu Xingzhen is the youngest daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Sheng Jiayan is the princess of the royal family of Sheng State, and her father was killed by Yuan Kaishiku. At Du Zongxing, we will definitely not get these 3 votes. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized that Lu Xingzhen and Du Zongxing were fine. No wonder he always felt that the eyes of this contemporary walker of Guanyin Temple looking at him were a little strange. It turned out that she was also a demon cult witch. The hand of the stepmother was really too long, and even the Guanyin Temple arranged an undercover which was terrifying to think about. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly to Yu Qingqing and said in a voice transmission, "Thank you, Sister Qingqing, for your advice. By the way, Sister Qingqing, don't eat for a while." Yu Qingqing was stunned. Where is Prince Jiao of Wanyao Kingdom? At present, he seems to be neutral. Ji Changsheng understood, smiled and saluted Prince Jiao. Prince Jiao looked at Ji Changsheng with some curiosity. Recently, Ji Changsheng has become famous all over the world. His methods are simple and crude, but his merits and virtues are everywhere, and he has become an anomaly. Many people are interested in Ji Changsheng, and he is no exception. Prince Jiao took the initiative to ask, "Elder Ji, you?" Ji Changsheng interrupted Prince Jiao directly, "Prince? Just call me Brother Ji." Prince Jiao. The current situation is unclear, and he doesn't really want to get too close to Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng is really too enthusiastic. Brother Jiao and I hit it off at first sight. So why don't you give me face? Ji Changsheng pretended to be dissatisfied. Prince Jiao was speechless. I regretted speaking. I shouldn't be curious about this guy. But he couldn't offend the disciples of Xuandu Temple for no reason. So Prince Jiao could only smile bitterly and said, "Brother Ji, you are a human, and I am a demon. Your enthusiasm for me may cause dissatisfaction among many human elders." Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. Both the demon and the human race have a group of powerful people who insist that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. If you get too close to the demon race, you will lose the care of these people. This was the question that Prince Jiao wanted to ask Ji Changsheng just now. "Brother Ji, don't you have any prejudice against the demon race?" Ji Changsheng asked curiously. "Why should you have prejudice? Then what do you think of our demon race?" "Brother Ji?" Ji Changsheng told the truth. "Those who are friendly with me are good demons, and those who are enemies with me are bad demons." Yu Qingqing couldn't listen any longer and coughed hard. Ji Changsheng quickly explained, "Just kidding. There are good and bad people. And of course, there are good and bad demons. For example, these three guys. I can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Prince Jiao is different. I can tell at a glance that you are a good demon." Prince Jiao shut up decisively. It's better to meet in person than to hear about someone. He saw that this Ji Changsheng was exactly the same as the rumored one. No, he was even more arrogant and domineering than the rumored one. And Ji Changsheng was really too real. Prince Jiao absolutely believed that what Ji Changsheng said just now was true. Those who are friendly with me are good demons, and those who are enemies with me are bad demons. Unless he could completely nail this kind of person. Prince Jiao decided not to offend him easily. "Ji Changsheng, if you have the ability, say what you just said again." This was the first time Lu Xingzhen met someone who dared to say that she was not a good person in front of her. For a moment, she almost thought she was hallucinating. Didn't he say polite words? Ji Changsheng quickly said, "It's a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. I will punish myself with a glass of wine." After saying that, Ji Changsheng decisively punished himself with a glass of fine wine. "I'm really sorry. Brother Jiao and I hit it off at first sight. So I didn't think about what I said. Please don't take it to heart." Ji Changsheng took the initiative to lower his posture, which calmed Lu Xingzhen's heart. This is in line with the style of the people of the class she comes into contact with on a daily basis. But this Ji Changsheng actually gave in so easily. It seems that he is not that tough. Du Zongxing and Sheng Jiayan were also a little surprised. They didn't expect Ji Changsheng to be so humble. It seems that Ji Changsheng is not as difficult to deal with as rumored. Du Zongxing took the initiative to speak. "Elder Ji, you have had conflicts with the Du family many times. What do you have to say?" Ji Changsheng said seriously, "Of course. All this is to blame on the Du family." "Du Zongxing, what is the fault of the Du family? Are you going to say it's because of Dan Qingfudi?" Ji Changsheng knew that Dan Qingfudi really complied with all the regulations of the cultivation world on the surface. So he cut into an angle that Du Zongxing had never expected. "I had a conflict with the Du family because the Du family was disrespectful to Fairy Linglong." Everyone was a little confused. Du Zongxing was also confused. When has the Du family ever been disrespectful to Fairy Linglong? Ji Changsheng directly played a water mirror technique. In the video recording, Du Zongjiang was grinding by Shizhi's bones and scattering his ashes. Ji Changsheng said, "Please look. Everyone. Death is the greatest." But Du Zongjiang insulted by Shizhi's bones so much. Isn't it intentional to disrespect Fairy Linglong? Everyone looked at Du Zongxing. Du Zongxing's scalp tingled. This must be a misunderstanding. He didn't see that this was an illusion. So Du Zongxing really started to panic. Ji Changsheng seemed to be easy to talk to, since senior brother Du said it was a misunderstanding. Then I will pretend to believe it is a misunderstanding. Everyone, please take your seats, and we will talk while eating. After everyone sat down, Ji Changsheng took the initiative to raise his glass. I toast everyone. Du Zongxing glanced at the wine glass in front of him. No trick was found. But out of caution, Du Zongxing still took out a can of spiritual tea himself. Elder Ji, I'm sorry. I never drink alcohol. Only spiritual tea. Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan also didn't see the trick in the wine. They thought Du Zongxing deliberately didn't give Ji Changsheng face. Since that was the case, they naturally had to support Du Zongxing. So both of them chose to drink Du Zongxing's spiritual tea instead of the fine wine that Ji Changsheng prepared for them. Ji Changsheng was very angry. After the three of them swallowed a cup of spiritual tea, Ji Changsheng smashed the cup as a signal and slammed the table. Come here. Take down these three demons. Yu Qingqing almost fell down. Ji Changsheng. What happened? Did you suddenly attack me without consulting me? How should I cooperate? Ji Changsheng pointed at the three people angrily and said to Yu Qingqing, Sister Qingqing. Du Zongjiang first crushed the corpse of Linglong Fairy's husband and scattered the ashes. And then Du Zongxing used the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband to make tea. Such behavior is infuriating to both humans and gods. As disciples of Xuandu Temple, how can we sit back and watch? As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, the can of spiritual tea in front of Du Zongxing turned into Bai Shiji's urn in full view of everyone. Prince Jia was stunned. Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan's scalps tingled. Ji Changsheng was furious. This is outrageous. The demons from the demon cult are too arrogant. Capture these three demons from the demon cult. If they resist, kill them without mercy in the name of Fairy Linglong. On the first day of the Immortal Gate investigation team's arrival, they became the subject of investigation by Old Demon Ji. Chapter 112 Investigation Team equals the team under investigation by Elder Ji. Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan have not realized what happened. But there is indeed a small box in front of Du Zongxing. There is also a portrait of Bai Shiji on the box. And his voice and appearance are still vivid. In other words, this is really Bai Shiji's urn. And they smacked their lips subconsciously. Lu Xingzhen blurted out, it is indeed not the taste of spiritual tea. But she didn't know whether it was the taste of ashes. After all, she had never drunk ashes. This is the first time. Ji Changsheng became more and more angry, arrogant, too arrogant, and dared to comment on the taste of the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband. Emphasize that this is Linglong Fairy's husband. Bai Shiji is not important. What is important is his identity. Anyone who can do such a thing must be a demon from the demon cult. To deal with a demon from the demon cult, there is no need to follow the rules of the martial arts world. Sister Qingqing, Prince Jiao, Hongya, Senior Brother Chao. Let's go together. Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao had no idea how to react. They were still in the process of their scalps tingling. But Ying Hongya and Chao Ziming had been trained for a long time and acted decisively. Other royal priests did not dare to neglect it and almost came out in full force. The most important thing was that Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan did not dare to resist. They were still immersed in shock like Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao. And reason told them that if they did not resist, they could still explain it clearly. Once they resisted, it would be in vain if they were killed now. So they were quickly captured. When the Xianmen investigation team came to Shengbo, many people thought they were here to investigate Ji Changsheng. As a result, before the first day was over, 3 of the 5 members had become prisoners of Ji Changsheng. Yu Qingqing looked at the captured Du Zongxing and vaguely recalled what Li Changxi reminded her. If you want to bring Du Zongxing to justice yourself, you must do it as soon as possible. My junior brother's efficiency is too high. If you don't act quickly, I am very worried that Du Zongxing will die in advance at the hands of my junior brother. At that time, she did not understand the value of Li Changxi's reminder. Now, Yu Qingqing really wants to kowtow to Li Changxi. Sister Shi, I will be angry with anyone who says you have mental problems in the future. You have no mental problems at all. You said the truth. I regret not listening to Sister Shi. But Yu Qingqing thought about it again. And it was useless for her to listen to Li Changxi. After all, even a madman would not have thought that on the first day of their Xianmen investigation team's arrival, Ji Changsheng would dare to take the initiative to attack them. She dared to bet that Li Changxi would never have thought of it. compared to Ji Changsheng. Li Changqi really looks very normal. Yu Qingqing looked at the angry Ji Changsheng in shock, with only one thought in her mind. Why is he so bold? Puff! Prince Jiao finally came to his senses and spurted out a mouthful of wine. Then Prince Jiao was sweating profusely and carefully examined the luminous cup in his hand. Although he didn't see anything unusual, he still looked at Ji Changsheng helplessly. God has mercy on him. The monster race is the law of the jungle. He fought his way to the position of the prince, and he has never been afraid of anyone among his peers. This time, when he joined the CNN investigation team, he even intended to compete with Du Zongxing to see the gold content of the strongest golden elixir of the human race. But those were all previous thoughts. The current Prince Jiao has no ambitions, nor does he have any idea of proving himself. Not to mention the idea of competing with Ji Changsheng. He only wants to know one thing. And even his voice trembles. Brother Ji, is there anything wrong with the wine I drank? If there is any problem, his life today will be over here. He is just not afraid of Du Zongxing. It's not that he is not afraid of Fairy Linglong. Hearing Prince Jiao's words, Ji Changxing's anger subsided a little, and he comforted him. Brother Jiao, what are you talking about? These three people are demons from the demon cult. So they did such a thing that is hated by both humans and gods. You are my friend, and we hit it off right away. I can see at a glance that Brother Jiao is kind-hearted. So naturally I will treat you with real wine. Prince Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He never knew how to write the word fear in his life, and Brother Ji just taught him. At this moment, Prince Jiao regained his sanity and realized one thing. The fact that he did not become a demon was entirely due to his neutral position. This is really... Prince Jiao looked at Du Zongxing, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayin, who had been captured, and there were thousands of words in his heart. But only one sentence came out of his mouth. Brother Ji is mighty. Ji Changsheng said modestly. Brother Jiao is polite. I am just more upright, and I can't stand these evil demons who take human lives lightly. What can Prince Jiao say? He continued to choose to drink. The rumors are all true. No, the rumors are still too restrained. Ji Changsheng is more arrogant and unscrupulous than the rumors. Prince Jiao has lived for many years and has seen many big men. But this is the first time he has seen someone who dares to directly confront the imperial envoy like this. Still using such a weird reason as an excuse. Prince Jiao was convinced. Yu Qingqing was restless. Cha Sheng. This? She didn't know how to cooperate. What should we do next? Ji Changsheng always had a good attitude towards his own people, and patiently instructed, of course. We need to investigate the evidence of the crimes of these three demons. Yu Qingqing. Ji Changsheng. Are you crazy? Finally, Du Zongxing reacted. The mentality began to explode. Struggling hard on the ground. You actually use such means to frame me. You are cutting yourself off from the major immortal sections. Du Zongxing said angrily. The investigation team represents the majesty of the major immortal sections. The 5 major sects will not let you go. Ji Changsheng picked his ears, and then stepped on Du Zongxing. This step also stepped on the hearts of Yu Qingqing, Prince Jiao, Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayin. Ji Changsheng even crushed it hard. Then he smiled and said, I have a question for Brother Du. Can the 5 major sects send out stronger Jin Dan realm disciples than the 5 of you? Du Zongxing. In the Jin Dan realm, the 5 of them are indeed the top players of the 5 major sects. With the Linglong Sword Order, the 5 major sects really can't send out stronger Jin Dan realm disciples. Then the question is, Ji Changsheng has even dealt with the 5 of them. What's the use of the 5 major sects sending people later? There is another question I don't understand. Why did Xuandu Temple and Wanyao Kingdom send people again? Ji Changsheng rubbed Du Zongxing's face again, and asked with a smile, Sister Qingqing and Brother Jiao are very observant, and together with me, they have seen through the true colors of the 3 demons of the demon sect. We tacitly joined forces to take you down. The evidence is solid, and we can be witnesses for each other. Sister Qingqing, Brother Jiao, do you have any questions? Yu Qingqing was a cold beauty. Her red lips were wide enough to swallow an egg. After a long time, she spat out 3 words. No problem. Prince Jiao, absolutely no problem. The main thing was that he didn't dare to have any problem. Ji Changsheng smiled. Du Zongxing. Although the 3 of you hid well, evil cannot prevail over good. The law is long, and there is no loophole. Finally, you showed your traces today, and were caught on the spot by the 3 of us. Admit it. I respect you as a man. Ji Changsheng. You bastard. You are a demon cult. Du Zongxing was crazy. He always claimed to be gentle as jade, resourceful and decisive, and would not lose his composure easily. But as a normal person, he really didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Ji Changsheng frowned and added another crime to Du Zongxing, leaking secrets. It seems that this person is stubborn and has been deeply possessed by the devil. There is no hope. Ji Changsheng decisively gave his investigation results. Then he kicked Du Zongxing to Chao Ziming. Brother Chao, do you have a way to pry open the mouth of this demon cult monster? Chao Ziming looked at Du Zongxing, who was lying at his feet and wailing, and had been restricted by Ji Changsheng. And his mood was extremely complicated. This was the mountain he had admired before. Now it is crawling at his feet, following junior brother Ji. It is really like eating 9 meals in 3 days. I'll try. Chao Ziming gritted his teeth. He knew junior brother Ji didn't need evidence, but he still hoped to find evidence from Du Zongxing to prove their speculation about the whereabouts of the Du family's spirit stone. Okay. Then this demon cult monster will be handed over to you, and I will interrogate the remaining 2. Ji Changsheng looked at Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan, who were a little scared. These 2 women have always lived in an environment where everyone is the center of attention. They have never seen a righteous master like Elder Ji. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Ji Changsheng saw how pitiful they were, and then looked at his own state, and felt something was wrong. The evil witch of the demon cult was full of tricks, and even tried to seduce people with weakness. I should be the one who is weak. I am still seriously injured. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood. Then Ji Changsheng raised his hands tremblingly, pointed at Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan, and said in a trembling voice, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Tell me, which demon cult are you from? Are you a disciple of the holy maiden Huan? Lu Xingzhen, Sheng Jiayan. Without waiting for the 2 women to speak, Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongya again. Hongya, these 2 demon cult girls are trying to evade investigation by pretending to be innocent and weak. It's absurd. You and I are seriously injured, which is the real weakness. But for the sake of justice, we will also endure the pain and do justice. Ing Hongya's pretty face turned red, and she understood Ji Changsheng's words in seconds. He hesitated for half a second. Ing Hongya also opened her mouth and spit out blood. Plop! Yu Qingqing knelt down. Have I stayed in the mountain for too long? The new generation of disciples in the temple have grown to this level. Prince Jiao also knelt down quickly after seeing this. He was more scared than Yu Qingqing. In the past, he had heard the elders of the 10,000 demons kingdom say that the human race was cunning. But he had no idea. He thought that as long as my iron fist was invincible, what was the use of the human race being cunning? Now he understood. It's really useful. The human race is really cunning. Xuandu Temple is indeed the best in the world. Lu Xingzhen and Sheng Jiayan were completely down. Fortunately, at this time, Wei Zhongqian's voice came from outside the palace. Elder Ji, Queen Mother, Duronli, and a group of people outside the palace knelt down to ask the Xianmen investigation team to administer justice, saying that they have grievances to appeal. The Queen Mother glanced at the Xianmen investigation team, which had no power to resist. Thinking of all the sad things in this life, she forced herself not to laugh in public. Master is too powerful. Before, Ji Changsheng told her that the Xianmen investigation team was not a concern, and she was half believing and half doubting. Now she kneels down in admiration. Please let them in. The Queen Mother took the initiative. The Master has even dealt with the Xianmen investigation team, so it is naturally no problem to deal with that group of people. The Queen Mother has seen the grand occasion of the Master sweeping Shenghua. At the same time, Shengjing City, a room somewhere in Danqing Fudi. Ren Suqing pushed open the door. As expected, she saw a familiar figure wearing the uniform of a Huan sect disciple waiting there. Meng Zhenzhen. It's you. One of the geniuses of the Huan sect's Jin Dan realm of this generation. Another identity, her defeated opponent. In the demon sect camp, Ren Suqiong is the #1 Jin Dan of this generation. Like Du Zongxing, he also gained his fame through fighting. Meng Zhenzhen looked up at Ren Suqiong. Sparks seemed to appear in the air. Invisible energy collided in the room. Ren Suqiong did not move, while Meng Zhenzhen's hair was slightly raised. In terms of subtle control of magic power, Ren Suqiong was still clearly better than Meng Zhenzhen. Meng Zhenzhen frowned slightly, but quickly returned to normal. You are finally here. Ren Suqiong nodded, and then looked around the room. As expected, a man in black was seen in the corner of the room. Half of his body was hidden in the darkness, and his face could not be seen clearly. A member of the Assassin's League? Ren Suqiong asked. Yidian Hong. Meet Fairy Ren. Ren Suqiong raised an eyebrow. You are here in person. Yidian Hong is a mysterious silver metal assassin who has risen in the Assassin's League. The strength she has shown so far is the peak of the Golden Core realm. But she has successfully assassinated a Yuanian cultivator and has become famous since then. She is the recognized star of hope of the Assassin's League. There are not many people in the cultivation world who can kill Yuanian with the Golden Core realm. Before Ji Changsheng killed by Shiji, only 3 young disciples of this generation had done it openly. Du Zongqing, Ren Suqiong and Yidian Hong. These 3 people are also considered by the world to be the top 3 in the Golden Core realm. Yidian Hong's voice was strange. She used ventriloquism. Both Du Zongqing and Fairy Ren are here in person. I can't miss such a grand occasion. Do you want to fight Du Zongqing? In the shadow. Yidian Hong nodded gently. I really want to test the strength of the number 1 Jin Dan. Ren Suqiong did not comment on this. She looked at another shadow in the room. It was dark there, but there was also a person hidden inside. Ren Suqiong sighed. 2 of the 4 people in the room are afraid of the light. Huaquan sect disciples. When can you change your underworld style? I'm sorry to make Fairy Ren laugh. The person in the last shadow was a disciple of Huaquan sect. But Ren Suqiong did not know the specific identity of the other party. The other party did not seem to want to introduce himself. Ren Suqiong knew the style of Huaquan sect disciples, and was too lazy to ask. She said directly, no matter what purpose you come to Shenghua with, try to keep a low profile. Shenghua is now more dangerous than it seems on the surface. Don't worry, Sister Ren. Meng Jinjin chuckled and said, the elite disciples of the younger generation of both good and evil have gathered in Shenghua. Shenghua is full of ups and downs, and heroes are fighting for hegemony. Naturally, there will be dragons and tigers fighting. We will be careful. However, Du Zongqing cannot be left to Sister Ren alone. The title of killing the first person in the Jin Dan realm cannot be enjoyed by Sister Ren alone. Ren Suqiong snorted coldly. Do the Assassin's League and Huaquan sect think so too? Yidian Hong said, it depends on your ability. The disciples of Huaquan sect expressed their attitude with silence. Ren Suqiong simply said, then it depends on your ability. The 5 major sects of the righteous path have all sent people. Not just Du Zongqing. If you want to become famous, don't worry about me. I can't stop you. As for her, she was not interested in this. The only one who could be as famous as her in the Jin Dan realm was Du Zongqing. She was only interested in defeating or killing Du Zongqing. Meng Jinjin chuckled again and took the initiative to walk out. I heard that Ji Changsheng is hosting a banquet for Du Zongqing and his 5 companions in the palace tonight. It's so lively. I want to go and see. Yidian Hong also said, the internal conflicts of the major sects of the righteous path are very fierce. There will definitely be a wonderful confrontation in the palace tonight. I am also very interested. The disciples of the Huaquan sect still didn't say a word, but also rushed towards the direction of the palace. The Shenghua palace can be said to be heavily guarded, but it is still far from stopping the geniuses of their level. Ren Suqiong did not stop them. She did not have the strength to fight 3 people alone, and there was no need for that. Ji Changsheng is just hosting a banquet for the disciples of the 5 major sects tonight. How could there be a fight? If they want to join in the fun, they have come to the wrong place. Ren Suqiong shook her head inwardly, and also dodged towards the palace. She did not think there would be any exciting fights or even battles among the heroes in the palace of Shenghua tonight. But when there are too many people, problems are likely to arise. She accepted the mission of the Holy Church and must protect Ji Changsheng. If Du Zongqing insisted on making things difficult for Ji Changsheng, Ren Suqiong thought that she could start to take Ji Changsheng away from Shenghua. With this idea in mind, Ren Suqiong began to seriously plan the retreat route. Until she arrived at the palace, a group of people headed by Du Rongli came to the palace in large numbers. Looking around, there were at least 30 people. It can be seen that there are still many people who are resentful of Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng whispered to Yu Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, the outside world always spreads rumors that I am killing people in Sheng country and killing all those who oppose me. This is completely nonsense. You see, there are still many people who oppose me. It's all because of the demon cult. There are too many demons hidden in Sheng country. Yu Qingqing, Prince Jiao. It's hard to judge them. At this time, The demons had already knelt down one after another. Du Rongli said loudly, Ji Changsheng, the elder of the outer sect of Xuandu Temple, has been perverse in Sheng country, taking human lives lightly, manipulating the throne, committing countless murders, and completely ignoring the Xianmen Convention, which has caused criticism from the government and the public, and angered both people and gods. Please ask the Xianmen investigation team to be vigilant and bring Ji Changsheng and other rebellious people to justice, and restore a bright and clear world to Sheng country. Please ask the Xianmen investigation team to be vigilant and bring Ji Changsheng, a rebellious criminal, to justice, and restore order to Shanghua. Wu Yang knelt in the hall, complaining in unison, and the momentum was extremely frightening. Ji Changsheng was startled. Who is kneeling in the hall? Why are you suing this elder? Du Rongli sneered, Ji Changsheng. The Xianmen investigation team is here, and the things you did will definitely be exposed to the world. From now on, the sky of Shanghua will be bright. I advise you to plead guilty as soon as possible. Don't be stubborn and hurt others and yourself. Ji Changsheng applauded Du Rongli. That's great, Du Zongqing. Be good and listen to your father. Du Rongli was stunned. What? Wait. Where is Zongqing? Ji Changsheng waved his right hand. In an instant, the illusion above the hall disappeared. Du Rongli and others saw the real situation. What they saw before was just the illusion that Ji Changsheng asked them to see. Until this moment, Du Rongli saw Du Zongqing, whose hair was already disheveled, and he was struck by lightning. Zongqing, what's wrong with you? Ji Changsheng kindly explained. He is accepting my investigation. Du Rongli, Ji Changsheng, don't talk nonsense. Zongqing is one of the 5 core members of the Xianmen investigation team, and he is here to investigate you. Ji Changsheng patiently corrected, Mr. Du, you have misunderstood. What is the Xianmen investigation team? It is the team that accepts Ji's investigation. Du Rongli was confused. Ji Changsheng continued, after my investigation, Du Zongqing is actually a demon from the demon cult. He has committed atrocities in Shanghua, disregarded human lives, manipulated the throne, committed countless murders, and completely ignored the Xianmen Convention, causing criticism from the government and the public, and anger from both humans and gods. I will definitely be able to see through everything and bring such a rebellious person like Du Zongqing to justice, and restore peace to Shanghua. You can rest assured. Du Rongli, the 4 members of the demon cult who just arrived at the palace. Chapter 113. The Righteous and Conscience. Ji Laoimo confessed his crime investigation team. Asshole. Ji Changsheng, you are the demon of the demon sect. Du Zongqing really didn't know what to say, so he could only make an angry accusation, and once again committed the crime of leaking state secrets. Elder Ji is the protector of Shanghua. Leaking Elder Ji's secrets is equivalent to leaking Xinghua's state secrets. This is reasonable. Du Zongqing's roar finally brought Du Rongli back to his senses. Then his eyes were red. Ji Changsheng, you are really too much. These words are obviously talking about you. These are all his words. Ji Changsheng nodded approvingly. You gave a good reason. Now it's mine. You? Du Rongli's eyes were red. When he was bullying the market, he was not so arrogant. Ji Changsheng said that this was just the beginning. By the way, how did you persuade Du Zongqing to surrender? I think about it and I remember. Ji Changsheng recalled, and then said to Du Zongqing seriously, Du Zongqing, since I, Ji, have come to Shanghua, the things you have done will definitely be exposed to the world. From now on, Shanghua will have a bright future. I advise you to confess your crime and be punished as soon as possible. And don't be stubborn and harm others and yourself. Du Rongli pointed at Ji Changsheng and was really angry and vomited blood. This is still his words. Copy his words and use them to accuse his son. Du Rongli has never been bullied like this in his life. Ah! Du Zongqing was furious and roared to the sky. Then, he was stepped on by Ji Changsheng again. The 4 members of the demon cult who were secretly spying twitched their eyes. Yidianhong came to Shanghua just for Du Zongqing. He hoped to have a wonderful fight with Du Zongqing, a century showdown, and become a good story that would be passed down in the cultivation world for many years. Now, he was confused. The person he wanted to challenge seemed to be finished. That was the number 1 person in the Jindan realm who had dominated the cultivation world for at least 5 years. Yidianhong looked at Ren Suqiong, set up a soundproof barrier, and said in shock, "Are we in the wrong place?" Meng Xinzhen's pretty face turned pale. Where are the heroes fighting for hegemony? Huaquan sect disciples. Are the righteous disciples playing a trick on us? They want to trick us into joining the game? Could all this be a performance by them? Ren Suqiong's red lips opened slightly, and then closed again. She was the one who knew Ji Changsheng best among the four. But before, she only understood Ji Changsheng's character, not his methods. Now, she has a deeper understanding. The other three were not fools either. They just didn't want to believe the scene in front of them. But it was obvious that all this didn't seem to be a performance. The questioning Huaquan sect disciple's voice was getting lower and lower as he spoke. And Meng Zhenzhen and Yi Dianhong even felt a chill in their hearts. Yi Dianhong looked at Meng Zhenzhen and Ren Suqiong. Very Ren. Very Meng. This Ji Changsheng, is he a disciple secretly cultivated by your two families? Yi Dianhong guessed. He doesn't act like a disciple of Xuandu Temple at all. Meng Zhenzhen saluted Yi Dianhong. Thank you, Brother Hong, for thinking highly of our Hahuan sect. I am really honored. She thought to herself. How could our Hahuan sect be so worthy of such a virtue? If there really was a monster like Ji Changsheng, how could I stand out? Yi Dianhong thought about it, and it was right. The Hahuan sect did not seem to have the strength to train disciples with such means. But the Tianmo sect might have. Yi Dianhong looked at Ren Suqiong and guessed. Very Ren. I think Ji Changsheng has the style of Master Yu when he was young. Ren Suqiong was a close confidant of Master Yu. But she was a fair person and told the truth, Brother Hong. This is wrong. The order is reversed. It should be said that when the master was young, he had half of Ji Changsheng's style now, maybe less than half. She knew more or less about Master Yu's youth. He was indeed decisive in killing, and his demonic flames were raging. But there were many fierce people of Master Yu's generation. Jiangxi, Emperor Huangquan, Qinglian Sword Fairy, Saint He Huan. Many of the great powers in the cultivation world today were from the same generation as Master Yu. Master Yu did not dominate the world. The most important thing is that there was another Yu Linglong in the same generation. So how could Master Yu dare to be as unscrupulous as Ji Changsheng? Ren Suqiong objectively said, except for Xuandu Temple. Other sects' disciples don't have the courage to be so arrogant and domineering. Meng Zhenzhen nodded subconsciously. She couldn't think of this operation. Even if she could think of it, she wouldn't dare to do it. Because the Hahuan sect can't withstand the revenge of other sects afterwards. The question is, how dare Ji Changsheng? Meng Zhenzhen was really shocked. If he did this, Xuandu Temple wouldn't protect him. Right? It's true that Xuandu Temple is invincible in the world. But Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. And the most important thing is that Ji Changsheng is so arrogant that he is obviously making enemies everywhere. Can the master of the temple really protect him? Meng Zhenzhen expressed doubts about this. Ren Suqiong also expressed doubts. She believed that if Xuandu Temple wanted to forcefully protect Ji Changsheng, it would definitely be able to protect him. But it was neither reasonable nor cost-effective. If she admired the immortals, she would definitely not forcefully protect him. Ji Changsheng might have cut himself off from Xuandu Temple and actively moved closer to the Holy Church by doing this. Thinking of this, Ren Suqiong was delighted. She thought about it carefully and understood Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's style of doing things was too extreme in the Holy Church. And a place like Xuandu Temple obviously could not accommodate Ji Changsheng. So it was reasonable for Ji Changsheng to want to escape from the mysterious and become a saint. But even if he came to the Holy Church, he had to remind Ji Changsheng frequently to be more restrained in his behavior. On the first day of the CNN investigation team's arrival, they were directly dealt with by the subject of the investigation. Ren Suqiong had never heard of such a thing in the 5,000 years of cultivation. Before, it was mostly assassinations. Ji Changsheng directly turned the tables and investigated the CNN investigation team. It really opened Ren Suqiong's eyes. What opened her eyes even more was yet to come. Looking at the group of people headed by Du Rongli, Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Sister Qingqing, have you noticed the unconcealable aura of the demon cult on these people? Yu Qingqing told the truth. I really don't have that. Half of these people are ordinary people. And the other half are at most at the level of qi refining or foundation building. The disciples of the demon cult are not so weak. Ji Changsheng felt that Sister Qingqing was too honest, and patiently persuaded her. That's possible. Yu Qingqing sighed lightly and said helplessly, Cha Sheng, let's go to the back to talk. She had to have a good talk with Ji Changsheng. It really wouldn't work if you did that. She couldn't cover it up. And neither could the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Sister Qingqing, there is nothing to hide. Why go to the back? Just say it here. Yu Qingqing. Cha Sheng. Don't you feel that since you came to Shenghua, there have been too many demons in Shenghua? The emperor is a demon. The prince of the East Palace is a demon. The princess is a demon. And now this group of people has become demons again. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but complain. The demon doesn't even know that it has trained so many people. The 4 members of the demon nodded subconsciously. They really don't know. Ji Changsheng asked, Sister Qingqing, you are not a demon. How do you know that the demon doesn't know? Yu Qingqing couldn't refute. Ji Changsheng continued, take Du Zongxing for example. We found a letter of loyalty written by Du Zongxing to Ren Suqiong at Ren Suqiong's place of residence. Ji Changsheng took out a letter and handed it to Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing's expression became more complicated after reading it, and she handed it to Prince Jiao. Prince Jiao was kneeling to read it. Fairy Ren has a beautiful body and a beautiful face. Zongxing has admired her for a long time. I am willing to be a running dog under the fairy's door, and I will serve the fairy from now on, and I will not refuse even if I die. This. Prince Jiao looked at Du Zongxing, who was struggling on the ground angrily. I didn't believe that this was written by Du Zongxing. Du Zongxing said angrily, Ji Changsheng, how did you get the letter I wrote to Fairy Ren? Puff. Prince Jiao looked at Du Zongxing in astonishment. Yu Qingqing reacted the fastest, looking at Du Zongxing's closed mouth. Her face was dark. Ji Changsheng could even imitate other people's voices. As expected, she is a talent valued by Sister Shi and the teacher. Secretly, the 3 members of the demon cult looked at Ren Suqiong. Ren Suqiong had a dark face. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you realize that what you said just now was not said by Du Zongxing? His mouth is closed. Meng Zhenzhen. What's the matter with the letter? Ren Suqiong complained. Of course it's fake. How could Du Zongxing write that kind of letter to me? Meng Zhenzhen took a breath. Is this Ji Changsheng really a righteous man? She felt that if Ji Changsheng was a righteous man, she would be a bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Ji Changsheng naturally didn't know what Meng Zhenzhen was thinking. He was making a final judgment on Du Zongxing, Sister Qingqing. The evidence is conclusive, which shows that Du Zongxing had secretly joined the heavenly demon cult a long time ago. What could Yu Qingqing say? She could only watch Ji Changsheng continue to perform. Ji Changsheng continued. Du Zongxing secretly joined the heavenly demon sect. So the Du family certainly cannot remain unscathed. This Du Rongli has an unconcealable bloody aura. And the Du family must be full of bones. We will raid the Du family later. And I believe we will find evidence. Du Rongli said angrily. How can I have a bloody aura? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Above Du Rongli's head, a bloody aura rose into the sky. Yu Qingqing looked up at the sky. Others were also shocked by Ji Changsheng's superb illusion. Only Ji Changsheng himself knew that he really didn't use an illusion this time. It was all real. The evidence is irrefutable. How dare a demon like Du Rongli quibble? It's absurd. Your Majesty treats me as a national hero and asks me to catch the demon from Sheng. I must treat him as a national hero and dare not slack off. Wei Zhongxian. Take Du Rongli away and interrogate him severely. Make sure to search out all the spiritual stones that the Du family secretly looted from the people of Sheng. We can't let the spiritual stones earned by the hard work of the people of Sheng go to the demon cult. Wei Zhongxian received the order. I will obey your Majesty's order. Yes, your Majesty's order. As for the fact that your Majesty is not here at all, don't worry about these details. Since Du Rongli is a demon from the demon cult, these people who are close to Du Rongli, how can they be good people? Ji Changsheng did not bother to find evidence of demons from the demon cult for everyone. Catch them first and investigate them later. Wei Zhongxian. Take them down and investigate them clearly. Remember, your Majesty's order is that we cannot wrongly accuse a good person. And we will never let a demon go. Wei Zhongxian understood the key point that Elder Ji made clear. Never let a demon go. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Zhongxian took all the demons from the demon cult headed by Du Rongli down. Ji Changsheng felt that Du Zongxing was no longer useful. So he said to Chao Ziming, Brother Chao, take Du Zongxing with you and find out the details of his collusion with the demon cult. It would be best if he could spit out the spiritual stones he had eaten. Chao Ziming. I'll try my best. Chao Ziming also left with Du Zongxing. So there were 2 demon cult witches left in the field. One was from Guanyin Temple, and the other was from Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Lu Xingzhen's mentality collapsed. Don't kill me. My father is the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and my master is Yu Jiangxian. Ji Changsheng. If you dare to attack me, my father and master will never let you go. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing strangely. Sister Qingqing, this kind of waste can actually cultivate into a golden elixir. How did she do it? Yu Qingqing. Is it possible that she is not a waste, but was just scared by you? Yu Qingqing asked herself that she was better than Lu Xingzhen. But if she stood on the opposite side of Ji Changsheng, she would also collapse after being manipulated by Ji Changsheng and taking the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband to make tea. This is really not Lu Xingzhen's fault. Yu Qingqing, who is in the same camp as Ji Changsheng, was stunned by Ji Changsheng's operation. Prince Jiao deeply agreed and sympathized with Lu Xingzhen, but he did not dare to plead for mercy. He learned very quickly and realized that the reason why he did not become a demon-called monster was because he stood in the right team. Otherwise, Lu Xingzhen would be what he is now. The elder said that we should learn from others. Lu Xingzhen is a lesson from the past. Ji Changsheng actually doesn't care whether Lu Xingzhen is a waste or not. Since Lu Xingzhen is the youngest daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and a disciple of Yi Jianxian, her identity as a demon called Demon Girl has been confirmed. And nothing else matters. Ji Changsheng analyzed, Sister Qingqing. This Lu Xingzhen is the disciple of Yi Jianxian. Yi Jianxian has surrendered to Saint Hewan, which means Lu Xingzhen is Saint Hewan's person. Saint Hewan is the saint of the Hewan sect and the wife of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Since Lu Xingzhen is Saint Hewan's person, is it wrong for me to say that she is a demon from the demon sect? Yu Qingqing. It seems to be correct. Very good. Then I have reached a consensus with Sister Qingqing. There are too many undercovers in the heavenly demon sect. Lu Xingzhen is a female cultivator, and is more suitable to be a disciple of the Hewan sect. Sister Qingqing, who is the leader of the disciples in the Jindan realm of the Hewan sect? Yu Qingqing said, there are 4 or 5 outstanding ones. The most popular one now is probably Ming Zhenzhen. Ji Changsheng made the decision. That's right. Hongya. Search Lu Xingzhen's body. She must have Ming Zhenzhen's token on her. These two are close friends and have been in contact for a long time. Hongya. Cha Sheng. Is this necessary? Of course. We Xuandu Temple disciples pay attention to witnesses and physical evidence when we do things. Ji Changsheng said seriously. Things like killing without teaching are the style of evil women like Lu Xingzhen. We can't do that. Hongya was a little moved. Changsheng could have killed people directly, but he still framed them. He was really too kind. Sure enough, Hongya found Ming Zhenzhen's token from Lu Xingzhen. Cha Sheng. This gold hairpin was worn by Ming Zhenzhen before. It must be a witness of their friendship. Lu Xingzhen's eyes were red. In secret, Ming Zhenzhen's 3 views also exploded. I don't know Lu Xingzhen. The Huaquan sect disciple said faintly. We know, Ming Zhenzhen said in a trance. I was framed by the righteous people. And it was so blatant. I was so angry. Has the Hewan sect's disciples fallen to this point now? Yidian Hong suggested, Fairy Ming. Do you want to come out and explain? Ming Zhenzhen. This Yidian Hong is not any better. If she dared to come out and explain, Ji Changsheng would immediately make it an ironclad evidence of collusion with Lu Xingzhen. Ji Changsheng. You bastard. You can always find excuses to accuse someone. You are framing her openly. When has Lu Xingzhen ever been bullied like this? She was already extremely angry. But Ji Changsheng was even angrier than her, which? You came to Xinghua this time. On the surface, you came to investigate my assassination. But in fact, you made things difficult for me according to the arrangement of the Hewan sect. You also tried to collude with the hidden demons of the demon sect in Xinghua, and secretly transported the blood and sweat spirit stones of the people of Xinghua to the Hewan sect. Such behavior is simply outrageous to both humans and gods. At this point, Ji Changsheng was furious again, and spat out a mouthful of blood. But the tall figure of Elder Ji was forever engraved in the hearts of many people. Sister Qingqing, Prince Jiao, you are all witnesses. This witch from the Hewan sect has evil intentions. Fortunately, you two are very observant, and let me discover her true face in time. Yu Qingqing, Prince Jiao. Ji Changsheng continued, since Lu Xingzhen has already defected to the Hewan sect, and Chao Yutian has a spiritual stone transaction with the Assassin's League, I think the Xinghua branch of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce cannot be kept. In the name of your Majesty and the CNN investigation team, take action against the Xinghua branch of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. As long as Ji is here, the blood and sweat spiritual stones of the people of Xinghua will never be allowed to flow to the demon cult. Without waiting for Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao to speak, Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said, "It's a happy decision. The Xianmen investigation team has come, and Ji Changsheng is not going to slowly rectify Shenhua. We need to speed up." The branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua was raided. The spiritual stones seized were enough to raise the happiness index of the people of Shenhua to a new level. Solve the problems of Shenhua quickly, so as to avoid the old ones coming after the younger ones are beaten. Ji Changsheng estimated that the elders behind the Xianmen investigation team would not give him too much time. The master of the temple could not cover up for too long. Everything should be done as soon as possible. Now there is only this demon woman in Guaning Temple. Ji Changsheng slammed the table and angrily scolded, "Tell me the truth. Which demon sect are you an undercover from?" Sheng Jiayan witnessed Ji Changsheng's methods throughout the whole process. From being confused, to being shocked, to being angry, to being terrified, and now. Sheng Jiayan took a deep breath. "Elder Ji, I am willing to point out the collusion between Lu Xingzhen and Meng Zhenzhen, and also the cooperation between Du Zongxing and Ren Suqiong. I was blinded by the demons of the demon cult. Fortunately, Elder Ji pointed it out, and I saw the truth." Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing. "This is to surrender. He is a smart man. Do you want to accept him as a dog?" He didn't know Sheng Jiayan well enough, so he asked Yu Qingqing's opinion. Yu Qingqing hesitated for a moment and whispered, "You killed her father." Ji Changsheng was instantly furious. The demon girl of the demon cult, who changes her course according to the wind, is indeed the style of Cihong, and is inherited from the same lineage. During the conferred god tribulation, Taoist Cihong was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect under the tutelage of Yuanshi Tianwang. But seeing that the situation of the Chan sect was not good, Taoist Cihong decisively surrendered to the embrace of the Western sect, and became one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Western sect. Sheng Jiayan's current behavior of surrendering to the enemy is quite like the style of the founder of the Guaning Temple. Ji Changsheng would certainly not make the same mistake his father made. Sheng Jiayan was anxious. "Elder Ji, I came to Sheng country to cut off my worldly ties. Elder Ji cut off my worldly ties for me, and gave me a new life. We have no hatred. Is that so?" Ji Changsheng nodded and gave Sheng Jiayan a chance. "Come, take this tonic, Sheng Jiayan. Then attack the Sheng country branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and you will be the vanguard." Ji Changsheng played a soft-hearted game. Give you a chance to redeem yourself and make meritorious contributions. Chapter 114. A group of heroes fighting for supremacy? A single flower stands out. Cha Sheng, you are such a good person. You know she is a demon girl from the demon sect, but you are willing to give her a chance to reform. The person who spoke was Ying Hongye. Everyone looked at this shameless woman in shock. Ying Hongye's originally pale face was now very rosy. Shy. She swore to the heavens that she didn't want to say these shameless words. But Ji Changsheng sent her a message. What if she didn't cooperate with Ji Changsheng and Changsheng used illusions on her? It's a small matter to make tea with by Shizhi's ashes. What Ying Hongye feared most was that Ji Changsheng would give her the medicine of the Hahuan sect. When the time came, she would take the initiative to seek sex with Ji Changsheng. And then she would have to apologize to Ji Changsheng and ruin his innocence. That would be terrible. So she could only let her fellow Taoists die instead of me. Compared to Sheng Jiayan's life or death, her own innocence was more important. Ying Hongye restrained her moral integrity and said, "Nonsense, seriously. The father of this demon girl once tried to harm you. Cha Sheng, you not only did not retaliate against her, but also repaid her with kindness, and even did not care about the revenge for her father's murder. Cha Sheng, you are really kind-hearted." Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. "Hongye, you are right. As everyone knows, my biggest problem is that I am soft-hearted." Lu Xingzhen couldn't help it and retched. It was really unbearable to listen. But Sheng Jiayan didn't vomit. On the contrary, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the tonic given to her by Ji Changsheng. The difference was immediately judged. Ji Changsheng commented, "This is why Princess Yang can still be saved. But Lu Xingzhen is deeply possessed by the devil and cannot be saved. People with bad brains are only fit to be demons of the demon cult." The 4 great geniuses of the demon cult in the dark all felt insulted. But no one dared to come forward to refute. If they came forward, they would immediately become Lu Xingzhen's besties. Sheng Jiayan didn't want to be with Lu Xingzhen. So after she took the tonic, she was completely determined. "Thank you, Elder Ji, for your magnanimity. I am willing to be the pioneer in destroying the Tantian Chamber of Commerce." Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Yu Qingqing was somewhat moved and sent a message to Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, this woman is too cruel to herself. You have to be careful. Ji Changsheng felt the same way. Fortunately, the tonic he gave Sheng Jiayan contained the devilish desire of the Devil Desire Sutra. Ji Changsheng didn't know whether Guanyin Temple had a solution, but he had specially asked the Holy Lady of Hehuan for advice before. At least in Shenghua, this method is absolutely unsolvable. So there is no need to worry about Sheng Jiayan's betrayal for the time being. As for what will happen after leaving Sheng country, it all depends on the methods of Guanyin Temple and Sheng Jiayan's awakening. If Sheng Jiayan can always turn back from her wrong path and remain grateful to him, then Ji Changsheng doesn't mind helping Sheng Jiayan completely cut off her worldly ties, and even helping her get promoted in Guanyin Temple. Otherwise, he can only send Sheng Jiayan to see her old father. It's okay. I believe Princess Yin has really woken up, and there is no future for her to follow the demon cult. Only by standing on the side of the righteous path and doing justice can we usher in light, Ji Changsheng said. Sheng Jiayan nodded vigorously. Elder Ji's words are righteous. Jiayan will learn from you. No matter what Ji Changsheng said, she now has only one answer. Elder Ji is right. I regret coming to cut off my worldly ties. Sheng Jiayan can only keep reminding herself mentally that what she just took was regret medicine. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to persist in her Taoism. Sheng Jiayan, are you crazy? The real demon cult which Lu Xingzhen could not accept Sheng Jiayan's whitewashing. You actually succumb to a demon like Ji Changsheng. Aren't you afraid of humiliating the reputation of Guanyin Temple? A murderous intent flashed in Sheng Jiayan's eyes. She was indeed afraid. Guanyin Temple is a righteous sect, and all the monks trained are compassionate, at least in name. Once her behavior of joining the enemy when she can't beat them gets out, she will definitely be spurned by Guanyin Temple. The righteous sect can be shabby in private, but it must be open and above board in public. So the news must not be spread. Thinking of this, Sheng Jiayan said decisively, Elder Ji, Lu Xingzhen is deeply possessed by the devil and is hopeless. Since we are going to attack the branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua, why not kill Lu Xingzhen as a sacrifice? Ji Changsheng was so good. Isn't it a bit too bloody? Ji Changsheng asked. God is merciful. I still hope to give Lu Xingzhen a chance to turn over a new leaf. What if she can help us persuade Xiao Yutian to surrender? You're dreaming. Lu Xingzhen showed the toughness of a sword fairy disciple, Ji Changsheng. My father is the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and my master is Yi Jianxian. Since I came to Shenghua, I have not done anything illegal. You dare to kill me just by framing me? Lu Xingzhen didn't believe it. The princess who grew up being loved by thousands of people still couldn't see the cold and harsh world outside until now. It can be seen that this demon cult which is spoiled on weekdays. Ji Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Yu Qingqing nodded. She is the youngest daughter of the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. She has been loved by thousands of people since she was a child. Everyone holds her in high esteem. And she is also the disciple of Yi Jianxian. Several of Yi Jianxian's disciples are also her suitors. Princess syndrome is caused by being spoiled or licked by men. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. Ji Changsheng, do you know the background of our Tantian Chamber of Commerce? If you let me go now, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, Xuandu Temple can't protect you. Even Linglong Fairy dare not come forward to protect you. I mean what I say. Ji Changsheng sighed faintly. It sounds like there is really a background of his third uncle behind the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. It's not surprising. The third uncle advocated a teaching without distinction. During the peak period of the Jeju, it was known that thousands of immortals came to pay homage, and the momentum was several times greater than that of the current heaven. The heavenly court only had 365 righteous gods after the conferred god tribulation, while the Jeju dared to gather thousands of immortals before the conferred god tribulation. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, and at least half of these thousands of immortals are demons and monsters. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Jeju is half a demon sect. So the style of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce really looks like something done by the disciples of the Jeju. The more this happens, the more he cannot stay. He looked at Sheng Jiayan. Sheng Jiayan understood what Ji Changsheng meant. He wanted her to take action. Use Lu Xingzhen's head as a token of his loyalty. Sheng Jiayan hesitated for a second, but the idea of better death than death prevailed. A willow branch appeared in Sheng Jiayan's hand, and the next moment, she hit Lu Xingzhen. Lu Xingzhen immediately shut up and fainted. But it was just a fainting. And the cultivation was abolished. The person did not really die. Ji Changsheng frowned. Show mercy to the demon sect monster? Sheng Jiayan explained. Lu Xingzhen must have a soul lamp in Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And her father and teacher are both great men in the world. If she gets into trouble in Shenghua, if the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce and Yi Jianxian come directly in anger, even if Linglong Fairy stops them, the situation will definitely get out of hand. No one dared to disobey the Linglong sword order easily. But if his daughter died, it might indeed drive the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce crazy. Ji Changsheng knew that Sheng Jiayan was still scared. This was human nature. After thinking about it, he did not continue to insist on killing Lu Xingzhen now. It was indeed not suitable to overturn the table completely now. And if Lu Xingzhen died, it was estimated that Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao would be scared to death. After leaving Shenghua, it would not be too late for Tianma sect or Xuandu Temple to declare a direct war against Tantian Chamber of Commerce before killing. That day would not be too late. What you said makes sense. So I will do as you say. Ji Changsheng humbly accepted the advice, prepare well, and send troops to the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in half an hour. Plop! Sheng Jiayan knelt directly in front of Ji Changsheng, her expression unable to hide her astonishment. Half an hour later? Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao were also shocked. Yu Qingqing exclaimed, Changsheng, why do you have to hurry so fast? Ji Changsheng said seriously, speed is the essence of war, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Tantian Chamber of Commerce is well informed. Although I have sealed the palace, maybe Tantian Chamber of Commerce will get the news tomorrow morning. Let's take advantage of today to solve the evil sect's stronghold of Shenghua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. After a pause, Ji Changsheng told the truth. After all, it is difficult for normal people to think that I dare to make such a big move on the first day of the CNN investigation team's arrival in Shenghua. Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao looked at each other in silence. Normal people really can't think of it. Not to mention normal people. Yu Qingqing dared to swear on her life. And abnormal people like Li Changxi couldn't think of it either. This is the first day of the CNN investigation team. Is Ji Changxing's work efficient enough for a human? Some of the top leaders of the 5 major immortal sects might have thought that Ji Changsheng would not be obedient. And the master of the temple had a deep understanding of Ji Changxing's character. But who could have thought that Ji Changsheng would dare to take over on the first day of the immortal sect investigation team's arrival? And even be so arrogant as to attack the Shenghua branch of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Yu Qingqing and Prince Jiao actually subconsciously agreed with Ji Changxing's opinion. The Shenghua branch of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce was attacked today. And the Tantian Chamber of Commerce really couldn't react. If the Tantian Chamber of Commerce could react, it would be abnormal. But Yu Qingqing really couldn't stand Ji Changxing's work efficiency. Cha Sheng, come with me. She had to have a good talk with Ji Changsheng. It's not that she couldn't be an enemy of Du Zongsheng and the others. Her true trial was also to sacrifice Du Zongsheng to the heaven. But Ji Changsheng was so brave that Yu Qingqing couldn't stand it. Let's take it slowly. The ban of Fairy Linglong lasts for a year. Why rush? Yu Qingqing did not give Ji Changsheng a chance to refuse, and pulled Ji Changsheng to the back of the hall. Ji Changsheng knew that he really had to persuade Yu Qingqing. After all, he would need Yu Qingqing's help when he attacked the Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. So he did not refuse. After a while, Yu Qingqing set up a shielding barrier to ensure that it would not be eavesdropped by outsiders. And then said to Ji Changsheng seriously, Junior brother Ji, I call Masterly's sister. My teacher is the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. We should be family members. Of course. Ji Changsheng likes to make friends very much. He regards Prince Jiao as a close friend. Not to mention that Yu Qingqing is from the same school as him. Ji Changsheng added, Senior sister specifically told me to take care of Sister Qingqing in Shenghua. Yu Qingqing. She didn't dare to ask for Ji Changxing's care. She just hoped that Ji Changsheng would let her be less frightened. Cha Sheng. Let's talk behind closed doors. I'll be frank. You are so brazen in suppressing the investigation team of the Immortal Sect. We, Xuandu Temple, can't protect you. Yu Qingqing said sincerely, the temple master can't bear this kind of pressure. You will be in trouble then. We are not right at all. Ji Changsheng nodded. I know. Yu Qingqing. You know you still do this? Ji Changsheng said calmly. I did it on purpose. Yu Qingqing was speechless. Ji Changsheng explained. Bai Shiji has been proven to have committed many evil deeds after I killed him. It is untenable to make a fuss about Bai Shiji's ashes. When the major sects put pressure on Xuandu Temple, the temple master will have no choice but to abandon me. Then you, Ji Chansheng and Yu Qingqing exchange their true feelings. Sister Qingqing, we are family. I won't hide it from you. I actually have another mission. This time I came to Xinghua. The open mission is to help Xinghua's totem turn into a dragon and improve the overall luck of the human race. Privately, the temple master also gave me a special mission to go undercover in the heavenly demon sect. Yu Qingqing was instantly moved. I guessed that you had a special mission. But it turned out to be an undercover in the heavenly demon sect. Yes, if you do this, you will indeed be punished by the temple. And then you can join the heavenly demon sect naturally. And your behavior is in line with the style of the heavenly demon sect. Yu Qingqing understood everything. The look she gave Ji Chansheng was completely different from before. Chansheng, you are sacrificing too much by doing this. And there will be great danger. Yu Qingqing reminded, others will not know your special mission. And other sects may even send experts to hunt you down. I still suggest that you restrain yourself. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, Sister Qingqing, you Lao Mo and He Huan Saint are not easy to deal with. If I don't do things in an extreme way, how can I gain their trust? Only if I keep my current style of doing things. They won't guess that I went undercover in the heavenly demon sect because I accepted the mission from the temple. Yu Qingqing smiled bitterly. If you do this, they will not suspect that you are an undercover. After all, Xuandu Temple does not dare to declare war on Tontian Chamber of Commerce casually. But in this way, you may not be able to come back. That's not important. What's important is, I will take root in the heavenly demon sect, so that Xuandu Temple will have the opportunity to get first-hand information about the heavenly demon sect. Even after Fairy Linglong ascends, Xuandu Temple will be safer with me. Since I have chosen this path, I have no intention of turning back. Even if I am in the dark, I will always be inclined to the light. But I have to blacken myself and make my methods darker. As for the misunderstanding of me caused by the world, how can the world be as expected? But I just want to be at peace with my conscience. Don't say it. Yu Qingqing hugged Ji Chansheng in her arms. Ji Changqing's great personality moved her deeply. She must give Ji Chansheng a warm hug. Otherwise she felt sorry for Ji Changqing's sacrifice. I understand. Chansheng, I will cooperate with you in whatever you need me to do. Ji Chansheng didn't expect the effect to be so good. Sure enough, sincerity is the biggest killer. She and Yu Qingqing exchanged sincerity with each other. And Yu Qingqing instantly saw his upright and noble character. Ji Chansheng said patiently, Sister Qingqing, you don't need to take the initiative to do anything. And you can even stop me at the right time. In front of others, we are not the same kind of people. And you will be very dissatisfied with my radical style of behavior. In this way, when I leave the heavenly demon sect later, Sister Qingqing will be able to clear the blame. In addition, I will leave Du Zongqing's life to Sister Qingqing and help you complete the true test. Yu Qingqing's eyes were red. And the hug was full of true love. You are busy with so many things. And you still care about my true test. Ji Chansheng explained, Sister Qingqing, you don't have to be particularly moved. Just being moved is okay. I am also thinking about myself. If you take over as the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall of Xuandu Temple in the future, I will be much safer in the Tianma sect. I am relieved to have you in charge of the sect's magic sword. If it were someone else, I would be worried that they would issue a mission to hunt me down. Chansheng, don't worry. With me here, you will never be attacked by Xuandu Temple. Yu Qingqing said solemnly. Ji Chansheng made such a great sacrifice for the temple. If she issues another mission to hunt down Ji Chansheng, is she still a human being? Ji Chansheng pointed out, Sister Qingqing, you still have to pretend on the surface. At that time, you could assign some tasks against me to some disciples who are obviously weaker than me. Or assign me the scums that you are not convenient to deal with. Although our disciples of Xuandu Temple are generally good, the Bai family has mixed a lot of sand in the temple in the past few years. And there are also many undercovers from other sects on the mountain. It is not convenient for you to deal with these people, Sister Qingqing. But I can help you and eliminate the internal ghosts hidden in our Xuandu Temple. Yu Qingqing opened the door to a new world. Can it be operated this way? Yes, it can be operated this way. As a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, it is reasonable for junior brother Ji to kill the disciples of Xuandu Temple. Even the sects behind these undercovers would not think that she deliberately sent them to die. Everyone would think it was an accident. And she and Ji Chansheng joined forces. And there is hope that the hidden dangers inside Xuandu Temple will be completely wiped out. Of course, the key point is that those who stayed were their own people who supported them. Yu Qingqing is not Chao Ziming, and her mind is not so pure. But she was still moved by Ji Chongqing's righteous heart that looked up to Xuandu in the demon cult. Cha Sheng. I am not the kind of person who makes empty promises. We will see the heart of a person over time. Yu Qingqing's voice was firm. Ji Chongsheng can't always be asked to pay unilaterally. She also has to think carefully about what she can bring to Ji Chongsheng. Not only out of the necessity of cooperation, but also out of admiration for Ji Chongsheng. It's just that she received too many shocks today, and Yu Qingqing needs time to digest. When Ji Chongsheng and Yu Qingqing exchanged their true hearts, the 4 members of the demon cult were also whispering. What should we do? Yidianhong was already confused. He came to fight Du Zongxing at the peak. As a result, the opponent died before the sword was properly worn. Although he is not dead yet, he is worse than death. Meng Zhenjin urged, Brother Hong, go and rescue Du Zongxing, and then have a fair fight with him. Yidianhong. A demon girl is a demon girl. He is not a fool. What's the point of a fair fight for a killer? Besides, if he rescues Du Zongxing now, it will only make Du Zongxing die faster. It can also confirm Du Zongxing's identity as a demon from the demon cult. Yidianhong thinks Du Zongxing is already miserable, and he doesn't want to add insult to injury. Ren Suqiong complained to Meng Zhenjin, why don't you rescue Lu Xingzhen? Lu Xingzhen is the daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, and she is also the disciple of Yi Jianxian. It is said that Yi Jianxian has surrendered to the Holy Lady of Ahuan, so it is completely reasonable for you to rescue Lu Xingzhen. Meng Zhenjin said, I really thought about taking action. With the generosity of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, if I can really rescue Lu Xingzhen, at least I don't have to worry about the resources for practicing to the state of transformation. Why don't you take action? Meng Zhenjin said the truth, I'm afraid of Ji Chongsheng. Ren Suqiong. Meng Zhenjin said dimly, even if it's you. Ren Suqiong. You just make me feel that your strength is temporarily better than mine. Give me time. I can catch up with you sooner or later. But Ji Chongsheng makes me feel scared. Unless it's necessary. I don't want to be his enemy. He has a background. He has strength. He has means. He is so vicious and cruel. If it's not necessary, Meng Zhenjin would be stupid to offend such a person. The people in the demon sect are just bad, not stupid. And compared with Ji Chongsheng, Meng Zhenjin feels that the people in the demon sect are not bad. She is obviously a kind family. Even if she was framed by Ji Chongsheng, she decided to be tolerant and forgive Ji Chongsheng for his disrespect to her. What about Huangquan sect? Ji Chongsheng killed the crown prince of Shenghua, who was trained by Huangquan sect. Ren Suqiong looked at the Huangquan sect disciple, who had never revealed his name. The other party left the palace silently without saying a word. Whoever wants to take revenge can do so. To be honest, before he came to Shenghua, the elders really told him to take Ji Chongqing's life if he had the chance. If he could accomplish this, he would even be promoted to a true disciple. He had an idea before. Now, he thinks it's good to be alive. If there is a chance, he will take action again. But now is definitely not the chance. Yidianhong was a little unwilling. The young generation of the cultivation world gathered in Shenghua, and the heroes competed for hegemony. Is it going to end like this? This was not the script he had expected. Meng Zhenjin looked at Ji Chongsheng, who was talking to Yu Qingqing in the distance. Although she didn't know what the two were talking about, her eyes suddenly brightened. Then she smiled and pursed her red lips. It's okay for Ahuan sect disciples to have lower cultivation than the descendants of Tianma sect. It's not the end of the world if their methods are not as good as those of Xuandu Temple disciples. They have their own methods. You guys continue to chat. I'll go and formally meet Ji Chongsheng. Meng Zhenjin was ready to show her true self. Yidianhong was surprised. Are you crazy? Good and evil cannot coexist. You want to meet Xuandu Temple disciples? Meng Zhenjin smiled. Brother Hong, do you really think Ji Chongsheng is that kind of pedantic righteous disciple? Yidianhong. Meng Zhenjin chuckled. Compared with him, I look more like a righteous person. Besides, who would refuse to meet the witch of Ahuan sect? At the end, Meng Zhenjin exuded overwhelming confidence. In terms of strength, she is not as good as Ren Suqiong. But in terms of charm, she thinks she beats him. What's the point of a group of heroes fighting for supremacy? We want Ji Chongsheng from the Ahuan sect. Meng Zhenjin left a pink laugh and then appeared directly in the hall. Ming Xinjin from the Hahuan sect. Nice to meet you all. The others were shocked. Ming Xinjin greeted them very politely. I heard that a close friend of mine fell into your hands. I can be a witness to prove this. Are you interested in cooperating? Yes. Cooperation. She figured it out. The first person in the Golden Core is the battlefield where Ren Suqiong and Du Zongxing compete for the top spot. Yudian Hong wants to assassinate Du Zongxing and Ren Suqiong to establish his own reputation as a legendary assassin. She is different. Disciples of the Hahuan sect do not need to fight for the first place in the world. As long as the first place in the world is their servant. If the other party does not want to be their servant, then she can do the opposite. In terms of love between men and women, the bottom line of Hahuan sect disciples is very flexible. It is not shameful to surrender to a stronger person. What's more, the struggle for hegemony among the heroes now seems to have become a joke. Only by taking down Ji Changsheng can they become the final winner. Ming Xinjin keenly discovered that Ji Changsheng's actions were too radical, and Xuandu Temple might not be able to protect him. And the Hahuan sect welcomes the abandoned disciples of Xuandu Temple very much. Yudian Hong did not keep up with Ming Xinjin's rhythm. It was not until Ming Xinjin spoke that he reacted. And then it was hard to say. Ming Xinjin, surrendered to the enemy? Ren Suqiong's eyes also turned cold. The Hahuan sect's demon girl actually competed with her for a man. Although she was competing on behalf of the Hahuan sect and the Holy Church. But whether it was a private person or a sect, she would not allow Ming Xinjin to snatch the man she valued in front of her. She wants to win over Ji Changsheng for the Hahuan sect. And she is willing to sacrifice her beauty for this. Ren Suqiong said coldly. Yudian Hong. It's too outrageous. Outrageous? Ren Suqiong said in a deep voice. If she can persuade Ji Changsheng to rebel, Ming Xinjin's contribution will be enough for her to be promoted to the true transmission. Yudian Hong couldn't refute it. Ren Suqiong glanced at Yudian Hong and said lightly, I heard that Ji Changsheng also joined the Assassin's League. Yudian Hong shook her head and said, there are indeed such rumors. But Ji Changsheng did not pay homage to the boss. He can only be regarded as an extra staff assassin and has not been truly recognized by the League. Ren Suqiong reminded, if you can convince Ji Changsheng to join the Assassin's League and then break through the nascent soul realm, won't you be one step closer to becoming a gold medal assassin? Yudian Hong's heart moved. The 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassin's League are replaced. According to rumors, only when you are promoted to a gold medal assassin can you choose to completely retire after completing certain tasks, or get personal guidance from the Sword Immortal. Becoming a gold medal assassin is also Yudian Hong's goal. If he can successfully persuade Ji Changsheng to join his lineage, he will indeed make great contributions. Fairy Ren, are you also interested in Ji Changsheng? Yudian Hong heard the key point. Ren Suqiong said calmly, talents are rare. People like him cannot be tolerated by Xuandu Temple. As long as he does not die, he will definitely be a member of us in the future. Therefore, the Holy Church welcomes him. After saying this, Ren Suqiong also appeared in the hall in her true form. She didn't mind persuading Yudian Hong to compete for Ji Changsheng together, because she had absolute confidence in persuading Ji Changsheng to join the Holy Church. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. There is no better place in the world than the Holy Church, and no force can offer a better price than the Holy Church. The scramble from all sides shows the sincerity of the Holy Church. Ren Suqiong is not interested in fame, wealth, status, and worldly affairs of the Church. As long as Ji Changsheng is willing to join the Holy Church, she is even willing to assist Ji Changsheng to become the leader of the Holy Church. In this way, who can compete with her? Thinking of this, Ren Suqiong smiled slightly. Ren Suqiong of the Holy Church. Meet Elder Ji. Elder Ji will hunt Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and the Holy Church is willing to lend a hand. What will be the result of Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect joining forces? The Shenghua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce is about to become the first lucky person to answer the question. Chapter 115, We all have a bright future. Ji Changsheng was still in the back hall exchanging sincerity with Yu Qingqing. He saw Ming Xinjin and Ren Suqiong appear, but he did not go out to meet them, because at this time, he was hugging Yu Qingqing. From Yu Qingqing's warm embrace, he smelled a familiar fragrance, which made Ji Changsheng's heart move. The 2 demon sect witches are not important. Ji Changsheng is still more concerned about the righteous fairy. Especially this righteous fairy's surname is Yu. Sister Qingqing, are you on good terms with Fairy Linglong? Ji Changsheng asked softly. Yu Qingqing came back to her senses. Let go of Ji Changsheng. and asked in surprise, Cha Sheng. Why do you ask? My story is no secret in the mountain. The Yu family was wiped out that year. I am the only blood relative of Fairy Linglong. But I am already a distant relative. So I can't be considered a direct descendant of Fairy Linglong. In all these years in the mountain, I have only met Fairy Linglong 3 times. The implication is that the relationship with Fairy Linglong is just like that. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Ji Chongsheng thought that Tontian sect master was his third uncle. But he and his third uncle's disciples still had conflicts repeatedly. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Which is very reasonable. He is close to his third uncle. But the evil demons under his third uncle's disciples can only be regarded as distant relatives. Not worth mentioning. Here comes the question. Sister Qingqing. My 5 senses are more developed than those of ordinary cultivators. So I must have some special talents. Yu Qingqing became more and more confused. What do you mean? Ji Chongsheng looked at Yu Qingqing. His eyes full of inquiry. The fragrance on your body is the same as that of Fairy Linglong. Yu Qingqing. He hesitated to speak. Can people smell this? Why didn't she feel it? After a long silence, Yu Qingqing complained. Fairy Linglong had picked 3 snow lotuses on the top of Kunlun Mountain before. The fragrance of snow lotuses lasted for a long time, and it also had the effect of clearing the mind and concentrating the spirit. So she gave me some. But ordinary people can't smell it at all. Ji Chongsheng. Are you the reincarnation of Shaoyan Dog? Kunlun is a holy mountain. But it is not in this world. It is the projection of Kunlun Mountain in the prehistoric fairyland. Those who can go to Kunlun Mountain are all the most powerful people in the world. And they are basically from the 3 pure ones. Because Yushu Palace is located in Kunlun Mountain. Yushu Palace is the Taoist temple of Yuanshe Tianwang. In other words, Kunlun Mountain is the old house of the 3 pure ones. In other words, this is Ji Chongsheng's hometown. So Sister Qingqing admits that she has a good relationship with Fairy Linglong? Yu Qingqing said helplessly. Fairy Linglong did give me some special treatment a few times. But I will never admit it after I leave. Don't talk nonsense. Fairy Linglong must be fair and just. And must not be partial. Especially since I am still competing for the qualification to be in charge of the sect's magic sword. Once people know that Fairy Linglong has privately instructed me, other disciples will definitely feel unfair. Ji Chongsheng smiled. Don't worry, Sister Qingqing. I'm very tight-lipped. He is also very thoughtful. On the surface, Fairy Linglong must be fair and just. But in fact, the Bai family had a special status before Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple did not have enough qualifications, prestige, or even strength, and was supported by Fairy Linglong. Fair and just? What a joke. Fairy Linglong is invincible in the world. No matter what she does, the people below will praise her for being fair and just. It's just a backdoor for a clan member. What's so shameful about it? Although Ji Chongsheng had only met Fairy Linglong a few times, he didn't think Fairy Linglong was someone who cared about such small details. The #1 person in the world would not, and did not need to worry so much. So, the relationship between Yu Qingqing and Fairy Linglong was closer and more complicated than he saw. Ji Chongsheng smiled and hugged Yu Qingqing again. Sister Qingqing. Scold me. Ah? Yu Qingqing couldn't keep up with Ji Chongsheng's thoughts. Ji Chongsheng explained, I used an illusion. And now what people outside see is that the 2 of us are arguing. Yu Qingqing turned on the shielding and muting. And people outside couldn't hear what they were saying. Ji Chongsheng added a layer of illusion to her work. So if people outside peeked at them, they would see that the 2 were still discussing at the beginning. Then it turned into a heated discussion. And finally they quarreled. He was going to the Heavenly Demon sect. In his plan, Yu Qingqing would become the law enforcement elder of Xuandu Temple. Of course, they had to be mortal enemies on the surface. The preparation work can start now. Yu Qingqing finds it difficult to comment on this. Are the young people nowadays evolving so fast? Ji Chongsheng. The disciples of Xuandu Temple cannot act as recklessly as the demon sect. As long as the result is good. What does the means matter? Process justice is also important. Yu Qingqing. Have you become stupid because of practicing Taoism? Those who believe in the process died in the end. And those who believe in the result are now living well. Anyway, I am the leader of the CNN investigation team this time. And I don't agree with you doing this. Sorry, Sister Qingqing. I don't mean to look down on you. I just want to ask sincerely, is it important whether you agree or not? You? What do you mean by me? I'm only giving you a little face because your last name is Yu. Do you think you are Yu Linglong? Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing with a defiant look on his face. The illusion and silence spells had naturally dissipated. The quarrel just now happened to be heard by people outside. And Ji Changsheng's words made many people amazed. This guy is really fierce. Yu Qingqing. Let alone you. What about you Linglong? I killed her husband anyway. So you teach me how to do things? Ji Changsheng sneered and left, leaving Yu Qingqing shaking with anger on the spot. Although it was a play. But why did this guy seem less and less like acting the more he listened? Ji Changsheng didn't know Yu Qingqing's true thoughts. It didn't matter. The play with Yu Qingqing was almost over. And now he had to take care of the group of people outside. But Ji Changsheng still didn't deal with the two demon cult witches in the first place, because he found that Prince Jiao was kneeling on the ground again. This startled Ji Changsheng, and he quickly helped Prince Jiao up. Brother Jiao, you and I hit it off right away. Why do you have to be so polite? Prince Jiao looked at Yu Qingqing, whose face was ashen, and saw another lesson from the past. He immediately distanced himself from Yu Qingqing. Brother Ji, Yu Qingqing and I are meeting for the first time, and we are not familiar with each other. Really not familiar. Even if they are familiar, they must not be familiar. He saw that Ji Changsheng not only dared to take down Du Zongxing, Sheng Jiayan and Lu Xingzhen on the spot, but if Yu Qingqing did not cooperate, Yu Qingqing would definitely be the next person to be taken down. The team leader is useless. Fellow disciples are not immune to death in front of Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's words are still ringing in my ears. Yu Qingqing. Let alone you. What about you Linglong? I killed her husband anyway. You teach me how to do things? Prince Jiao was frightened into submission. Those elders showed fear when they mentioned Yu Linglong. But Ji Changsheng said, what about Yu Linglong? The difference was immediately clear. Such a fierce man dared not offend. Ji Changsheng comforted, Brother Jiao. It's okay even if you are familiar with Yu Qingqing. You are you. She is her. You are different. After all, she can't be used as material. You are full of treasures. Prince Jiao knelt on the ground again with a thump. No need to be afraid. Prince Jiao's body is a dragon. He is really full of treasures. And it tastes good no matter how it is fried. Deep-fried, stir-fried or steamed. Compared with the other 4 people in the CNN investigation team, Prince Jiao is the most valuable in terms of his body. Just kidding. Brother Jiao. I made a slip of the tongue. Ji Changsheng helped Prince Jiao up again. Brother Jiao. My third uncle, when thousands of immortals came to Jiejiao, half of them were demons. Tracing back, I think your ancestors may be disciples of Jieju. I am from the Taiqing lineage, and our 3 religions are one family. So you really don't have to be polite. Ji Changsheng was very sincere. Prince Jiao also tried to explain, Brother Ji. Jieju is too high for me. I am ashamed to say that my lineage has a foothold in the upper realm. But it is actually an abandoned child of the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. Abandoned child of the 4 Seas Dragon Palace? Yes. The Dragon Clan values blood the most. My father, the Dragon Clan has impure blood and has never turned into a dragon. But with the body of a dragon, he overpowers the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. So my father is also a top figure in the prehistoric fairy world. Prince Jiao calmly pointed out his background. But he didn't expect to intimidate Ji Changsheng at all. As long as Ji Changsheng didn't kill him, it would be fine. No matter how powerful his father was, he was still in the prehistoric fairyland. And even in the prehistoric fairyland, his father's power was far inferior to that of the Taiqing lineage. The most important thing was that his father's current situation was not very good. So Prince Jiao had no intention of competing with Ji Changsheng at all, and just wanted to live well. Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and his eyes changed rapidly when he looked at Prince Jiao. He had read Journey to the West. Cross it out. He was the great Emperor Cha Sheng of the South Pole, and he had some understanding of the distribution of power in the prehistoric fairyland. Listening to Prince Jiao's description, his father used the body of a dragon to suppress the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Ji Changsheng held Prince Jiao's hand eagerly. Your father is Jiao Demon King? Prince Jiao nodded, also a little confused. Brother Ji, you actually heard of my father's name? Can the information between the 2 worlds be so smooth now? Ji Changsheng was shocked. I didn't realize that my good brother had such a strong background. After the war between the witches and the demons, the demon race has declined. The great demons of the ancient times have become history. And there are not many demons that can still make a name for themselves now. The Jiao Demon King is one of them. The future Monkey King will have to call Jiao Demon King's second brother when he sees him. No wonder he and Brother Jiao hit it off at first sight. He saw at a glance that Brother Jiao was a kind-hearted demon. Brother Jiao is not enjoying the happiness in the prehistoric fairyland. Why did you come here? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Now that the demon race has declined, the living demon kings, like Jiao Demon King, are already the top bosses of the demon race. Prince Jiao's status is far from enough to be a tyrant in the prehistoric fairyland. But he can be a tyrant in the four seas. Prince Jiao said helplessly. The prehistoric fairyland is more dangerous. Now the Western Church is powerful, and is frantically collecting mounts in the prehistoric fairyland. My father killed 3 arhats of the Western Church and offended the Heavenly Court because of the fight with the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. So he sent me to the lower world to avoid disaster. My father said that if I can't ascend by my own ability, I will stay in the lower world for the rest of my life. The prehistoric fairyland is not suitable for me. Ji Changsheng said decisively. Brother Jiao, don't worry. You and I hit it off at first sight. And your business is my business. As for the Jiao Demon King, I will send a letter to the upper world, asking the Heavenly Court not to trouble him again. Prince Jiao was a little dumbfounded. Brother Ji has a foothold in the prehistoric fairyland? Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Of course. But your realm is too low now. And it's not good for you to know too much. Don't worry. I promise you that your father will not get into trouble. If something happens, I will no longer have you as a brother. Ji Changsheng had no psychological pressure. It was just a mention. When the Jiao Demon King was alive, he and Prince Jiao were good brothers. Now that the Jiao Demon King was dead, would Prince Jiao still dare to trouble him? Okay, Brother Jiao. We will talk about our brotherhood later. I still have to entertain 2 guests. After comforting his good brother, Ji Changsheng looked at the 2 demon sect witches. Needless to say, Ren Suqiong already knew her. But it was the first time he met Meng Zhenzhen. Meng Zhenzhen from the Hahuan sect? Meng Zhenzhen smiled and saluted, with affection in her eyes, rippling like water waves. Meet Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng and Meng Zhenzhen looked at each other. It felt like this woman was using charm. So he quietly activated the Devil Desire Sutra. 1 second later, Ji Changsheng hadn't reacted yet. Meng Zhenzhen's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she groaned and fell down in the hall. Then she blurted out, Master. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, Ren Suqiong trembled all over. Meng Zhenzhen, you are simply unscrupulous. She had previously confidently believed that no sect could offer a better price than the Holy Church. Now she regretted it. The shamelessness of the witch of the Hahuan sect exceeded her imagination. Shouldn't Ji Changsheng be recruited with bribes? Meng Zhenzhen actually put herself in it. And Ren Suqiong really couldn't do it. Meng Zhenzhen also quickly came to her senses. Her face changed slightly, and she tried hard to get up from the ground. Then Ji Changsheng continued to activate the Devil Desire Sutra. Meng Zhenzhen blurted out again, Master, spare my life. Ren Suqiong, take a deep breath. Ren Suqiong quickly recovered her sanity from her anger. She found something wrong. After all, she was a demon girl who had fought with her for several years, so her bottom line would not be so low. Ren Suqiong asked curiously, did your charm backfire? Meng Zhenzhen looked at Ji Changsheng in horror. What's going on? Of course, she had seen people who were not affected by her charm in the Jinan realm, such as Ren Suqiong, and Du Zongxing's disciples of Yidianhong Huangquan sect, including Yu Qingqing, could do it. But not being affected by her charm, and letting her be backfired by it are 2 different concepts. Ren Suqiong's eyes gradually became strange. There are only 2 possibilities for your charm to backfire. The first is that Ji Changsheng has practiced the first magic skill of your Hahuan sect, the Devil's Desire Sutra. This is impossible. Meng Zhenzhen first ruled out the correct answer, except for the saint. No one can cultivate the Demon Desire Sutra. Not even the sect master has done it. That's another possibility. Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Changsheng with amazing eyes. Ji Changsheng, you are really a natural demon cultivator. All the practitioners reacted and looked at Ji Changsheng with extremely strange eyes. Yu Qingqing came from the back hall and took a breath after seeing this scene. Ji Changsheng, your desire is actually several times higher than that of Meng Zhenzhen, a demon girl from the Hahuan sect. You, shameless. Yu Qingqing was a little upset. Originally, she didn't think Ji Changsheng had any thoughts about her. But now it's different. Ji Changsheng is obviously plotting against her. Ji Changsheng is very wronged. He understood what these people meant. The reason why the Hahuan sect's charm can confuse people is that after using the charm, the Hahuan sect disciples are like a drop of ink, and those who are hit are like a blank piece of paper. When ink drops on white paper, it will naturally be stained black. Thus, they will be deceived by the magic of the Hahuan sect disciples. But if the other party is not white paper, but the ocean, when a drop of ink drops into the ocean, it will not even make waves, but will only be melted, decomposed, and swallowed. So, the attack and defense change. Just like now, Meng Zhenjin used magic on Ji Changsheng, but the little witch met the big witch, and was backfired by the magic and became Ji Changsheng's one slave. Whatever Meng Zhenjin can do to those who are deceived by her magic, Ji Changsheng can do 100 times to her. In short, Meng Zhenjin became his toy. Everyone thought it was because Ji Changsheng was too shameless. Only Ji Changsheng knew how wronged he was. For this reason, he had to reveal his shocking secret. Everyone, you have misunderstood me. Is there a possibility that I have cultivated the Devil Desire Sutra? Ji Changsheng swore to the sky that he was telling the truth. But what can I do? Sincerity is always betrayed. Yu Qingqing, Ren Suqiong, and Ing Hongye sneered. Even Meng Zhenjin wanted to sneer, but quickly retracted it. Ing Hongye complained, Changsheng, there is something you don't know. What is it? Back then, Fairy Linglong had a bet with the leader of the Hahuan sect. After she defeated the leader of the Hahuan sect, she read the Devil Desire Sutra. But Fairy Linglong did not cultivate this magic skill. In the world today, only the Saint of Hahuan has cultivated the Devil Desire Sutra. The implication is that if Fairy Linglong has not cultivated the skill, how can you cultivate it? Ji Changsheng, is there a possibility that I am more talented than Fairy Linglong? The three women sneered again. Fairy Linglong is the best in the world, and this cognition is deeply rooted in people's hearts. So far, it has not been shaken. It is surprising enough that a Saint of Hahuan has cultivated the Devil Desire Sutra. No one believes that Ji Changsheng will be the second one. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. He has always been the one who framed others. And this time, he finally tasted the taste of taking the blame. At this moment, he empathized with the victims. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, I'm too lazy to explain. Ji Changsheng once again refreshed his understanding of the power of the Holy Maiden of Hahuan. No wonder the Holy Maiden of Hahuan married into the Heavenly Demon sect, and was still considered the second person of the Hahuan sect. He just activated the Devil Desire Sutra and took down Meng Zhenjin. Although Meng Zhenjin was caught off guard by Ji Changsheng because of her own carelessness, and the other people in the Hahuan sect must have been on guard against the Saint Hahuan. It was absolutely natural for the Saint Hahuan to secretly control some Huan Nu. In addition, the pawns that the Saint Hahuan had planted in other sects. This thigh is thicker than expected. Moreover, the practice of the Devil Desire Sutra is more serious. The upper limit and effect of this technique surprised him a little. Compared with Yoguang Luohuan, the Devil Desire Sutra does not seem to be much worse. Let's talk business. The evidence is solid that Tontian Chamber of Commerce is colluding with the Hahuan sect of the Heavenly Demon sect. Now Fairy Ren and Fairy Ming have come forward to report it. So we have every reason to enforce justice against Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Qingqing really couldn't learn to be so shameless. She pointed at Ren Suqiong and Meng Zhenjin and said, Ji Changsheng, who do you think they are colluding with? Yu Qingqing's heart was shouting. It's okay to call a horse a zebra, but we are a righteous sect. You have to pretend. Ji Changsheng told her that none of that mattered. He directly ignored Yu Qingqing's question and continued, Fairy Ren, you said that the Holy Church also wants to hunt down Tontian Chamber of Commerce. What are the rules? Ren Suqiong nodded and said, the first master of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Yi Jianxian, has surrendered to the wife of the leader. I came to Sheng Country, and the leader ordered me to deal with the Sheng Country branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce on my own. As for the specific rules, I don't care. But I want the Sheng Country branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce to be destroyed. Ren Suqiong said this, and others were not surprised. The conflict between Yu Laoimo and Yi Huan Sheng Nu was no secret in the world. It was natural for Yu Laoimo to kill the people of the Holy Lady of Hahuan. Only Yu Qingqing insisted on asking, Ji Changsheng, are you going to openly collude with the demon cult? Ji Changsheng frowned and said to Ren Suqiong and Meng Zhenjin, Fairy Ren, Fairy Ming, let Yu Qingqing be quiet. Meng Zhenjin took decisive action. Now she has completely become Ji Changqing's toy. She couldn't even think of resisting. Ren Suqiong completely blocked Yu Qingqing's retreat. and then slapped out with a great extinction palm. Not only that, Prince Jiao hesitated for 1,000th of a second, and also decisively punched Yu Qingqing. To make his position clear, I stand on the side of Brother Ji. Yu Qingqing was suppressed in seconds without any suspense. Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing looked at each other. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly, and then Yu Qingqing fainted in Ing Hongye's arms with peace of mind. Ji Changsheng clapped his hands. Very good. Now that there is no trouble, let's get on with business. Fairy Ren wants the Tantian Chamber of Commerce to be completely destroyed in Shenghua. The court can meet this request. And Fairy Ren does not need to thank you. Ren Suqiong. I believe Fairy Ming also thinks so, and will not be interested in the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Ming Zhenzhen, Okay. I understand. Fairy Ming is indeed very righteous, and regards spiritual stones as dirt. In this case, Fairy Ren will complete the leader's task. Fairy Ming will complete my task. And I will complete the task of Xuandu Temple. The people of Shenghua will get the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. The fortune totem of Shenghua will turn into a dragon, and the overall fortune of the human race will be further improved. Ji Changsheng raised the value and raised the significance of getting rid of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Get rid of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and we will all have a bright future. Get started. Chapter 116 in the history. I will continue a page for Emperor Ying. Everyone thought that what Ji Changsheng said made sense. This had nothing to do with Elder Ji's fist. They were simply convinced by Elder Ji. So everyone began to sharpen their swords. On this basis, Sheng Jiayan took the initiative to suggest, Elder Ji, why not let Fairy Ming rescue Lu Xingzhen and escape to Chao Yuntian? And then we will work together inside and outside to break through the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in the shortest time. Ming Zhenzhen nodded. This plan is feasible. Of course it is feasible. After all, it is no secret that Yi Jianxian and Huan Saint are cooperating. The death of the eldest princess has already explained everything. Huan Saint has admitted it, and it is useless for Yi Jianxian to deny it. Ren Suqiong frowned and said, Is it necessary? With our current strength, wouldn't it be easy to defeat the branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua? Ming Zhenzhen worried. What if Tantian Chamber of Commerce is well prepared? Ren Suqiong sneered. Don't make me laugh. Today is the first day of the Xianmen investigation team. Can Tantian Chamber of Commerce prevent Ji Changsheng from attacking them? Do you think the people of Tantian Chamber of Commerce are as abnormal as Ji Changsheng? Ji Changsheng was unhappy. Fairy Ren, you can scold Tantian Chamber of Commerce if you want to. Why do you bring me into the conversation? Ren Suqiong apologized without sincerity. It was an accidental injury. I just want to say that even if Tantian Chamber of Commerce got the news, they would not have time to prepare. This time is not enough to report it up the chain. The cultivators present, Ren Suqiong, Meng Zhenzhen, including Prince Jiao and Ing Hongye, all came from powerful forces. No one knows better than them how complicated the procedures of the major forces are. So Ji Changxing's efficiency of action is refreshing to them. The immortal method in the world can only be broken by speed. The major immortal gates will definitely not be able to react to Ji Changxing's speed. Those who can react are definitely mentally abnormal. Meng Zhenzhen was convinced. It makes sense. The larger the organization, the more complicated the procedures. But if we can solve the branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua at a faster speed and at a lower cost, why must we fight and kill? Ren Suqiong did not refute this. But Ji Changsheng said, of course it is to help Fairy Ren practice. Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng returned the favor. I know that many of Fairy Ren's skills require blood. How can you practice without killing people? Besides, I just want the people of Shenghua to see Tantian Chamber of Commerce burn to the ground. At this point, Ji Changxing's voice became cold. Without the most violent means to destroy Tantian Chamber of Commerce, it is impossible to make the people of Shenghua realize that the sky is completely bright. Many times, it takes a real killing to bring people into a new world. There is no creation without destruction. Ji Changsheng is now sure that he can solve the power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua at the lowest cost. Shenghua is now completely in his hands. But Ji Changsheng pondered again and decided to use the most powerful method. After I found out that the former emperor of Shenghua was a demon from the demon cult, he chose to commit suicide out of shame. The reason why he chose to commit suicide out of shame was because of a sentence I said to him. I told him that all countries have made reforms through bloodshed. Now Shenhua has not heard of anyone shedding blood due to reforms. This is why this country is not prosperous. Yes. Please start with your majesty. Since your majesty, there should be a latecomer. Tantian Chamber of Commerce is very suitable to be this latecomer. Ji Changsheng completely sentenced the fate of the Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. However, half an hour later, Ing Hongye still complained about Ji Changsheng speechlessly. Didn't you say that you would completely defeat them with the momentum of thunder and lightning? Why did you let Meng Zhenjin cooperate with the inside and outside? Ji Changsheng said frankly, cooperation with the inside and outside and thunder and lightning are not contradictory. Then why did you say so much before? Ing Hongye was puzzled. Ji Changsheng told the truth, to show off. Mainly because I thought that if I really took action directly, it might still cause casualties on our side. Ji Changsheng is a reasonable person. With the strength he currently possesses, disciples like him, Ing Hongye, Chao Ziming, and Ren Suqiong will not be in great danger. But the royal family worshippers below, including some ordinary soldiers, will still be in danger when besieging Tantian Chamber of Commerce. But if the inside and outside work together, the danger can be controlled to the minimum. And Sheng Jiayan is right in one point. To take action against the power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua, we must work as a whole country and uproot all branches. Therefore, I need Chao Yutian to call all the deacons of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in other cities to Beijing. Originally, Ji Changsheng planned to wipe out the headquarters of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua in Beijing first. The branches in other cities will be dealt with later. But Sheng Jiayan made a suggestion: lure the enemy into the trap and catch them all in one fell swoop. Since ancient times, betrayers have always been the most ruthless. Sheng Jiayan once again proved the correctness of this sentence. Then do you still dare to use her? Although betrayers are the most ruthless, according to convention, those who can betray are loyal even if they are dogs. Tantian Chamber of Commerce Shenhua branch headquarters. The door of Chao Yuntian's room was knocked hard. Who? Mrs. in trouble. Chao Yuntian quickly came to the first floor. As expected, he found Lu Xingzhen, who had completely fainted, and Sheng Jiayan holding Lu Xingzhen in her arms, and Meng Zhenjin standing beside her. Chao Yuntian's face suddenly changed. He didn't have time to ask what happened. He checked Lu Xingzhen's condition as soon as possible. How is it? Tantian Chamber of Commerce is naturally not short of famous doctors. An old woman who is good at treatment shook her head with a sullen face. The cultivation is abolished and the body is seriously injured. Even if there is a way to save the day, it can only save one life. Chao Yuntian's eyes went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. Junior sister must not get into trouble. Chao Yuntian gritted his teeth and roared. This is the president's youngest daughter, the master's favorite female disciple. Chao Yuntian knew that if Lu Xingzhen got into trouble in Shenhua, he would be dead. He had already caused great trouble to Tantian Chamber of Commerce when he was found to have hired someone to kill Ji Changsheng. If he couldn't protect his junior sister this time, the family couldn't protect him either. Mobilize all the forces you can mobilize to cure your junior sister. Chao Yutian was about to lose his mind. Senior brother Chao, please be patient. Sheng Jiayan spoke. The most important thing for you now is not to cure Sister Lu, but to protect yourself. Chao Yutian's face changed again. Princess Yin. What happened? He was no stranger to Sheng Jiayan. After the prosperous business in Shenhua flourished, the princes and nobles of Shenhua were naturally the biggest beneficiaries. Princess Yin is the best spokesperson for Shenhua Foodie's business. Xihong Foodie is a giant in Shenhua, as famous as Taiping Foodie and Danqing Foodie. Sheng Jiayan's father is one of the investors of Xihong Foodie. Of course, the largest investor is Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Because of Xihong Foodie, Sheng Jiayan was recommended to Guanyin Temple at a very early age, and received guidance from famous teachers since childhood. Sheng Jiayan herself is also competitive enough to seize the opportunity. Her status in Guanyin Temple has risen rapidly. She has become a contemporary walker in Guanyin Temple, and one of the strongest Jindan realm geniuses in the world. Among the young generation of Shenhua, Sheng Jiayan actually has a strong appeal, and she directly enjoys 5% of the annual income of Xihong Foodie in Shenhua. There is no way. The advertising effect of her as a spokesperson is too good, and she should take this money. From the perspective of interests, Sheng Jiayan and Tantian Chamber of Commerce are deeply bound. So although she and Chao Yutian have not met a few times, they both know that they are their own people. This is also the reason why Sheng Jiayan appeared here. Compared with Meng Zhenjin, She is easier to gain the trust of Chao Yutian. Sheng Jiayan said in a deep voice. Ji Changsheng is crazy. He directly attacked the CNN investigation team in the palace. Yu Qingqing was placed under house arrest. Du Zongxing was arrested. And Sister Lu was seriously injured. Prince Jiao stood on Ji Changsheng's side. Fortunately, Fairy Ming came to help. Otherwise Sister Lu and I would have been trapped. What? Chao Yutian's brain buzzed, as if struck by lightning. Ji Changsheng attacked the CNN investigation team? How dare he? Chao Yutian had never heard of such a thing. Meng Zhenjin said, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Ji Changsheng is a man who kills decisively and recklessly. He is simply a walking Tai Sui. His murderous nature is so strong that even the disciples of the demon sect dare not act like him. Meng Zhenjin's description is very exaggerated. But Chao Yutian believed it 80% after hearing it. There is no way. Ji Changsheng left a deep impression on him. This kind of thing sounds outrageous. But if it happened to Ji Changsheng, it seems very reasonable. Meng Zhenjin from the Hahuan sect? Chao Yutian recognized Meng Zhenjin. The Tianju disciples of the major sects will be collected by the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Meng Zhenjin did not deliberately hide it. So he was naturally recognized by him. Meng Zhenjin nodded and said, the Saint and Yi Jianxian seem to have some cooperation. After I came to Shenhua, I saw Lu Xingzhen in trouble. So I helped her. Of course, I did it for money. President Chao. It is not a simple matter to offend Ji Changsheng in Shenhua. I need to cultivate to the spiritual stones required for the transformation of the spirit. Otherwise, I will stand idly by and watch what happens next. Meng Zhenjin put her demands on the surface, which made Chao Yutian believe in her sincerity more and more. It should be. Chao Yutian agreed directly. Problems that can be solved with spiritual stones are not a problem in our Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Fairy Ming saved my junior sister. And the president will definitely reward her handsomely. I can also make the decision directly now, and prepay Fairy Ming half of the spiritual stones. The spiritual stones stored by the Tantian Chamber of Commerce in the Shenhua branch have not been shipped out. As the person in charge of Shenhua, he has the decision-making power over these spiritual stones. Now is a life and death moment. In Chao Yutian's opinion, it is worth it to use spirit stones to buy the help of a genius like Meng Zhenjin. Chao Yutian's bold move made Meng Zhenjin look a little sideways. No wonder the master and Ren Suqiong wanted to attack Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Tantian Chamber of Commerce gave her the feeling of being weak, pitiful, helpless, but rich. If it were her, it would be difficult to resist the urge to take action. Chairman Chao is a straightforward person. Let me remind you again that the power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shengjing City may not be enough. Meng Zhenjin kindly reminded, Ji Changsheng has decided to take action. Chairman Chao, your current strength and power may not be able to stop him. Sheng Jiayan also nodded. Yu Qingqing and Du Zongxing have been captured. In addition, Ren Suqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect has also colluded with Ji Changsheng. Chao Yutian's face changed again. Ren Suqiong of the Heavenly Demon Sect is another name that gives people a sense of oppression. Ji Changsheng is indeed in collusion with the Demon Sect. Chao Yutian glanced at Meng Zhenjin and believed more and more in Meng Zhenjin's sincerity. It is no secret that Ren Suqiong and Meng Zhenjin do not get along. Ren Suqiong is a confidant cultivated by Yulao Mo. Meng Zhenjin is from the Hahuan Saint Girl faction. Ren Suqiong supports Ji Changsheng, and Meng Zhenjin stands on the side of their Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Everything is logical. Ji Changsheng's brazen action is also in line with Ji Changsheng's unscrupulous style. Chao Yutian felt a huge sense of crisis. Hurry up and contact the headquarters to report what happened in Shenhua. He wants to seek support. Ji Changsheng is crazy. But he is not crazy. The 5 major immortal gates will never agree to Ji Changsheng's actions. Time must be on his side. The problem is that he also knows Ji Changsheng. And Ji Changsheng may not give him time. So Chao Yutian added, send an expedited document. President, we can't send it out. Shenhua is blocked by technology. Chao Yutian's heart sank into the bottomless abyss when he heard this. He had already reacted. Ying Hongya has also taken action. Sheng Jiayan's face was very solemn. Brother Chao. The remnants of Ying have also participated in it, using the weapons developed by the group of people of Emperor Ying. But those weapons were almost destroyed. I believe that as long as we can hold on for a day or two, we will be able to spread the news. The question is how we can hold on for a day or two. Chao Yutian gritted his teeth and said, Send the prosperous fireworks, so that everyone in Shenhua can rush to the capital through the teleportation array at night. Activate the Liantian water mirror to project the location of the branch headquarters to Shenjing City, and even all parts of Shenhua, so that Ji Changsheng will be afraid to act rashly in the public eye. Finally, we just have to wait. Let's see if Ji Changsheng is crazy enough to risk the world's condemnation and still attack us. And if Ji Changsheng is really crazy enough, can we stop him? The headquarters of the Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce quickly took action. The situation is on the verge of breaking out. The palace? Ji Changsheng played with the signal blocker in his hand. But he didn't understand anything. Hongya, are you sure that this treasure can build a wall around Shenhua and prevent the internal transmission of information from Shenhua? Hongya gave an affirmative answer. I am sure that when our ancestors attacked the major sects, this inconspicuous blocker played a role in reversing the situation. But it won't last long. 2 days is the limit. Within 2 days, we must wipe out the power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua. Otherwise we will face a crazy counterattack. 2 days is enough. While Ji Changsheng and Hongya were talking, they were also watching what was happening at the headquarters of the Shenhua branch of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. The treasure Hongya brought out only cut off the connection between Shenhua and the outside world. The inside of Shenhua could still pass on the news. Otherwise, their plan to lure the enemy into a trap and catch them all in one fell swoop would not succeed. Seeing the performances of Sheng Jiayan and Meng Zhenzhen, Ji Changsheng sighed. These two women acted so well. Chao Yutian had no doubt at all. Women are really scary. Hongya glanced at Ji Changsheng and complained, what does this have to do with Sheng Jiayan and Meng Zhenzhen? The reason why Chao Yutian believed this is because you left a deep impression on him. If someone else had done something like brazenly attacking the CNN investigation team, Chao Yutian would not have believed it no matter how much Sheng Jiayan and Meng Zhenzhen said. But when they said it was you, Chao Yutian believed it immediately. Cha Sheng, you should reflect on yourself more. She didn't think women were scary at all. Nor did she feel how good Sheng Jiayan and Meng Zhenzhen's acting skills were. And she didn't even think Chao Yutian was stupid. It was Cha Sheng who was so scary. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Hongya, you have too deep a prejudice against me. You have to change it. As for self-reflection, it doesn't exist. How could I be wrong? Hongya, it's your style. Do you want me to block the Liantian water mirror as well? If Chao Yutian activates the Liantian water mirror and projects it all over Shenhua, we will really have to massacre the Tantian Chamber of Commerce in public. Ji Changsheng fell into deep thought. Ji Changsheng actually didn't expect that the Tantian Chamber of Commerce would have this trick. The combination of cultivation and technology in this world is too advanced. Chao Yutian actually came up with a live broadcast. Of course, this trick has a solution. In terms of the technology route, Hongya said that I am not targeting anyone, even if the technical reserves of Tantian Chamber of Commerce are garbage in front of her. It's just that Ji Changsheng has not decided whether to block the Liantian water mirror. Ji Changsheng's hesitation made Hongya guess his true thoughts. And then he took a breath. Cha Sheng, don't tell me that you really plan to massacre Tantian Chamber of Commerce in public? Then some things really can't be covered up. Hongya didn't know that Ji Changsheng was going to go undercover in the Tianma sect. So she always thought that Ji Changsheng still had to do superficial work. But in fact, at this stage, superficial work is no longer a necessity for Ji Changsheng. On the contrary, he needs to be pushed by external forces, so that he has enough reasons to correct his evil ways. Hongya, when Emperor Ying rose up to clear the sky, did he hide his head and show his tail? Ji Changsheng asked back. Hongya, Cha Sheng, you are you. And the ancestor is the ancestor. The ancestor is a hero. And you are at most a hero. No, a traitor. Don't misunderstand yourself. Ji Changsheng glared at Hongya. This woman is really not well disciplined. The one who cannot see the light is the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. We are chivalrous and righteous, and have great merits. Why should we hide our heads and show our tails? In the public eye, can evil still triumph over good? Hongya, if Emperor Ying were alive, what would he do when facing the Tantian Chamber of Commerce? A place where evil cults and monsters gather. Hongya said frankly, of course. We would crush it with the force of thunder and lightning, and rebuild a new world on the ruins. Ji Changsheng's heroic spirit arose spontaneously. Emperor Ying is no longer here, and the sages are gone. But history is clear, and I am willing to continue a page of history for Emperor Ying. Chapter 117. You open the Lian Tianshui mirror. And I open the merit golden lotus. Junior brother Ji said it well. As soon as Chao Ziming appeared, he heard Ji Chongqing's heroic voice and felt like a confidant. Donate 3 feet of ambition and wash the green blood. This is what our generation of cultivators pursue. Conspiracy is ultimately a small path. And it is in line with our original intention to carry out grand and open conspiracy and be open and above board. Ing Hongya's face was dark. And he said helplessly, Senior brother Chao. Chongqing is just playing cool. Don't take it seriously. Cha Sheng. You too. Just fool yourself. Don't fool your brothers. You dare to say it. And senior brother Chao really dares to believe it. Don't you know that it is immoral to fool fools? She can tell who Ji Chongqing is. But she is sure that senior brother Chao can't tell it at all. Although senior brother Chao has indeed improved. But Ing Hongya also understands that senior brother Chao has improved only in means. And has not changed in essence. At most, he has changed from a licking dog of Du Zongxing to a licking dog of Ji Chongqing. He is still the same young man as before. Ji Chongqing waved his hand. Hongya. This time it is brother Chao who understands me better. Brother Chao said proudly, of course. Men understand men better. Hongya. You are still prejudiced against brother Ji. Although brother Ji has used many conspiracies and tricks. His ultimate goal is to be upright and above board. Ji Chongqing nodded in agreement. This is probably the resonance between men. Ing Hongya is too narrow-minded and doesn't understand him. Ing Hongya is hard to describe. She just sees too clearly and understands too much. I really envy brother Chao. He dares to believe whatever Chongqing says. So Cha Sheng, have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? Ing Hongya said worriedly. Although she complained, Ing Hongya was also serious about her concerns about Ji Chongqing. A scumbag is a scumbag. And there are many good girls who like scumbags, and they are serious about it. This is not a conflict. Ji Chongqing nodded. I have thought about it. Let Chao Yutian open all the Liantian water mirrors in the inventory of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. They open theirs. And we open ours. Brother Chao. Has your righteousness improved recently? Of course. Chao Ziming nodded confidently. The improvement is not a little bit. Chao Ziming added, since I learned from junior brother Ji, my righteousness has been growing every day. And I even feel that I have touched the threshold of the nascent soul. This speed of progress is really scary. His teacher predicted that he could be promoted to the nascent soul within 10 years. But Chao Ziming felt that as long as he stayed with junior brother Ji, let alone 10 years, it would not take even a year. If he could be promoted to the nascent soul within 10 years, he would also be an excellent level among the true disciples of major sects. But if he could be promoted to the nascent soul within a year, he would be second only to the level of evildoers like Du Zongxing and Su Qiong. There is even hope to compete for the position of the successor of Danqing Pavilion. Originally, Chao Ziming could not reach this level. So his gratitude to Ji Chongqing came from the bottom of his heart. Ji Chongqing nodded, Brother Chao. You will release the righteousness in the whole process. Hongya. You should be able to sense the merit now. Right? Ing Hongya understood what Ji Chongqing meant. And her red lips slightly opened. Are you using moral kidnapping to defeat moral kidnapping? Chao Yutian activated the Liantian water mirror to make Ji Chongqing cautious and respect the rules and morality on the surface. Ji Chongqing directly released the merit and righteousness, which was to defeat magic with magic. After all, the spirit of merit and righteousness are hard currency recognized by the whole world. I killed you. My merits and righteousness increased, even if it did not conform to the rules. But the way of heaven recognized it. What do you say? Is your rule correct? Or is the way of heaven correct? Ing Hongya felt that Chongqing was bad. But he was really smart. It's a pity that if the ancestor had someone like Chongqing around him, he wouldn't have to confront him every time. Now he has a mixed reputation. Ji Chongqing corrected Ing Hongya's understanding. It's not about using moral kidnapping to defeat moral kidnapping. I just want to popularize the people of Shenghua about how the spirit of merit and righteousness grow. Ing Hongya re-understood the word popularization and said with heartfelt emotion, Chongqing, you are really too bad. Chao Ziming blinked and gave Ji junior brother an assist. Do you like Hongya? Ing Hongya laughed. I would rather not find a man for my whole life and jump off the city wall. But I will never like a bad man. Chao Ziming spread his hands to Ji Chongqing. Junior brother Ji. I tried my best. Ji Chongqing patted brother Chao on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you brother Chao. It's stable now. But Hongya, I still want to emphasize to you again that the legal wife belongs to my senior sister. And you can only be a concubine. Ing Hongye kicked Ji Chongqing on the butt. Senior brother Chow wanted to cry. Hongye, why did you kick me? Ji Chongqing smiled and let go of his hand that was holding the seal, and said with emotion, Yaguang Luohuan, the best in the world. Senior sister is not lying to me. Ing Hongye, so angry. I really want to hit someone. But for the safety of senior brother Chow, she can only control herself. Then he vented his anger on the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Junior brother Ji. The Tontian Chamber of Commerce has gathered everyone together. Can we withstand it? Chao Ziming asked. The Tontian Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of spirit stones, so it can still gather a lot of gened and loose cultivators. He had interrogated Du Zongxing before, so Chao Ziming didn't know what happened later at the palace banquet, and naturally didn't know that the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce had already infiltrated their own people. Ji Chongqing said calmly, let them gather together. Just convenient for us to catch them all in one fell swoop. Senior brother Chow, how did you interrogate Du Zongxing? Chao Ziming was a little ashamed. Nothing was found out. Du Zongxing is very stubborn, and I can't torture him. It doesn't matter. I'll use him to cultivate merit later. Ji Chongqing didn't care at all. As long as the golden lotus of merit grows, he is guilty. No evidence is needed. Chao Ziming, what if the golden lotus of merit does not grow? After a pause, Chao Ziming added, Du Zongxing has also done a lot of good deeds. After all, he cultivates righteousness. Ji Chongqing expressed his understanding of this. Great philanthropists are generally wealthy. The history of wealthy people's rise is generally full of blood and sin. Angels and demons are often one and the same, which is not surprising. Du Zongxing can be favored by countless people in Danqing Pavilion. Naturally, he has his advantages. But Ji Chongqing said with certainty, the golden lotus of merit will definitely grow. Chao Ziming wanted to ask why. Ing Hongye glanced at Chao Ziming and complained, you forgot what Chongqing said just now. What? Yaguang Luohuan, the best in the world. It doesn't matter if the merit golden lotus doesn't actually grow. Chongqing will do it by himself and have enough food and clothing. Ing Hongye has great confidence in Ji Chongqing in terms of no lower limit. Chao Ziming, he is too naive. Ji Chongqing gave Tontian Chamber of Commerce an hour to react. However, half an hour later, Tontian Chamber of Commerce basically completed the assembly of personnel. Under the pressure from Ji Chongqing, the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, headed by Chao Yitian, burst out with an efficiency of action that shocked them. Regardless of the cost, the teleportation array was opened in major cities in Shenghua, and within half an hour, all the personnel of Tontian Chamber of Commerce with sufficient combat effectiveness in Shenghua were mobilized to the headquarters. Chao Yitian deeply realized a sentence. Sure enough, people's potential is forced out. Before this, he never felt that the efficiency of Tontian Chamber of Commerce could be so fast. No wonder they are always suppressed by Ji Chongqing, or they are not working hard enough. Meng Jinjin and Sheng Jiayan also looked askance at Chao Yuntian's execution ability this time. Sheng Jiayan couldn't help but complain, Brother Chao, if you had been so decisive before, the situation wouldn't have come to this. She wouldn't have to be a dog for Ji Chongqing. Chao Yutian smiled bitterly and said, I can't make up my mind to do such a thing unless I'm in a desperate situation. Now I'm doing all this to survive. And in fact, it has disrupted the overall deployment of our Tontian Chamber of Commerce. After tonight, even if we can successfully stop Ji Chongqing, the overall operation of our Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua will be seriously affected afterwards. And the losses will be very heavy. And I will definitely be held accountable afterwards. These are all decisions he made without consulting anyone. Not everyone has this kind of courage, especially the disciples of the big sects. Ji Chongqing dared to rush recklessly. But he didn't dare, because he was the beneficiary of the rules. Only by playing with them within the rules can he exert his greatest combat power. Ji Chongqing directly jumped out of the rules, and Chao Yutian simply couldn't play. Now he was forced into a desperate situation by Ji Chongqing. Otherwise he would never do such a thing. It takes time for Ji Chongqing to take action. Princess Yin, I want to officially activate the Liantian water mirror and inform everyone of all the situations at the same time. Please stand with me. Princess Yin, Chao Yutian said. He wanted to drag someone down with him. And Sheng Jiayan herself is one of the 5 core members of the CNN investigation team, and a disciple of Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan's identity can prove that his words are not nonsense. And it can also boost the morale of his own personnel and the support of the people of Shenghua. Sheng Jiayan naturally would not refuse. That's why she appeared here. Although Chao Yutian also believed in Meng Zhenjin's sincerity in helping Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, he would still be on guard against Meng Zhenjin. After all, Meng Zhenjin was a demon girl from the Hahuan sect. But Chao Yutian would not be on guard against Sheng Jiayan. Not only because Sheng Jiayan was a disciple of Guanyin Temple and a member of the CNN investigation team, but more importantly, Sheng Jiayan was also a beneficiary of Xiheng Blessed Land. His interests were deeply bound to Sheng Jiayan. In the eyes of businessmen, money relationships are always the most important. So they often ignore the importance of swords. Spirit stones are indeed important. But under swords, in the face of life and death, they are actually not that important. Sheng Jiayan has already realized this truth. But Chao Yutian has not yet. So he had to be taught a lesson by Sheng Jiayan. A moment later, countless people in Shenhua were awakened from their sleep, because their rooms were forcibly illuminated. Not only their rooms, but the entire night sky of Shenhua was illuminated. It was already night. It was dark and windy. It was the best environment for murder and arson. But now the night sky of Shenhua seemed to be covered with a layer of white water mirror, covering the night and replacing it with infinite light, as if it were daytime. In the water mirror, the scene of the Shenhua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce quickly appeared. Countless people in Shenhua stood up, looking confused. What happened? Someone rebelled? That shouldn't be such a big fuss. This is obviously a fairy trick. It seems to be the Liantian water mirror of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Liantian water mirror? Why did they suddenly use it? The last time Tongtian Chamber of Commerce used the Liantian water mirror was when Shenhua was founded. Right? Yes. The last time Emperor Gaozu founded the country. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce activated the Liantian water mirror and projected the heroic figures of Emperor Gaozu and the founding ministers to various parts of Shenhua as a gift for the founding of the country. It has never been activated since then. It is said that activating the Liantian water mirror once costs a lot of money. This is the first time that most people in Shenhua have seen the Liantian water mirror activated. After all, the last time Tongtian Chamber of Commerce used this killer weapon was a long time ago. And most of the people who have seen it have died. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce made such a big fuss, which quickly triggered a huge momentum. And Chao Yutian's words made the dark night of the entire Shenhua boil instantly. Everyone, this is a critical moment for the survival of our Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And it is also a turning point for Shenhua's national destiny. Ji Changsheng, the elder of the outer sect of Xuandu Temple, has gone crazy because Ji Changsheng committed atrocities and killed people in Shenhua. The CNN formed an investigation team to come to Shenhua to investigate this person. But Ji Changsheng did not repent and openly detained the CNN investigation team in the palace. The team leader Yu Qingqing was placed under house arrest. Senior brother Du Zongsheng of Danqing Pavilion was suppressed. And my junior sister Lu Xingjun, the youngest daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, was attacked and seriously injured. If it were not for the righteous action of Princess Yen of Guanyin Hall, my junior sister would have been killed by now. Not only that, Ji Changsheng also planned to completely destroy our Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Burn, kill, loot, and usurp the throne. Such behavior is outrageous to both humans and gods. And we must work together to get rid of this traitor. Now Ji Changsheng has blocked all contact between Shenhua and the outside world. Ji Changsheng. They have also completely joined forces with the demons of the demon cult and are ready to raise their butcher knives against the righteous people like us. At this critical moment of life and death, I hope you can unite to fight the enemy. As long as we can hold on for 2 days, the technical blockade of the remnants of the Ying Kingdom will be broken. Ji Changsheng's conspiracy will be exposed. And the outside world will surely come to help. Fairy Linglong will definitely not protect Ji Changsheng, who is doing evil. Ji Changsheng is not a disciple of Xuandu Temple at all. He is clearly an undercover of the demon cult. Moreover, Yu Qingqing, the leader of the CNN investigation team, has been placed under house arrest by him. He has completely turned to the demon cult. And everyone does not have to worry about it. Everyone can punish the demons of the demon cult. Chao Yutian's speech can be seen by the people of Shenhua. And Ji Changsheng can naturally see it. Ji Changsheng shook his head and commented, among Chao Yutian's nonsense. Only the last paragraph is useful. The Linglong Ban is the mountain that weighs on everyone's head. as long as the Linglong Sword Order is not cancelled. Cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot enter Shenghua. With Ji Chongqing's current momentum, it is actually difficult for others to raise the idea of resisting Ji Chongqing. Chao Yutian must tell everyone that Ji Chongqing's behavior has exceeded the boundaries of the rules, and even offended the Linglong Fairy, so that many people will turn to his side. Do you want to listen to it? Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Chongqing. They have been ready, and can take action at any time. If Chao Yutian had not been given time to gather his men, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce should have opened its doors, and welcomed them to come in. Ji Chongqing smiled and said, "Wait for Sheng Jiayan to make a move. Then we will make a move." "Are you sure Sheng Jiayan will really make a move?" Ren Suqiong frowned and said, "After all, she is a disciple of Guanyin Temple. If she turns to you in public, it will be difficult to wash it off afterwards. It's easy to wash it off. Don't worry. I will help her. A puppet technique can solve the problem. Besides, she still has the tonic I gave her in her body. There is no shortage of elixirs in Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. What if she gets rid of it? It's useless. It can't be solved. And Fairy Ren, you don't understand traders. Converts are the most fanatical." Ji Chongqing said from his experience of watching so many anti-Japanese war dramas and spy films that as long as a trader becomes a dog, he will be as loyal to his former friends as he is to his loyal dog owner. Ji Chongqing felt that it was very good to be able to take a princess as a dog in Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan should be given enough stage to perform. Sheng Jiayan did not disappoint him. Chao Yutian also gave Sheng Jiayan a stage to perform. This is a disciple of Guanyin Temple, and one of the 5 core members of the CNN investigation team. At the same time, she is also the Tianji Princess Yin from our Sheng country. Princess Yin witnessed Ji Chongqing's massacre of the CNN investigation team in the palace. Please tell everyone what happened at that time. Sheng Jiayan, at this time, became the focus of everyone's attention in Shenghua. After a moment of silence, Sheng Jiayan slowly said, "What Chao Yutian said is not true." "Huh?" Chao Yutian looked at Sheng Jiayan in confusion. At this time, he did not realize what happened, until a willow branch pierced his chest. Sheng Jiayan's eyes flashed with fanaticism. All Elder Ji's actions are to make the people of Shenghua live a better life. He is the embodiment of justice. Ji Chongqing must be just. Only in this way can she be just. This premise must not be shaken. Anyone who dares to question Ji Chongqing's justice is her sworn enemy. Eliminate the exploitation of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And Shenghua belongs to all the people of Shenghua. I think Elder Ji is doing justice. And Jiayan is willing to lend a hand to Elder Ji. Open the door and welcome Elder Ji. Under the stunned gaze of everyone in Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the door of the headquarters of the Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce slowly opened. Meng Zhenjin opened it. Ji Chongqing, wearing a golden lotus of merit surrounded by golden light, walked into the branch headquarters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. He was followed by a group of righteous messengers. The people of Shenghua were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Chao Yutian finally reacted at this time and said in disbelief, "Sheng Jiayan, you surrendered to Ji Chongqing? Why?" He didn't understand. Chao Yutian was not dead yet. Sheng Jiayan didn't dare to kill him in person. And Ji Chongqing had explained that she didn't need to kill anyone. Just make her position clear. These are all seeds of merit. It would be a waste to leave them for Sheng Jiayan to kill. Ji Chongqing was ready to do it himself. Facing Chao Yutian's questioning, Sheng Jiayan said seriously, "Jiayan will not surrender to anyone. Guanyin Temple will always stand on the side of justice." She knew it was not easy to justify this, but it was better than losing her life. And it was not easy to justify, but it did not mean that it could not be justified. As long as Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was nailed to the ground, all those who stood on the opposite side of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce would not have a big problem. So Tongtian Chamber of Commerce must die. Chao Yutian's eyes showed despair. He realized that there was no way to save the situation. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce actually had the strength to fight. There were quite a few Jindan-level cultivators gathered at the branch headquarters. In terms of number alone, they were even more than Ji Chongqing's troops. But this had nothing to do with him. Even if Tongtian Chamber of Commerce won, he would definitely die. Moreover, they might not win. The two armies had not yet officially clashed, and the commander had already become a prisoner. How to fight this? Chao Yutian could not think of any other way to reverse the situation. He was just helpless and furious. Ji Chongqing, What you did is a blatant violation of the Immortal Gate Covenant. You even put Yu Qingqing under house arrest. And Fairy Linglong will never protect you. Today you destroyed the branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua. And tomorrow countless masters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce will come to Shenghua to cut you into pieces. Ji Changsheng smiled. Chairman Chao. You have lost your composure. Don't be overly happy when things go well. Don't be discouraged when things go badly. Don't be extravagant when things are safe. Don't be frightened when things are dangerous. Only those who have thunder in their chests and calm faces can be promoted to generals. Your current performance is not even as good as a general in the mortal world, which is really embarrassing for Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Fuck you. Puff. Chao Yutian directly spit out 2 teeth with blood. Ji Changsheng slapped him. He didn't like to listen to others scolding him. Think before you speak. Ji Changsheng kindly reminded. Chao Yutian was awakened by the beating. Ji Changsheng didn't seem to want to kill him. Yes. Liantian Water Mirror is on. Ji Changsheng. Now Liantian Water Mirror has been activated. And the whole Shun country is watching you. You dare not kill me. And you can't touch Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, you will openly violate the Xianen Convention. Xuandu Temple will never protect your behavior. Are you cutting yourself off from the right path? Really? Ji Changsheng smiled and said. Why would I cut myself off from the right path if I kill the evil people who are extremely evil? Chao Yutian said angrily. You don't have the final say on the evil people. But the group of people who have the final say, such as you, are extremely evil themselves. Ji Changsheng gently patted Chao Yutian's face. His expression cold. Chao Yutian. Do you think Tontian Chamber of Commerce is worthy of being called the right path? Of course it is worthy. All the business methods of our Tontian Chamber of Commerce are within the scope of the rules, and have not violated the Xianen Convention. Chao Yutian roared. We are in a reasonable. It is legal to seek benefits. But you are different. You are just robbing. If your behavior is reasonable and legal, then there must be something wrong with the Xianen Convention. Chao Yutian was shocked by Ji Changsheng's outrageous remarks. The Xianen Convention was jointly formulated by the major immortal gates. Are you questioning the major immortal gates? Why not question the major immortal gates? Ji Changsheng said coldly. The truth can withstand all doubts. The fact that Tontian Chamber of Commerce has survived until now has made me very disappointed with the major immortal gates. So, I want to change a standard of judgment. Ji Changsheng pointed to the golden lotus of merit on his head. Isn't the golden lotus of merit recognized by the heavenly Tao fairer than the Xianen Convention formulated by the major immortal gates? Chao Yutian. Do you think if I kill you, will the aura of merit increase? Chao Yutian's eyes were red with anger. Do you dare? Ji Changsheng waved his knife. He really dared with facts. The golden lotus of merit. The golden light is more prosperous. Under the illumination of Liantian Water Mirror, a brand new petal is trying to grow. With this cut, Ji Changsheng cut himself off from all the major immortal sects. But with this cut, Ji Changsheng forever entered the hearts of the people of Shenghua. Today I want to advance to Yuanying. I need to increase at least 2 petals of the merit golden lotus. Please help me. Chapter 118. Golden lotus planted in the sea of blood. Merit and virtue condensed into nascent soul. I will borrow your heads for a while. Ji Changsheng was very polite. But the people of Tontian Chamber of Commerce could only feel their scalps tingling. And the god of death was approaching quickly. They wanted to say, no. Get out. But they didn't dare to say it. If they tried, Ji Changsheng would let them die. But then again, if they didn't try, they would probably die. Ji Changsheng's sudden move not only shocked them, but also the people of Shenghua. After all, Ji Changsheng just killed the number 1 figure of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua. In the minds of the people of Shenghua, Chao Yutian's status is actually more valuable than that of the emperor of Shenghua. But he was killed by Ji Changsheng like a chicken. Many things collapsed quickly in their hearts. At the same time, the growth of the golden lotus of merit and virtue on Ji Changsheng's head was also reflected in everyone's eyes under the illumination of Liantian Water Mirror. Thanks to Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Liantian Water Mirror, all the details are revealed. Does Elder Ji's golden lotus of merit really seem to have grown? Not seem. It has grown. It has 1 more petal, and is still growing. I said that Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not a good thing. And this is completely confirmed. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is a righteous immortal sect. Hee hee. There are no magic sects in this world. There are many righteous immortal sects. So there are also magic sections. Obviously, Someone is extreme. Apart from anything else. Wangquan sect is an out-and-out magic sect in Ji Chongqing's eyes. But Ji Chongqing doesn't have time to correct these misconceptions now. Correction must be excessive. The focus now is to completely crush the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Illusion? It must be an illusion. Not everyone can accept that Ji Chongqing killed Chao Yutian. But the merry golden lotus bloomed new petals. This situation is too challenging to one's worldview. Lu Xingzhen, who woke up slowly, had her worldview shattered. Although she was unconscious before, she could sense everything that happened in the outside world. But her body was controlled by Sheng Jiayan. So she could not remind Chao Yutian. Now that Chao Yutian is dead, she is the #1 figure of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenghua. When Ji Chongqing kills people, he always likes to kill big people first, and then kills small characters, which makes it easier to advance. So now it's her turn. However, Lu Xingzhen is not as psychologically resilient as Chao Yutian, and she can't accept what is happening in front of her at all. Senior brother Chao has always been friendly to his fellow disciples, respected his teachers, and never committed any crime. He is a gentleman praised by everyone in our Tantian Chamber of Commerce. If you kill him, it will only increase the bloody aura, and there will be no merit. All of this is an illusion, Lu Xingzhen said loudly. Ji Chongqing decided to let Lu Xingzhen die with a clear conscience. As everyone knows, Elder Ji is upright, and never does things like killing without teaching. What's more, so many people are watching now. It must be explained clearly. Ji Chongqing raised a finger. First, as everyone knows, the aura of merit cannot be faked. Everyone nodded subconsciously. This is indeed a conventional understanding. But in the final analysis, this understanding is instilled in the world by Xuandu Temple. Non-disciples of Xuandu Temple do not understand the aura of merit. Disciples of Xuandu Temple, who are not from the Youguang lineage, do not understand the power of Youguang Luohuan. Under the Youguang illusion, the aura of merit and virtue can be faked just like the aura of righteousness. Of course, fake is fake, and there is no effect. It's just that not many people know the inside story. Now it is estimated that only Li Chongxi and him understand that unless Li Chongxi exposes him, the aura of merit and virtue cannot be faked, and the people of the Youguang lineage cannot do it. Ji Chongqing stretched out his second finger. Second, Chao Yutian is just a gentleman of your Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Not a real gentleman. Do you really think that all these spirit stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce are earned by you through fair and just abilities? Ji Chongqing showed sarcasm. What kind of work has Chao Yutian done since he was born? What kind of value has he created? What kind of good news has he brought to the people of the world? His annual salary is 13 million high-grade spirit stones. And his net worth is... Let me see. My goodness. There are 57.9 billion high-grade spirit stones in the account. His. The whole audience gasped. Many people in Shenghua clenched their fists. No wonder Elder Ji's meritorious spirit increased after killing Chao Yutian. Chao Yutian's wealth says it all. These are all the spiritual stones earned through their hard work. Ji Chongqing also said so. Lu Xingzhen, you don't think that he deserves all these spiritual stones, do you? Lu Xingzhen said angrily. Don't you think so? Senior brother Chao works hard and practices diligently. Under the leadership of senior brother Chao, Tantian Chamber of Commerce has developed very smoothly in Shenghua. And the spiritual stone income is increasing every year. All this is what he deserves. Ji Chongqing, you have nothing because you are not working hard enough. You are jealous of senior brother Chao. Ji Chongqing was amused by Lu Xingzhen's words. I didn't expect Chao Yutian's efforts to be so valuable. I'm so jealous of him. Of course you can't think of it, because you are too lazy. Ji Chongqing, you should look for the reasons from yourself. Don't always blame others. Our Tantian Chamber of Commerce is not easy to bully. Lu Xingzhen didn't finish her words, because Ji Chongqing had said almost everything. He believed that the people of Shenghua understood his meaning enough. So, he could continue to brush merit. Sure enough, when Lu Xingzhen's body was separated, the golden petals on Ji Chongqing's head stretched more and more, and began to bloom. Everything is self-evident. The merit golden lotus explains everything. Killing Chao Yutian and Lu Xingzhen in succession. Ji Chongqing's decisive killing did not inspire the resistance of other people in Tantian Chamber of Commerce. On the contrary, the other people in Tantian Chamber of Commerce, who were still alive, knelt on the ground. Ren Suqiong and Meng Zhenzhen watched coldly. Ren Suqiong whispered, Tantian Chamber of Commerce has gone astray. There are too many spiritual stones, which have blinded their eyes, and made them lose the courage that a cultivator should have. Meng Jinjin confirmed her previous judgment. From the small details, we can see the big picture. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is now pitiful, weak, and helpless. But it has money. If it were not for the rumored background, it would have been divided up by several major sections. This time the master took action, and other sects would probably rush in, and Tontian Chamber of Commerce would be finished. If the people of Tontian Chamber of Commerce were willing to fight, this matter would not end well. In terms of numbers alone, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has more Jindan cultivators, although they will still be defeated by Ji Chansheng and others in the end. They are not without the strength to fight. Unfortunately, they do not have the courage to fight. Ji Chansheng dared to kill people wantonly, but the people of Tontian Chamber of Commerce didn't even have the courage to fight. The battle hadn't even started yet, but Tontian Chamber of Commerce had already lost. Chao Ziming's heart surged. Seeing the heroic figure of junior brother Ji, he also released his own righteousness. Junior brother Ji is right. The people of Tontian Chamber of Commerce are too weak in their bones. It's easier to deal with them than I thought. Ying Hongya's eyes were shining, and she said softly, "It's very simple. They are good at bullying ordinary people. When they meet a fierce and evil person like Chansheng, they can only be bullied. Chansheng is serious. He really uses the sword to continue a page of history for his ancestors. If the records in her family tree are correct, the Ying Kingdom in those days was also like this. Later, it triggered a group attack by major immortal gates. In addition, there were problems within the country, and the Ying Kingdom, which was close to unifying the world, eventually fell apart. Ying Hongya was born too late and didn't see the scenery of the Ying Kingdom in those days. But today, from Ji Chansheng, Ying Hongya vaguely saw the grand occasion that Yingwa had always pursued. Chansheng should be our Yingwa people. Ying Hongya murmured. Chao Ziming glanced at Ying Hongya. I always feel that junior sister Hongya will become junior brother Ji's concubine for Yingwa one day. But this has nothing to do with him. He turned his eyes to Du Zongxing. At this time, Du Zongxing's face was pale, but his heart of Taoism had not completely collapsed, and he was much stronger than Lu Xingzhen. Du Zongxing saw what Chao Ziming meant. Ji Chengxing's actions completely touched Chao Ziming. Chao Ziming wanted to imitate, but Du Zongxing absolutely could not accept this outcome. He reminded in a deep voice, "Junior brother, Ji Chansheng has already given up. After tonight, he will completely cut himself off from the righteous path. If you imitate him and attack me, will you join the demon sect from now on?" Chao Ziming hesitated a little. He knew that what junior brother Ji did must be right, but it was also illegal. If he imitated junior brother Ji, Danqing Pavilion would hardly tolerate him. Just when Chao Ziming hesitated, Ji Chongqing's voice came, "Senior brother Chao, let me do it." Junior brother Ji. Chao Ziming didn't want Ji Chansheng to be under so much pressure. But before he finished speaking, Ji Chansheng raised his hand to stop him. Killing one is killing. Killing three is killing. It makes no difference to me. I have killed the little daughter of the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Du Zongxing is nothing. But it is too much pressure for you. Senior brother Chao, I still hope you stay in Danqing Pavilion and continue to do justice. Danqing Pavilion must keep one of its own. He killed Du Zongxing to pave the way for senior brother Chao, not to let senior brother Chao cut off his own path. The heavenly demon sect only has one Ren Suqiong. With senior brother Chao's talent and character, he still has a better future in Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chansheng persuaded Chao Ziming. Then, he lifted Du Zongxing over with one hand. Du Zongxing was forced to kneel down, but he still kept calm thinking and quickly released his righteousness. Elder Ji, you can't kill me, Du Zongxing said in a deep voice. I am different from Chao Yutian and Lu Xingzhen. The righteousness can prove everything. Like the spirit of merit, it is well known that the righteousness cannot be faked. So Du Zongxing thought he still had bargaining chips. Ji Chansheng labeled himself as a messenger of justice, so he would use his spear to attack his shield. Ji Chansheng nodded. Howren righteousness can indeed prove everything. But don't you think your Howren righteousness is a little bit too little? Senior brother Chao, let the people of Xinhua see the true Howren light of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. When Ji Chongsheng finished speaking, Chao Ziming's body shone brightly, and the pure white Howren righteousness soared into the sky, even overshadowing the golden light above Ji Chongsheng's head, shining brightly in the Liantian water mirror. Du Zongxing was also surrounded by Howren righteousness. But compared with Chao Ziming's power and righteousness, the difference was obvious. Simply put, Du Zongxing's power and righteousness is like the light of a firefly, while Chao Ziming's power and righteousness is like the bright moon in the sky. They are not at the same level at all. This gap shocked many people, including Du Zongxing himself. Also including Du Zongxing's licking dog Fu Xiaojing. Senior brother? Why do you have so little power and righteousness? Fu Xiaojing was a captive at this time. It was Chao Ziming who did it. Ji Changsheng had forgotten about her. But Chao Ziming felt that junior brother Ji would definitely be able to expose Du Zongxing's true face today. So he called Fu Xiaojing to come with him. Of course, he did not forget to give her the drug in advance. It was not that he had any bad intentions, but he just didn't want to fight with Fu Xiaojing. Junior brother Ji said that licking dogs is blind. He was not sure if he could wake Fu Xiaojing up. And he was even less sure if Fu Xiaojing would continue to fight for Du Zongxing under such circumstances. So just in case, he controlled Fu Xiaojing first to avoid causing trouble for junior brother Ji. At this time, Fu Xiaojing was indeed as Chao Ziming thought. Her mentality exploded, and her eyes, that always admired and loved her, turned into disbelief. Brother, did you really do a lot of wrong things in secret? No, I didn't. Du Zongxing gritted his teeth and said, I have never done anything that violates the chivalrous way. And I have never betrayed the righteous spirit. Yes, the first person in the Jindan realm. The young master of Danqing Pavilion. Of course, he would not take the initiative to harm others. Ji Changsheng did not force Du Zongxing to take the blame. Danqing Pavilion and Tontian Chamber of Commerce are still different. Du Zongxing can be appreciated by many great men in Danqing Pavilion. In fact, there is no big problem with what he did. Du Zongxing, you have clean hands because someone is doing the dirty work for you. You have never betrayed the righteousness because someone betrayed it for you. And you just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. So your combat power is getting higher and higher. But your righteousness is increasing slowly. Obviously, your combat power is much higher than that of senior brother Chao. But your righteousness is not even half of that of senior brother Chao. Ji Changsheng sneered. You are not in charge of the affairs of Danqing Fudi and Shenghua. But you dare to say that you don't know? Danqing Fudi has harmed countless people in Shenghua. It was not your intention at first. But didn't you benefit from it? Du Zongjiang, as your younger brother, secretly eliminated the peerless genius, like Xue Fanghua, who was a threat to you. And it was indeed not your order. But do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you? I didn't do anything. Du Zongxing could only defend himself in this way. Even if the disciples of Danqing Pavilion have thousands of faults, they dare not lie easily under the righteousness. Du Zongxing dared not to either. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences of his righteousness backlashing in public. Your crime is because you did nothing. Ji Changsheng said coldly, with your identity. You can do a lot of things. But you finally chose to do nothing. Not only did you do nothing, but your identity also made you a vested interest and accomplice. Danqing Fudi sucked the blood of thousands of people in Shenghua and nurtured you. The first person in Jindan. Du Zongxing. Are you innocent? Du Zongxing gritted his teeth and said, Ji Changsheng, no matter how much you frame me, I still did nothing. Even if the Du family is guilty, it has nothing to do with me. Danqing Pavilion can send people to investigate. And CNN can also send an investigation team. If I am found to have made any mistakes, I am willing to bow my head and plead guilty. But I will never accept your frame-up. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Du Zongxing is a smart man. Much smarter than Chao Yitian and Lu Xingzhen. And he is much more cunning. Wei Zhongxian has searched the Du family thoroughly, but could not find any direct evidence of Du Zongxing's guilt. Chao Ziming also interrogated Du Zongxing, but found nothing. Ji Changsheng actually believed that what Du Zongxing said was true. And Du Zongxing had cleared himself very clearly. From beginning to end, he might really have done nothing. He just enjoyed the most sinful benefits. This kind of person cannot be punished by law. Ji Changsheng ordered, bring Yu Qingqing up. After a while, Yu Qingqing appeared in the room. Ji Changsheng also explained Yu Qingqing's origins to the people of Shenghua. A disciple of the law enforcement elder of Xuandu Temple Discipline Hall, and the leader of the CNN investigation team this time. Sister Yu, what do you think of Du Zongxing's case? Yu Qingqing said in a deep voice, innocent until proven guilty. Ji Changsheng sighed, Sister Yu, do you really believe that he has nothing to do with Danqing Fudi? No evidence. No relationship. Cha Sheng. Stop. I know you are speaking up for the people of Shenghua. But your current behavior is no different from suicide. Yu Qingqing persuaded patiently. Hearing Yu Qingqing say this, countless people in Shunwu were moved. They also saw that although Elder Ji was helping them, he was obviously turning the table. Those who carry firewood for the public will most likely freeze to death in the wind and snow. Almost everyone understands this principle. So few people will do it. Elder Ji stood up. It was hard for them not to be moved. Ji Changsheng also heard Yu Qingqing's intention to help him become famous. But he did not deliberately perform, but sighed from the bottom of his heart. Senior sister Yu, I think Du Zongxing deserves to die more than Du Zongjiang. He is a greater evil. But greater evil is often not punishable by law. Do you think there is a problem with the Xianmen covenant? Junior brother, be careful. Ji Changsheng said casually, I have done everything. I have also killed the youngest daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Senior sister Yu thinks I am still afraid of violating the Xianmen covenant? Senior sister Yu, shall we make a bet? What bet? Kill Du Zongxing, and see if your merit will increase. Yu Qingqing's face suddenly changed. Changsheng, don't be stubborn. Senior sister Yu, I also came from Xuandu Temple. Although Xuandu Temple is not as beautiful as I imagined, it also has the grace of teaching and answering questions for me. You and I are from the same school. And today I will help you with your nascent soul. Ji Changsheng did not give Yu Qingqing a chance to refuse. He directly put the sad demon knife in Yu Qingqing's hand. And then held Yu Qingqing's hand. Controlled Yu Qingqing's body. Guaranteed that everyone in Shunwu would see that it was Yu Qingqing who was controlled by him. But Yu Qingqing killed the person. Junior brother Ji. Stop. Stop. In Yu Qingqing's panicked voice of stopping, Du Zongxing showed reluctance and his head fell to the ground. Ji Changsheng let go. An aura of merit and virtue suddenly appeared above Yu Qingqing's head. The momentum was rising steadily. Soon, in full view of everyone, a golden pill appeared on Yu Qingqing's forehead. And then, the pill was broken into an infant. Yu Qingqing was officially promoted to a Yuanying cultivator. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Congratulations, senior sister, for breaking the pill and becoming an infant. From now on, you will be listed in the Xuandu True Transmission and live forever. Yu Qingqing was about to speak, but stopped. Ji Changsheng really took care of her in every aspect. The True Transmission trial given to her by the master of the temple was to use Du Zongxing as a sacrifice to promote to the Yuanying. Ji Changsheng helped her kill Du Zongxing. Although the situation was completely different from what she had imagined at first, the result was the same. Her accumulation was originally enough to promote to the Yuanying. But she had been polishing her realm. After killing Du Zongxing, she did feel the surge of merit. In the vast amount of merit initiation, she successfully promoted to the Yuanying without any problems. It also conforms to the political correctness of Xuandu Temple. It's just that this promotion method will scare all the unrighteous cultivators in the world. Changsheng, this is against the rules. Yu Qingqing could only say this. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Senior sister Yu, has the chi of merit increased? Yu Qingqing could not lie, it increased dramatically. Ji Changsheng shrugged. A righteous disciple who did not violate the Xianmen Convention was killed by senior sister. But senior sister's merit increased dramatically. Senior sister, do you still think there is something wrong with me? Yu Qingqing was silent. Ji Changsheng gave enough face to Yu Qingqing, which was also enough face to Xuandu Temple. Senior sister, a real man has his own way and his own way. I know what I am doing, and I am willing to pay the price for what I have done. Please don't stop me tonight. I want to cultivate merit for myself, seek welfare for the people of Shunwu, and strengthen the luck of my human race. After dawn, I will bear all the consequences. Xuandu Temple cannot support him, because his process is indeed unjust, and supporting him is to be an enemy of other sects. But the spirit of merit is the political correctness of Xuandu Temple. After Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing finished the experiment with Du Zongxing, Yu Qingqing had enough reasons to stand aside and watch. Yu Qingqing still remained silent. Silence is the default attitude. Xuandu Temple, remain neutral. Ji Changsheng laughed loudly. Thank you, senior sister Yu, for your understanding of justice. We must distinguish who is the enemy and who is the friend. Ji Changsheng made a clear distinction tonight. To friends, give enough face and substance. To enemies, give enough bullets and butcher knives. Of course, Ji Changsheng is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. He said so himself. Everyone, Ji is not bloodthirsty. And killing is never my goal. I only kill those who deserve to be killed. And half of you are not guilty of this. Tonight, in front of everyone, all the bad debts of Tontian Chamber of Commerce will be exposed to the world. As long as your net worth does not exceed the actual 1 million spiritual stones, or you have no criminal record of murder or arson, you will surrender and not be killed. Of course, for those whose net worth is too abnormal, I can only say sorry. You can try to kill me. Ji Changsheng is not afraid of this group of people who are desperate and kill innocent people. He is not afraid of the Xianming Convention and the Linglong Sword Order. But these spineless people will definitely be afraid. For those who practice cultivation, death is not even the end. Unless it is a demon of the level of Yulaomo. No one dares to violate the taboos of the world. These people in Shengwu do not have that courage. There may be a glimmer of hope if they fight with Ji Changsheng. But if they touch ordinary people, they will dance under the sword of Linglong Fairy. Shengwu. Sleepless tonight. Ji Changsheng quickly got the first list. Then, he walked into the sea of blood and corpses. Half an hour later, in the sea of blood, a golden lotus floated out, surrounded by golden light. In the sky full of merits and virtues, a miniature version of Ji Changsheng appeared in front of the people of Shengwu. Solemn and extraordinary, with infinite merits and virtues, planting golden lotus in the sea of blood. Merits and virtues condense into nascent soul. After Ji Changsheng killed the 139th person, he officially entered the nascent soul realm. Chapter 119. Carry a knife and an umbrella on a rainy night. Shengwu will not sleep tonight. After Ji Changsheng officially promoted to Yuanying, many people were excited, but also many people were brokenhearted. It's really not an illusion. The aura of merit is real. The aura of merit cannot be faked. And the combat power of Yuanying cannot be faked. Killing those evil people can actually cultivate merit and improve the realm. This incident made many people tremble in their hearts. Just this point, Xuandu Temple has already had a way to die. Because there are too many evils in human nature. If they are regarded as nutrients for cultivation, a sharp sword will be hanging over their heads at any time. Don't think that these people will turn over a new leaf. As long as there is a little way, they will not change themselves, but will only eliminate those who threaten them. So although Xuandu Temple cultivated merit before, it did not do it as extreme as Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng gave the world a good lesson in public. It turns out that cultivation can be so simple. Yu Qingqing looked at Ji Changsheng, who was killing people everywhere, and sighed in her heart. Golden lotus is planted in the sea of blood, and merits and virtues condense the nascent soul. This is not the way of cultivation of the Tai Ching lineage, but the way of the Queen Noah. The Tai Ching lineage does not cultivate merits and virtues, but Taoism. The core essence of the sainthood of the goddess Nuwa is merits and virtues. The path that Ji Changsheng is walking now is closer to the goddess Nuwa. Not the saint of Tai Ching. But the way of the goddess Nuwa is more difficult to walk than the saint of Tai Ching. The master Tai Ching became a saint because he was transformed from Pangu's soul, had two good junior brothers with unparalleled combat power, and had the Taoist ancestor personally escort him. Although the master Tai Ching is very strong, in the final analysis, he did not encounter any real danger along the way to sainthood. Nuwa became a saint through her merits, and encountered too many dangers. The world is full of merits, and behind the merits are dangers. Nuwa has participated in almost every catastrophe since Pangu created the world, and she is the undisputed protagonist in the two recent catastrophes. If Changsheng follows Nuwa's path, he will really have to fight for his life in the face of death. Yu Qingqing was also shocked by Ji Changsheng's progress in cultivation. Ji Changsheng may not have joined Xuandu Temple for a month. He went straight from Qi refining to Yuanying. Is this the speed of cultivation that a human can have? How is it different from that of animals? Such a speed of cultivation, let alone in this world, even in the ancient times, can be called shocking. Li Changxi felt ashamed when she saw it, and Yu Qingqing was even more shocked. However, she did not want to follow suit, and she did not even think that Ji Changsheng would take this path. The reason is also very simple. If he continues on this path, the template is Nuwa. But the path of Nuwa's meritorious service to sainthood is far from as simple as it seems to outsiders. During the Lich Tribulation, Nuwa was one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, and was at the center of the tribulation. In the end, 3 of the 4 emperors of the demon race died, and only Nuwa survived. During the conferred god tribulation, Nuwa was the fuse that triggered the conferred god tribulation. The cause and effect were entangled, and even with the dignity of a saint, Nuwa was forced to join the game. If Changsheng continues on this path, he will almost certainly be dragged into the tribulation. Everything in this world has its pros and cons. How could it be possible for you to be promoted so quickly without cost? Yu Qingqing shook her head, walked to Ji Chongqing's side, and silently protected Ji Chongsheng. Cha Sheng, stabilize your realm, Yu Qingqing reminded. Ji Chongsheng waved the sad demon knife and killed another scum, and immediately felt that his realm was much more stable. So he said to Yu Qingqing, senior sister, I will accumulate more merits, and my realm will naturally be stabilized. Yu Qingqing, you are better at using merits than me. Senior sister, you can learn from me, Ji Chongsheng said directly. There is no need to be modest. He also felt that in terms of accumulating merits, Yu Qingqing was probably not as good as him. Yu Qingqing shook her head and said, there can't be too many people like you and Sister Shi. If Xuandu Temple is full of people like you and Sister Shi who accumulate merits recklessly, Xuandu Temple will immediately become the target of criticism in the cultivation world and be attacked by everyone. Ji Chongsheng nodded, yes. I'm afraid other righteous sects will also be unable to sit still. Ji Chongsheng knew that although his accumulation of merits was in line with the political correctness of Xuandu Temple, it was definitely not in line with the political correctness of other sects. No one wants to be used as nourishment for others' cultivation. Although it is said that as long as you are a good person, Xuandu Temple will not be able to use you as nourishment. But being a good person is too difficult, and most people can't control themselves. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Chongsheng can't stay in Xuandu Temple. The temple can't protect me, and they don't dare to promote this kind of practice mode. Yu Qingqing nodded. In fact, fortunately there is the Xian Wang Merit Tower, which ensures that our Xuandu Temple's defense is unparalleled in the world. Otherwise our Xuandu Temple might have been destroyed long ago. Sects that are too extreme, whether they are too righteous or too evil, will find it difficult to survive in the world. Understand? This world is not black and white, but a delicate gray. Ji Chongsheng has always understood this principle. Sister Qingqing, I am not the kind of person who hates evil. Yu Qingqing said honestly, I can see that you certainly don't regard yourself as an enemy. Ji Chongsheng, why are there so many people who are prejudiced against him? It's sad. He forced the topic back to the point. I am not the kind of person who hates evil. In this world, as long as it is not too excessive, I generally will not take the initiative to intervene. But some people are really too much, and their eating is too ugly, such as Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Even if they can restrain themselves a little, there will not be a river of blood in Tontian Chamber of Commerce today. Speaking of this, Ji Chongsheng sighed. The fairy art has progressed too fast, making us think that society is progressing. In fact, it is not. When I came to Shenghua, I still saw a place full of cannibalism and being eaten. Yu Qingqing's face changed slightly. Cha Sheng, don't delve into this issue. This is how Emperor Ying died back then. Yes, some issues cannot be delved into. With my own strength, it is difficult to clarify you. Ji Chongsheng looked at the sad magic knife in his hand and smiled. Fortunately, I can at least do whatever I want in Shenhua tonight. After dawn, the Linglong Sword Order may not be maintained. The ban of Fairy Linglong is not to allow cultivators above the nascent soul realm to enter Shenhua. It is natural that advancing to the nascent soul stage in Sheng country does not violate the Sword Order of Fairy Linglong. But the ones who were promoted were Ji Chongsheng and Yu Qingqing, both of whom were disciples of Xuandu Temple. And other sects would definitely not sit still. And Ji Chongsheng obviously wanted to kill everyone in the arena. This broke the rules. Unless Fairy Linglong wanted to fight against the whole world to protect him. Having said that, she could indeed win. According to all the information Ji Chongsheng has collected now, he has confirmed the truth that many people have already regarded as a criterion. Fairy Linglong is really invincible in this world. But there is no need. After all, the arrangement of the Temple Master is to let Ji Chongsheng go to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Moreover, Fairy Linglong is about to ascend, and it is useless for her to conquer the whole world before ascending, unless they are all killed. The more arrogant Fairy Linglong is now, the more miserable Xuandu Temple will be after her ascension. Of course, Fairy Linglong cannot kill them all. Xuandu Temple has background, and other major sects also have background. So Ji Chongsheng estimated that he may only have one day and one night at most to do whatever he wants. Or even only this night. Yu Qingqing said helplessly, originally, Fairy Linglong gave you a year to struggle in Shenhua. But Cha Sheng, your speed is too fast. I bet that even Fairy Linglong would not have thought that you have now been promoted to Yuanying, which is not the speed of cultivation that humans can have. In fact, it can be even faster. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. Ji Changsheng never returned on the road of pursuing speed. In the sky, a light rain fell. It seemed to wash away this dark world. Plop! Ren Suqiong walked in the rain, holding a bright red umbrella in his right hand, isolating the rainy night from all. Just gently turning the umbrella handle, the rain splashed everywhere. And 3 Jindan realm masters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, who tried to besiege Ren Suqiong, immediately fell to the ground. The main feature is a chic and elegant style. Ji Changsheng saw Ren Suqiong's painting style, and his eyes lit up instantly. God has mercy on him. He has practiced many of the demon sect's techniques, but each one has a special effect explosion of the demon sect. At first glance, he doesn't look like a righteous person, which makes Ji Changsheng not want to use the demon sect's techniques. After all, he is essentially a simple and kind boy. But Ren Suqiong's style of painting is in line with Ji Changsheng's requirements for fighting and techniques. Fairy Ren, what kind of magic weapon is your umbrella? Ji Changsheng killed a scumbag in the Foundation building period with a knife, and then asked Ren Suqiong curiously. After Ji Changsheng was promoted to the nascent soul, many people broke down and went crazy. Finally, they mustered the courage to resist. After all, seeing Ji Changsheng getting stronger and stronger, they would die if they waited any longer. The main reason was that they never expected that Ji Changsheng could actually be promoted to the nascent soul stage by killing a few scumbags. This is really too scary. Ji Changsheng actually didn't understand this group of people. When he first started, if this group of people resisted, there was still a 10% chance of success. Now he is in the nascent soul stage. If this group of people resist, the chance of success is only 1% at most. They did not resist when there was a 10% chance of success. But when there was only a 1% chance of success, they began to resist. There must be something wrong with their brains. Then again, it seems that many people and many things in this world are also like this. They will not cry until they see the coffin. People who enter the casino will be more unwilling to lose the less they lose, and they will only regret it when they lose everything. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to care about the thoughts of this group of people. He just wanted to learn Ren Suqiong's fighting method with an open mind. Ren Suqiong explained, 100 soul umbrella. I killed 98 Jindan monks, and 2 nascent soul monks to refine this umbrella. Ji Changsheng asked curiously, why don't you refine the 100 soul banner? Ren Suqiong said frankly, the 100 soul banner is a bit ugly, and does not conform to my aesthetic taste. Ji Changsheng, actually it's not that ugly, but it's not very beautiful. And the 100 soul banner is too scary. Ren Suqiong also said, I didn't dare to use the 100 soul banner when I was in your righteous territory. But few people know the 100 soul umbrella. In fact, I also refined the 100 soul umbrella according to the refining method of the 100 soul banner. At most, I peeled off the skin of the 2 Yuanying cultivators and made it into an umbrella surface instead of a banner. I understand. It's really a demon cult witch. But this idea is worth learning. As long as the 100 soul banner is taken out, the righteous immortals will immediately take action unconditionally. So people still have to learn to be flexible. But Ji Changsheng's 100 soul banner, no. The 10,000 soul banner has been refined. The matter is done, and it will cost too much to perform plastic surgery on the 10,000 soul banner. Fortunately, he knows illusion. Ren Suqiong saw that Ji Changsheng was interested in the 100 souls umbrella, which made her happy. This was a good opportunity to increase Ji Changsheng's sense of belonging to the Holy Church. Ren Suqiong directly threw a bare umbrella rib to Ji Changsheng. Fairy Ren, what is this? The prototype of the 100 souls umbrella, with human skin as the umbrella, human bones as the support, and human blood as the color. If you refine this umbrella, you will firmly gain the upper hand in the struggle of souls at the same level, and its power is comparable to that of the 100 souls banner. If Elder Ji is interested, tonight is a good time to refine this umbrella. Ji Changsheng blinked and accepted it readily. Thank you Fairy Ren for the gift. Ren Suqiong smiled slightly. It's not worth mentioning. If you are willing to join my holy church, you will get much more than this. Ji Changsheng is a talent. Very valuable. Now Ren Suqiong has completely agreed with the leader's opinion. So Ren Suqiong didn't feel bad about taking out a prototype of a magic weapon that had not yet taken shape. And it was still a refining material that she couldn't use. After returning to the holy church, The Holy Church would naturally double her compensation for her losses. In Ren Suqiong's opinion, it was a big win to be able to win Ji Chongqing's favor. Ji Chongqing didn't bother to be polite. He had no interest in re-refining the 100 Souls umbrella. But with this cover, he could continue to refine the 10,000 Souls banner. Under the Yoguang Lua 1, he said that the 10,000 Souls banner was the 100 Souls umbrella. And no one could see through it. No. What 100 Souls umbrella? He never knew it. Another half an hour later, Ji Chongqing held an umbrella in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. Wherever he went, heads rolled and blood flowed like a river. On both sides of the road and on the branches, there were densely packed corpses hanging. Ji Chongqing didn't know why. The stronger he was, the more the demons hidden in Shunhua wanted to die. His hands were numb at the end of the killing. But the effect was remarkable. And his strength increased rapidly. And Ji Chongqing really entered the wrong line. Ren Suqiong looked at Ji Chongqing, who was killing in the rainy night. And his eyes were shining brightly. He should practice my holy teachings. And he refined the 100 Souls umbrella faster than me. Nonsense. It was Chao Ziming who pointed the finger at Ren Suqiong. Although Chao Ziming knew that Ren Suqiong was now an ally of his camp. And he knew that he was not Ren Suqiong's opponent. But out of the heart of protecting junior brother Ji, Chao Ziming still loudly rebuked Ren Suqiong. When did junior brother Ji refine a magic weapon? Ren Suqiong. She pointed at the 100 Souls umbrella held by Ji Chongqing. And looked at Chao Ziming like a fool. What is that? Isn't it a magic weapon of our holy church? Of course not. Chao Ziming's face was solemn. His voice was firm. And his words made Ren Suqiong stunned. And she deeply felt that the holy church was in urgent need of talents. That's the umbrella of 10,000 people. Boom! Ren Suqiong and Meng Xinjin were confused at the same time. And there was a thunder explosion in their brains. And they began to crash. This value was too high. They were a little overwhelmed. The disciples of the demon cult really don't have the quality to be able to adapt to this extent. But the disciples of the righteous way do. Ji Chongqing heard what Brother Chao said. And looked at Chao Ziming with appreciation. Brother Chao has a keen eye. I just think the name 10,000 Souls banner is not good. It is totally unworthy of my identity as a righteous young man. From now on, I will call it umbrella of 10,000 people. Ji Chongqing held the 10,000 people umbrella and continued his killing in the rainy night with the original intention of pleading for the people. On the 10,000 people umbrella, a little golden light of merit began to appear. It made Ji Chongqing's figure and the 10,000 people umbrella itself look righteous and meritorious. The sky was slightly bright, and the dawn was just beginning to appear. Ji Chongqing finally put away his 10,000 people umbrella. But he didn't put away his huge amount of merit. Not only that, he couldn't control it. It's bad. I feel like I'm going to be promoted again, Ji Chongqing said worriedly. Others, you listen. Is this what people say? The merits under the mountain are too easy to brush. Ji Chongqing muttered in a low voice. If I continue like this, I won't ascend before Fairy Linglong ascends. Right? Yu Qingqing silently rolled her eyes. Don't worry. After the nascent soul realm, there is the spiritualization realm. After the spiritualization realm, there is the void refining realm. After the void refining realm, there is the combination realm. After the combination realm, there is the Mahayana realm. And after the Mahayana realm, there is the tribulation realm. Fairy Linglong is now at the peak of the tribulation realm, and can ascend to become an immortal at any time. But you are still far from that. Yu Qingqing complained. You are on the path of merit. The higher the realm you reach, the more merit you need. Do you think merit is so easy to accumulate? Ji Chongqing said frankly. Merit does seem to be easy to accumulate. Yu Qingqing. She would sneer at others if they said this. Ji Chongqing's words seemed to make some sense. She looked at the merit golden lotus on Ji Chongqing's head, and felt that Ji Chongqing could push his realm to the middle stage of the nascent soul today. It's outrageous. But Ji Chongqing thought it was normal. I said I hope the people of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce can help me practice. They are so polite, and help me more than I thought. But this is not the limit of their potential. Bring up those deacons who have returned to the right path. Once again, Ji Chongqing is really not a bloodthirsty person. What he wants is merit. And what he wants is for the people of Shunhua to live and work in peace and contentment. And for the fortune totem of Shunhua to turn into a dragon. As long as it can help him achieve his goal. Ji Chongqing can kill no one. It's just that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce didn't cooperate. So Ji Chongqing had no choice but to kill many people. Now those who should be killed have been killed almost. And those who are left are not guilty of death. Ji Changsheng didn't kill them indiscriminately. He kept these people for great use. A group of people knelt down in front of Ji Changsheng, many of whom were the real power of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua. But at this moment all of them were trembling. Ji Changsheng's umbrella of 10,000 people, and the golden lotus of merit blooming on his head made them unable to raise the slightest thought of resistance. Ji Changsheng's attitude towards these guilty people was very kind. Everyone. God has the virtue of loving life. Fairy Linglong also said that knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Many people twitched their eyes. Did Fairy Linglong say this? Ji Changsheng said it was not important. You are all guilty. But the crime is not punishable by death. Ji is acting on behalf of heaven. So he will naturally not kill innocent people. So I am going to give you a chance to make amends. Thank you, Elder Ji. Elder Ji is kind-hearted. Elder Ji is very compassionate. We will definitely die for Elder Ji. Many people were so excited that they cried. The killing that night scared them out of their wits. They were actually able to escape, which was a pleasant surprise. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. Very good. It seems that you have also seen my compassionate nature. But I let you make up for your crimes. Not to die for me, but to make up for the mistakes you made before. All the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua have not been transferred out. You should have the highest authority to deal with it. Right? Several people nodded desperately, fearing that Ji Changsheng would think they were useless and kill them again. Ji Changsheng was very satisfied with their enthusiasm. Very good. Now is the time to use you. Those who are still alive. Who has the highest status? Stand up and answer. The next moment, a trembling middle-aged man stood up. Elder Ji. I am Geng Yizhen, Chao Yuntian's deputy. But Chao Yutian is a disciple of Yi Jianxian. So I have no real power. I see. The information of Tantian Chamber of Commerce is not a secret in the court. Wei Zhongxian had already found out who should die and who should not. Ji Changsheng had seen the information of Geng Yizhen. Of course, he was not clean. But he did not do too much. As he said, he did not have much power. And Chao Yutian did not think much of him. He had lived a very frustrating life in the Shenhua branch of Tantian Chamber of Commerce before. But now this has become his chance to survive. There is no greater joy or sorrow than this. Geng Yizhen. From now on you will be the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua. No. There will be no Tantian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua in the future. So you will be the owner of Tantian Bank. Geng Yizhen trembled in his heart, but immediately said, I will obey your order. As long as he is not killed. Ji Changsheng will do whatever he says. Come. Since you are weak, I will give you a tonic first. You are the same. You are probably scared tonight. This elder is merciful, and will give you a tranquilizing pill. The trick is not old. But it works. Ji Changsheng used the same old trick as always. The damned are dead. The living ones should be taken in as dogs. He needs this group of people to do things. But if they don't serve him well, Ji Changsheng will not be at ease. Under the threat of Ji Changsheng's umbrella of 10,000 people, and the golden lotus of merit, everyone silently took the tonic given to them by Elder Ji. Then they did not forget to say thank you to Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng said you are welcome. Okay. Let's get on with business. Geng Yizhen, let me ask you. Are the spiritual stones in the Tantian Chamber of Commerce enough to drive down the price of all the blessed lands in Shenhua? Geng Yizhen spoke carefully. To what extent? Ji Changsheng thought for a moment, and then said, the income of the people of Shenhua who work normally for 5 years can afford to buy a piece of blessed land in the local area. It is unrealistic to give it away for free. And that model cannot last long. But we must always give people hope. Geng Yizhen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Ji Changsheng was going to give it away for free. 5 years. More than enough. In order to survive better. Geng Yizhen said directly, Elder Ji. If it takes 3 years, Tantian Bank can continue to operate with the current spiritual stones. And there will be surplus. Ji Changsheng. I still overestimated your humanity. Geng Yizhen thought that Ji Changsheng was scolding Chao Yutian and Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and desperately fought for the opportunity to show his ability. Elder Ji. In fact, the highest price of blessed land comes from the spirit gathering array, followed by the court. As long as the court is willing to cooperate, and the immortal sect is willing to take out the spirit gathering array, blessed land could even become a bargain. After a pause, Geng Yizhen added, Tontian Bank still has a lot of spirit-gathering arrays, so there is no need to worry about the arrays. Ji Changsheng looked at the late Queen Mother. The Queen Mother knew what Ji Changsheng meant, and nodded, on the court side. Your Majesty means that everything should be done according to the instructions of Elder Ji. It's all your Majesty's intention. The Queen Mother has become more and more politically educated, and Ji Changsheng is very pleased. Then let's do it for 3 years. I have only one request. That 99% of the people in Shenghua can live and work normally, and have a good quality of life. Elder Ji is very compassionate. The independent cultivators and common people who have already purchased the blessed land should also return the spirit stones to them according to the price after the war. Is there any problem? Geng Yizhen quickly calculated the inventory of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and then immediately said, no problem. There is still surplus. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, did I kill too few people? Yu Qingqing was speechless, but she patted Ji Changsheng on the shoulder. Your Majesty, please let His Majesty invest the remaining spiritual stones in education and medical care. Education represents the future, and medical care represents life and death. Since there are enough spiritual stones, don't let the people of Shenghua continue to bear these. The Queen Mother nodded immediately. Don't worry, Elder Ji. His Majesty is a wise ruler, and he will definitely do it. Ji Changsheng asked, Sister Qingqing, I will finish the previous things and kill the biggest obstacles. Can Xuandu Temple fulfill its supervisory responsibilities in the future? Yu Qingqing said solemnly, I will supervise personally. Okay. Kill when it's time to kill. If you kill more, these people will be obedient. Ji Changsheng looked up. It was just before dawn. The morning light was just beginning to appear, and the sky was about to break. Wei Zhongxian, I am here. All the people in Tontian Chamber of Commerce have been killed. The remaining people who are rich and unkind and in high positions are left to you. Go ahead and do it. If you do well, you will get what you want. If you kill innocent people, you know my methods. I will give you 1 day to show me your results. I understand. Ji Changsheng certainly cannot do everything himself. It is impossible for him to get rid of all the resistance himself. The real target of his action is Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ordinary people's affairs should be left to ordinary people to solve. In the current Shum Kingdom, with Ji Changsheng's support behind the scenes, Wei Zhongxian is enough to sweep away those evil spirits. Go away, and welcome a new day for Shum Kingdom. It is likely that this is also his last day in Xuandu Temple. Ying Hongye said that he could help him block the news for 2 days. But the news of Shum Kingdom has not been spread, and the major immortal gates will naturally react. But Ji Changsheng didn't care about this. What should be done is almost done. Ji Changsheng sensed the golden lotus of merit above his head. The blazing golden light was dazzling, competing with the early sun. The sky was getting light. Above Shenhua, an illusory dragon suddenly raised its head and roared. Everyone looked up, and the next moment, the illusory totem of luck appeared in the Liantian water mirror. In full view of everyone, the dragon began to transform into a dragon. Chapter 120, It is not me who betrays the righteous path, but the righteous path that betrays me. The fortune totem turns from a dragon into a dragon. The heavenly Tao is really using all kinds of means to prove that Elder Ji is right. What a pity. The heavenly Tao is just the heavenly Tao. Elder Ji may be in big trouble. The promotion of Xinghua's fortune totem has made countless people confirm one thing again. Elder Ji is a pure person of the righteous path, but he may soon be unacceptable to the righteous path. After all, Ji Changsheng killed too many people tonight. What he did was really shocking. Yu Qingqing looked at the transformation of Xinghua's fortune totem, and her eyes were a little strange. Xinghua's fortune has been promoted so fast? Ji Changsheng said calmly, it was very fast. In fact, this world can become better very simply. But the group of people who keep their words have always been unwilling to do simple things. Yu Qingqing was silent. When the high pavilion hangs down its skirts and adjusts the tripod, it's a pity that there are complaints from the world. The water that overturned the boat is the tears of the people, and you don't know until it flows across the river. Ji Changsheng smiled. There will always be a time for those people to cry. Cha Sheng, don't worry about others for now. Ying Hongye came over with a serious face. My father just sent me a message. Ji Changsheng reacted instantly. Has Shenhua restored contact with the outside world? Otherwise, Ying Hongye would not have received the news from her father. Sure enough, at this moment, many people were shining with light. The sound transmission notes were lighting up densely. Obviously, Ing Hongya's technical blockade has failed. Ing Hongya explained, it was broken from the outside. Lu Xingzhen did not contact the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, which aroused the suspicion of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Then, they sent people to Shenghua to investigate and found my means. Fortunately, there is the ban of Fairy Linglong. Otherwise we would not even have this night. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. This was within his expectations. There was really no reason for the major immortal gates to react and predict that Ji Changsheng would take the initiative and attack on the first day the immortal gate investigation team arrived in Shenghua. This was really unscientific. But Lu Xingzhen and the other 5 suddenly lost contact when they arrived in Shenghua, and did not report their safety to their families. This was obviously not right. The most important thing was that Lu Xingzhen and Chao Yutian really died. Du Zongqing also died. Such Qinji disciples all had their soul lamps preserved. Once they died, the forces they belonged to would soon find out. It's just that big organizations are big organizations. It may only take Ji Changsheng 1 minute to react to something and take action. Even if a big organization finds something wrong, it will take at least 1 night to figure it out. And this is still under extraordinary conditions. If Lu Xingzhen, who was in trouble, was not the daughter of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid no one would investigate that night. However, the 5 core members of the Immortal Gate investigation team are all treasures of major forces. So the major Immortal Gates couldn't sit still. Others also received the news one after another. Chao Ziming frowned and said, Junior brother Ji, my teacher is now outside the border of Sheng State. Fortunately, he came here because he was worried about me. But according to what the teacher said, the top leaders of Danqing Pavilion are now collectively shaken because of Du Zongqing's death. Du Zongqing is the young leader of Danqing Pavilion, a leading figure of the younger generation. The soul lamp suddenly went out, almost scaring the elders of Danqing Pavilion, who were guarding the soul lamp to death. Danqing Pavilion contacted Du Zongqing overnight, but failed to contact him. Of course, the top leaders of Danqing Pavilion will be shaken. Sheng Jiayan said weakly, my master is here too. She, a contemporary of Guanyin Temple, lost contact overnight. Shenghua was inexplicably blocked. And after Guanyin Temple reacted, it was naturally a little restless. Ordinary disciples can be consumables, but Tianjiu disciples cannot be easily abandoned. Yu Qingqing walked aside, picked up the sound transmission talisman and contacted Xuandu Temple. Then her face became solemn. After a moment, Yu Qingqing walked back to Ji Changsheng and reminded him, Yi Jianxian went to Xuandu Temple in person, and the temple master is now entertaining him. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. It seems the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is really restless. Where is Linglong Fairy? In retreat? Yu Qingqing said, no news of coming out of retreat. Ji Changsheng nodded. If Linglong Fairy does not come out of retreat, then no one dares to break Linglong Fairy's ban easily. Shenghua may not be in trouble if it is cut off from the outside world. But if you violate Linglong Fairy's ban, it will definitely be troublesome. But Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will definitely force Fairy Linglong to come out of seclusion. It is said that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce President Lu Yonghui is now in Danqing Pavilion and will go to Xuandu Temple later. Yu Qingqing reminded Changsheng, Lu Xingzhen and Chao Yutian are already dead, and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has enough reasons to react strongly. If Fairy Linglong is reasonable, the ban must be revoked. Ji Changsheng nodded. I understand. Just as Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingqing were talking, his sound transmission talisman also lit up. Huan Saint, you blocked Shenghua? Did you kill people in Shenghua? Huan Saint. Lu Xingzhen is dead? Huan Saint. Du Zongqing was also killed by you? Huan Saint, I am quite educated. But I just want to say 2 words to you now. Awesome. Holy Lady Huan, seriously, I can't protect you anymore. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and Danqing Pavilion are going crazy. If I were you, I would quickly hug Linglong's thigh. Ji Changsheng glanced at the message from Holy Lady Huan and did not reply. This matter is indeed not something that Holy Lady Huan can solve. He looked at the message from the master of the temple. Master, what's the situation in Shenghua? Why did it suddenly cut off contact with the outside world? Did you ask Ing Hongya to do it? Master, did you kill Chao Yutian? Did you also kill Lu Xingzhen? Master, didn't we say that we would give you a year to deal with it? Why are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Master, you kill people. So you kill people. Can't you block Lianshan Shujijing? I can't even clean it for you. Master, Yi Jianxian is here to punish you. Be prepared. Master, I told my senior sister about your situation. She was stunned. And Changxi was also stunned. Compared with you, Changxi is just a normal person. Master, be prepared. All the major immortal gates will gather outside Shengwu during the day. With my senior sister's ban, no one dares to break in directly. But you have killed too many people. And my senior sister's ban will definitely be revoked. How long do you need me to buy you time? Obviously, Fairy Linglong's retreat time can be flexibly changed. If Ji Changsheng had not completely suppressed the situation in Shengwu, Fairy Linglong would continue to retreat. And Linglong's sword order would remain. Other sects would have to hold back their dissatisfaction. But in that case, it would be to help Xuandu Temple to bring disaster. When resentment accumulates to a certain extent, there will always be a backlash. Although Xuandu Temple has the Xian Huang Merit Tower, there is basically no danger of the mountain gate being breached. But having the invincible strength of the world does not mean that it must be the enemy of the world. Ji Changsheng felt the temple master's protective heart for him. And his heart was warm. Although the temple master was an old silver coin, he was really good to him, and really protected him when something happened. Ji Changsheng quickly replied, no need to buy time. But temple master, please pay attention to the movements of Yu Lao Mo. Wait until Yu Lao Mo arrives in person. And then cancel the ban on Linglong Fairy. Ji Changsheng still wanted to live. Linglong Fairy couldn't protect him openly. So naturally she had to find his cheap father. Linglong Fairy didn't come out. Yu Lao Mo said that I'm not targeting anyone. And everyone sitting in Tontian Chamber of Commerce is rubbish. The temple master was obviously a little shocked. Do you mean that you have controlled the situation in Shengwu now? Ji Changsheng told the truth. Well, almost all those who should be killed have been killed. I have been promoted to Yuanying. And Xingua's luck totem has also turned into a dragon. Temple master, list my name on the list of true disciples of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng did not forget his original intention. The true test given to him by the master was to let him transform the luck totem of Xingua into a dragon and enhance the overall luck of the human race. Ji Changsheng did it. Master, Changsheng, are you really the great Emperor Changsheng? The master was unwilling to believe that Ji Changsheng could be so talented, mainly because he had never seen such a monster. Fairy Linglong was not so outrageous. So, could it be that the most impossible thing was actually true? Ji Changsheng, Master, it's not easy. You finally see the truth. Master, Master? Master Mu? Are you listening to me? Yi Jianxian sat opposite the master, and his face looked a little ugly. Yi Jianxian was already very upset after being slapped in the face by Ji Changsheng in public, and then joining the Holy Maiden of Huan. Now Chao Yutian was killed and Lu Xingzhen died, which made Yi Jianxian feel a huge sense of crisis. A young disciple of Xuandu Temple dared to challenge His Majesty so much. What will happen in the future? Ji Changsheng dared to kill the president's daughter now. Who will he kill in the future? He simply couldn't imagine it. This trend cannot be allowed to continue. So, he appeared in Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple was naturally communicating with Ji Changsheng before. In fact, the master of the temple was too lazy to pay attention to Yi Jianxian. Ji Changsheng suddenly took action. Not only the Tontian Chamber of Commerce was stunned, but the master of the temple was also caught off guard. The master of the temple didn't have time to arrange many things. But Ji Changsheng has already pushed the progress to this point. And the master of the temple can only follow Ji Changsheng's rhythm. According to the rhythm set by Ji Changsheng, he closed the door and beat the dog in Xinghua. And the master of the temple was outside. He would use Yi Jianxian to brush up his reputation. The master of the temple came back to his senses and heard the question of Yi Jianxian. His expression did not change. He just explained calmly, Brother Tianji, please be patient. I am contacting my disciple Yi Qingqing to ask what happened in Shengwu. Yi Jianxian said, after breaking the information blockade of the remnants of Yinghua. The projection of Liantian water mirror has been shared in real time with the headquarters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If Master Mu wants to know what happened, ask me for more information. After Yi Jianxian finished speaking, he released the projection of Liantian water mirror. The master of the temple moved his mind and directly projected the projection in the air of the entire Xuandu temple. Yi Jianxian frowned slightly, but did not stop it. What happened in Shengwu last night naturally had a very negative impact on Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But if Tontian Chamber of Commerce wants to retaliate, it must let the world know what happened. The most important thing is, they can't cover it up. Liantian water mirror covers the entire Shum kingdom. even if they don't release the projection themselves. Others will naturally release it afterwards. In this world, if Fairy Linglong doesn't mention one thing, it is possible to succeed. But Tontian Chamber of Commerce doesn't have this kind of power. So they might as well lie down and accept the reality as soon as possible. Even if Ji Changsheng kills Chao Yutian and Lu Xingzhen in succession, and tramples their branch headquarters in Shum Kingdom, they can only regain their dignity through equal revenge. Other ways, they don't have that ability. The disciples of Xuandu Temple were quickly attracted by the projection in the sky. What is this? Ji Changsheng. Good guy. Ji Changsheng is still that tough guy as always. No. He's even tougher. It's really fun to kill. But it's troublesome. The number of disciples in Xuandu Temple is not particularly large. But they are basically elites. After the master of the temple cleaned up, those who were mixed up by the Bai family have now stepped aside. And the ones who remain are the elites among the elites. They quickly saw the situation clearly. Ji Changsheng must be doing the right thing. The blooming of the golden lotus of merit said it all. But the killing was too fierce. The 8 vain masters were a little dumbfounded. They were very interested in seeing Ji Changsheng uphold justice in Shengwa, and even felt relieved that Xuandu Temple had cultivated a disciple like Ji Changsheng. But the relief soon turned into astonishment. I was optimistic about this little guy Ji Changsheng at the beginning, and I believed that he was not an ordinary person. But I still underestimated him. Compared to him, Chengshi is too low-key. He broke through the Tontian Chamber of Commerce, killed the first person who made a golden elixir with a sword, and seemed to control the current walkers in the Guanyin Hall. This boy has the appearance of Linglong. Give him 500 years, and I think he will become the second Linglong. Are you sure he needs 500 years? How long did it take him from foundation building to Yuanying? This little guy is so fierce that I am afraid of him. I admire him very much, but I feel that I can't protect him. Go and ask senior sister Linglong to come out of retreat. He killed Linglong's husband. Report. The owner of Danqing Pavilion and the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce are here to pay respects. In the air, the tokens of the owner of Danqing Pavilion Jiangxi and the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yonghui, appeared one after another. The disciples of Xuandu Temple looked at each other. It is obvious that Ji Changsheng had a good time killing. But the trouble has come. The master of the temple has naturally realized that trouble is coming. He looked at Yi Jianxian deeply, and a smile like spring breeze appeared on his face. Brother Tianji, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has really come out in full force. Aren't you afraid that our Xuandu Temple will keep you and President Lu on the mountain? The master of the temple said the most frightening words in the most gentle tone. Yi Jianxian was really scared. If Xuandu Temple took action, he and Lu Yonghui would die. But he quickly reacted and said in a deep voice, Master Mu is joking. Xuandu Temple is the leader of the righteous way. Our Tontian Chamber of Commerce has been treated unfairly, and we need Xuandu Temple to uphold justice for us. Indeed, our Xuandu Temple is the leader of the righteous way. The master nodded. He was somewhat unwilling in his heart. Senior sister is about to ascend to heaven. If he had the strength of senior sister, no. If he had the strength of Yu Lao Mo, he would dare to flip the table today and save Ji Changsheng. Unfortunately, he really didn't have the confidence to stabilize the situation with absolute strength after flipping the table. After senior sister left, he had to consider the overall situation of Xuandu Temple. So Ji Changsheng should not be regarded as just a disciple who needs his protection, but as a useful helper. This made the master of the temple feel ashamed in his heart. Yu Linglong regarded him as a successor and cultivated him carefully, and never required him to take such risks. And he regarded Ji Changsheng as the next generation of successors of Xuandu Temple. But he needed the successor to undergo such training. This is not easy to accept for those who have a sense of responsibility. This shame can only be recovered from the person in front of him. The master of the temple looked at Yi Jianxian deeply again, and then stood up to greet him. Tontian Chamber of Commerce President Lu Yonghui is nothing. His apparent strength is not as good as Yi Jianxian's, so he is not taken seriously by him. However, Jiangxi, the leader of Danqing Pavilion, is an ally that Yu Linglong also respects. He has revived Danqing Pavilion with his own strength. His status and reputation in the cultivation world are even higher than his. He must give Jiangxi enough face. After an instant's stick of time, the masters gathered on the top of Xuandu Temple. Dozens of Xuandu Temple elders came out of the mountain and gathered together with the master, Jiangxi, Yi Jianxian, Lu Yonghui and others. They set foot on the teleportation array to Shenghua. At the same time, all over the world, powerful people or other well-informed people who are willing to watch the excitement rush to Shenghua. This time, Ji Changsheng really broke the sky. Tianma cult? Brother, are you sure you want to go? Yu Laomo nodded. Changsheng has made things too big. If I don't go, Changsheng and Su Qiong will probably die in Shenghua. Yu Jidao worried. Changsheng did blow the whistle. But what if you meet Yu Linglong when you go? Yu Laomo forced himself to stay calm. 20 years ago, I was able to escape from Yu Linglong. 20 years have passed, and my strength has become more and more advanced. Can't I protect myself? Yu Jidao believes in his brother's strength. From childhood to adulthood, he has never seen his brother lose. Except for the time when he was beaten to a pulp by Yu Linglong. Yu Jidao had to remind him carefully, brother, you fought Yu Linglong outside the gate of our holy church last time. So, we strategically retreated to the main hall and activated the mountain protection formation. Shenghua is too far away from our holy church. If Yu Linglong also makes a breakthrough, we have to be on guard. To put it bluntly, if the fight had not been at the gate of the heavenly demon cult last time, Yu Laomo's life would have been lost. It's not that Yu Linglong couldn't kill Yu Laomo, but she didn't want to force her way into the heavenly demon cult's main hall, just to kill Yu Laomo and face all the hidden forces of the heavenly demon cult. If he went to Shenghua, Yu Laomo's home advantage would disappear directly. Yu Jidao was very worried about his brother's life. Yu Laomo himself was also a little worried. But Changsheng is my only child now, and he is so capable. Yu Laomo determined his heart, no matter what. I can't give up Changsheng, even if I give birth to another child. Can he have half the talent and means of Changsheng? Yu Jidao thought about Ji Changsheng's actions that made him amazed, and shook his head decisively. It's difficult. Changsheng is the only one who makes me see the style of my elder brother. So, to live forever, you must be alive. As for Yu Linglong, Yu Laomo was indeed unsure about Yu Linglong. Go contact Mu Xian in private. Contact Mu Xian? Yes. Tell him that I can secretly cooperate with Xuandu Temple to annex Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and the Holy Church will only take 20% afterwards. Yu Laomo said in a deep voice. Yu Linglong is invincible in the world, but she is about to ascend to heaven, and the only thing I am worried about is the future of Xuandu Temple after she leaves. Cooperating with me now is the best choice for Xuandu Temple, and Mu Xian will not refuse. Big brother is right. I will do it right away. Go. I am also ready to leave. Huh? There seems to be some unusual movement in Huangquan sect. Such a heavy death aura? Yu Laomo suddenly looked into the distance. Xuandu Temple. Xian Wang Merit Tower trembled slightly. Yu Linglong opened her eyes from her meditation and also looked into the distance. The gate of Huangquan sect. The direction of sun to river. After a moment, Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with sword energy, and murderous intent gradually boiled. The ghost fairy descended to the mortal world, and the three paths entered the sea. It was simply looking for death. Huangquan sect. Emperor Huangquan looked at the mysterious strong man in front of him, and his white mask was full of cold sweat. Who are you? A disciple of Jiejiao. A cheer-fighting practitioner who crawled back from the gates of hell. You can call me a ghost Taoist. Emperor Huangquan's heart trembled. Are you the strong man behind Tantian Chamber of Commerce? Where are you from? Of course. The prehistoric fairyland. Before I descended to the mortal world, I went to Baihu Ridge to see the corpse demon. The ghost Taoist threw out a decree, and Emperor Huangquan took it and immediately sensed the breath of the corpse demon. The corpse demon was the founder of Huangquan sect, also known as Madame White Bone. Emperor Huangquan tried to calm himself down. He knew that he was involved in a higher-level game. Logically speaking, since Ghost Daoring came from the prehistoric fairyland, he should have given him enough sense of security. But in fact, he didn't. I will obey the order of the ancestors. But you should know that once the Huangquan dead air in the sun to river flows into the sea of this world, it will have an irreversible impact on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Emperor Huangquan reminded, if the Huangquan dead air continues to flow back, it will affect the water quality of this world, and then affect the spiritual energy of this world. Maybe this world will gradually become a world of the dead, no longer suitable for cultivation, and even the lifespan of mortals will be halved or more. Ghost Daoren's tone was half smile. Huangquan dead air replaces the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which will naturally be more suitable for Huangquan sect disciples to practice. Huangquan sect will also replace the position of Tianma sect. Isn't this good? Emperor Huangquan. In theory, it is very good. But in practice, doing so will cause public anger. Apart from anything else, neither Yu Linglong nor Yu Lao Mo would tolerate this. But the ghost Taoist came to the mortal world to stop these two people. I understand. Huangquan Emperor is certainly not a fool. He quickly understood the idea of the ghost Taoist. Once the Huangquan dead air enters the sea, it will pollute the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The demon camp will naturally benefit the most from my Huangquan sect. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is polluted, it will be difficult for practitioners to directly use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice. And the value of spirit stones will soar. Under the whole world, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has the most spirit stones. This ghost Taoist is the real owner of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. He is sacrificing the interests of the whole world in exchange for the growth of Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Huangquan sect. Emperor Huangquan could not blame the ghost Taoist from the perspective of interests. He could only try his best to remind him. Doing this will have great consequences. And I am afraid that he will be attacked by everyone. Other sects also have their own inheritance in the prehistoric fairyland. And they will not sit idly by. Ghost Taoist said calmly, the prehistoric fairyland is in chaos. Who can care about them? This seat came here to turn this world into a paradise for the dead. Only by joining the Tontian Chamber of Commerce can you continue to practice and seek a glimmer of hope. Half an hour later, the border of Shenghua. Ji Changsheng stood in the territory of Shenghua, facing the major immortal sects who came to ask for punishment. Most of the people who came were real bosses. But Ji Changsheng ignored them. As long as the Linglong Sword Order was not cancelled, this group of people would only dare to stand outside the border and try to kill him with their eyes, which was no threat to him. Whether to cancel the Linglong Sword Order and when to cancel the Linglong Sword Order all depended on the jade sword in the hands of the master. Ji Changsheng saluted the master. Disciple greets the master. The master's expression and tone were somewhat complicated. Cha Sheng. Yu Sai. Cha Sheng. Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Danqing Pavilion are questioning why you are killing people in Shenghua. Do you have an explanation? The master gave Ji Changsheng a chance to defend himself. Even if Ji Changsheng wanted to go to the demon sect, he had to be forced by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. It couldn't be Ji Changsheng's fault or Xuandu Temple's fault. Ji Changsheng naturally understood what the master meant. This was a script that he and the master had written long ago. Although the timeline was directly accelerated by Ji Changsheng, and they didn't have time to rehearse. Ji Changsheng's ability to adapt to changes was very strong, especially since he had already received confirmation from Ren Suqiong that Yu Lao Mo was lurking nearby. This made Ji Changsheng feel more at ease. With his adopted father around, these people are just chickens and dogs, and they are vulnerable. So Ji Changsheng didn't explain at all, and started to report his work to the master. Master, I was ordered to go down the mountain to Shenghua to do good deeds and accumulate virtues, to seek welfare for the people of Shenghua, to help Xinghua's fortune turn into dragons, and to strengthen the fortune of our human race. Ji Changsheng released his own merit vision. The merit golden lotus slowly bloomed above his head, surrounded by golden light, silently telling everything. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Master, I was ordered to go down the mountain to do good deeds and accumulate virtues. Have I done it? The master nodded, and his voice spread all over the place. Golden lotus of merit. You did a good job. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, and the scene of Shenghua people's firecrackers appeared everywhere in the sky. The people from the Shenghua court and Tontian Chamber of Commerce were distributing spiritual stones to them in an orderly manner. Almost everyone had a smile on their faces. I was ordered to come to Shenghua to seek welfare for the people of Shenghua. Have I done it? The master of the temple continued to nod. Changsheng, you did a really good job. Ji Changsheng flicked his sleeves again, and a five-clawed golden dragon was stretching its body in the clouds. It was the fortune totem of Shenghua, and it had officially turned into a dragon. After coming to Shenghua, I did not forget the orders of my master. Did good deeds, slayed demons, and helped Xinghua's fortune totem turn into a dragon. Please accept it. The master of the temple said solemnly. The dragon has 5 claws, and Xinghua's fortune is booming. You have made great contributions to Xinghua's revival. A miniature version of Changsheng appeared above Ji Changsheng's head. Sitting in meditation, concentrating on cultivation, surrounded by golden light of merit, and the nascent soul realm was fully displayed. I accumulated merit golden lotus in Shenghua. and promoted to the nascent soul realm with the help of merit. The whole process was witnessed by the people of Shengwu. Master, have I embarrassed Xuandu Temple? The master took a deep breath. Xiandu Temple is proud of you. Have you completed the task of Xiandu Temple? I have exceeded the target. Have you done anything wrong? Have you killed the wrong person? The master was silent. I have done good deeds and accumulated virtues. I have achieved my goal. I have no shame in heaven and earth. But the righteous sect has sent troops to punish me. What can you teach me? The master remained silent. The disciples and elders of Xiandu Temple all clenched their fists and showed indignation. Ji Changsheng once again performed the disciples' etiquette to the master of the temple. Xiandu Temple has taught me and enlightened me, and I will never forget it. I will remember the teachings of Xiandu Temple. After going down the mountain, I have killed demons and monsters, done good deeds, and never lost the face of Xiandu Temple. Now I have not done anything wrong, and I have not killed anyone by mistake. The righteous immortal sect wants to kill me for this. I dare not obey your order. Ji Changsheng stood up, facing everyone's gaze, and performed the ultimate whitewash for himself. It is not me who betrayed the righteous path, but the righteous path betrayed me.